had already been marked as Yi Jing's top enemy. His next goal was to eliminate Feng Ruodo. Of course, killing him directly would be too easy. Since Feng Ruodo and the others had tortured his parents so much in the past, Yi Jing would make this Feng Ruodo suffer to death in every possible way. For example, earlier on the phone, letting Feng Ruodo hear the death of his most important chess piece, his adopted son Luo Qiming. Soon, Qing Huang's investigation on Feng Ruodo returned. Master, Miss Ning Luo wants to discuss Feng Ruodo's matter with you in person. This time, part of the investigation I did was also assisted by Miss Ning Luo. Ning Luo? Yi Jing was slightly stunned, then understood. Ning Luo was worried about him, concerned for him, so she wanted to help. When others learned that he was facing enemies like the Su family and the Eastern Society, they all fled for their lives. Only the old friends from Jiang Province, Huang Yuyan, and Ning Luo by his side stood firmly by his side. So now, Yi Jing's attitude towards Ning Luo was also good. All right, let her in. A moment later, Ning Luo entered and immediately began anxiously checking Yi Jing from head to toe. Are you all right? I heard you actually went out of the city to directly confront the Su family and the Eastern Society. Weren't you afraid? And then, Feng Ruodo even directly contacted you? Ning Luo kept talking in fear, and Yi Jing could tell she was genuinely scared. All right. Yi Jing patted her shoulder, calming her down. Tell me, what's Feng Ruodo's background? Ning Luo quickly said, Feng Ruodo is a top-tier figure in our country. When he was in the Special Guard unit, he was a legendary figure, having achieved great feats. After retiring, he built a commercial empire. His commercial empire has been expanding in recent years, from north to south, gradually reaching our side. According to Feng Ruodo's commercial empire expansion announcement, the next step is to expand to Jiang City, Su City, and Jinling. Yi Jing revealed a faint smile. Oh, he's expanding here? That's just perfect. Ning Luo said, look, this is the opening time of a company in Jinling City. This company is said to have investment from Feng Ruodo's commercial empire in the background. In other words, this company is likely a preliminary test point for Feng Ruodo's commercial empire. If the test is successful, he will definitely move more commercial centers to Jinling, Su City, and Jiang Province. Yi Jing nodded. All right, I understand. After Ning Luo left, the old friends from Jiang Province and Huang Yuyan also called. They all expressed their concern for Yi Jing. Yi Jing casually reassured them with a few words, giving everyone peace of mind. Just then, the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital called Yi Jing. Chapter 534, Business Empire. Mr. Yi, Feng Ruodo's business empire plans to test the waters in Jinling, Suzhou, and Jiang Province. The first stop is Jinling. Tomorrow, a Feng financial company will be opening in Jinling City. Feng Ruodo's business empire has invited you to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Not only you, but almost all the influential figures in the business community across China have been invited by Feng Ruodo. However, among them, you are undoubtedly in the first tier. Will you be attending tomorrow? Feng Financial Company? Isn't that the company Ning Luo mentioned earlier that is opening tomorrow? Feng Ruodo wants to invite him? However, Feng Ruodo certainly isn't inviting Yi Jing. He's inviting the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, Feng Ruodo is unaware that Yi Jing is the behind-the-scenes leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is considered the top chamber in the business community of China. It can even be said to be in a class of its own. All other chambers combined don't hold a candle to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. So with Feng Ruodo's ambitious plans this time, inviting the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce to stand by his side would undoubtedly boost his prestige. Mr. Yi, will you be attending? Yi Jing smiled faintly. Of course, I'll attend. Feng Ruodo, in order to expand his business empire, might even show up in person. That would be the perfect time to settle accounts with him. Tell Feng Ruodo's business empire that I will attend in the name of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Understood, Mr. Yi. In recent days, the entire Jinling city has been abuzz. Everyone has been discussing the events involving the 8 great families Su family and the assassin association's Dongfang Hui. That day, It was a bloodbath. But it wasn't Yi Jing who did it. Guess who saved Jinling City that day? Shen Xiaogong was among the crowd, spitting out his words with excitement. The crowd quickly chimed in, "Hurry up and tell us. Who exactly saved our Jinling City?" Our Jinling City was on the verge of collapse. Either the Su family or the Dongfang Hui could have flattened it. But suddenly, we were safe. Who suddenly appeared and saved our Jinling City? Spit it out already. Seeing he had everyone's attention, Shen Xiaogong finally spoke slowly. Everyone. It was the Special National Protection Team that appeared at that moment. He said proudly, "This is what I managed to find out after much effort." It's said that just as the Su family and the Dongfang Hui were about to strike, the members of the Special National Protection Team suddenly appeared. In an instant, they dealt with the Su family and the Dongfang Hui. The cost, however, was the heroic sacrifice of Captain Luo of the Special National Protection Team, who perished together with the head of the Su family and President Ming. This was the official version of the news released by the government, which Shen Xiaogong had managed to get wind of beforehand. After hearing this, the crowd sighed. The Special National Protection Team, they're truly amazing. They protect our country's safety abroad, and when they return to Jinling, they protect our city. If it weren't for the Special National Protection Team, our Jinling City might have been massacred that day. Thank goodness for the Special National Protection Team. They give us such a sense of security. It's just a pity about Captain Luo. The crowd was deeply moved. Some people spontaneously offered blessings, prayers, and incense to Captain Luo. Many even planned to suggest to the authorities that a statue of Captain Luo be erected in the central square of Jinling City. Of course, this proposal was stuck with the mayor and had yet to be approved. Ordinary people didn't know what really happened and could only understand the situation through the official announcements. That was because the authorities feared causing chaos and panic. So they tried to release news in a way that the public could accept. But that wasn't the truth. The mayor had personally witnessed Yi Jing completely taking down the Su family and the Dongfang Hui, and then dealing with the suddenly appearing Special National Protection Team. If there was a hero, Yi Jing was the true behind-the-scenes hero. But the mayor couldn't announce this. After all, Fang Ruodo was a legend in China. He was also a positive figure. Now, Yi Jing was at odds with Fang Ruodo. If Yi Jing were to be hailed as a hero of Jinling City, how would Fang Ruodo feel? The mayor had no choice but to remain silent. "Yi Jing, my parents are in Jinling City," Ning Luo said with a smile. "My parents said that Jinling City has been unstable recently, and now that everything is fine, they came to see me." Yi Jing was curious. "Your parents? Why have you never mentioned them before?" Ning Luo had never talked about having family, nor had she ever returned home. Ning Luo's expression darkened. "I was an orphan since childhood. My adoptive parents took me in, and later, when I started the Chamber of Commerce and made money, I wanted to repay them. Recently, I paid for them to go on a trip abroad, and they've just returned." Yi Jing nodded slightly. It seemed Ning Luo's childhood wasn't easy either. She was also a child who had suffered, much like himself. "All right, I'll go with you to pick them up at the airport." Yi Jing had a very good impression of his adoptive parents, Lu Shikai and Tong Yinping. Lu Shikai and Tong Yinping had been so good to him that they were even better than his biological parents. So Yi Jing was also looking forward to meeting Ning Luo's adoptive parents, who were about to return. A moment later, Yi Jing drove Ning Luo's car to Jinling International Airport. They saw a couple in their 50s walking out of the airport exit. "Mom, Dad." Ning Luo happily went forward. "You're finally back." He Jianan smiled. "Daughter, you came to pick us up, and who is this?" Ning Luo quickly introduced. "His name is Yi Jing. He's the head of security and also the investment manager at my Chamber of Commerce." Chu Baoying's expression turned cold. "Daughter, how can you let an outsider be the investment manager? That position should be handled by you. It's a critical part of your Chamber of Commerce, where the money is." He Jianan also looked displeased. "In the past, you handled that position yourself. Why did you suddenly give it to an outsider? I've told you before, outsiders are unreliable. Outsiders are unreliable. Why don't you listen?" Chu Baoying shook her head. "Especially now, you don't just control Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. We heard that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's billion-dollar investment is also under your control. Is it this Yi Jing handling the investment? Ning Luo quickly explained with a smile. Mom, Dad, his investment skills are excellent. And the fact that the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce entrusted me with their billion-dollar investment has a lot to do with Yi Jing's help. Chapter 535. This is ours. Before Ning Luo could finish speaking, she was rudely interrupted by Chu Baoying. Daughter, you need to be more careful. Outsiders are unreliable. Such an important matter must be firmly in your own hands. If something goes wrong with that trillion-yuan investment, how will you explain it to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? By then, you might lose your position as the spokesperson. Ning Luo sighed and could only pacify the two. Got it, Mom and Dad. Let me take you to rest first. By the way, Ning Luo said, previously, you were living in a suburban community. Recently, I've made some money. We won't live in the suburbs anymore. I've bought you a high-end apartment in the city. He Jianan and Chu Baoying exchanged a glance, revealing a hint of joy. It seems our daughter has really made some money. He Jianan smiled. That's right. To secure a trillion-yuan investment from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, our daughter's capabilities are beyond question. But she made so much money, and she's only buying us a high-end apartment? Chu Baoying also frowned. Yes, daughter. Now that you're in control of a trillion-yuan investment, why not take out a few $100 million and buy us a villa? Ning Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry. Mom and Dad, that trillion-yuan investment has detailed accounting. I can't spend it privately. If I do, the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce will definitely reprimand me. The two nodded. That makes sense. All right, then take us to see the high-end apartment. Ning Luo smiled. Mom and Dad, a high-end apartment is pretty good. Compared to the house you lived in before in the suburbs, it's several levels higher, and it even comes with a garden. It's not much worse than a villa. The family went to see the apartment in the high-end community. The two elderly people finally nodded slightly. All right, we'll rest here. You can go now. After Yi Jing and Ning Luo left, He Jianan and Chu Baoying frowned. Something's not right. I feel like our daughter is in a relationship. Yes, we know our daughter very well. It seems like she has a good relationship with that Yi Jing. Should we secretly follow them and see? Yes, let's follow them. The two quickly went outside and hailed a taxi. Driver, follow that car ahead. They followed closely behind. Our daughter, ever since we took her in, has always been a cold, strong woman. She never showed any girlish behavior. But today, when we returned, I noticed that our daughter's expression when looking at Yi Jing was very different. He Jianan also said, yes, I noticed that too. Before, our daughter would only focus on being good to us. Whenever she made money or got something valuable, she would think of us first. But today, I feel like our daughter has something good, but she's not giving it to us first. Instead, she's giving it to Yi Jing. Yes, I have the same feeling. As they followed, they saw Yi Jing and Ning Luo arrive at the Villa District in Jinling City. Yi Jing, Ning Luo said, I know you haven't had a fixed place to live recently. Either you stay at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce or rent a temporary villa. Ning Luo smiled. With the recent changes in Jinling City, someone was afraid and sold their villa at a low price. I bought it at a discount. And you, as the head of security and investment at our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, have greatly contributed to the Songhui's profits and overall success. This villa is a reward for you. Yi Jing looked at the villa and accepted it. Originally, when he came to Jinling City, his primary goal was to avenge his parents. So at first, he didn't plan to stay long. He would leave as soon as the revenge was done. But unexpectedly, the revenge involved so much, and he gradually stayed longer. Now that he had finally investigated one of the 5 major figures behind the scenes, Fang Ruodo, who was about to expand his business in Jinling, this meant that Yi Jing would soon face Fang Ruodo directly in Jinling City. It was likely that this process would be extended a bit longer. Yi Jing accepted the villa without hesitation and decided to stay. After Ning Luo left, Yi Jing had just settled in when there was a loud knocking on the villa's door. Yi Jing, open up. Yi Jing frowned. In Jinling City, he didn't have many friends. The people he knew were only Ning Luo, the Xin family, Lang Guanzhong, Qian Huisheng, and a few others. Why would someone suddenly come to visit him? When he opened the door, it was Ning Luo's adoptive parents, He Jianan and Chu Baoying. Yi Jing, you live here? Yi Jing nodded slightly. Nonsense. We were following you from behind. This isn't your place. It's the villa our daughter just bought for you. Yi Jing was surprised. Oh? What's the difference? Chu Baoying sneered. The difference is huge. Why did our daughter buy this for you? It's because she's lovesick and thinks she's in love with you. He Jianan also looked displeased. She must have been brainwashed by you. We old couple only got a community apartment, but she turns around and spends a fortune to buy you a villa? What an ungrateful daughter. Yi Jing listened to their words, feeling a bit displeased. Previously, he had high expectations for these two. Because his own adoptive parents, Lu Shikai and Tong Yinping, had set a high standard. But now, seeing Ning Luo's adoptive parents, he felt his perception of them drop significantly. Were there really such unreasonable and stubborn adoptive parents? This isn't a gift from Ning Luo. It's part of my position's benefits, Yi Jing said, though he didn't particularly care to explain. Himph, do you think we don't know? We've already asked around. Before our daughter became the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, where were you? It was during that time that you joined the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Do you think we don't know your intentions? You deliberately approached our daughter for her money. Don't think we're clueless. Boy, let me tell you, we've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Want to trick us? No way. This villa shouldn't be yours. It should be ours. Yi Jing couldn't help but laugh. So, these two were here to fight over the villa. They felt that living in a high-end apartment was beneath their status, and only a villa would do? Yi Jing, let me tell you this. Do you know about Feng Ruodo's business empire? Chapter 536, Real or Fake? Yi Jing showed an expression of genuine interest. These two people actually knew that Feng Ruodo's business empire was planning to expand to Jinling City? What is it? Yi Jing asked, guiding the conversation. He Jianan said, Feng Ruodo's business empire has opened a new financial company, and they're having a ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow. Do you know who the Feng family sent? Yi Jing shook his head. I really don't know. To him, the only one of any significance was Feng Ruodo himself. Everyone else in the Feng family was just insignificant in his eyes. Himph, I thought as much, Chu Baoying said. This is insider information. The Feng family contacted us, and that's how we got the news. We're telling you, so don't go spreading it around. He Jianan added, we're telling you this so you know it's time to back off. Oh. Yi Jing was surprised. Under Feng Ruodo's leadership, the Feng family was one of the top elite families in the country. To think they would discuss insider information with these two? Yi Jing found it increasingly intriguing. He Jianan spoke with pride and satisfaction. This time, the Feng family sent Feng Ruodo's nephew, Feng Banghao. Feng Banghao is one of the Feng family's most valued young members, someone who will be groomed as a core figure in the family's future. This time, as Feng Ruodo's business empire expands, he sent this promising young man to lead the charge. It shows just how much importance Feng Ruodo places on this. And Feng Banghao has taken a liking to our daughter, Ning Luo. So, you understand now, don't you? Our daughter seems to have taken a slight interest in you, but what good is that? It's only because there hasn't been a decent, outstanding young man around that you, this trash, managed to worm your way in. Once the real powerhouse, Feng Banghao, arrives, you'll have to step aside, understand? Yi Jing realized why these two had been so hostile toward him. So that was the reason. He chuckled, so, Feng Ruodo's nephew, Feng Banghao, has taken a liking to Ning Luo? Yes. Chu Baoying said proudly, our Ning Luo is an outstanding female entrepreneur. At a young age, she became the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. It's because of this that Feng Banghao took notice of her. Yi Jing said, bemused, oh, so it's because Ning Luo is the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce that Feng Banghao took an interest? Himph. He Jianan said coldly, what do you know? This is about being well-matched. Fong Ruoto's business empire and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce are of the same caliber. Fong Banghao is Fong Ruoto's nephew, and our daughter, Ning Luo, is the official spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling. The two of them are a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl. And you? I heard from my daughter that you're just a bodyguard. What makes you think you're good enough for my daughter? He Jianan snatched the villa keys from Yi Jing's hand without hesitation. This villa is ours now. Get out. The villa should be ours to live in. You can go live in some upscale community. Chu Baoying said, No, he doesn't even deserve to live in an upscale community. He should just disappear and leave Jinling City. Otherwise, when Fong Banghao arrives and sees him, what if he notices something and doesn't like our daughter anymore? He Jianan suddenly realized, Yes, get out. Don't ruin my daughter's marriage prospects. We're giving you 3 days. You can stay in that upscale community for 3 days. After that, get out of Jinling City immediately. He Jianan and Chu Baoying issued their ultimatum to Yi Jing, and then slammed the villa door shut. Yi Jing didn't take it personally and left without a word. He could easily manipulate these two, but they were Ning Luo's adoptive parents, and there was still some sentiment involved. It would be difficult to explain to Ning Luo otherwise. Yi Jing returned to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ning Luo asked curiously, Yi Jing, didn't I tell you to rest at the villa for a few days? You've been through so much, faced so many powerful enemies. Even if you're not physically injured, you need some mental rest, right? Yi Jing waved it off casually. It's nothing, just small matters. It's almost noon. How about we go grab some lunch? Ning Luo nodded. I'm actually feeling a bit hungry. Where should we go? Yi Jing smiled. I saw an ad outside just now. A new 7-star restaurant called the Golden Peak Restaurant just opened in Jinling. Let's check it out. Ning Luo suddenly gave a mischievous smile. Yi Jing, is this you asking me out? Is this a date? Yi Jing was momentarily caught off guard but then smiled. If you want to consider it a date, then why not? Ning Luo giggled. Then I'm going to take it as a date. She linked her arm with Yi Jing's and headed out. Let's go eat. The two entered the Golden Peak restaurant. Wow, it's rotating. The view outside is amazing. Ning Luo was in a good mood, skipping around like a little girl instead of the strong businesswoman she usually was. Let's sit in the main hall. We can pick a window seat and enjoy the beautiful view. Yi Jing said, whatever you like. After they sat down and ordered, they overheard a conversation at a nearby table. The biggest event in Jinling City recently has been the arrival of the 8 great families Su family and the Eastern Alliance, hasn't it? Yeah. I ran away that time, but since the tension has eased, I came back, hee. You're not the only one. I also left, but since it's safe now, I returned. Shaoli, you didn't run. Tell us, what exactly happened back then? Yeah, that damned Yi Jing brought so many powerful enemies here. How did it all just disappear? Shaoli, facing these people, said calmly. I was calm and collected back then. Unlike you, I didn't panic and run. The others laughed and jeered. You didn't run? You just didn't have time to run. Shaoli's face turned red as he was exposed. The group quickly said, all right, enough of that. Tell us, what really happened? The Su family and the Eastern Alliance came with such force. How did they not destroy Jinling City? How did it suddenly calm down? Shaoli said, I'll tell you, it was really dangerous back then. That damned Yi Jing was said to be scared out of his wits. Then, the Special National Protection Team suddenly appeared and took care of the Su family and the Eastern Alliance. The group was shocked. The Special National Protection Team? My goodness, is that true or fake? Chapter 537, 2 Important Missions. Shaoli spoke earnestly. That's right. It's said that Luo Qiming, the captain of the Special National Protection Team, was killed in action. What a pity. Everyone sighed in dismay. Yi Jing and Ning Luo listened quietly, with Ning Luo's face turning pale. Yi Jing, why are they spreading such rumors? Ning Luo said, it was you who defeated the Su family and the Eastern Alliance, yet they attribute all the credit to Luo Qiming. But that Luo Qiming? Ning Luo had witnessed the entire event firsthand. Yi Jing casually replied, "It's just the official narrative, meant to calm the public." At that moment, they overheard someone nearby continue. "That Yi Jing really has incredible luck. Last time it was the national war god, and this time it's the Su family, Zuriyu Palace, and the Eastern Alliance. Every time there's a huge danger, someone always steps in to resolve it. Yes, his luck is truly remarkable." Ning Luo was speechless. "Yi Jing, now the entire Jinling city believes you only survived each danger because of luck? But you clearly did it with your own strength." Yi Jing calmly said, "Does it matter what these people think?" Ning Luo gave him a thumbs up. "You really have a big picture in mind." Just then, Yi Jing frowned. He saw a group of people entering the room. Leading the way were Shin Suyi, Shin Shaogong, and Shun's parents. Following them were an older man and a younger man, both of whom Yi Jing had never seen before. "Uncle Si, your son Wen Xiaoxin is really something. He's now working at Feng Ruodo's business empire." Called Uncle Si, Wen Quan chuckled, "My son Wen Xiaoxin is successful, and he won't forget to bring prosperity to your family too." Shin's parents couldn't hide their smiles. "Our Shin family has finally turned the corner. After being plagued by bad luck due to that scum Yi Jing, Uncle Si's return to Jinling has finally brought us good fortune." The group sat down at a table by the window. "Uncle Si," Shin Sui asked seriously, "when will the Feng business empire establish itself in Jinling City?" The entire Shin family eagerly looked on. They sensed that whether the Shin family could rise again depended on whether they could seize the opportunity with the Feng Empire. With Uncle Si's patronage, their rise would be swift. When Quan said indifferently, "It will be soon, within the next few days. And the vanguard has already entered." "Vanguard?" Shin Shaogong and Shun Sui looked curiously at Wen Quan. Wen Quan nodded slightly. "Yes, the so-called vanguard is the Feng Financial Company, under the Feng business empire. Tomorrow, Feng Financial Company will officially open. At that time, Feng Ruodo's nephew will preside over the opening ceremony." Shin Sui excitedly asked, "Will Feng Ruodo himself be present?" "I'm not sure about that. It's a decision made by the higher-ups." Wen Quan smiled faintly, "But there is one person who will definitely be there. That's my son, Wen Xiaoxin. He will appear as a senior executive of the financial company during the ribbon-cutting ceremony, with the privilege of cutting the ribbon." "Wow." Shin Shaogong and Shin Suyi looked at Wen Xiaoxin with great admiration. How impressive. Despite being of similar age, how could he be so outstanding? Especially Shin Suyi, who considered herself extraordinary and believed she would one day run a company as a female CEO. Yet compared to Wen Xiaoxin, she felt far behind. Thinking of this, Shin Sui hurriedly raised her glass respectfully. "Brother One, when the time comes, please help me and my brother." Wen Xiaoxin spoke elegantly. Of course. I was previously in the north, handling affairs for the Feng Financial Company. It's because of my good performance that I was transferred here." He lowered his voice. "Actually, I came here early because I was entrusted with two important missions. Both were personally instructed by Feng Ruodo's nephew, Feng Banghao." The Shin family grew even more respectful toward Wen Xiaoxin. To have Feng Banghao, a top-tier Chinese tycoon, personally assign tasks, this must mean Wen Xiaoxin was extremely trusted. It seemed that following Uncle Si's family would definitely lead to success. Shin's father excitedly said, "Can you reveal a bit about them? Although our Shin family isn't a major clan, we've been in Jinling for a long time. Maybe we can be of help." Wen Xiaoxin nodded. "Come closer." The Shin family members leaned in. Wen Xiaoxin said, "The first mission is to help the eldest young Master Feng arrange a betrothal gift in advance." Betrothal gift? Everyone was astonished. Who would Feng Banghao, a top-tier tycoon, choose as his wife? Shin Sui blushed at the thought, wondering if her beauty could attract Feng Banghao's attention. But the next moment, when Wen Xiaoxin mentioned a name, her hopes were dashed. "The other party is Ning Luo." Ning Luo? The Shin family was not unfamiliar with this name. Ning Luo is the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and has recently been selected as the official spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Our company's CEO, Feng Banghao, has his eye on this. He plans to marry Ning Luo, which, in a sense, would mean a partnership between the Fang business empire and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, at least in Jinling. Boom. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's it. This was a partnership between two business empires in a specific region. This partnership would serve as a precursor. If successful, it could lead to more collaborations between the two empires in other areas. The Shun family was thrilled to hear such insider secrets. Shinsuyi, however, was slightly disheartened. It wasn't her. She was just considered beautiful. Compared to Ning Luo, a business powerhouse, Fang Banghao would naturally be attracted to her background. There's another important mission. When Xiaoxin spoke, even more softly, Fang Banghao is actually suffering from an illness. He heard that there's a renowned doctor named Yu in Jinling, so he plans to come and seek his treatment. The Shin family nodded. We've heard of Dr. Yu. He's indeed a well-known doctor in Jinling, with a very strong reputation. After mentioning these two matters, when Xiaoxin straightened up and smiled, if your Shin family can help me find Dr. Yu and facilitate the connection, you can ask for anything you want, including jobs for Shinsuyi and Shun Xiaogong. I can make the decision. Chapter 538. The opportunity to rise to prominence. The Shin family members' breathing grew heavier. Whatever they wanted, promises were made. This cousin of the fourth uncle, Wen Xiaoxin, was indeed imposing. As a high-ranking executive at Fengshu Financial Company, his demeanor was truly extraordinary. Mr. and Mrs. Shun quickly agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, we will definitely keep this in mind. Isn't it just about making connections? We've also sought treatment from Dr. Yu before, so we're acquainted. We'll find some familiar people to invite Dr. Yu over. Shin Xiaogong, in a hurry, immediately stood up. However, as soon as he stood up, he saw another figure on the other side. Why is he here too? What's wrong? Seeing Shun Xiaogong's reaction, Shinsuyi asked in confusion. Shin Xiaogong frowned and said, Sister, it's Yi Jing. Shinsuyi also frowned tightly. She now had a very poor impression of Yi Jing. Several major dangers in Jinling City recently were all brought about by Yi Jing. However, Yi Jing's luck was too good, encountering several powerful figures who saved him, which was how he managed to survive. But this did not diminish Shinsuyi's disgust for him. When Xiaoxin was curious and asked, Who is he? Why do you dislike him so much? Shin Xiaogong quickly replied, Wen Ruoji, that guy is just a scoundrel, a trash. But he happens to work at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Ning Luo. If you need to deliver the betrothal document to Ning Luo, you can ask him. When Xiaoxin's eyes lit up, so quickly, the first major task was resolved. He immediately stood up, carefully taking out a betrothal document from the bag he was carrying. On it, the male party's name was Fang Banghao, and the female party's name was Ning Luo. As long as Ning Luo accepted this betrothal document, the matter would be settled. Good, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. In Wen Xiaoxin's view, Ning Luo would surely be very happy with this betrothal document, probably agreeing on the spot. After all, Fang Banghao was backed by Fang Ruodo of the Fengshu business empire, a legendary figure in China. Which woman wouldn't want to marry into the Fang family? When Xiaoxin, full of confidence, approached the table on the other side. Hello, you're Yi Jing, right? Yi Jing looked at Wen Xiaoxin with confusion. When Xiaoxin introduced himself, let me introduce myself. I am Wen Xiaoxin, a high-ranking executive at Fengshu Financial Company. I represent my master, Fang Banghao. Yi Jing showed a playful expression. Fang Banghao? Fang Ruodo's nephew? He asked Xiao Xin, Yi Jing. I heard you are the head of security at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. I have a betrothal document here that needs to be handed over to Ning Luo. Can you help me introduce Ning Luo? Yi Jing smiled faintly and said, This is Ning Luo. He pointed to Ning Luo beside him. Ning Luo's face had already turned sour. Today, she had come out to date Yi Jing. Yi Jing had finally become proactive and willing to ask her out. So why are you interfering? Get lost. Ning Luo snapped, instantly losing her girlish demeanor and reverting to her cold, powerful persona. When Xiaoxin was stunned for a moment, then his face regained its smile. Miss Ning Luo, perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. My name is Wen Xiaoxin. a high-ranking executive at Fengshi Financial Company. The person I represent, Feng Banghao, is the nephew of Feng Ruodo. This betrothal document is Feng Banghao's proposal to you, Miss Ning Luo. In his mind, once the other party heard the names Feng Banghao and Fengshi Business Empire, they should be happy to accept. However, Ning Luo remained indifferent, even more disgusted. I said, get lost. Didn't you hear me? How many times do I have to repeat myself? I refuse Feng Banghao's proposal. When Xiaoxin's expression changed slightly, this time, he was sure that Ning Luo explicitly refused this marriage. This left him puzzled. This? All right then, I will report this back to young Master Feng as it is. When Xiaoxin had no choice but to think about finding another way to handle this task later. The first task had already met with resistance, and when Xiaoxin's mood was already sour. When he returned to the Shun family's table with the betrothal document, what happened when Ruoji? Was the matter not going smoothly? When Xiaoxin nodded with a grim expression, Miss Ning Luo did not agree. The Shin family members quickly tried to ease the tension. This just shows that Ning Luo doesn't have the fortune to be rich. What's so special about being the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce? Today she's the spokesperson. Maybe tomorrow she'll be removed. But if she married young Master Feng Banghao, she would enjoy endless wealth and prosperity. That Ning Luo just doesn't understand the depth of the situation. Mrs. Shin smiled and said, if it were my daughter, she would definitely understand and make the right choice. Shin Suyi, hearing this, also pondered whether she would agree if Feng Banghao proposed to her. Most likely, she would agree, right? Mrs. Shin quickly added, when Xiaoxin, you have a family relationship with Suyi. Why not talk to young Master Feng Banghao later and see if Suyi can try? After all, Suyi is a well-known beauty in Jinling City. When Xiaoxin smiled bitterly, this might not be appropriate. I heard that young Master Feng Banghao prioritizes his career. He chose Ning Luo because he values her position and her status as the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Suyi is indeed a rare beauty, but for someone at young Master Feng Banghao's level, what beauty hasn't he seen? In his eyes, beauty is just a fleeting illusion. What truly matters are tangible benefits. The Shin family's expressions turned sour. The only thing they could boast about was Shun Sui's looks. Compared to Ning Luo's status and influence, they were far behind. Shin Sui's face also paled. So the gap between her and Ning Luo was this big? When Xiaoxin suddenly said, look at the person at the door. Isn't that Dr. Yu? The Shin family members quickly looked over. At the entrance, a figure was just entering. Mr. Shun excitedly said, yes, that's Dr. Yu. I'll go over and invite Dr. Yu here. When Xiaoxin became excited again. Although he hadn't handled the first task well, the second task finally showed hope. Who would have thought that on the first day of coming to Jinling City, he would run into Dr. Yu? Mr. Shun quickly dashed over. He had to perform well. If he could contribute to Wen Xiaoxin's task, their Shin family might be able to attach themselves to the Wen family and rise to prominence. Dr. Yu. Mr. Shun ran over quickly. Chapter 539. Quite cultured. Dr. Yu, please wait. Mr. Shun hurried over. Dr. Yu looked puzzled. Who are you? Mr. Shun quickly replied, I've consulted you before. I'm one of your patients. Dr. Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting, and said indifferently, hello. If it's not urgent, please don't disturb me. I have important matters today. Today, he had come specifically because he had heard that Yi Jing was here, and he wanted to learn the 7 needles of the mystical arts from Yi Jing. Ever since Yi Jing had demonstrated the 7 needles of the mystical arts in front of him, Dr. Yu had been unable to eat or sleep, especially since Yi Jing had given him a chance. Yi Jing had said that if he had good comprehension and could understand the first few needles of the 7 needles of the mystical arts, he would explain the key points of the subsequent needles and give him an opportunity to learn. Since then, Dr. Yu had studied every day at home. Recently, he had finally made some progress. So, he eagerly inquired about Yi Jing's whereabouts and rushed over to report his progress. What he most wanted now was to receive some praise and guidance from Yi Jing. Other matters were secondary. Even acknowledging Mr. Shun was already a sign of his good manners. Mr. Shin quickly said, "Dr. Yu, I want to introduce you to an important person." Dr. Yu cut him off bluntly. What important person could be more important than the one I'm about to meet? Sorry, he directly refused. If you have anything else to say, please do so later. I'm going to see my mentor. Upon hearing the word mentor, Mr. Shin immediately fell silent. He had also heard that medical practitioners held their mentors in high regard. He quickly returned to Wen Xiaoxin and said, "Doctor, you said he needs to visit his mentor first, so we'll have to wait a bit." Wen Xiaoxin nodded. That's understandable. At that moment, they were shocked to see Dr. Yu walk toward Yijing. Then, Dr. Yu respectfully bowed. Mentor? Yijing frowned. I'm not your mentor. He hadn't agreed to take Dr. Yu as his disciple. Dr. Yu quickly said, Mentor, I've comprehended the first 3 needles of the 7 needles of the mystical arts. What do you think? Yijing remembered that he had indeed demonstrated the 7 needles of the mystical arts in front of Dr. Yu, and had promised that if Dr. Yu could truly grasp something, it would show that Dr. Yu had talent in this area, and Yijing wouldn't mind giving him a little guidance. Show me. Meanwhile, Dr. Yu began his demonstration. The Shin family and the one father and son were dumbfounded. Is Yijing Dr. Yu's mentor? Did I get it wrong? Is there some misunderstanding here? The Shin family couldn't believe it. That Yijing was just a lowlife, wasn't he? At most, he was a bodyguard captain, a fraud. Everyone in Jinling knew that. He just happened to have good luck every time and managed to get out of trouble. How did he suddenly become Dr. Yu's mentor? Wen Xiaoxin also frowned. Shin Xiaogong, did you get something wrong? That Yijing doesn't seem simple. Who exactly is he? Yes, who exactly is Yijing? Shin Sui realized she didn't know Yijing at all. The Shin family was also full of questions. Who exactly is Yijing? How could such a renowned doctor like Dr. Yu be his disciple? Yijing was so young. How much medical knowledge could he have? Yijing glanced at Dr. Yu's demonstration and his eyes showed a hint of approval. Mentor, how do you think I performed the first 3 needles of the 7 needles of the mystical arts? Yijing's eyes still held a trace of disappointment. Although Dr. Yu had indeed grasped some techniques, it only went so far. He was still far from truly understanding the essence. Practice more. You've made a little progress. Dr. Yu nodded heavily. Yes, mentor. Don't worry, I won't do anything else. I'll focus entirely on studying the 7 needles of the mystical arts. Yijing sighed. This Dr. Yu was really stubborn. To grasp the essence of the 7 needles of the mystical arts, one couldn't just stay indoors and study. One needed to practice on patients repeatedly to grasp the true essence. However, Yijing wasn't obligated to tell Dr. Yu this, so he let him figure it out on his own. This date had been interrupted several times, and Ning Luo hadn't been able to enjoy it fully. Moreover, being constantly watched by the Shin family, and Wen Xiaoxin had left little room for leisure. Unable to do anything, Ning Luo had to leave hurriedly with Yijing. Back at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ning Luo asked curiously, Yijing, did my parents go to you later? Why didn't you move into the villa I arranged for you? Instead, my foster parents moved in? Yijing casually chuckled. They thought I wasn't worthy of you, so they gave me 3 days to leave you and then took over the villa. He didn't exaggerate, just stated the facts. Ning Luo's face immediately darkened. Although she knew what kind of people her foster parents were, she hadn't expected them to be so ruthless. Yijing was a hero of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and had protected Jinling City. Without him, the city might have been destroyed. Yet, her foster parents treated him like this? They even kicked him out of the villa? Yijing, I'll go argue with my parents. Ning Luo stormed back to the villa, fuming. Mom, Dad, what's going on? This villa was arranged for Yijing. Why did you move in? He Jianan's face was a bit awkward, but seeing his wife Chu Baoying's expression, he immediately became firm. Daughter, we're doing this for your own good. What is Yijing? Just a bodyguard captain. What status does he have compared to Fong Banghao of the Fong Commercial Empire? And what's his intention in getting close to you? Don't you know? When you were just starting your business, when you were just forming the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, how hard it was. Where was Yijing? Now that you've made it, become the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Oh, Yijing shows up. Isn't he just after your money? Ning Luo's face suddenly turned red. So that's what her parents thought? Mom, Dad, you've got it all wrong. Ning Luo quickly explained, Yijing isn't after my money. If he wanted to make money, he could make more than me. Chapter 540, Superiority. Not to mention anything else, just the force that Yijing commands, the force that can contend with the Su family of the 8 great families, as well as Zuiyu Palace and the Eastern Society. With such a force, wouldn't it be easy for Yijing to make money? You've been bewitched by that boy. Chu Baoying snorted angrily. He has no money, and you say he has great potential? Even if he has great potential, can it compare to that of Feng Banghao, the young master? He's Feng Ruodo's nephew. He's born superior. If we could get close to Feng Ruodo, we would have endless wealth and status. We'd be above others. We'd directly become part of the upper class in China. In the future, when your father and I go out, we'll have a dozen cars leading the way. Thinking of that dreamlike scenario, Chu Baoying trembled with excitement. That vision was too beautiful. Ning Luo sighed helplessly. She was well aware of what her foster parents were like. They were snobbish, unrealistic, and looked down on the poor. But out of filial piety, she didn't think too much about it, only feeling that since the couple had adopted her, she should repay them more. After Ning Luo left, the old couple became even more furious. This Yijing is really good at deceiving girls. Look at our daughter. She's completely taken in by him. Her whole heart is set on him. No, we have to call Yijing over and ask him. It's been almost 3 days. Why hasn't he disappeared yet? Chu Baoying said. Do you know Yijing's phone number? He Jianan shook his head. I don't, but I have a way to find out. He immediately called Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. What's the phone number of your security captain? No, the deputy security captain? After verifying the identities of the two, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce quickly provided the phone number of the deputy security captain. After all, these two were Ning Luo, the president of the chamber, their parents, so the staff didn't dare to hide anything. Soon, the two got the phone number of the deputy security captain. Chu Baoying was puzzled. Old man, why did you get the deputy captain's number? I told you to get Yijing's number. He Jianan smiled faintly. Isn't this showing my wisdom? That Yijing, since he can deceive our daughter so thoroughly, he must have some brains. If we call him directly, he might not listen to us. But if we get someone else to call him, it'll be easier. Chu Baoying laughed. All right, you're smart. Okay. He Jianan immediately contacted the deputy security captain and had him call Yijing. Soon, Yijing received the call from the deputy captain. Captain, something has happened here. It's a big matter for the chamber. Please come over quickly. After saying that, the deputy captain hung up the phone. Yijing frowned. A big matter for the chamber? Could it involve Ning Luo? Without suspicion, he immediately set off for the destination. Isn't this that villa? Yijing thought that Ning Luo might be in danger at the villa. Soon, Yijing arrived, only to find that only He Jianan and Chu Baoying were there. Yijing, we gave you 3 days to disappear. Why haven't you left yet? Yijing frowned, looking at the villa behind him, where Ning Luo wasn't there, nor was the deputy security captain. He Jianan revealed a smug expression. You don't have to look around. There's no one else here. We called you here to ask you when you're going to leave Jinling City? Leave our daughter? Chu Baoying sneered. Do you think that in those dramas, rich families always give the poor boy a breakup fee? Are you waiting for our breakup fee? Let me tell you, we won't give you a penny. He Jianan nodded. Exactly, get lost. How can you compare to Feng Ruodo's nephew, Feng Banghao? You're no match for him in anything. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. You're delusional. Chu Baoying, we gave you 3 days before. That's too much. Let me tell you, you have to leave Jinling City by tonight at the latest. Yijing looked at the two calmly. Are you relying on Ning Luo being the spokesperson for the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce to be so arrogant? He Jianan immediately said, so what if we are? You're no match for us. Yijing shrugged. Do you believe that I can strip her of that identity at any time? And let someone else take over? Ha ha ha. Chu Baoying and He Jianan almost laughed themselves breathless. You can strip her of the spokesperson's identity? Who do you think you are? The head of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce? Yi Jing casually remarked, I'm not the head. I'm the Mu Hozhang Chinjura of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. He Jianan burst out laughing. His lungs almost exploded from laughing. Are you joking? All right. Before we just thought you were sweet-talking and deceiving our daughter. Now it seems you're really good at lying. You don't even blush when you talk nonsense. Chu Baoying said viciously, Get rid of this scum as soon as possible. He Jianan nodded. Yi Jing, let me tell you. I'll arrange for the security team of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce right away. If you haven't left by tomorrow, I'll have the entire security team drive you out of the city. I'd like to see what you can do then. Chu Baoying immediately said, Exactly. We should deal with such people with thunderous measures. As the two were talking, the electronic door lock suddenly buzzed. He Jianan quickly looked at the surveillance camera on the electronic door lock, which showed a young figure. Pressing the answer button, he heard the young figure say, Excuse me, is this the home of Ning Luo, the president of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? I heard her parents live here, and I'd like to pay a visit. He Jianan frowned. Who are you? The young figure immediately said, My name is Wen Shaoxin. I'm a senior executive at Fengshu Financial Company, and also a confidant of young master Fang Banghao. Today, I've come specifically to discuss the engagement. He Jianan's heart raced with excitement. Here it comes, finally. The engagement of Fang Ruodo's nephew. Finally here. Chu Baoying also became excited. Hurry up, old man. Open the door. What are you waiting for? This is our chance to rise to greatness. We absolutely can't miss it. He Jianan was troubled. But what about this guy? He glanced worriedly at Yi Jing. Our daughter is still entangled with this Yi Jing. Now that Fang Banghao's confidant is here, if he sees Yi Jing, he might notice something. Chu Baoying snorted angrily. Yi Jing, we told you to leave, but you didn't. Now you've caused trouble, haven't you? Let me tell you, if this matter falls through, I'll risk my life to deal with you. Chapter 541. It's not going to work. You're ruining our entire family's future. Yi Jing said calmly, Let Wen Shaoxin in. He knows me. The last time at the restaurant, Yi Jing had already met this Wen Shaoxin. You're still trying to fool us? Thinking we're easy to deceive, huh? Ho Baoying spoke quickly. Hurry up and go upstairs. Without our permission, you're not allowed to come down. You're not allowed to ruin our big plan. Do you understand? The villa had 3 floors, and the two of them immediately forced Yi Jing upstairs, locking the door at the staircase entrance to prevent him from coming down. Only then did they feel secure enough to welcome Wen Shaoxin inside. Are you Wen Shaoxin? He Jianan asked. We've heard of you. Wen Shaoxin smiled faintly. I'm just a high-ranking executive at the Fang Corporation. Nothing more than a bit of a reputation. Chu Baoying couldn't wait and asked, What did you just say about the betrothal? What's the deal? Wen Shaoxin immediately produced the betrothal document. Please take a look. This is the betrothal contract between Fang Banghao, the eldest young master of the Fang commercial empire, and your daughter Ning Luo. The last time I went to deliver it to Miss Ning Luo, she didn't accept it. So this time, I came to visit you too, hoping you could persuade Miss Ning Luo to accept this betrothal. Chu Baoying's eyes lit up instantly. This was a betrothal that led straight to a successful life. Once this betrothal took effect, the two of them would leap from the ordinary class to the upper echelons of society. At this moment, they felt incredibly fortunate. Before, they were just ordinary people. Having no children of their own, they had adopted an orphan named Ning Luo. Who would have thought they'd hit the jackpot? Ning Luo proved to be exceptionally talented in business, and through her own abilities, she managed to build up the framework of a trade association. Later, she became even more extraordinary, becoming the official spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Trade Association. Step by step, the old couple's greed grew ever more insatiable. They always felt that their lives were destined to be blessed by heaven, that they were meant to rely on their daughter to become the happiest parents in the world. Chu Baoying instinctively reached out to take the betrothal document. But He Jianan suddenly stopped her. Honey, didn't you hear him? Our daughter rejected it before. Chu Baoying was anxious. Can you just reject a betrothal like that? This is from the young master Fong Banghao. This represents our family's future. He Jianan quickly apologized to Wen Xiaoxin. Sorry, we need to discuss this among ourselves first. Please, have some water. Have some water. He quickly pulled Chu Baoying to the side. Honey, you're being foolish. Our daughter's business acumen, can it be compared to ours? Chu Baoying suddenly came to her senses. That's right. Our daughter is much smarter than us. Why would she reject such a great opportunity? He Jianan said, there must be a bigger plan at play. Think about it. When ordinary families marry off their daughters, they at least ask for a dowry, right? Chu Baoying nodded instinctively. He Jianan continued, this is Fong Banghao from the Fong Commercial Empire. He comes with just a betrothal document? No conditions? Chu Baoying immediately said, that doesn't make sense. At the very least, he should offer a few companies, some shares, right? Exactly. He Jianan said, I bet Fong Banghao has already been in contact with our daughter. It's just that the initial dowry hasn't been settled yet, which is why our daughter rejected it. What is this called? This is called setting a high price, waiting to sell at the right price. Our daughter is now the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Trade Association in Jinling. And the Fong Commercial Empire's next big plan is to expand its business territory, which will radiate from Jinling City, including surrounding provinces like Jiangsu and cities like Suzhou. Jinling is the most important. That's why our daughter is so crucial. That's why Fong Banghao is so eager to marry our daughter. Chu Baoying understood as well, her eyes lighting up. So our daughter is asking for more, and Fong Banghao is hesitating? He Jianan nodded. Exactly. If our daughter rejected it, there must be a reason. We can't mess things up for her. Otherwise, she could make billions from this. If we interfere, we might end up with nothing. Chu Baoying immediately retracted her hand. She dared not touch the betrothal document. Touching it would mean losing billions. She knew very well that billions were far more important. So when the old couple returned, their attitude had become more arrogant. Little one, you'll have to reconsider this matter. When Xiaoxin was getting anxious, there's no more time to reconsider. Our Fong Financial Corporation is about to hold its opening ceremony. When Xiaoxin was getting anxious, there's no more time to reconsider. Our Fong Financial Corporation is about to hold its opening ceremony. At that time, not only will representatives from the Fong Commercial Empire be present, but we might even invite high-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation Trade Association, and it's rumored that even the hidden power behind the scenes will attend. At that moment, if Miss Ning Luo stands beside young Master Fong Banghao, it would be a perfect match. It would be glorious. He Jianan revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, it was the Fong family who needed them now. They could shamelessly demand a higher price. Their daughter was right. Indeed, her business acumen was far beyond what they, as an old couple, could match. Chu Baoying also calmed down, and once she figured it out, she immediately showed some reluctance. I'm sorry, little one, this matter is not something we can interfere with. Although we are Ning Luo's parents, our daughter has always been very independent. Once she makes up her mind, we, as her parents, can't interfere. So if she rejects it, you'll have to work on her. You'll need to persuade her. Don't worry, we, as her parents, have no objections. As long as our daughter agrees, we will certainly agree. When Xiaoxin sighed inwardly, why was this task so difficult? When he went to see Ning Luo, she told him to get lost. And now, coming to her parents, they acted like a pair of cunning old foxes, unwilling to help persuade her. It seemed that the betrothal matter would have to be reconsidered. With that in mind, when Xiaoxin decided to temporarily put the betrothal document away. At least today wasn't a complete loss. The old couple wouldn't demand more, as long as Ning Luo was dealt with. There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. When Xiaoxin said, to be honest, this time I came as a scout, not only to settle the betrothal matter, but also to invite Dr. Yu. Chapter 542, A Visit. I'd like to ask, are you familiar with Dr. Yu? When Xiaoxin said apologetically, Although I am from Jinling City, I left at a young age and lived in the north. Here, I don't have any connections of my own. So after returning to Jinling City, whenever he encountered the Shin family or the He Jianan couple, he would ask if they had any connections to Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu? The couple, He Jianan and Chu Baoying, shook their heads. They had previously lived in the suburbs and had never even met Dr. Yu, so they were not familiar with him at all. After Ning Luo started making money, he often arranged for them to travel, and in the past year, they had been traveling abroad for long periods. Their understanding of Jinling City was even less than when Xiaoxin's. Seeing their reactions, when Xiaoxin understood what was going on. Then today, I've caused you a lot of trouble. When Xiaoxin was about to leave directly. But just as he was about to go, he noticed something was off. Wasn't that Yi Jing? Why is he here? He saw Yi Jing come out directly after breaking the door lock. Yi Jing, why are you out? Seeing Yi Jing come out, He Jianan and Chu Baoying were both panicked and furious. It seemed that the door lock earlier hadn't been properly locked, allowing Yi Jing to come downstairs. Their panic was because they were afraid Yi Jing would reveal something and ruin their family's big plans. Their anger was because Yi Jing had come out on his own, completely disregarding their orders. Was there no justice? No law? Didn't their words hold any weight anymore? Little did they know, the esteemed senior executive of the Fengshu financial company in their eyes, when Xiaoxin, upon seeing Yi Jing, bowed deeply. Mr. Yi Jing, please help me. Yi Jing looked at him indifferently. What do you want me to help with? When Xiaoxin quickly said, last time I saw Dr. Yu bow to you. You must be his master, right? That time at the restaurant, when Xiaoxin was far away and didn't hear the conversation between Dr. Yu and Yi Jing, but he did see Dr. Yu bow to Yi Jing. Plus, that time Dr. Yu said he was going in to find his mentor, so when Xiaoxin naturally assumed Yi Jing was Dr. Yu's mentor. Yi Jing directly said, I can't help with this. He left directly. Who was this when Xiaoxin working for? Who did he want Dr. Yu to save? Fang Banghao, a member of the Fengshu business empire. Now, Yi Jing and Fang Ruidao, behind the Fengshu business empire, were sworn enemies. How could he possibly help his enemies? It was out of the question. So Yi Jing directly refused. After speaking, Yi Jing left. When Xiaoxin stood there in a daze, He Jianan quickly came up. Mr. Wan, what are you doing? What did you ask Yi Jing to help with? Do you know him? Chu Baoying also looked over with confusion. Could it be that Yi Jing was some big shot? How could he make someone like Mr. Wan bow to him? When Xiaoxin recounted what he had seen and heard last time, I thought this Yi Jing was Dr. Yu's master, so I... Upon hearing this, He Jianan and Chu Baoying burst out laughing. Mr. Wan, you must have been mistaken. This Yi Jing is just a security team leader, working as a bodyguard under our daughter. How could he be a famous doctor? That Dr. Yu, although we haven't been back to Jinling much in recent years, we still know he's a renowned doctor in Jinling City. And this Yi Jing? He's not even originally from Jinling. He's just some country bumpkin from Jiang province. How could he be a famous doctor? You must have been mistaken. When Xiaoxin frowned, realizing he might have been wrong, he also found it strange. Dr. Yu was a man in his 60s or 70s with gray hair. His mentor would have to be an even older gentleman, right? But this Yi Jing? He was too young. Even if he had been studying medicine since birth, he couldn't possibly be the mentor of someone like Dr. Yu. I saw Dr. Yu bow to him last time. Chu Baoying laughed. That's easy to explain. It must have been for some other reason. Or maybe it was just a misunderstanding. That's why Dr. Yu bowed to Yi Jing. Just like today, you mistakenly thought Yi Jing was Dr. Yu's master, so you bowed to him and asked for his help. Maybe that day, Dr. Yu also misunderstood something and bowed. You should listen to us. We know Yi Jing too well. He's definitely not a famous doctor. He definitely doesn't know medicine. He Jianan also laughed. Mr. Wan, that Yi Jing is just a bodyguard under my daughter. How could we be wrong about that? You must have been mistaken. Only then did when Xiaoxin understand. He also showed a look of disdain and mockery. So he's just a bodyguard. What was he trying to act tough for? He suddenly remembered. At the dinner table, Shinsui had mentioned that Yi Jing seemed to have had some kind of engagement with her in the past. Later, The Shin family looked down on him and tore up the engagement papers. After that, Yi Jing kept making small moves, trying to get Shinsuyi to look up to him again. Everything became clear. Probably that day, Yi Jing had relied on some misunderstanding and deceit to make others think Dr. Yi was bowing to him. This trash almost got scammed by him. When Xiaoxin snorted angrily, he pondered that perhaps last time when he handed over the engagement papers to Ning Luo, it was also because Yi Jing was meddling. This caused Ning Luo not to accept the engagement papers immediately. Damn, what a scumbag. If it weren't for him, maybe I would have already completed these two tasks. When Xiaoxin felt annoyed, the Fong family's young master had given him these two tasks, and he had thought he could complete them quickly and gain favor with the young master. But it was all messed up by this Yi Jing. When Xiaoxin decided that if he ever met Yi Jing again, he wouldn't get away with it. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. The mayor of Jinling City has arrived. In the next moment, the mayor of Jinling City, accompanied by several staff members, entered the villa. SSS. The mayor of Jinling City is here? He Jianan and Chu Baoying were shocked. Such a big shot. Why would he come to their house? When Xiaoxin, however, seemed to have guessed something and remained quite calm, his expression also quite arrogant. He represented the Fengshu Financial Company, even the entire Fengshu business empire behind it. The mayor of Jinling City would have to treat him with respect. Indeed, after the mayor entered, he first saw Wen Xiaoxin and immediately forced out a few smiles. Mr. Wan, and the parents of Ning Hui, the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. After greeting them, he smiled and said, I heard from my subordinates that both parties are gathered here today, and since I was nearby, I came to pay a visit. Chapter 543, Impossible, right? He Jianan and Chu Baoying finally understood why the mayor had come. They represented the parents of Ning Luo, the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and by extension, the influence of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City. Meanwhile, when Xiaoxin represented the influence of the Fong commercial empire in Jinling City, the mayor had come with a request in mind. Realizing this, He Jianan and Chu Baoying immediately felt a surge of pride. They lifted their chins, feeling like they were above everyone else. Indeed, their family had risen in status. Even the mayor, such a high-ranking figure, had come to pay a visit. This was something they had never dared to dream of before. The two of them were floating on air, feeling as though they were about to ascend. After exchanging greetings with both sides, the mayor smiled and said, Unfortunately, President Ning Luo is not here today, or we would have been complete. He Jianan, with a smug expression, said casually, That's no problem. Our daughter listens to us. If you have anything to say, you can tell us directly. Chu Baoying also felt like she had risen above others and added, Yes, you can talk to us. We can make decisions too. The mayor gave a professional smile and said, The future development of Jinling City's economy will depend on both of you. With the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's billion-dollar investment and the expansion of the Fong commercial empire's territory, these are both great blessings for our city. I have no other requests. I only hope that both sides can cooperate and develop together, revitalizing and boosting Jinling City's economy. When Xiaoxin said coolly, I can't promise anything else, but when it comes to economic development, the Fong commercial empire is more than capable. You can rest assured, Mayor. He Jianan, mimicking Wen Xiaoxin's tone, said, We also represent our daughter and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's billion-dollar investment plan. Let me assure you that the investment has already been placed in my daughter's hands, and we will focus on developing Jinling City's economy. The mayor nodded. He had been in the area on official business and had stopped by for a brief visit. After exchanging a few words, he prepared to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out the door, he noticed a familiar car. That license plate? SSS. The mayor was startled. Last time, when he was outside the city dealing with the Su family of the 8 Great Families and the Eastern Association, that same car had appeared first, followed by Yi Jing arriving with a large group of experts. It was the exclusive vehicle of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's head of security. Mr. Yi is also here? Hearing the mayor's shocked words, the others behind him were puzzled. Mr. Yi? Who is that? Was there another big shot here besides the mayor? Although the mayor had been polite and had come to pay his respects to them, they were well aware that the mayor was actually paying respects to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and the Fong commercial empire behind them. They were merely benefiting from their backgrounds. The mayor was the real big shot. After all, he controlled the entire Jinling city. But now, from the mayor's tone, it seemed that this Mr. Yi was an even bigger figure. He Jianan followed the mayor's gaze and suddenly felt a pang of unease. Wasn't that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's car? And it seemed to be the one Yi Jing had driven over. Could the Mr. Yi the mayor was referring to be Yi Jing? Or was it just a coincidence of the same name? Thinking this, He Jianan quickly asked, "May I ask, who was the Mr. Yi you mentioned, Mayor?" The mayor said gravely, "He is a truly formidable figure." He glanced at He Jianan and Chu Baoying. The Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce is powerful, isn't it? But Mr. Yi isn't afraid of them at all. He then looked at Wen Shaoxin. The Fong commercial empire is powerful, isn't it? But Mr. Yi can stand on equal footing with them. Let me tell you, the mayor had personally witnessed Yi Jing kill Luo Qiming of the Special Protection Corps outside the city. Then, he had a phone conversation with Fong Ruodo, and even then, he didn't give Fong Ruodo any face. Such a ruthless man. Saying he stood on equal footing with the Fong commercial empire was already giving them face. If the mayor had one person he feared, it was this Yi Jing. SSS. Both sides gasped in shock after hearing the mayor's words. Such a big shot? Their masters behind them weren't even on the same level. He Jianan, Chu Baoying, and Wen Shaoxin all quickly looked toward the car, eager to see who was inside. The mayor hurried over, knocked on the car window, and said respectfully, "I pay my respects to Mr. Yi. I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me." Yi Jing rolled down the window and glanced at the mayor indifferently. "It's fine. I was just adjusting the car's music. Is there something you need?" Yi Jing had just come out and was planning to tune into some music before driving off when the mayor of Jinling City showed up. The mayor quickly said, No, I just saw you here and came over to pay my respects." Yi Jing waved his hand. "All right, I'm leaving if there's nothing else." He started the car and drove off. The mayor waved behind him, watching until the car was out of sight before turning back. He Jianan, Chu Baoying, and Wen Shaoxin were completely stunned. Although they were far away, they had clearly seen that the person in the car was none other than Yi Jing, whom they had just ridiculed and belittled. Wen Shaoxin's voice trembled. "Didn't you say he was just a worthless, spineless nobody? So how did he become such a big shot?" When Shaoxin thought of all the insults and mockery he had thrown at Yi Jing earlier and felt a chill run down his spine. How did his status compare to the mayor's? It was far inferior. Yet, even the mayor had to treat Yi Jing with such respect, while he had looked down on Yi Jing. If Yi Jing took offense and retaliated, could he withstand it? Would the Fong financial company behind him even stand up for him? Once they found out he had offended such a big shot, they would probably just fire him. He Jianan and Chu Baoying were also in a state of confusion. This Yi Jing was just a security team leader, right? When did he become such a big shot? Do you think the mayor might have mistaken him for someone else? The mayor must have confused Yi Jing with some other real big shot, right? Could a big shot really come and work as a security team leader? Impossible, right? Chu Baoying quickly added, "Definitely. The mayor must have made a mistake. If Yi Jing was really such a big shot, why would he come to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and be just a small security team leader?" Wen Shaoxin also came to his senses. "You're right." Chapter 544, A Pillar of Strength. Wen Shaoxin analyzed, if the mayor said that Yi Jing is just a slightly bigger figure, then it might be possible. But he said that Yi Jing is a figure who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and the Fong commercial empire, which is a bit too exaggerated. The more exaggerated it is, the more likely it is to be false. Wen Shaoxin said lightly, "I guess we're just overthinking it. How could he be such a big figure?" Wen Shaoxin soon left. However, the three of them had already developed some thoughts and doubts in their hearts. Just who exactly is this Yi Jing? Is he really a big figure? Mistakes like misidentification shouldn't happen to someone as powerful as the mayor, right? But to say that Yi Jing is such a big figure is indeed hard to believe. The three of them were all conflicted and full of doubt. After leaving the villa, when Xiaoxin hurried to the herbal medicine hall of Dr. Yu. "Excuse me, is Dr. Yu here?" When Xiaoxin came with full sincerity. "Dr. Yu, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." After saying that, when Xiaoxin gestured with a wave of his hand, "Bring it up." Immediately, a dozen people carried up a dozen large boxes. Dr. Yu frowned. "What are you doing?" This when Xiaoxin had met him once before, saying he wanted to invite him to treat someone named Fong the Great Young Master. But last time, he could clearly feel that his mentor, Yi Jing, was unwilling to treat this Fong the Great Young Master. Since his mentor forbade it, Dr. Yu naturally wouldn't treat him. However, this one Xiaoxin was offering far too much. When those dozen large boxes were opened, Dr. Yu's eyes widened. So much. The contents weren't gold or silver jewelry. If they were, Dr. Yu would have kicked when Xiaoxin out immediately. Inside were all kinds of precious Chinese medicinal herbs, many of which Dr. Yu couldn't even buy. With so many precious medicinal herbs, how many people could be saved? How many patients could be given a second chance at life? Dr. Yu's eyes couldn't help but be drawn to them. Seeing Dr. Yu's reaction, when Xiaoxin revealed a faint smile. "Can't handle you doctors? This is called catering to your interests. Dr. Yu, I'm not asking for much. Just come with me and take a look at our Fong the Great Young Master. Healing the sick is what you doctors do. You shouldn't refuse. And our fee should be enough, right?" Dr. Yu remained silent for a moment before saying lightly, "The fee is enough, but..." When Xiaoxin grew anxious, "You can't be so stubborn. The fee is enough, isn't it?" Dr. Yu said, "In that case, I'll send my senior disciple, Bai Jingxian, to go. He has inherited my skills." Unable to persuade Dr. Yu, when Xiaoxin had no choice but to settle for second best, he found Dr. Yu's senior disciple, Bai Jingxian. "Dr. Bai, before going to treat Fong the Great Young Master, I'd like to ask you to first go to the Jinling Yi family and treat their daughter. She has the same illness as our Fong the Great Young Master." When Xiaoxin wasn't sure how skilled this senior disciple, Bai Jingxian, really was, so he thought of testing his skills first with someone else. Of course, this someone else was the daughter of the prestigious Jinling Yi family, who was also a famous actress, not an ordinary person. If he could really cure her, then introducing him to Fong the Great Young Master would be a great merit. When Xiaoxin said, "Dr. Bai, rest assured, the fee will be paid in full," Bai Jingxian nodded, "Lead the way." When Xiaoxin, being in Jinling, needed to pay a visit to the Yi family, so he took this opportunity to do so. In a short while, the two arrived at the Yi family estate. At the same time, Tang Puyuan, the Tang Old Master, also called Yi Jing. "Mr. Yi, I have a friend whose daughter is seriously ill. Could you please help take a look?" Tang Puyuan was, to be honest, quite uneasy about making this call to Yi Jing. If it were back when he first met Yi Jing and didn't know much about him, making the call would have been no big deal. But as he learned more about Yi Jing, especially after experiencing several major crises in Jinling, he became acutely aware that Yi Jing was probably no ordinary man. To ask such a person to treat his old friend's daughter? Would he even agree? As expected, Yi Jing was silent on the other end of the phone for a moment. But soon, Yi Jing asked, "Which friend are you talking about?" Tang Puyuan quickly replied, "It's the Jinling Yi family." Jinling Yi family? Yi Jing had heard that the Jinling Yi family had a very good relationship with the Fong family. As the family in Jinling with the most connections to the Fong commercial empire, the Yi family had many industries that complemented the Fong families. So this time, when the Fong commercial empire arrived in Jinling, they were likely to befriend the Yi family, using them as a stepping stone to expand their business empire. Alright, I agree. Since they were friends of the enemy, Yi Jing might as well take a look. Perhaps, along this line, he could find some important figures from the Fong family. Then, through these important figures, he could find Fong Ruodo. Fong Ruodo was a very cautious and careful person, with many stand-ins and decoys, and he would hide his true self well. Finding him to seek revenge wouldn't be easy. So Yi Jing needed more and more accurate clues. Upon hearing Yi Jing's agreement, Tang Puyuan was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Great, great. I'll have my son Tang Zheng come to pick you up." A short while later, Tang Zheng drove and picked up Yi Jing, arriving at the Yi family estate. Tang Zheng respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, this is it. The person who is ill is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, also a celebrity, Yi Legging." Yi Jing was slightly taken aback. Yi Legging? In recent days, Yi Jing had often heard Yi Legging's songs. Ning Luo was very fond of a few of Yi Legging's popular songs and often played them in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce building. As a result, Yi Jing had heard them quite a bit and found them quite refreshing and pleasant. Upon entering the Yi family estate, Tang Jing quickly greeted, "Uncle Yi, where is Sister Yi Legging? My father has invited a great doctor to come and treat Sister Yi Legging." The head of the Yi family smiled. "Master Tang is very thoughtful, but there is already a distinguished guest who has invited a renowned doctor to treat my daughter. Please wait a moment." Tang Jing frowned. "Already someone here? May I ask who?" The head of the Yi family smiled proudly. "It's someone from the Fong commercial empire, who has specially invited a renowned doctor to treat my daughter." He spoke with great pride. Many of the Yi family's assets were backed by the Fong commercial empire. But since the Fong commercial empire's territory was always in the north, this time they were finally expanding to the south, and the Yi family had finally found a pillar of support. Chapter 545. How could this be? Tang Zheng felt a pang of regret. Why had he arrived late? Someone else had already beaten him to it. This merit was likely no longer his. He had quite a fondness for the Yi family's daughter, the actress Yi Ligao. "All right then, Uncle Yi, we'll wait a little longer," Tang Jing said apologetically. "Mr. Yi, it seems we won't be needed for the treatment. We'll just watch from the side." Yi Jing, however, furrowed his brows slightly. Through the crack in the door, he could see that the patient inside was in serious condition. Yet, the so-called renowned doctor was using a remarkably crude method to treat her. "Stop," Yi Jing spoke up directly. "If you continue treating her like this, the patient will die." "Who's out there?" Inside, someone shouted angrily. "Who's making such reckless comments? Such words shouldn't be spoken lightly." "How unlucky. Whoever's out there, get out of here." The Yi family members were all furious. Who would want to hear that a family member was on the brink of death? The door was swiftly pulled open from inside. "Who's making such noise outside?" The head of the Yi family, displeased, looked outside. Tang Zheng, seeing the furious expression of the Yi patriarch, was frightened. "I'm sorry, Uncle Yi. It was us who said that." The Yi patriarch frowned. "You're not the type to speak like that, and that voice didn't sound like yours." Then, his gaze fell on Yi Jing. "Was it you who said that?" Yi Jing nodded. "If you continue letting that so-called renowned doctor treat her, the patient will die within 5 minutes, vomiting blood." Upon hearing Yi Jing's words, another figure emerged from inside. "I thought who it was. It's you, the bodyguard captain." When Xiaoxin stepped out, his gaze uncertain as he looked at Yi Jing. In the eyes of Ning Luo's parents, Yi Jing was merely a bodyguard captain, not a significant figure. However, according to the city mayor, he was a mastermind on par with Fong Ruodo, the head of the Fong business empire. When Xiaoxin had been vacillating in his thoughts, but more often than not, he leaned toward the idea that Yi Jing was just an ordinary person. After all, how many such high-level figures were there in the entire country? It was unlikely that he would just happen to run into one, let alone have them willingly serve as a bodyguard captain. That was absurd. Now, hearing Yi Jing's words with his own ears, when Xiaoxin was even more convinced of his suspicions. To speak so boldly, as if he also possessed medical skills, made it even less likely that he was a big shot. After all, which big shot would claim to be a doctor and predict someone's death? "Mr. E, I know this Yi Jing. He's just a bodyguard captain and knows nothing about medicine. His claim that the patient will die is nothing but a curse." The Yi patriarch's face darkened. However, considering that Yi Jing was brought by Tang Zheng, he didn't erupt in anger on the spot, though his expression remained grim. "Young man, even if you're a doctor brought by Tang Zheng, You shouldn't speak recklessly, understand? Yi Jing replied calmly, if you want to see your daughter die in 5 minutes, I don't care. You're still speaking nonsense? The Yi family members behind him couldn't hold back anymore. 5 minutes to death? How could it be that serious? The doctor invited by Mr. Wan is by Jingxian, the close disciple of the renowned Dr. Yu. Even if his treatment isn't effective, it shouldn't result in death within 5 minutes, right? This man is just spreading panic and cursing. The Yi patriarch's face also darkened. I ask you, who are you? How dare you speak so boldly? Yi Jing, I'm not affiliated with any medical institution. I just study medicine on my own. Humph. The Yi family members all snorted coldly. Not even a doctor, yet you dare to speak so boldly? Nonsense. The Yi patriarch's face showed signs of anger as he looked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, out of respect for your father, I'll give you some face and not kick you out on the spot, but you need to control the people you bring. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Tang Zheng's face was also a bit awkward. He quickly said, Mr. Yi, please say less. I heard from my father that your medical skills are very proficient. You treated his illness, but different fields require different expertise. My father's illness and Yi Ligeo's are clearly not in the same category. If you're not sure, don't speak carelessly. Yi Jing chuckled. Tang Zheng, I came to help you out of respect for old Tang. If you think I'm speaking nonsense, you don't have to invite me. He was about to leave. Before coming, he had mainly wanted to take a look. The Yi family, as the vanguard of the Feng business empire, was the first stop in his plans, and he wanted to see if it could provide any leads. But since they were so wary of him and didn't want him to get involved, Yi Jing didn't care. He had plenty of other ways to follow this lead. There was no need to insist on treating Yi Ligeo. So Yi Jing stood up to leave. Tang Zheng panicked immediately. No, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. He forced a smile. I was just in a hurry earlier. My father told me about your medical skills. He said you've treated several patients that big hospitals couldn't cure, and he saw it with his own eyes. He told me never to doubt your medical skills. It's just, the Yi family doesn't know this. Please forgive them. As the two were talking, a sudden cry of alarm came from inside. This is bad. Why is she suddenly vomiting blood? What's happening? Doctor, come quickly. Why is my sister vomiting blood? The Yi patriarch also rushed in, panic-stricken, and was shocked at what he saw. His daughter, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, had been breathing steadily and showing stable vital signs. But now, she was uncontrollably vomiting large amounts of blood, and the blood was dark, clearly indicating a serious problem. He grabbed by Jingxian, who had been treating Yi Ligeo. Explain. What's going on? Why is my daughter vomiting blood? And why is the blood so dark? Is she poisoned? Although they didn't understand medicine, they all knew that blood was supposed to be red. How could the blood she was vomiting be black? This clearly indicated poisoning. Everyone in the Yi family turned furious, glaring at Bai Jingxian. Bai Jingxian was also panicking. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be. The supplements I gave her were all for invigorating blood and Sutong Jinglua, unblocking meridians, to help her regain strength and wake up. Why would this cause her to vomit blood? And the blood color is like, she's been poisoned. Bai Jingxian was now in a state of panic. Don't worry, I'll ask my teacher, Dr. Yu, to find out. Chapter 546. Even your master can't do it. At this moment, Yi Jing calmly said, no need to ask your master. Even he can't cure it. Yi Jing had a good understanding of Dr. Yu's medical skills. Even if Dr. Yu were here, he would likely continue with Bai Jinxiang's treatment method. What do you mean? Bai Jinxiang frowned. Yi Jing, your treatment approach is fundamentally wrong. But what did it have to do with him? After saying this, Yi Jing stood up and left directly. The Yi family members, including the head of the Yi family, were now panicked and at a loss. But they also knew that the young doctor who had just spoken seemed to be right. He said she would vomit blood in 5 minutes, and she did. However, he also said she would die in 5 minutes. Thinking about the possibility of death, everyone became even more flustered. No good, hurry and bring that doctor back, or my sister will die. Hurry and go get him. This Bai Jinxiang is just a quack. Bai Jinxiang suddenly exclaimed, that person just now. I think I recognize him. The Yi family members glared at him angrily. How dare you speak? Look at what kind of treatment you've given. You've made her vomit blood. That doctor just said your treatment approach is completely wrong. Do you admit he's right? Bai Jinxiang nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's right. Everyone was stunned. How quickly did your attitude change? Unexpectedly, Bai Jinxiang suddenly said, didn't I tell you before? My master, Dr. Yu, recently recognized a new master. That person just now. It seems to be the voice of my new master. Everyone was dumbfounded. The young doctor just now was Bai Jinxiang's new master? Was he Dr. Yu's master? Everyone's hearts trembled. Just now, they had all insulted Yi Jing profusely. They had said Yi Jing didn't know anything and scolded him for not speaking out of turn. The head of the Yi family also suddenly changed color and quickly said, hurry, go out and invite that divine doctor back. When Xiaoxin's face also looked a bit uncomfortable. So this Yi Jing was actually a doctor, and indeed Dr. Yu's master? His second important task this time was to invite Dr. Yu back, and now it seemed that Bai Jinxiang's medical skills were no good. Even according to what Yi Jing said, even Dr. Yu might not be able to handle this illness, as his treatment approach was fundamentally flawed. When Xiaoxin also felt a bit of fear in his heart. If he had directly brought Dr. Yu back, it might have been a bad thing. Fortunately, Yi Jing had intervened. Otherwise, when Dr. Yu treated Feng the young master and made him vomit black blood, everything would have been ruined. Outside the Yi family residence. First, Tang Zhang chased out, followed by several members of the Yi family, panting as they ran after him. Mr. Yi, please don't hold it against them. Go back and take a look at Yileg's illness. Yes, Mr. Yi, just now it was our fault. We were wrong. We didn't know anything, and we're just speaking nonsense. If you don't go back, my younger sister's life will be lost. Thinking of what Yi Jing had said earlier, that his younger sister would live for at most 5 more minutes, everyone's hearts were filled with panic. Yi Jing sneered, you didn't believe me, did you? The Yi family members were all filled with regret, their faces showing pleading and embarrassment. Mr. Yi, we were wrong. We believe you now. That Bai Jinxiang just now is a quack. He doesn't know how to treat illnesses. You were right. If only we had listened to you from the beginning. Everyone was filled with regret. Just then, a figure rushed over from outside. It was Dr. Yu, hurrying over. Master, you're also here. Dr. Yu arrived and was surprised to find Yi Jing there. Master, I came over to stop Bai Jinxiang. I heard he was going to treat the daughter of the Yi family head, Yileg, but I just discovered from studying ancient prescriptions that the treatment approach I taught him is completely wrong. Yi Jing showed a hint of approval. At least Dr. Yu wasn't too foolish. So, in your opinion, what treatment approach should be used? Dr. Yu quickly replied, I haven't quite figured it out yet. I just wanted to come over and stop Bai Jinxiang from treating. Yi Jing shook his head, but it's too late. Bai Jinxiang has already treated Yileg according to your approach. Now, Yileg has started vomiting blood and can only live for a few more minutes. Dr. Yu was dumbfounded. He, that disciple of mine, has already treated her? At this moment, seeing that Yi Jing still hadn't been brought back, the head of the Yi family panicked and ran out personally to invite him. Thud. The head of the Yi family directly knelt before Yi Jing. Divine doctor, I was wrong, but my daughter is innocent. She is now vomiting blood profusely. Please go back and save her life. If you don't go, she will. The head of the Yi family couldn't continue. Dr. Yu beside him was shocked. She's already vomiting blood? It's over, it's over. Dr. Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back. His reputation as a doctor had been hard-earned, and if this failed, it would likely be affected. Yi Jing ignored the head of the Yi family and continued to ask Dr. Yu, I ask you, if you were to change the treatment approach, what would you do? Dr. Yu's mind went blank, and he instinctively said, I should first make the patient vomit the medicine from her stomach, and then use a purgative method to detoxify her. As he spoke, Dr. Yu's thoughts began to flow more smoothly. Yes, The treatment approach should be reversed. Instead of nourishing and invigorating the blood, we should focus on detoxifying the patient. Yijing showed a smile. Doctor, you still had some foundation and potential. But master, doing so would be too much for a patient who is already frail. Yijing said calmly, this would require using the 7 needles of the Xin Min first to sustain her life. Dr. Yu's eyes lit up. Yes. This way, the patient can be saved. Master, thank you. Dr. Yu deeply knelt down. He understood that Yijing was using this opportunity to teach him medicine. The head of the Yi family also realized, so his daughter still had a chance? Yijing then looked at the head of the Yi family. Let's go. The head of the Yi family was overjoyed and quickly made a gesture of invitation. Please. A moment later, Yijing and Dr. Yu were both invited into the sick room. Following Yijing's earlier approach, they first used the 7 needles of the Xin Min to sustain the patient's life. Then, using a detoxification method, they made the patient excrete the toxins through her body. 20 minutes later, Ileg on the bed slowly regained consciousness. Dad, brother. What's happening to me? Chapter 547. Changing Tactics. Iligeo was weak and pale. Sister, you're finally awake. Daughter, don't speak for now. The 2 divine doctors are treating you, so just cooperate with them. Iligeo nodded and looked gratefully at you, the divine doctor, and Yijing, who were standing by her bed, showing her appreciation. Thank you, both of you. When Xiaoxin, who was standing nearby, looked on with a strange expression. So, Yijing really is a divine doctor, and his medical skills are so extraordinary. Iligeo, who had been on the brink of death just moments ago, was already recovering. It seems I have to find a way to invite Yijing to treat Feng Banghao, the young master of the Feng family. After Yijing and you, the divine doctor, finished their treatment, the Yi family offered Yijing 5 million in consultation fees. However, this amount was now just a drop in the bucket for Yijing. What he valued more was obtaining the contact information of the head of the Yi family. On the surface, it was to ensure Iligeo would need follow-up consultations to monitor her condition. In reality, Yijing intended to use the Yi family as a lead to track down Feng Ruodo's whereabouts in the future. After Yijing and you, the divine doctor, left, when Xiaoxin congratulated, head of the Yi family, congratulations, Iligeo is finally recovering. He awkwardly added, however, the Bai Jingxi and I brought along didn't really help. On the contrary, he almost caused Iligeo's death. The head of the Yi family, now in a good mood, decided not to pursue the matter further. Besides, the responsibility didn't lie with Wen Xiaoxin. Moreover, as a high-ranking executive sent by the Feng commercial empire, Wen Xiaoxin was someone he needed to curry favor with. It's all right. This wasn't your intention, and you brought a renowned doctor with good intentions. You can't be blamed for that. When Xiaoxin said, head of the Yi family, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. The head of the Yi family quickly replied, feel free to ask. Whatever you need. The Yi family's rise to prominence was largely due to the Feng commercial empire. So, in his eyes, Wen Xiaoxin was akin to an imperial envoy, someone he had to treat with the utmost respect. If he could fulfill Wen Xiaoxin's requests and leave a good impression on the Feng commercial empire, perhaps the Yi family could gain even more resources. When Xiaoxin explained, this time, young Master Feng Banghao assigned me 2 tasks. At the mention of Feng Banghao's name, the head of the Yi family's expression turned serious. Please go ahead. When Xiaoxin continued, the first one you probably know about. Besides expanding the commercial empire, the most important thing for young Master Feng Banghao right now is his engagement. The head of the Yi family nodded. I've heard. Young Master Feng Banghao wishes to marry Miss Ning Luo. He smiled. These 2 are a perfect match. One is a key figure in the Feng commercial empire, and the other is the official representative of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling. If they were to marry, it would become a legendary tale in Jinling. When Xiaoxin smiled, that's exactly what I want the head of the Yi family to help with. I've heard that the Yi family has a good relationship with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The head of the Yi family nodded slightly. We do have a good relationship. During the early years of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, our Yi family often helped them secure orders. It's fair to say that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's rise owes at least half to our Yi family. However, after the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce became successful, our Yi family also changed our business direction, so our relationship with them became somewhat distant. When Xiaoxin suggested, "Could you host a banquet and act as a mediator to invite Miss Ning Luo? That way, I can present the betrothal document to her." Last time, when Xiaoxin failed to deliver the betrothal document, feeling that his sincerity wasn't enough, he had a follow-up call with Fang Banghao, who decided to show more sincerity this time by offering some company shares as a dowry for Ning Luo. He believed that this time, Ning Luo would surely be tempted. No matter how proud Ning Luo was, at her core, she was still a businesswoman. What do businesswomen value most? Profit. With enough benefits, the company shares would surely capture the attention of a woman like Ning Luo. The head of the Yi family immediately agreed. All right, this is doable. Although I haven't been in frequent contact with President Ning Luo lately, we still have some personal connections. I'll take care of this. When Xiaoxin smiled, "Great, then I'll be waiting for your good news." That evening, at the Jinling Lakeside Center Hotel, the head of the Yi family hosted a banquet, inviting Ning Luo and Wen Xiaoxin. "Head of the Yi family, you're too kind," Ning Luo said, arriving with a few high-ranking executives from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "You helped me so much back then. Without you, there wouldn't have been the rise of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." Ning Luo smiled as she introduced the head of the Yi family to several senior executives of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. "This is the head of the Yi family. Back when the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was just starting out, none of you were here yet. At that time, we had very few orders and few members joining the chamber. It was a difficult period for us, struggling to survive. Thanks to Chairman Yi, who consistently provided us with orders, we were able to survive during those tough times." The few executives all offered polite smiles. Yi Jiashuren laughed heartily. Why bring up those old stories? However, later on, our family shifted our business focus. Otherwise, our collaboration could have continued indefinitely. Ning Luo inquired curiously, "Mr. Yi, did your family change business directions back then because the Fang commercial empire behind you also changed its direction?"
一家主点头道：“确实如此。我们一家在金陵不过是方氏集团的一个前哨站，许多事情都不是我们能决定的。”
Ning Luo, I have someone important to introduce to you today. The door to the private room opened. When Xiaoxin entered the room, holding a glass of champagne. When Ning Luo saw Wen Xiaoxin, her expression immediately darkened. She had directly rejected Wen Xiaoxin last time, and it was clear that he was here again today to discuss the marriage contract. As expected, when Xiaoxin began, "Chairwoman Ning Luo, I specifically asked Director Yi to serve as a mediator today because I wanted to discuss the betrothal document with you again." Ning Luo's expression turned cold. "There's nothing to discuss. There is no possibility between me and Fang Banghao."
温少卿笑着说道：“别这么快就下定论。
Take a look at this gift list. It was specially selected by our young master Fang Banghao. These items can be offered as betrothal gifts to you." Ning Luo glanced at the contents of the dowry list and couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. The list of gifts was so extravagant that even the usually composed Yi Jiazhu, head of the Yi family, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This dowry list is truly extravagant. If this were offered to the Yi family, the patriarch would almost be willing to marry off his own daughter. Ning Luo's eyes narrowed, but in the end, she still refused. Chapter 548. Sudden Outburst of Anger. The lavish gift list left everyone unable to look away. Even Ning Luo, who was usually composed, felt a strong attraction to it at this moment. Indeed, as a businesswoman, what she valued most was profit. Whether this could help her Chamber of Commerce grow even stronger. If it were before she met Yi Jing, she probably would have chosen this gift list with high probability. But now, whenever she thought of the figure of that man in her mind, she instinctively rejected this gift list and everyone else. Ning Luo looked at Wen Xiaoxin. "I will not accept this gift list." Wen Xiaoxin's expression immediately changed. This was already the greatest sincerity he could muster after much negotiation with his superiors. Even so, he had assured Fang Banghao that this offer would definitely sway Ning Luo and that the marriage contract would be secured. Yet now, Ning Luo had outright rejected it again? When Xiaoxin's face grew grim as he asked, Chairwoman Ning, are you dissatisfied with this gift list? Ning Luo replied directly, Mr. Wan, I won't beat around the bush with you. I already have a boyfriend, and we are very much in love, heading towards marriage. So tell Fong Banghao behind you to give up on this idea. In her heart, she thought, with how much she was drawn to Yi Jing, he must also be willing to marry her, right? Surely, he must. You have a boyfriend? When Xiaoxin furrowed his brows. So the issue lies here? But how could any man compare to Fong Banghao, such a fine young master? When Xiaoxin even thought that if he were a woman, he would certainly choose Fong Banghao. May I ask who your boyfriend is? When Xiaoxin was eager to know which man in the world could be better than Fong Banghao, the nearby head of the Yi family also perked up his ears, curious to hear who this man was. But how could Ning Luo reveal it so easily? What if Fong Banghao took a dislike to Yi Jing and started making things difficult for him? Ning Luo knew Fong Banghao's influence was vast and not to be trifled with. She wouldn't bring trouble to Yi Jing. I'm sorry, but this is a private matter and I don't wish to share it with you. When Xiaoxin frowned, Chairwoman Ning, our Fong Banghao is the young master of the Fong commercial empire, one of the core figures of the entire empire. Not only in the future, but even now, the sectors and companies he oversees far surpass what you have. The head of the Yi family also chimed in. Miss Ning, I don't know who your boyfriend is, but no matter what, he can't compare to Fong Banghao. Looking across the entire country, at this young age, in terms of status, identity, or future prospects, who can match Fong Banghao? If it weren't for Fong Banghao not taking a liking to my daughter, I would have wanted to marry her to Fong Banghao. The two men went to great lengths to extol Fong Banghao's virtues. Ning Luo nodded. You don't need to say more. I know Fong Banghao is excellent, but I've never met him and don't know what kind of person he is, so I won't choose him. She recalled the moments when Yi Jing stood before her, shielding her from danger. Throughout her life, she had already given up a lot for the sake of profit. She couldn't possibly sacrifice herself as well, could she? In matters of marriage, this was the one decision she wanted to make on her own. She only wanted to marry someone who could protect her. When Xiaoxin grew anxious, why? I can't understand, Ning Luo. Aren't you just the spokesperson for the Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City? Let me tell you, that spokesperson position is very unstable. Today you are the spokesperson, but will you still be tomorrow? If you somehow upset someone higher up, they can remove you at any time. Or if you fail to meet their expectations, they can dismiss you without hesitation. Why not seize this opportunity to marry Fong Banghao and secure your social ascent? What are you thinking? I'm doing this for your own good. The head of the Yi family also advised. Indeed, what Mr. Wen says makes sense. Ning Luo, the real power you hold is just within your small Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The spokesperson title sounds impressive, but it could vanish any day. But Fong Banghao is the nephew of Fong Ruodo, and with such a family background, there's no chance of anything going wrong. Marrying now would be a powerful alliance, sure to achieve great things. Even if your spokesperson position is lost in the future, you'll still have Fong Banghao as your backing, and things won't be bad. Ning Luo shook her head. It's not as simple as you make it out to be. My spokesperson position is indeed unstable, but as long as I perform well, why would they remove me without cause? And what you're suggesting, that marrying Fong Banghao would make everything perfect, have you considered that such a marriage is equally unstable? What if one day I'm no longer the spokesperson for the Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Will Fong Banghao still want to marry me then? If he's only interested in me because of my spokesperson status, then when another woman takes that position, will he divorce me to marry her instead? When Xiaoxin and the head of the Yi family were momentarily speechless, they had to admit that Ning Luo's mind was too sharp, her thoughts too clear. The arguments they had presented earlier didn't hold up at all. I'm sorry. Ning Luo stood up directly. Head of the Yi family, Mr. Wan, I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With that, she didn't plan to stay any longer and made to leave. Stop right there. When Xiaoxin, suppressing his anger, snapped, Ning Luo, Are you really going to reject us so harshly and leave like this? His temper flared. After all, he had made a vow to Fong Banghao. He had pleaded with his superiors for such a generous dowry. If he couldn't even secure Ning Luo with this, how would others within the Fong group view him? Would they think he had no capability at all? What face would he have left as a high-ranking executive? Ning Luo sneered, "What, are you going to forcibly stop me from leaving? Let me tell you, I came today because of the Yi family head's invitation. You, Mr. Wan, mean nothing to me. And this is a society governed by the rule of law. I don't believe you dare to lay a hand on me." With that, she left without hesitation. Stop her. I'd like to see her dare to walk out of here today. When Xiaoxin erupted in fury. Chapter 549. Join us soon. Come here. When Xiaoxin shouted, and several people entered from outside, glaring at Ning Luo with malicious intent. Ning Luo, try walking out now and see what happens, when Xiaoxin said, his face contorted with rage. Ning Luo frowned as she looked at the burly men who had entered. When executive, I advise you to reconsider. If I call the authorities now because of your actions? Shut up. When Xiaoxin snapped coldly. Ning Luo, I don't think you realize your current situation. Next to him, the head of the Yi family quickly interjected, "Everyone, calm down. When executive, don't rush things. Let me talk to President Ning." President Ning, there's no need to get so worked up over just an engagement. Life isn't so black and white. You just don't know Fong Banghao, the young master, well enough. Maybe you should agree first and get to know him better. After all, it's just an engagement letter, not an immediate wedding. Once you get to know him, you might even end up liking him. When Xiaoxin cut in coldly, no need. Head of the Yi family, you don't have to persuade her anymore. She's just relying on her position as the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. But does she know that this position can be easily undermined? Ning Luo's expression changed. When Xiaoxin, what do you mean? What did he mean? When Xiaoxin chuckled coldly and clapped his hands several times. 3 people walked in from outside. Upon seeing them, Ning Luo's face turned pale. Why are you here? These 3 were all high-ranking executives of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, directly responsible for liaising with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. In other words, apart from Yi Jing, the main liaison, these 3 were the ones handling all the billion-dollar investments from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Yi Jing had mostly been a figurehead, only selecting initial partners at the beginning, and then leaving the rest to these 3. Currently, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's dealings with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce were entirely managed by these 3 individuals. Ning Luo thought of a terrifying possibility. If when Xiaoxin had truly taken control of these 3, he could bypass her and Yi Jing, directly liaising with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. This was what he meant by undermining her authority. Indeed, when Xiaoxin said calmly, Ning Luo, you must be very familiar with these people. But now, they've all been bought by me. In other words, they now only follow my orders. Whatever I tell them to do, they will do. They can completely bypass you, follow my orders, and directly liaise with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. That means the Fong commercial empire now fully controls the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's power in Jinling City. As for you, Ning Luo, you're no longer of any use. When Xiaoxin shook his head. Originally, I planned to talk this out with you, but since you're so uncooperative, I had no choice but to take this approach. Ning Luo's face was as cold as frost, her heart trembling. She hated most of all the betrayal of her subordinates. When did you? Ning Luo's voice trembled. When did you betray me? The 3 executives, now facing Ning Luo, were somewhat embarrassed, their faces flushed, their eyes wandering. However, they felt confident, as when Xiaoxin had promised them enough to face Ning Luo's fury without worry. So, they turned around and tried to persuade Ning Luo. President Ning, just agree. It's just an engagement letter. You're actually getting the better end of the deal. Even if you're the spokesperson, what does that matter? You're just the spokesperson for Jinling City, while young Master Fong is one of the core figures of the entire Fong Empire in the Huagua region. How can you compare? Even at your peak, you were still out of his league. and your peak could be taken away at any moment. How dare you refuse? Another female executive chimed in earnestly, President Ning, even if you don't agree, the three of us can bypass you and directly liaise with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and young Master Fong. What use will you be then? Right now, one executive is still being polite to you, giving you some face. Once the real confrontation happens, what use will you be then? On the surface, you'll still be the spokesperson, but in reality, we can completely control and bypass you. People outside will still think you're the spokesperson. So why make things difficult for yourself? Ning Luo's face turned pale. Why? Why would you treat me like this? I've treated you well. I've given you double the salary of what other chambers offer. The three executives shook their heads. Double the salary? Isn't that the least you should do? Look at what we're in charge of, the billion-dollar investment plan from the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. That's $1 billion. You've made a fortune from it, and you only give us double? We still think it's too little. Ning Luo's expression darkened. That double salary was paid out of my own pocket. That billion-dollar investment plan, while called $1 billion, every penny was used properly, in company collaborations. I didn't take a single cent from it. Pfft, that's because you didn't take it, the female executive retorted coldly. Who told you not to take it? You wanted to be virtuous, earn a good reputation, leave a good impression on the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, and make achievements through this billion-dollar investment plan. But what about us? We only get double the salary. Do you think we're satisfied? Now, when executive is offering us better deals, why wouldn't we switch sides? Ning Luo realized she couldn't argue with these people. Heh, President Ning, we advise you to reconsider and join us soon. Outside, members of the security team responsible for Ning Luo's safety checked the time. Why hasn't President Ning come down yet? The driver also wondered. She should be down by now. Maybe we should call President Ning to confirm. These members of the security team, being subordinates of Yi Jing, even including some from the Qi Dragon faction he had planted, were very obedient to Yi Jing's instructions. Mr. Yi said that if Miss Ning Luo is in danger, we can call him directly. The two security guards and the driver first tried calling Ning Luo. No answer. Something's wrong. One of the security guards immediately said, I'll go up and check. You get back in the car and be ready to call Mr. Yi at any moment. With that, the security guard quickly went upstairs. Chapter 550. How could I possibly recognize him wrong? As the bodyguard was about to head upstairs, he was stopped by the men brought by Wen Xiaoxin. Kid, what are you doing? The bodyguard frowned. I need to go up and find our President Ning. Wait a bit. President Ning is busy with something important upstairs. When Xiaoxin's men blocked the bodyguard. Move aside. The bodyguard sensed something was wrong and was about to force his way through. Stop where you are. Why are you so verbose? When Xiaoxin's bodyguard directly pulled out a stun baton and electrocuted the bodyguard, knocking him out. The driver outside, who had been observing the situation, narrowed his eyes in shock. He quickly called Yi Jing. Mr. Yi, something's wrong. A short while later, Yi Jing arrived at the restaurant. Where's Ning Luo? Yi Jing saw the driver waiting for him at the entrance. President Ning is upstairs. He hasn't come down yet. The driver looked extremely anxious. Yi Jing moved swiftly, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Behind him, Qing Huang and Pu Nin appeared, quickly surrounding the entire building. Boom! Yi Jing reached the private room and kicked the door open with a single kick. Inside, Wen Xiaoxin and Ning Luo were in a standoff. Mr. Wan, I don't want these people anymore. Let me go now. Wen Xiaoxin sneered, let you go? Do you think you can still leave? Next, I will forcibly take control of you, imprison you somewhere, and have these three executives take over your commands. From now on, the trillion-yuan investment plan of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce will be under my control. Just then, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Yi Jing walked in. When Xiaoxin saw the newcomer and frowned, Yi Jing, why are you here? Oh, I almost forgot. You're Ning Luo's head of security, right? Ning Luo, upon seeing Yi Jing, was overjoyed. There's hope now. She knew Yi Jing's true strength. He had even annihilated the Su family of the 8 Great Families and the Assassin Association's Eastern Union, and even the Special National Protection Team wasn't a match for Yi Jing. With such strength, Ning Luo could only feel sorry for Wen Shaoxin at this moment. Yi Jing, Ning Luo felt much more at ease upon seeing him. Yi Jing complained, "Why didn't you tell me when you went out on your own?" Hearing this, Ning Luo was delighted. "Is this your way of caring for me?" Yi Jing rolled his eyes. "I guess so." Ning Luo grinned. "I was afraid of disturbing you, and this Mr. E is an old friend of mine. Who would have thought he would betray me?" Yi Jing's cold gaze immediately fell on Mr. E. He had previously helped Mr. E by curing his celebrity daughter E Liging's illness. Yet, Mr. E turned around and caused trouble? "You too. Stop whispering there. Do you think I'm invisible?" When Shaoxin saw that as soon as Yi Jing entered, he started talking to Ning Luo as if they were the only ones in the room, completely ignoring him. Was Yi Jing brainless? Couldn't he see the situation? Didn't he realize that everyone in this room was under Wen Shaoxin's command? "You few, go and teach him a lesson. Let him understand the current situation." When Shaoxin gestured to a few guards to step forward and act, Mr. E quickly stepped out, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Everyone, please calm down. Mr. 1, you know that Yi Jing is my daughter's savior. You can't treat him like this." Yi Jing, seeing that Mr. E was still willing to speak up, softened his icy gaze slightly. "You don't need to get involved. This has nothing to do with you." When Shaoxin gave a signal to the guards beside him, and Mr. E was forcibly taken out. "Yi Jing, your real identity is just a doctor, right? I admit you're very skilled in healing, but coming here to save someone is overestimating yourself. Don't think that just because you're the head of security, you're really good at fighting and can take on 3 people at once." Ning Luo calmly said, "When Shaoxin, Yi Jing really can take on 3 people." She was even being modest by saying that. "Pfft, keep bragging." When Shaoxin sneered, "Fine, even if you're very good at fighting. So what?" Ning Luo was right about one thing earlier. This is a society governed by the rule of law. Do you know that being good at fighting is useless? When Shaoxin, considering that Yi Jing was the head of security and might indeed be skilled, decided not to focus on his fighting abilities. "I'm about to invite an important figure here. I want to see if you still dare to make a move in front of him." As he spoke, a voice came from outside the private room. "What's going on here? Why is the door kicked in?" The mayor of Jinling City walked in. He smiled immediately upon entering. "Mr. 1, thank you for the invitation." When Shaoxin smiled, "You mentioned last time that both the Fengshu Commercial Empire and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce representative are important to you. Today, there's a meeting between the 2 sides, so I took the liberty of inviting you, Mr. Mayor. I hope you don't mind." The mayor hurriedly waved his hand. No problem, no problem. Mr. 1, your invitation is an honor to me. After all, both you and President Ning are key figures in Jinling City's economic circle. Our city's economic development will depend on both of you in the future. When Shaoxin nodded, using the mayor's words to confirm his importance. Then, his tone turned cold. "Mr. Mayor, you know who kicked the door in?" The mayor frowned. "Who's so uncivilized, so violent? Doesn't he know what kind of society we live in? Kicking doors?" As his words fell, he saw Wen Shaoxin pointing in a direction. Following the direction, the mayor's eyes widened in shock. Yi Jing, the man who, outside Jinling City, single-handedly stopped the Su family of the 8 Great Families and annihilated the Eastern Union. What was kicking a door frame to him? Not tearing down the entire Jinling City was already good. The mayor awkwardly said, "Maybe the door frame was old and damaged on its own." When Shaoxin frowned, how could the door frame have damaged itself? The mayor was clearly speaking in favor of Yi Jing. When Shaoxin suddenly remembered the incident where the mayor had mistakenly identified Yi Jing as a big shot. So, he decided to confirm this point now. "Mr. Mayor, you previously said that Yi Jing is a big shot comparable to the Fengshu Commercial Empire. Is that true? Or did you make a mistake?" The mayor shook his head repeatedly. "How could I possibly recognize him wrong? Yi Jing's face is unique in all of Jinling City. How could I have made a mistake? Joking aside, the man who had unleashed such power outside the city, killing so many people, he would never forget that in his lifetime. How could he possibly have recognized him wrong? When Xiaoxin's brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 551. The young Master Feng arrives. When Xiaoxin, Mayor, are you sure? Is this Yi Jing really a big shot? But why would he willingly be a security captain in such a small chamber of commerce here? He simply couldn't understand it. Why would a big shot deign to stoop so low? The mayor shook his head with a bitter smile. If he knew, then he would be the big shot. Every big shot has their own personality. How could he possibly understand their thoughts? The mayor continued to persuade. One executive, I don't know why you had a conflict with Mr. Yi Jing, but I still advise you to resolve it peacefully as soon as possible. We're all in business, so it's best to stay calm. When Xiaoxin sneered, he ruined my plan, and I should back off? At this moment, Yi Jing shook his head calmly. He directly took out his phone. He called the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Can you influence the branch of the Feng commercial empire in Jinling City? On the other side, the head in the capital hesitated. Mr. Yi, the Feng commercial empire and us are in a relationship of both competition and cooperation. They are also a massive entity, comparable to our Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. It's a bit difficult for us to intervene forcibly. However, if you just want to intervene in a branch in Jinling City, that's still quite simple. I just need to slightly exert pressure on the Feng commercial empire, and they will yield. Both the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce and the Feng commercial empire are massive entities. They are constantly at odds with each other, and the other party clearly wouldn't offend the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce over a small figure in a branch. Yi Jing said calmly, fire a high-level executive named Wen Xiaoxin from their Jinling branch. The head in the capital immediately replied, yes, sir. I'll exert pressure on them right away. Yi Jing hung up the phone. On the other side, Wen Xiaoxin burst into laughter. Yi Jing, you want to fire me? I'm a high-level executive at Feng Finance. You dare to meddle in the affairs of the Feng commercial empire? Do you even know your own weight? When Xiaoxin shook his head while laughing, even if the mayor says you're a big shot, that's probably only within your own sphere of influence. But the Feng commercial empire is led by Feng Ruodo. Our massive entity absolutely forbids outsiders from meddling. You can't fire me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wen Xiaoxin's phone rang. Wen Xiaoxin, you've been fired.
What?
Wen Xiaoxin didn't react immediately. I said, you've been fired. Can't you recognize my voice? I'm your direct superior, Minister Feng. Wen Xiaoxin's voice trembled. Minister Feng, no, what's going on? Why was I suddenly fired? As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. The mayor looked at Yi Jing in disbelief. He knew Yi Jing had left, but that day, the phone call between Yi Jing and Feng Ruodo, weren't they supposed to be enemies? How could Yi Jing still influence people within Feng Ruodo's company? Just how much power does Yi Jing have? To be able to directly fire someone from a competing company, what kind of power is that? Next to him, Ning Luo also widened her mouth in shock. Was Wen Xiaoxin's firing really because of Yi Jing's phone call just now? When Xiaoxin panicked, Minister Feng, you can't do this to me. He didn't believe for a moment that his firing had anything to do with Yi Jing. There must have been some coincidence between the two. Minister Feng cursed. Think about who you've pissed off recently. My direct superior called me personally, demanding I fire you. He said a big shot directly demanded it, specifically naming you, Wen Xiaoxin. What the hell have you done? The company sent you to Jinling to expand the territory, to open up new markets for the commercial empire, and this is how you repay the company? If you mess up the company's affairs, let me tell you, even though you've been fired, you'll still be held accountable. When Xiaoxin was shocked, not only was the company firing him, but they were also going to hold him accountable. This felt like being suddenly abandoned. What's going on? When Xiaoxin still didn't understand how he had been fired. Big shot? Minister Feng said a certain big shot had directly named him for dismissal? Could it really be Yi Jing? When Xiaoxin gulped nervously. Then, He didn't dare to think further and quickly slinked away from the scene. As for the betrothal document, he didn't even dare to mention it. One day later, in a club, when Xiaoxin stood respectfully in the lower position, in front of him, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing was indulging in pleasures, sitting there with a domineering air. "You're supposed to be under my command, right? How could you just get fired like that?" Fang Banghao's face showed anger. "You're embarrassing me. As Fang Ruodo's nephew and a core figure with real power in the group, I sent you to handle things, and you didn't get the job done but got fired instead? What the hell happened?" Fang Banghao had arrived in Jinling City a few days late, and upon his arrival, he heard that his subordinate had been fired from the company. He immediately called Wen Xiaoxin back to understand the situation. When Xiaoxin forced a bitter smile, "Young Master Fang, I don't understand what happened either. I was following the plan, and suddenly Minister Feng fired me." Fang Banghao's face was grim. That Minister Feng is garbage. Relying on being the direct subordinate of another core figure, he dares to fire my people. I'll definitely deal with him later. Now, tell me, what arrangements have you made in Jinling City these past few days? How's the company doing? How's Ning Luo doing? Also, what about the investigation on Yi Jing? Furthermore, didn't I tell you to find Dr. Yu for my illness? Fang Banghao had actually given Wen Xiaoxin 4 tasks, 2 of which were internal and not to be disclosed to others. Wen Xiaoxin reported one by one. The financial company's arrangements are nearing completion. In about 3 days, the foundation will be fully laid. Yi Jing, here is all the information I've gathered about him. Please take a look. Ning Luo and Dr. Yu both have some connections with Yi Jing. Fang Banghao frowned. Yi Jing is someone my uncle Fang Ruodo personally named to deal with. And you're saying he has connections with Ning Luo and Dr. Yu? After reading the information, Fang Banghao's eyebrows furrowed even more. He's actually Dr. Yu's master? And has an unclear relationship with Ning Luo? Fang Banghao frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. Chapter 552. Everyone has jumped ship. After considering for a moment, Fang Banghao said, "Wen Xiaoxin, I will restore your position immediately. From now on, you must give me your full effort to come up with ideas to eliminate Yi Jing. This is not only a task assigned to me by my uncle, but also a goal I must achieve for myself. This Yi Jing dares to have unclear relations with my fiancé Ning Luo. How can I tolerate that? Moreover, his medical skills are even better than the famous Dr. Yu. He would be more suitable to treat my illness. So, we'll tie him up, force him to treat me, and then kill him." When Xiaoxin nodded frantically, "Yes, yes, yes. What you said is absolutely right, young Master Fang. We must eliminate Yi Jing." He had been fired from his position with just one sentence from Yi Jing, and resentment had already grown in his heart. Furthermore, Yi Jing had foiled his plans multiple times before, gradually accumulating this grudge. When Xiaoxin, since you already know something about Yi Jing, do you know what he cares about the most? Fang Banghao narrowed his eyes. When Xiaoxin thought for a moment, I don't know about the others, but when it comes to women, it should be Ning Luo. Although the two of them are not in a romantic relationship, Yi Jing always appears whenever Ning Luo is in danger. If we create trouble for Ning Luo, Yi Jing will definitely come. Fang Banghao revealed a sinister smile. All right, then I'll start with Ning Luo. You know, Ning Luo runs a Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, right? At the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Something's wrong, Secretary Yang. Many people in our department have jumped ship today. By the end of the day, 10 people have already come to me to resign. If this continues, our department won't be able to function. Secretary Yang was also anxious. Why are so many people resigning? Zhang, hurry up and investigate. An hour later, when Secretary Yang tried to contact Minister Zhang again, "What? Minister Zhang has also resigned?" Secretary Yang was stunned. It was no longer a question of whether the department could function. The entire department had been poached. Clearly, this was a premeditated action, not natural attrition. Secretary Yang quickly ran towards the president's office of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. When she arrived, she found other secretaries and staff also rushing over in a hurry. "What's going on? Secretary Yang, why are you in such a panic? Could it be that the area you're responsible for has also seen a large-scale resignation? Secretary Young nodded with a grim expression. Yes, this morning. All the departments I'm in charge of were completely poached. I have no idea which company it is, but they must have made a huge move. Our department has also been poached. Maybe we should first count how many people have left and report it to President Ning. After a quick count by the secretaries and heads, they were shocked. 80% of the people at the Tianha Chamber of Commerce had been poached. The remaining few people were unable to maintain such a large Chamber of Commerce, causing it to come to a halt. In other words, the Tianha Chamber of Commerce now only had an empty shell. The secretaries and heads quickly reported to Ning Luo. Ning Luo was overwhelmed with shock upon hearing the news. How could such a thing happen? In just half a day, my Tianha Chamber of Commerce has been poached empty? Wait a moment, let me first investigate which company is behind this. Just then, in this very office, including Secretary Yang, several secretaries and heads all received phone calls. Upon answering, their expressions changed slightly. Then, several of them immediately submitted their resignations. Sorry, President Ning, we're resigning today. A better company has offered us higher pay. Sorry about that. Several heads turned and left. Ning Luo was frantic and quickly said, At least tell me which company is poaching my people. The heads who left did not answer and walked away directly. There were also those who had a good relationship with Ning Luo, who sighed softly and said, President Ning, we can't tell you the specifics because there's a confidentiality agreement. All I can say is the offer is just too good. Our salaries and bonuses will be 10 times higher if we jump ship. 10 times. Where else in the world can you find such a good deal? Ning Luo was dumbfounded. What kind of company is this? So rich and powerful. 10 times? If an employee's current salary is 8,000, a tenfold increase would mean 80,000 a month. This is a leap from the middle to the top tier. Ning Luo quickly tried to persuade them. With such a high offer, aren't you afraid of being scammed? The secretaries who were leaving just smiled and shook their heads. No, President Ning, the company's reputation is too big to deceive us. In other words, even if your Tianha Chamber of Commerce goes bankrupt, that group won't. Their credibility is nationwide. Ning Luo was shocked. A nationwide major company is competing with her? Which company is it? What was even more heartbreaking and shocking for Ning Luo was yet to come. After her employees began to resign one after another, multiple cooperative companies also called. President Ning, our cooperation ends here. President Ning, I think we'd better not continue our cooperation. Goodbye. Let's cooperate again in the future. We've now found better and more suitable partners. As one cooperative company after another called, Ning Luo was numb. She stared blankly at the empty office. How could this happen? What have I done to deserve this? Why are all my subordinates leaving me, and all my partners no longer cooperating with me? Then, even more large companies called. These were not the companies that cooperated with the Tianha Chamber of Commerce, but those that had signed the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion yuan investment plan. President Ning, weren't we just about to participate in the trillion yuan investment plan? I've thought it over carefully and feel it's still not quite suitable. We'll withdraw from the trillion yuan investment plan for now. President Ning, we're also withdrawing from the trillion yuan investment plan. Let's cooperate again in the future. These large projects and companies withdrawing from the trillion yuan investment plan were the final blow to Ning Luo's psychological defenses. If her Tianha Chamber of Commerce really went bankrupt, it would be gone, but the trillion yuan investment plan belonged to the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, and it was also tied to Ning Luo's future. If she couldn't fulfill it, she would lose her position as the spokesperson. This spokesperson position was something she valued greatly. Chapter 553. Is there still a chance? Would you like to reconsider? Ning Luo was anxious and quickly tried to persuade the other party. However, the participants in the trillion-dollar plan, the big bosses, seemed to have coordinated their actions, all of them backing out. One by one, they hung up on Ning Luo's calls. It's over, completely over. After a fruitless attempt at persuasion, Ning Luo slumped into her office chair. Now, except for her closest secretary, Almost everyone else had abandoned her. Throughout the entire Chamber of Commerce, only about 20% of the people remained loyal to her. But these 20% couldn't even maintain daily operations, and the organization was essentially grinding to a halt. At this moment, Yijing arrived. "What's going on?" Ning Luo said bitterly. "The entire Chamber of Commerce has left, and all our partners have ceased cooperation overnight." Yijing frowned. "Who did this?" Ning Luo shook her head. "I don't know, but whoever did this is definitely not an ordinary company." Yijing picked up his phone and made a call. "Investigate who has poached the people from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." Soon, Yijing's phone rang and a message was sent over. "Fengshu Financial Company?" Ning Luo also looked over, shocked. "Fengshu? Is it Wen Xiaoxin? Or is it Fang Banghao, the eldest son of the Fang family, who has arrived?" This time, Ning Luo was truly afraid. In front of someone like Fang Banghao, a prominent figure in China, Ning Luo, was just a small figure. Fang Banghao's rivals were at the level of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. What was Ning Luo? Just a spokesperson, with little real power. Now, even the trillion-dollar investment plan she relied on had been completely annihilated. Yijing smiled indifferently, unconcerned. "It's nothing, Ning Luo. This is just a minor matter." "Minor matter?" Ning Luo's eye twitched. Was this still a minor matter? "Brother, I'm almost being crushed from all sides. Is this still a minor matter?" Yijing stood up. "Come on, I'll take you there. First, we'll get your employees back, and then we'll get your partners back." Ning Luo was stunned. "Can we really get them back?" Yijing smiled faintly. "Of course." Ning Luo thought of Yijing's previous feats and subconsciously believed him. Even the 8 great families and the Eastern Association, which were at that level, had been easily toppled by Yijing. Maybe Yijing really could stand up to Fang Banghao? Half a day later, Yijing led Ning Luo, with Long San following behind. "Is this the building of Fengshu Financial Company?" Yijing looked at the building in front of him, which was almost fully renovated. It would probably open in a couple of days. "Since we can't find Fang Banghao, we'll just wait for him here." Yijing had Long San bring over 2 chairs and sat down calmly at the entrance of the building. Ning Luo felt a bit awkward. "Yijing, can we really wait for Fang Banghao? What if he doesn't come?" Yijing smiled faintly. "I have plenty of ways to make him come." He turned to Long San behind him. "Your newly promoted War King subordinates, are they itching for a fight lately?" Long San chuckled. "That's right, Mr. Yi. Since they became War Kings, they haven't had any opponents, and they're all itching to fight." Yijing said, "Isn't there a ready-made building here? Have your subordinates smash up this building to relieve their itch." Long San grinned. "Understood, Mr. Yi." He turned back with a menacing smile, waved his hand, and hundreds of War King-level figures emerged from the shadows. With a whoosh, they surged into the building. Immediately, the sound of clattering and crashing echoed. These War Kings, in the eyes of ordinary people, were like gods. The staff inside the building all screamed and ran out. Even the security team only lasted a few breaths before they were all knocked out and thrown out. Soon, the sound of breaking pillars and walls came from inside the building. The building couldn't withstand the destructive power of these War Kings and quickly became unstable. "What are you doing?" When Xiaoxin rushed over from a distance, panting heavily. Clearly, someone had called him to come over. Yijing smiled faintly. "There we go. Someone's here." Ning Luo also glared at Wen Xiaoxin. "Wen Xiaoxin, why did you poach my people? What are you up to? Competition isn't about doing things like this. How could you do this?" Wen Xiaoxin sneered. "Why not compete like this? Our Fengshu Financial Company is rich and powerful. What's wrong with poaching your people? If you have the ability, offer them higher salaries to get them back. In the end, it's just because you're too weak financially. Weakness invites bullying. Didn't your parents teach you that?" After lecturing Ning Luo, Wen Xiaoxin looked at the building. Upon seeing it, he trembled. How had it become like this? He had only been gone for a short while, and it had turned into a dangerous structure? Not only had all the previous renovations been wasted, but the employees had all fled, and the entire building was on the verge of collapse. Yi Jing, how could you do this? When Xiaoxin was furious, Yi Jing smiled faintly. Oh, it's just because you're too weak. Weakness invites bullying. Didn't your parents teach you that? He returned all the words when Xiaoxin had just said to him. When Xiaoxin was momentarily speechless. Come here. Yi Jing beckoned to Xiaoxin. When Xiaoxin was puzzled and unsure what Yi Jing wanted to do, but he still walked over suspiciously. He wanted to see what Yi Jing was up to.
Smack.
Yi Jing slapped Xiaoxin across the face. You. When Xiaoxin felt the shame as a deep humiliation, he also regretted it. Why had he obediently walked over? Why was he so stupid? Shut up. Yi Jing said indifferently. Call your master out. With just you, a high-ranking executive, you couldn't have pulled off such a big move. Is Fang Banghao here? Call him out. Ning Luo was shocked. Fang Banghao was here? She quickly looked around, feeling a bit scared. After all, Fang Banghao was a prominent figure in China, and above him was the legendary figure Fang Ruodo. In the eyes of someone like her, a small figure, he was quite intimidating. When Xiaoxin sneered, You? What makes you think you can get our eldest son to come out? Smack. Yi Jing slapped Xiaoxin again, this time on the other side of his face, making his face swell up like a pig's head. Behind him, Long San sneered even more, stepping forward to give Xiaoxin a beating. Chapter 554. Still holding back? After this period of time, Long San, having learned under Pu Nan, had seen a significant increase in his strength, far surpassing the war kings inside. Dealing with an ordinary person like Xiao Xin was as easy as cutting vegetables. In just a moment, Xiao Xin had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. I was wrong, Wu. Xiao Xin's mouth was swollen, with only a few teeth left inside. His two eyes had turned into panda eyes, the swollen eye sockets making it hard to see clearly. Fang de Xiao, save me. Xiao Xin kept begging for mercy. At this moment, several luxury cars drove up from a distance and stopped in front of everyone. A man dressed in luxurious clothing, accompanied by a large group of bodyguards, got out of the car. Stop. Fang Banghao's gaze was cold. Ning Luo, don't push your luck. I had Xiao Xin relay my message to you. Did you hear it? So many betrothal gifts, aren't they enough to move you? Ning Luo's voice also turned cold. I said, no amount of betrothal gifts will work. What I value is love, not your shares. Fang Banghao burst out laughing. Love? You, a businesswoman, talk about love? These shares are the most real things. With them, what kind of love can't be obtained? I'll be honest with you, even if I choose to marry you, it would be a nominal marriage, just to create a good connection point between the Fang business empire and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City. But privately, you can play with your men, and I'll play with my women. We won't interfere with each other. I'm already giving you a lot of face by offering you so many company shares. You should know that the value of you, as a spokesperson, is far less than that of me, a core figure of the Fang business empire. Ning Luo shook her head. Then I would be even less likely to agree to you. Not agreeing? Fang Banghao sneered repeatedly. Very well, then let's execute my second plan, directly taking you down. Yi Jing. He turned to angrily confront Yi Jing. You dare to hit my people. Are you tired of living? Yi Jing replied calmly. Oh, are you going to kill me? Fang Banghao looked at the dilapidated building behind him, his face extremely grim. That was the building he was about to inaugurate, also the first stop of the Fang business empire in Jinling City. Now, it had been directly demolished by Yi Jing. Get him. Capture Yi Jing. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so bodyguards behind him pounced like wolves and tigers. However, they couldn't even handle the now enhanced Long San, let alone Yi Jing. Long San grinned maliciously, leaped forward, and effortlessly took down all the bodyguards. But then, an old man with a black and white beard stepped out from behind Fang Banghao. His arms were as thin as sticks, but he exuded an ancient, refined aura. Miao Shu, finish him for me. Fang Banghao stepped back a few paces. This Miao Shu was his greatest reliance, a master he had brought from the headquarters of the Fang business empire. Leave it to me, young master. Miao Shu calmly took a few steps forward, and the stone slabs under his feet cracked inch by inch. Long San was about to step forward to confront him, but Yi Jing stood up. You step back, you're not a match for him. This person is a war god level. Although Long San had been training recently, he was still far from reaching the war god level. Recognized it? Fang Banghao sneered, too late. A war god level expert can run amok anywhere. Yi Jing, aren't you being ostentatious? Aren't you being arrogant? Ha ha ha, now you're going to die, aren't you? Fang Banghao said to Ning Luo. Ning Luo, here's a chance to regret it. I don't care who your favorite man is, but you dared to confront my biggest trump card, this bodyguard captain, right? Don't rush to deny it. I've investigated. Every time you were in danger, it was this Yi Jing who saved you again and again. Without his martial strength, even if you had another man you liked, you wouldn't dare to resist me. You would only obediently submit to me. But now, he's about to die. Do you still dare to resist me? Ning Luo knew how powerful Yi Jing was, so she wasn't afraid at all. The Su family of the 8 great families, the Eastern Association of Assassins, those top figures, all at the war god level, weren't they all instantly defeated by Yi Jing? Although Ning Luo didn't know exactly how strong Yi Jing was, unless it was Fang Ruodao himself, no one else would be a match for Yi Jing. Thinking of this, Ning Luo shook her head. Fang Banghao, give up on this. Good, very good. Fang Banghao sneered repeatedly. Since you're so insistent on courting death, don't blame me. After I deal with this Yi Jing, I'll torture you thoroughly. At that time, not only will I directly take you down, but I'll also torture you. That's the price of resisting me. Fang Banghao had countless women, and his experience was that he couldn't give these women a good face. As long as they dared to resist slightly, he would punish them doubly, making them realize his power, so they would be more obedient next time. Many women, after being forced to become Fang Banghao's women, were extremely miserable, but they couldn't escape. The Fang family's power was too vast. Even if they escaped, they would be caught back. Miao Shu, it's up to you. Fang Banghao took a few steps back, afraid that Yi Jing's death would splatter blood all over him. Miao Shu's expression was calm, his body moving without wind, like a ghost, drifting towards Yi Jing. The footwork is passable. Yi Jing commented lightly, however, it's still lacking. Miao Shu snorted coldly, his body suddenly darting forward like a ghost, appearing beside Yi Jing in an instant, then slashing down with a hand knife towards Yi Jing's neck. Is that all? Yi Jing turned his head casually, flicked a finger, and the nail hit Miao Shu's hand knife, directly breaking the other's hand bone. Then, Yi Jing grabbed Miao Shu's arm and pulled it in, snapping it with a crack. A war god level expert, in Yi Jing's hands, was as fragile as a paper man. Crack! Yi Jing kicked out, breaking Miao Shu's lumbar vertebra, causing the entire bone to split into 2 parts, still connected by flesh, and Miao Shu flew out limply. Miao Shu? Fang Banghao was shocked. Miao Shu had been defeated so easily? His greatest reliance was gone? Yi Jing calmly walked towards Fang Banghao, each step seeming to land on Fang Banghao's heart. You stay away. Fang Banghao was terrified. A war god level expert, in Yi Jing's hands, was so easily defeated? Chapter 555. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Fang Banghao trembled with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Yi Jing took a few steps forward, but Fang Banghao suddenly changed his attitude and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Yi Jing, you're really confident. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're such an idiot. Ha ha ha. Fang Banghao waved his hand, and from behind a Range Rover, a man suddenly emerged, shouldering a rocket launcher. I was just feigning weakness earlier, tricking you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You idiot. Do you think I don't know how strong you are? Before coming here, I did a lot of homework, investigated your background. I already knew that a war god level opponent wouldn't be your match. But have you ever tasted the power of a rocket launcher? Hee hee. Fong Banghao sneered, I've tested it. Even a war god level is nothing but trash in front of a rocket launcher. No matter how strong a war god is, a rocket launcher will turn them into minced meat. Do you know where you're standing right now? That's the spot I pre-selected, the easiest place to take a hit. Before his words even finished, the man's hand reached for the trigger and pulled it. But in the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside him, slashing down with a dagger. The man's finger had just touched the trigger when he suddenly found it impossible to exert any force, and then a bloodstain appeared on his finger, which then fell off. The entire finger dropped to the ground. Ah! The scream only came after the fact. Pu Nan easily snatched the rocket launcher from him and then stepped on the man's chest. Following that, he aimed the rocket launcher at Fong Banghao. Oh, you're going to blast me with a rocket launcher. I'm so scared. Yi Jing continued walking forward without stopping. This time, Fong Banghao was completely dumbfounded. The war god card he had played earlier was fake, but the rocket launcher was his real trump card, yet it was neutralized before it could even be used? And now it was pointed directly at his head? Thud. Fong Banghao knelt down. That was a rocket launcher. Even a war god level would have to be careful and avoid direct hits, let alone a mere mortal like him. In this world, only those who surpassed the war god level could withstand a rocket launcher. I surrender. Fong Banghao had no thoughts of resistance left, facing the rocket launcher that could easily take his life. He dared not harbor any ill intentions. That's it? Just surrendered? Weren't you very tough earlier? Shin Feng stepped forward, slapping his face. Where are all your big words now? You wanted to abduct a civilian girl? You wanted to kill me? Fong Banghao wept bitterly, even shedding real tears to make it more convincing. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. You're a war god level powerhouse. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Fong Banghao kept apologizing, kowtowing, his head already red and swollen. 10 minutes later, Yi Jing waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Fong Banghao's eyes flashed with a deep resentment, but on the surface, he showed nothing, quickly fleeing. As soon as he left, another graceful figure quietly followed him. Yi Jing also revealed a smirk. This guy actually thought he was letting him go for real? Truthfully, in Yi Jing's eyes, Fong Banghao wasn't even worth dog shit. Such a small fry, Yi Jing didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with him. He could just have Pu Nan or Qing Huang handle it and kill him. What Yi Jing really wanted to do was to lure out Fong Banghao's backer, Fong Ruodo. That Fong Ruodo was clearly also a powerhouse beyond the war god level, but because he couldn't gauge Yi Jing's current strength, he hit extremely deep. The man had grown to that height, becoming a legend in China, not without reason. Besides his strength, he relied on his cautious and meticulous nature. Without 100% certainty, he would never easily expose himself to his enemies. Yi Jing didn't directly kill Fong Banghao because he wanted to use him to find clues about Fong Ruodo. After Fong Banghao and Qing Huang left one after the others on the scene were all dumbfounded. When Xiaoxin was completely knocked out, with a bruised and swollen face, he wished he could hide in a corner right now, not letting Yi Jing's people find him. If they found him again, wouldn't they beat him to death? Didn't you see that even Fong Banghao, the big shot, was driven away by Yi Jing? Besides when Xiaoxin, the rest were all previously Tianhe Chamber of Commerce staff and executives. However, these executives now all had awkward expressions, with forced smiles on their faces. Chairman Ning, I shouldn't have left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Now I suddenly feel I should go back to our chamber. Please show mercy, give me a chance, let me go back. An executive broke the silence first. They had been poached by Wen Xiaoxin with high salaries. He claimed that the Fong Financial Company was about to be established and needed a lot of manpower, offering them 10 times the salary and bonuses. 10 times. Of course, they immediately betrayed Ning Luo and rushed over here. But their butts hadn't even warmed their seats when Yi Jing came knocking. Not only did he shut down the company, but now the entire building was about to collapse. Even the company's executive, Wen Xiaoxin, was beaten to a pulp, and the company's Mu Ho Lalban Fong Bang Hao was driven away. Even the company's executive, Wen Xiaoxin, was severely beaten, and the company's Mu Ho Lalban Fong Bang Hao was driven away. It was clear the company couldn't continue. No one would pay their salaries. The previously promised 10 times the salary and bonuses seemed unlikely to be fulfilled. At this point, what else could they do but go back? The entire Jinling city, Ning Luo had treated them the best, offering the highest salaries. Even because of the previous billion-dollar investment plan of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce, their salaries had been raised, everyone's salary doubled. If they didn't stay with Ning Luo, no one else would offer them such high salaries. Yes, Chairman Ning, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy and come here. Please let us go back. A group of people pleaded. We were all deceived by that Wen Xiaoxin. Chairman Ning, please forgive us. Ning Luo, facing these pleas, was momentarily hesitant. She was well aware that these turncoats, having made such a decision today, might do so again tomorrow. Would she have to forgive them again then? However, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had lost too many people, now just a shell. Chapter 556, Marching into the City. Ning Luo was in a dilemma. If they really lost so many people at once, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would not be able to operate. These people seemed to have grasped Ning Luo's mindset and immediately spoke up. Chairman Ning, you don't want the Chamber of Commerce to stop operating, do you? That's right. We make up 80% of the Chamber of Commerce. If we leave, the chamber will come to a halt. You can't possibly fire all of us at once, can you? Ning Luo hesitated. But at this moment, Yi Jing stepped forward. Fire you? You've already resigned. So it's not a matter of firing, is it? When Yi Jing said this, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone knew that Yi Jing held a significant position in Ning Luo's heart, and Ning Luo always listened to Yi Jing's advice in making decisions. However, they didn't dare to refute Yi Jing, especially since they had just seen Fong Bang's war god-level subordinate get instantly defeated by Yi Jing. Before, they might have dared to argue with Yi Jing a few times, but now they didn't dare to say a word. Yi Jing continued, it's normal for Chairman Ning not to take you back, isn't it? Ning Luo, abandon these people. Ning Luo nodded and finally made up her mind. All right, since you've chosen to leave the Chamber of Commerce, don't come back. If it were a normal resignation, there might still be a chance to return. But these people were poached by competitors during the Chamber's most difficult times, and such behavior could not be tolerated. The group of executives' faces turned pale. Chairman Ning, but who will work for you? Won't your Chamber of Commerce come to a halt immediately? Yi Jing sneered. Oh, are you that important? If Fong Bang can poach people, can't Chairman Ning do the same? Yi Jing took out his phone and made a call. I want you to hire top talents from across Jinling City at high prices immediately. Target the elite from various chambers of commerce and offer them triple the salary. Yi Jing said calmly to the crowd, your departure is just as well. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has grown from a small chamber to what it is today. Frankly, you old employees have fallen behind. Your abilities and qualities are too low. After the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce connected with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, it should have replaced the old blood with fresh talent and recruited more elite employees. But Chairman Ning is a sentimental person. I've advised her several times to replace the current employees with better ones, but she couldn't bear to let you go. This time, you've actually helped her greatly. By clearing out a batch of old employees without much cost, she can bring in a new group of elite employees. Everyone was stunned. They had recently received significant salary increases, thinking it was due to their own abilities. Little did they know, it was only because Ning Luo couldn't bear to let them go. She valued sentiment and kept them on. They also realized that since the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce took on the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion-yuan investment plan, it had entered a period of rapid development. Now that the company was doing better and better, they had jumped ship themselves. Everyone regretted their decision. They also understood that once they left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, where else could they find such a good job? Where could they find such high salaries? A moment later, Ning Luo's phone rang. Chairman Ning, this is Chun Sudong from the Jiangning Chamber of Commerce. I accept your offer and can start work immediately. Chairman Ning, this is the investment department head from the Dafa Chamber of Commerce. I can start work immediately. A large number of elite employees from various chambers of commerce began to join the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The remaining employees and executives on the scene realized that they had been completely abandoned and could not return. Everyone was filled with deep regret at this moment. Chairman Ning. Some still weren't willing to give up and wanted to plead, because they knew Ning Luo was a soft-hearted woman. If they begged enough, maybe she would soften and agree. But Yi Jing looked at them with a faint smile, and that gaze made them shudder. Yi Jing had just mercilessly crushed a war god-level expert with a single move. The crowd trembled and quickly scurried away. Yi Jing turned his gaze to Wen Shaoxin, the only one left. Long San, isn't there a good place you can take him? When Wen Shaoxin heard the words good place, he still harbored a faint hope. He thought it might really be a good place, until Long San took him to a sewage pit. Wen Shaoxin was utterly zhuang. After dealing with everything, Yi Jing and Ning Luo were about to leave. Qing Huang, who had left earlier to follow Fong Bang, suddenly returned. Master, Fong Bang is back, and he's brought a group of people with him. Yi Jing revealed a faint smile. Looks like he's found reinforcements. Outside Jinling City, the mayor trembled as he looked at the large, dark mass of troops, his scalp tingling. Being the mayor of Jinling City was truly like walking on thin ice. Why was it that every few days, such powerful forces would arrive? Previously, it was the 8 great families Su family and the Eastern Alliance, along with the Zuiyu Palace. Then came the Special National Defense Team. And now, the Jiangnan Special Forces. The mayor quickly ran over, and at the front was none other than Fong Bang. Young Master Fong, what are you doing? The mayor was sweating. The Jiangnan Special Forces, although not as powerful as the National Defense Special Forces, were still local commanders within the country. He, as a mayor, couldn't afford to provoke them. What am I doing? Fong Bang sneered. That bastard Yi Jing dared to slap me. I want his life. The commander of the Jiangnan Special Forces is my cousin. I can have them wipe out Yi Jing in no time. The mayor opened his mouth, but no words came out. He wanted to remind Fong Bang that the Jiangnan Special Forces weren't enough to handle the situation. Back then, your uncle brought in foreign national defense special forces, and even Luo Qiming, a prominent figure, came personally to lead the team. And what happened? They were still annihilated by Yi Jing. Your Jiangnan Special Forces are probably just coming to be defeated. However, before the mayor could finish his thoughts, he saw Fong Bang already proudly leading the troops into the city. A moment later, Fong Bang arrived in front of Yi Jing with the Jiangnan Special Forces. The entire Jinling City was thrown into an uproar. Good heavens, the Jiangnan Special Forces have entered the city? Last time, even the National Defense Special Forces stayed outside the city. And the Su family, the Eastern Alliance, and the Zuiyu Palace. Once they arrived, they remained outside the city. What is the Jiangnan Special Forces doing? Chapter 557. Who does he think he is? All the people in Jinling City were trembling. Never before had a military force entered Jinling City. Seeing the Jiangnan Special Forces marching in with great momentum, everyone felt fear. When they saw the Jiangnan Special Forces closing in around Yi Jing and forming a tight encirclement, it finally dawned on everyone who the Special Forces had come for. Damn it, it's that Yi Jing again. How can that Yi Jing cause so much trouble? He keeps drawing powerful forces here, and if we get involved one day, what should he be held accountable for? He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Just watch, the Jiangnan Special Forces will definitely kill him this time. Get it over with quickly. This troublemaker should die sooner so we can have some peace. Surrounded by hostile gazes, Yi Jing and Ning Luo were encircled. Yi Jing, even if you wanted to leave now, you couldn't. Fong Banghao reappeared. You weren't arrogant before? You weren't afraid of rocket launchers? Now show me your arrogance again. From the Jiangnan Special Forces, more than a dozen people held rocket launchers in their hands. Last time, you could disarm one rocket launcher. What about this time? With more than a dozen, how will you disarm them? And among the Jiangnan Special Forces, there are 3 war gods hidden beside the gunners. Even if you want to take them down, how can you do it so easily? This time, Fong Banghao was confident of victory. Yi Jing said indifferently, "Oh, I'm so scared." A faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had no fear of the so-called Jiangnan Special Forces. But Ning Luo beside him was just an ordinary person. If a large-scale battle broke out, with swords and guns unforgiving, it would be bad if Ning Luo was involved. So he didn't act immediately. He noticed that Fang Banghao didn't seem to be in a hurry either, as if waiting for something. Fang Banghao said calmly, "Yi Jing, now that you're trapped here, can you still get out?" Yi Jing sneered, "Your excuse for stalling is so weak. Just tell me directly, who are you waiting for?" Fang Banghao showed a look of surprise. "Oh, you guessed it?" He said confidently, "Even if you guessed it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this time you're definitely not getting away." Yi Jing's heart moved. Could it be that Fang Ruodo himself was coming? That would save him some trouble. But thinking about it, someone as cautious as Fang Ruodo wouldn't show up with just the protection of the Jiangnan Special Forces, would he? So Yi Jing didn't hold much hope for whoever was coming. Sure enough, when the person Fang Banghao was waiting for arrived, Yi Jing was disappointed. Fang Banghao, however, was elated. "Warden Chu, you're finally here." Warden Chu, with a group of experts, appeared in the scene with great presence. "Is this the person the young Master Fang asked me to take away?" Fang Banghao nodded, grinning maliciously. "Yes, this person. I could have killed him directly. But then I thought, killing him like that would be too easy for him. I want to torture him, make him suffer unbearably, screaming in pain every day. Warden Chu, I've heard that your prison is quite good at torture. I want you to torture this Yi Jing every day and send me the videos of his torture." Warden Chu nodded. "Understood, young Master Fang. I may not be good at much, but this task, you've come to the right person." He waved to a few people behind him. "Go, tie up that Yi Jing and take him to the prison." Yi Jing was quite disappointed. He had thought that the cautious Fang Ruodo might show up, but it turned out to be just this trashy warden. "Qing Huang, it's your turn." Behind him, a figure appeared. "Understood, Master." She walked step by step towards the people brought by Warden Chu. Although she didn't look burly, wherever she passed, the people brought by the warden fell like grass. Warden Chu was dumbfounded. What kind of strength does this person have? "Fang Banghao, you don't really think that with just these people, you can take me down, do you?" Yi Jing also stood up, handing Ning Luo to the protection of the servant man behind him. Fang Banghao said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that these more than a dozen rocket launchers will blow you up? If you dare to move again, these rocket launchers will fire. Obey Warden Chu, or I'll blow you up." As his words fell, he saw Yi Jing still walking, not stopping at all. "Damn it, you won't listen, will you? Fire." Warden Chu's face changed slightly. "Young Master Fang, if you really fire, this person will be blown up. Then I won't be able to throw him into prison." Fang Banghao's face was full of ferocity. Blow him up if he's blown up. This is what he chose. Fire. His words fell for a few seconds, but no one responded. Fire. Are you all deaf? He turned back to look at the rocket launcher operators, but his pupils suddenly contracted. Those people had all been killed in one strike. No. Where are the 3 war god level masters I arranged? Those 3 should be able to hold out for a while, right? Fang Banghao's scalp went numb when he saw that among the crowd, there were indeed 3 war god level masters, but they had all been killed in one strike. Impossible, impossible. Fang Banghao was going crazy. You're not just 3 masters? In his view, there were only 3 masters, including Yi Jing himself, and the man and woman. Qing Huang and the servant man. Apart from them, he hadn't seen Yi Jing bring any other masters. But now, Yi Jing was right under his nose and hadn't made a move. And that woman had to deal with the experts brought by Warden Chu. The man was taking care of Ning Luo. There were no more masters. Yi Jing mocked, "It seems you have no idea about my strength." As his words fell, countless figures appeared faintly around him, and each of those figures seemed to have the strength of a war god. The entire Yi God Hall was present. When Yi Jing planned to take action in Jinling City and uncover the 5 bigwigs behind the scenes who had harmed his parents, he had summoned all the experts of the Yi God Hall. These people had been hiding in various parts of Jinling City and had not left. These people had been hiding in various parts of Jinling City and had not left. SSS. SSS. Fong Banghao was shocked. Fong Banghao was shocked. He felt a chill rise from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head. He felt a chill rise from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head. How could he have so many masters? How could he? How could he have so many masters? How could he? Fong Banghao was not only afraid, but also couldn't understand. Fong Banghao was not only afraid, but also couldn't understand. As one of the core members of the Fong business empire and the nephew of the legendary figure Fong Ruodo, he could only command these masters. As one of the core members of the Fong business empire and the nephew of the legendary figure Fong Ruodo, he could only command these masters. Chapter 558. I can't save you now. What exactly is Yi Jing's identity? Why does he have the power to mobilize so many experts? Why? Fong Banghao couldn't figure it out. Boom. Qing Huang's punch directly turned the experts brought by the prison warden Chu into dust. Then, like picking up a chick, she grabbed the prison warden Chu and brought him over, waiting for Yi Jing's orders. Pu Nen silently stood guard beside Ning Luo, preventing anyone from harming him. The experts of the Yi God Temple, who were hiding in the shadows, also stepped out and began attacking the Jiangnan Special Forces. These so-called Special Forces experts were like grass being mowed down in front of the Yi God Temple, falling one after another. Fuck. At this moment, all Fong Banghao could utter were these two words. What kind of experts are these? How could Yi Jing, who was waiting for death, gather so many experts? Everyone, please stop for a moment. Fong Banghao suddenly shouted loudly, I don't know where that damn Yi Jing found you, but please listen to me. I'm willing to hire you for double, no, triple the price. As long as you listen to me, protect me, and kill Yi Jing, I'll pay triple the price. He shouted several times, but no one paid any attention to him. The disciplined experts of the Yi God Temple were like killing machines, focused only on slaughter, completely ignoring Fong Banghao's voice. Yi Jing sneered, still trying to turn my people against me? Don't you know that all these people were trained by me personally? Their skills were taught by me, and they have my acupuncture techniques on them. How could they betray me? Each of these experts had been needled by Yi Jing, requiring them to be re-needled by Yi Jing every year. If Yi Jing were to die, no one would continue the needling, and they would fall into a state of unbearable itching. Therefore, they were determined to protect Yi Jing and would not allow anyone to harm him. In a short while, the only ones left standing, besides Fong Banghao, were all on Yi Jing's side. Fong Banghao, Yi Jing said indifferently, didn't your uncle tell you that last time he sent the National Protection Special Forces and I wiped them out? That Luo Qiming, who was said to be the most outstanding legendary captain after your uncle Fong Ruodo, wasn't he also killed by me? Didn't your uncle tell you about this? And you still bring the Jiangnan Special Forces, these small fry, to cause trouble for me? Hearing this, Fong Banghao's pupils constricted. How could he not know about this? The incident that happened outside Jinling City had been classified as top secret. Apart from the parties involved and the city leaders who witnessed it, no one else knew the details. The public could only learn about the so-called inside story through official announcements. But those inside stories were just what the officials wanted everyone to see. Fong Banghao believed himself to be his uncle's close nephew, and his uncle wouldn't deceive him about such matters. But the truth was that he had been used as a pawn by his uncle. My uncle deceived me? At this moment, Fong Banghao's faith seemed to collapse, and his soul seemed to be lost. Yi Jing said, now, call your uncle and let him come to save you personally. Fong Banghao subconsciously reached for his pocket, but suddenly his mind cleared. This Yi Jing might be tricking him. No, I can't contact my uncle. Fong Banghao shook his head and said, you think that after being used as a pawn by my uncle, he would still bother to save me? Yi Jing said indifferently, well then, I'll have to take your life today. Fong Banghao was instantly shocked. No, don't take my life. He suddenly grabbed a rocket launcher beside him and pointed it at everyone. Don't come near, or I'll blast whoever comes. For a moment, no one moved. Fang Banghao thought everyone was afraid of him, but in reality, it was because they hadn't received Yi Jing's orders to act. Fang Banghao moved a little further away, and then suddenly took off running. He knew that now he had no backing and could only run for his life. Not knowing how far he had run, Fang Banghao felt he had already left Jinling City and had arrived on some unknown country road. Fuck, I've run out of Jinling City, right? This must be some rural village now? Fang Banghao looked around at the gradually desolate surroundings and realized he had left the city. What kind of trash is Yi Jing? Can't even catch up with me? Back in school, I was the marathon champion. Want to race me in running? Humph. What Fang Banghao didn't know was that Yi Jing had deliberately let him run. Qing Huang was following behind him. And back in school, his marathon victory was merely because his classmates, knowing he was Fang Ruodo's nephew, had deliberately let him win. Whoosh! Just as Fang Banghao relaxed a bit, a red figure shot over from a distance. Who? Fang Banghao, like a startled bird, trembled with fear, his voice shaking. Young Master Fang, I'm here to save you, sent by Fang Ruodo. Hearing this, Fang Banghao finally relaxed. However, I can't save you now. What? Fang Banghao frowned. Can't save me? What do you mean? The red figure's gaze suddenly shifted to Fang Banghao's back. Because you're being followed. Fang Banghao was stunned, then looked terrified at his back. I've been followed all this time and never noticed? Fang Banghao was instantly terrified, because he realized why nothing had happened even after running so far. Yi Jing wasn't unable to catch up with him. He was deliberately allowing him to escape in order to trace him back to the mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Ruodo. Indeed, Qing Huang's figure emerged from behind a tree. The red figure said, Young Master, Fang Ruodo instructed that if you could escape, my mission would be to save you. Fang Banghao shuddered. But what if I'm being followed? He had already figured out what was coming and trembled uncontrollably. The red figure sighed regretfully. Then my mission would be to kill you. After saying that, the red figure scattered a handful of powder. Fang Banghao inhaled the powder and instantly felt suffocated. Within a few breaths, his face turned purple. Then, like a drowning person, he fell straight to the ground. Qing Huang frowned. Qingshi poison powder? The red figure said indifferently, Oh, you recognize it? Qing Huang's face darkened. You can even bring yourself to kill your own people. The red figure, he's now a burden. Once followed, he would expose Fang Ruodo's location. So he has to die. Chapter 559. No breath left. Compared to Fang Ruodao's safety, he is insignificant. After the red figure spoke, Fang Banghao finally stopped convulsing, turning into a lifeless corpse on the ground, with no breath left. Qing Huang said indifferently, What's the use of killing him? Even if he's gone, there's still you, isn't there? The red figure sneered. Can you keep up with me? I'm known for my speed. With that, she instantly disappeared from her spot. Qing Huang let out a cold laugh, then with a light tap of her foot, easily followed. In a moment, the red figure was horrified to find that not only had Qing Huang kept up with her, but she seemed to be doing so with ease. The red figure's expression immediately darkened. She knew she couldn't escape. As long as Qing Huang was on her tail, even if they couldn't find Fang Ruodao, they would find the organization behind her. Perhaps, Qing Huang could even follow the trail and uncover some clues about Fang Ruodao. Realizing this, the red figure quickly turned back, with a mindset of mutual destruction, colliding with Qing Huang. But how could she be a match for Qing Huang? In an instant, she was obliterated by Qing Huang. This is a suicidal attack. Qing Huang frowned slightly. Fang Ruodao really has a loyal dog, willing to die to protect his whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, she returned to Jinling City and reported the situation to Yi Jing. Master, on this red-clothed woman, I only found this. Qing Huang presented a satellite phone. Unfortunately, although I cracked the secrets of this satellite phone, it can only communicate unilaterally and cannot be dialed. Yi Jing nodded slightly. This should be what Fang Ruodao uses to contact his subordinates. He sneered. It seems Fang Ruodao is overly cautious, even distrusting his subordinates to the point of using one-way communication. As they spoke, the satellite phone suddenly rang. Qing Huang and Yi Jing exchanged a glance. Yi Jing pressed the answer button. Is the mission complete? The voice on the other end was indeed Feng Ruodao's. Yi Jing didn't speak immediately, knowing that speaking would reveal his voice as different. He wanted to extract more information from the other side. However, he didn't expect Feng Ruodao to be extremely cautious. Hearing no reply, he realized something was wrong. Yi Jing spoke. Feng Ruodao. Feng Ruodao on the other end frowned. So, you've killed my nephew? Yi Jing said indifferently. I would have liked to, but a red-clothed woman, your subordinate, killed him first. Then the red-clothed woman also committed suicide. Feng Ruodao, your subordinates are willing to die for you, yet you hide like a coward. You really are quite the Feng Ruodao. Feng Ruodao sneered. You don't need to provoke me. Let me tell you, caution is the key to longevity. I've survived from the founding of the country to now by being careful. Many of my contemporaries have died, but I'm still alive, and that's my skill. You don't need to rush. Don't you just want to see me? I've been recuperating recently, so I haven't been able to meet you. My injuries are almost healed. It's time for me to personally take care of you. Feng Ruodao said calmly, this expansion of my Feng business empire is something I highly value. So, at the opening ceremony of the Feng Financial Company in Jinling City in 2 days, I will definitely be present. At that time, I will personally eliminate you. Yi Jing said indifferently, all right, I'll be waiting. The turmoil in Jinling City finally came to another pause. With Feng Banghao's forces completely wiped out, the crisis in Jinling City was finally resolved. This time, the city's leader had to step out to clean up the mess. He publicly announced that the Jiangnan Special Team had entered to eliminate a foreign force, and after completing the task, they had quietly left. However, many people knew some inside information, but this could only be quietly circulated in the shadows. Villa area. This villa is really comfortable to live in. Ning Luo's foster parents, He Jian-nan and Chu Bao-ing, lay comfortably on the large sofa in the villa, relaxing. By the way, hurry up and call our daughter back. Chu Bao-ing said, didn't the Feng business empire send us an invitation? We need to give her some good advice. He Jian-nan agreed, yes, this is a big deal. Whether our family can climb this big tree depends on this time. He quickly took out his phone and called Ning Luo. Daughter, we have urgent matters, hurry up. Ning Luo was busy on her end. Recently, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had undergone a major reshuffle, with all the previous personnel leaving, and Yi Jing had poached a large group of elites for her with high salaries. Although these people were highly qualified individually, many were still unfamiliar with their cooperation due to being new to the job, so Ning Luo needed to mediate in the middle. These days, Ning Luo was so busy she barely touched the ground. At this moment, her foster parents didn't know what was happening on their side, but they were in a hurry to call her back. Ning Luo had to tell the others, everyone, please coordinate among yourselves for now. I need to go back and see what's happening at home. Everyone quickly said, Chairwoman Ning, family matters are important. You don't need to worry about us here. Ning Luo nodded and quickly headed towards the villa. She also knew that her foster parents had driven Yi Jing away, so she had arranged another villa for him elsewhere. Of course, this time, she didn't tell her foster parents the new address of Yi Jing's villa, fearing that they would cause trouble for him again. Upon returning to the villa, Ning Luo was out of breath. Mom, Dad, what's the matter? She thought something urgent had happened. Instead, her foster parents were leisurely lying on the sofa. Daughter's back, sit down. Oh, don't sit yet. Go peel me an orange first. Ning Luo was a bit displeased. She still had a lot of work at her company and many people waiting for her to coordinate, yet her foster parents had called her back in a hurry just to peel an orange. Mom, Dad, if there's nothing important, I'll head back to the Chamber of Commerce. There's still a lot of work waiting for me to handle. Her tone already carried a hint of impatience. He Jian said coldly, why are you in such a rush? Your mother and I worked hard to raise you, and this is how you treat us? Ning Luo had to soften her tone. Mom, Dad, I know you worked hard all your lives, but I'm really busy lately. If there's nothing else. Who said there's nothing important? He Jian then took out an invitation. Look at this. Ning Luo took it and frowned. Fong Business Empire Expansion? Invitation to the opening ceremony of Fong Financial Company? Chapter 560, Ghost Marriage. She was puzzled. Hadn't Yi Jing already demolished the building of that company? How was it still opening for business? But then again, the Fong Corporation, being such a wealthy business empire, wouldn't be too troubled by the collapse of one building. With money, they could always buy or build another. However, she definitely wouldn't attend this opening ceremony, because she knew that Yi Jing and Fong Banghao, along with the entire Fong Corporation behind them, were completely at odds. How could she possibly go? Mom and Dad, I won't be attending this opening ceremony. As soon as Ning Luo said this, He Jianan and Chu Baoying immediately erupted. What kind of nonsense is this, child? The Fong Corporation, a major company in our country, you think you can just not go? They've already sent an invitation to our house, specifically asking for you. How can you not go? Besides, they sent us an invitation out of respect. We can't be ungrateful. Ning Luo shook her head. Mom and Dad, we don't need others to give us face. Face is something we earn ourselves. Nonsense. He Jianan snorted angrily. What do you know, child? This society is all about human connections. If you don't give others face, how can they give you face? If you attend their opening ceremony today, the Fong Corporation will look at you more favorably. Your future will be smooth sailing. But Ning Luo had already made up her mind. No matter what her parents said, she wouldn't listen anymore. Mom and Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. There are many things at the company waiting for me to handle. As for this invitation, if you want to, you can go yourselves. With that, Ning Luo was about to leave. Unexpectedly, a figure stepped forward and blocked her path. It was her foster mother, Chu Baoying. Daughter, you can't leave today. You must agree. He Jianan added, Daughter, we're doing this for your own good. He spoke earnestly. We've heard that at the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow, Fong Banghao is going to propose to you. Think about it. This is a great honor. One of the core figures of the Fong Corporation, Fong Ruodo's nephew, proposing to you in front of national television viewers. How many media outlets will capture that moment? Our family will go from rags to riches. Endless wealth and glory. Will you still have to worry about the rest of your life? At that time, with you as the spokesperson and the Fong Corporation combined, it will be a powerful alliance. Ning Luo's expression changed. Mom and Dad, you don't know, do you? Fong Banghao is already dead. The news of Fong Banghao's death had been told to her by Yi Jing, and it was definitely true. Fong Banghao is dead? Her foster parents were also stunned. But that shouldn't be. The news we received was just sent over, the latest. If Fong Banghao really is dead, how could the Fong Corporation still be sending us such news? Telling you to dress beautifully, like a bride? Ning Luo frowned, thinking of a possibility, and her face suddenly changed. You mean, could Fong Ruodo be planning to arrange a ghost marriage for his nephew? Her foster parents' expressions also changed dramatically. Even they, who were so unscrupulous, couldn't bring themselves to agree to a ghost marriage. That would be sending their daughter to her grave, literally killing her. Most importantly, if their daughter were to die, who would they rely on for the rest of their lives? They were counting on Ning Luo to support them in their old age. But soon, He Jianan burst out laughing. Don't worry, daughter. It definitely won't be a ghost marriage. I've inquired. The Fong Corporation isn't such a superstitious place. Fong Ruodo isn't the type to follow old traditions. What they probably mean is a nominal marriage to the deceased Fong Banghao, but in reality, a rooster will be used to perform the wedding ceremony with you. At that time, you'll just be a widow, but you'll still enjoy all the wealth and glory. In fact, with Fong Banghao dead, it might even be better for you. Think about it. He Jianan said mysteriously. All of Fong's inheritance and treasures will become yours. Then, you can bring us to live in Fong's mansion. Wouldn't we then be able to take over Fang's place as our own? Haha. The two of them fantasized about that wonderful future and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ning Luo felt a pang of sadness. She was beginning to see through these foster parents. All they cared about was using her to fulfill their dreams of wealth and luxury without any consideration for her happiness. Even if it meant being a widow, as long as they could have endless wealth, these two only cared about money. Nothing else mattered to them. The light in Ning Luo's eyes gradually dimmed. It was the light of hope she still had for them. Mom and Dad, since it's come to this, I'll be frank. Ning Luo said calmly, the reason I'm refusing the Fang Corporation is that I already have someone I like.
What?
The two of them jumped up like startled roosters. Who? Ning Luo directly said, it's Yi Jing, the security team leader of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, who also serves as the head of the investment department.
What?
He's not suitable. Absolutely not. He Jianan and Chu Baoying kept intervening. What kind of person is Yi Jing? He wants to marry my daughter? He's a toad lusting after a swan, a pipe dream. You should let him give up that thought. My daughter is going to be a wealthy lady of the Fang Corporation. What does he count for? You should call Yi Jing right now. No, block him immediately. Never contact him again, and fire him right away. Daughter, joining the Fang Corporation is your best destiny. The two kept persuading, making Ning Luo increasingly annoyed. Just then, a voice came from the entrance of the villa that none of the three had expected. What a lively scene. Seems I've arrived at just the right time. At the sound of this voice, Ning Luo felt as if she had seen a ghost. Fang Banghao. Wasn't he dead? But this voice. It was unmistakably Fang Banghao's. Absolutely no mistake. The three of them nervously looked towards the entrance. Sure enough, Fang Banghao, accompanied by two people, walked in with a calm demeanor. Oh, thought I was a ghost, huh? Fang Banghao laughed loudly. You thought I'd be so easy to get rid of? I'm not dying so easily. Chapter 561. The Cockroach That Can't Be Killed. Ning Luo's expression was tense. But he said. Fang Banghao sneered. That's called feigned death. Once it's confirmed that no one is following, the second person assigned to assist me will wake me up. Fang Ruodo had sent two people to assist Fang Banghao. The first person was responsible for administering the drug, which would induce a feigned death state in Fang Banghao. After confirming that Xing Huang was not following, the second person would appear and rescue Fang Banghao. Ning Luo's heart trembled. This Fang Banghao truly was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Ning Luo, I heard from your parents that they wanted to arrange a ghost marriage for you? Fang Banghao said indifferently, there's no need for a ghost marriage now. You'll just be my wife, properly married with all the formalities. On the day of the grand opening ceremony 2 days from now, we'll propose to you in front of all the cameras, in front of everyone, in front of the entire nation. At that time, you can dress beautifully and look stunning. After all, this will be the first time the Fang commercial empire has joined forces with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. If we do this well, it will set a precedent for commercial conglomerates across the country. Ning Luo directly refused. No, I will not marry you. Give up on that thought. He Jianan and Chu Baoying beside her were frantic. Daughter, what are you saying? You didn't want a ghost marriage, but now a living person is standing right here, and you still refuse? Young Master Fang Banghao has already come personally to propose marriage. Is there any greater honor in the world than this? You should be grateful to him. Hurry up and agree, hurry up and bow. Chu Baoying pressed down on Ning Luo's back, forcing her to bend. But Ning Luo refused to bend. Fang Banghao sneered, Ning Luo, do you think I came here today to discuss things with you? I've already died once, so my style of doing things no longer involves such pretentious formalities. Since I came to find you today, I will definitely take you back. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the two men behind him stepped forward. Stop! Ning Luo shouted anxiously. You can't take me away. Yi Jing will save me. He Jianan and Chu Baoying beside her were frantic. Your bodyguard captain boyfriend is nothing. He's just relying on his strength to be a bodyguard captain. Do you really think he can stand up to Fong Ruodo's nephew? Young Master Fong, don't listen to my daughter's nonsense. She just doesn't understand your power. If you want to take her today, go ahead. She really needs to be disciplined properly, or else she won't know her place. Fong Banghao sneered. Did you hear that? Your parents want me to discipline you properly. Don't worry, it's just Yijing. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Ning Luo was shocked. Previously, Yijing had already beaten you like that, and now Fong Banghao is acting like this? Could it be that he has some new card up his sleeve, making him so fearless? Sure enough, Fong Banghao said, Do you see the two behind me? They are upper-rank war gods. Oh, you ordinary mortals probably haven't heard of what an upper-rank war god is. In this world, you only know about war kings and war gods. But you don't know that among war gods, there are also ordinary war gods and upper-rank war gods. Ordinary war gods are at the level of the National Protection War God, including the man and woman who are close to Yijing, most likely at that level. But upper-rank war gods are the top tier among war gods, with different levels and vastly different strength. To put it bluntly, 100 war gods would not be a match for one upper-rank war god. After saying that, Fong Banghao smiled smugly. Ning Luo, however, was deeply shocked and trembling with fear. So upper-rank war gods were this terrifying and powerful. Just moments ago, she had thought that Yijing would definitely be able to resist Fong Banghao. But now, hearing this, she only had one thought in her mind. Yijing must not come to save her. Otherwise, it would be walking into a trap. She had realized that Fong Banghao's kidnapping of her might be for the purpose of marrying her, but that was definitely not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal was to set a trap, lure Yijing to save her, and then kill him. Thinking of this, Ning Luo trembled all over. She could tolerate being kidnapped, but she couldn't tolerate Yijing being killed. Imagining the scene of Yijing being killed, Ning Luo felt her heart shatter. At this thought, Ning Luo stopped resisting. To be honest, after knowing that the two in front of her were upper-rank war gods, Ning Luo knew that even if she resisted, it would be futile. Shortly after, Ning Luo was kidnapped and taken to the Fong Financial Company. On the way, Ning Luo kept looking for an opportunity, but she never found one. The two upper-rank war gods were always watching her movements. Even when their eyes weren't on her, Ning Luo always felt that their perception was on her. Any slight movement she made would be noticed by them. Finally, when they reached their destination and got out of the car, Ning Luo sensed an opportunity. As soon as they got out of the car, the two upper-rank war gods also got out, and Ning Luo felt that the perception on her suddenly disappeared. This is the moment. I need to quickly send a message to Yijing, telling him not to come to save me. Ning Luo knew that Yijing might come to the company to look for her. So she sent a message saying she wasn't at the company. She said she was going on a business trip abroad and wasn't at the company. That way, Yijing wouldn't suspect anything and would come looking for her. However, just as she took out her phone, a hand reached out beside her.
Smack!
The hand directly slapped her phone, smashing it to pieces. Any more small movements, and it won't just be your phone that gets smashed. Your head will be next. The threat from the upper-rank war god beside her made Ning Luo even more terrified. Fong Financial Company. The Fong Financial Company, set to open soon, was magnificent, with banners fluttering and a sea of people. Today, the Fong family directly purchased a new building by the riverside, quickly renovated it, and held an opening ceremony. At the same time, Yijing also received an invitation from the Fong Commercial Empire. Of course, it was under the identity of the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Yijing sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what expression Fong Ruodo would have when he arrived at the opening ceremony as the leader of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. However, he also doubted whether the usually cautious Fong Ruodo would really show up today. At the base of the building, in the gaze of countless people, many high-ranking executives of the Fong Financial Company came out with beaming smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's event. Chapter 562. They really do make a perfect couple. At the front of the crowd, a tall stage had been set up. Above the stage, a host was holding a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO of Fengshi Financial Company, Fang Banghao. Thunderous applause erupted like a tidal wave. Among the crowd were the members of the Shin family. Several of them had envious expressions on their faces. The Fang family sure knows how to make an impression. If only I could get a job at Fengshi Financial Company. Shin Xiaogong said, Mom, Dad, Sister, do you think I should try applying for a bodyguard position at Fengshi Company? He had previously applied for a bodyguard position at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, but was outmaneuvered by Yi Jing, which he still resented. This time, he wanted to apply at Fengshi, hoping Yi Jing wouldn't ruin it again. His parents encouraged him, go for it. The background and future of Fengshi Financial Company are far greater than that of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If you get in, not only will you earn more, but you'll have a bright future. We'll feel proud to tell others about it. Shinsui also nodded, I agree. Otherwise, all the muscle you've built would go to waste. And Fengshi Financial Company is a nationwide giant. Once you're in, the benefits are endless. In the future, I plan to start my own company, and I'll need my own connections. If you become a bodyguard at Fengshi, you'll be meeting influential people all the time. Maybe you'll meet someone important and introduce them to me, and my company will thrive. Shin Xiaogong's eyes lit up, you're right. After the opening ceremony ends, I'll go sign up for the bodyguard position. As they were talking, a lavishly dressed figure emerged from the building. When he appeared, the sea of people erupted in cheers for young Master Fang. Fang Banghao gently gestured with his hand, and the thunderous applause quieted down. Everyone, I know this is a sign of your trust in and expectation for our Fengshi company. Rest assured, we chose to open our first branch in Jinling because we believe in its development. In the future, all of you will benefit. Everyone had high hopes, imagining the convenience that Fengshi Financial Company's presence in Jinling would bring to their lives. It was said that every city Fengshi group entered, it would make bold moves to expand the market. From clothing, food, housing, and transportation to every aspect of life, Fengshi Group would be involved. The quality of life for the city's residents would also improve significantly. So even ordinary citizens welcomed the arrival of Fengshi Group. Of course, Fengshi Group wasn't doing this out of charity, but to make money. Now, the most important moment has arrived. Please welcome my fiancé, Ning Luo. Fang Banghao raised his hand, and behind him, Ning Luo was escorted out by two maids. Wow, how envious. Look at the wedding dress Ning Luo is wearing. It's like it's made of diamonds, sparkling. Just that dress must be worth tens of millions, right? And the princess tiara on her head, that must be worth 20 million, right? I think I saw it at an auction once. It really was worth 20 million. How I envy Ning Luo. Being the woman of young Master Fang Banghao, how enviable. Countless people looked on with envy. But as the center of attention, Ning Luo's heart was filled with sorrow. The man she loved, she didn't know where he was now. I hope he's far away. Please don't come to save me, or he'll fall into Fang Banghao's trap. In the crowd, Shin Suyi was also full of envy. How I envy Ning Luo. If I were the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, maybe I'd be the one standing up there now. To be the center of attention, Ning Luo must be so happy, right? At this moment, countless women were envying Ning Luo. But the next moment, something happened that left everyone in shock. Fang Banghao, holding the microphone, announced loudly, everyone. The union between Ning Luo and me is a combination of strength and strength. This means that the Fengshi Commercial Empire and the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce have found a bridge of connection here in Jinling. Next, we will personally toast each table to thank the distinguished guests of Jinling for attending our opening ceremony. Naturally, the ordinary people at the back didn't have the privilege of joining the banquet. But at the very front, 24 tables were set up, all occupied by Jinling's elite. Hurry up and toast. What's wrong with you, Ning Luo? Why are you being so rude? All these guests are our future partners. Why aren't you toasting them? Are you unwilling? Fang Banghao couldn't help but complain. Ning Luo, who had no intention of marrying Fang Banghao, was naturally very resistant. Every action was one of resistance. It's a joyous occasion. Not smiling is one thing, but can't even properly toast?
Smack.
Suddenly, Fang Banghao slapped Ning Luo hard across the face, without holding back at all. This slap immediately left Ning Luo's face red and swollen. Everyone was stunned. Just moments after the proposal, and now a slap? Everyone fell silent, realizing that being the wife of the Fang family wasn't easy at all. It dawned on them. What looked like a union of equals was actually far from it. Ning Luo's position was far inferior to Fang Banghao's. Her role as a spokesperson, though official, was unstable, as the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce could dismiss her at any time. But Fang Banghao's identity was unassailable. He was the nephew of Fang Ruodo, a core family member whose position was unshakable. No wonder Fang Banghao is so arrogant and doesn't take Ning Luo seriously. He has the backing. Ning Luo, having chosen to be his wife, to climb the social ladder, has to bear with it. There's a balance to be struck. Ning Luo chose to be a wealthy wife, to enjoy a life of luxury, so she has to bear these consequences. Who doesn't know what kind of person Fang Banghao is? He either plays with women or hits them. Having chosen to marry him, she has to accept this. At this moment, the envy for Ning Luo wasn't as strong as before. Only those who were materialistic and obsessed with wealth and status continued to envy her. More people were thinking, if they were in Ning Luo's place, could they endure this? Being publicly humiliated? Ning Luo's parents, He Jianan and Chu Baoying, were all smiles. Hee, what a happy couple. They really do make a perfect match. Chapter 563. Why aren't you toasting? The groom looks gentlemanly, and the bride appears dignified. They are indeed a perfect match, said Chu Baoying and He Jianan, speaking insincerely. Those around them were left speechless upon hearing this. Didn't you just see your daughter get slapped? Instead of standing up for her, you, as her family, are here speaking insincerely. The looks of disdain on the faces of those around them were evident. They thought to themselves that perhaps it wasn't Ning Luo who was seeking to climb the social ladder and pursue wealth and honor, but rather these parents who were selling their daughter. Ning Luo, go toast. Fang Banghao demanded angrily. After getting slapped, you don't even take the initiative? Are you deaf? He Jianan also shouted loudly, daughter, this is a joyous occasion, and so many people are watching. Hurry up and toast the honored guests properly. Chu Baoying added, these are all potential business partners for you in the future. No matter what your intentions are, you should maintain good relationships with them. Have you forgotten that you're a businesswoman? Hearing her parents urging her to toast, Ning Luo felt even more distressed. Didn't her parents know that she really didn't want to be the bride? At this moment, she felt a sense of despair. These adoptive parents might no longer have any affection for her, seeing her merely as a tool to bring them wealth and prosperity. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the crowd inside. Fang Ruodo is here. My goodness, the legendary Fang Ruodo has actually come to our Jinling city. SSS, that's Fang Ruodo, one of the founders of our country. Everyone was excited, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse. From the innermost part of the crowd, a broad figure emerged. The moment they saw that figure, the crowd erupted in joy. It was truly Fang Ruodo. The distinctive scar on his face was unmistakable. Everyone remembered that during a foreign invasion, the country urgently needed a decisive battle to resist. It was Fang Ruodo who led the charge, annihilating the enemy. From that day forward, no foreign invaders dared to invade again. It was from that time that Fang Ruodo bore that scar, becoming a hero in the hearts of many and a legendary figure in the minds of every citizen. He also served as a deterrent to neighboring countries. So when they saw the scar, everyone immediately recognized that the man before them was the genuine, unassailable Fang Ruodo. Greetings, Fang Ruodo. Countless people knelt down spontaneously. Even those who held their status high enough not to kneel bowed slightly to show respect. Fang Ruodo raised his hand slightly. Everyone, I am no longer in office. Now, I am just a free spirit, managing my small company and group. I hope you can support me. The crowd all agreed. How could they not support Fang Ruodo's business empire? Even out of gratitude for him, they had to show their support. After the initial shock, they saw Fang Ruodo walking toward Ning Luo and Fang Banghao. He chuckled and said, "Today is the day my nephew Fang Banghao proposes to Ning Luo. Although it's not the wedding, it's still a joyous occasion. And I hear that Miss Ning Luo is also the official representative of the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce in Jinling City. This represents a union between my business empire and the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce. Such collaborations will only become more frequent in the future." The crowd was thrilled upon hearing this. When Fang Banghao mentioned it, the crowd's reaction was merely acknowledgement. But when Fang Ruodo spoke, everyone felt that this union was certain to happen and would become a major event in the country. It seemed that the Fang business empire and the Dragon Country Chamber of Commerce would soon engage in extensive cooperation. Other capital groups would likely be on edge. After all, the combined power of these two giants would be terrifying, and other groups and capital might be squeezed out of the market. "Ning Luo, why aren't you toasting?" Fang Ruodo frowned as he looked at Ning Luo. "Fang Banghao, how do you manage your daughter-in-law? Can't even handle a simple task like toasting?" Fang Banghao smiled bitterly. "Uncle, I've already told her, but she won't listen." Fang Ruodo sneered. "Some women, you must respect and love for them to listen. But some women, you must discipline and make them fear you for them to listen." Slap. Fang Ruodo swung his arm in a wide arc, delivering another slap to Ning Luo. The force of the slap sent her spinning several times before she finally collapsed to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Her face was now completely swollen, and blood filled her mouth. "If you don't beat such a woman, how will she listen?" Fang Banghao, today is a significant day for the Fang business empire. Countless media are watching. If your wife embarrasses me, you'll have to resign. Fang Banghao's face changed, and he turned to glare viciously at Ning Luo. "Ning Luo, if you don't behave, don't blame me for being merciless." Suddenly, He Jianan rushed forward. "Is this the bride's father? It seems the bride's father still has a conscience. Is he going to reprimand the groom? He must be standing up for his daughter. Seeing her get slapped like this, any father would feel heartbroken." In the midst of the crowd's chatter, He Jianan quickly approached, but instead of defending Ning Luo, he also slapped her. "Daughter, why are you so ungrateful? Fang Ruodo and the young master have been so kind and gentle to you. They're just asking you to toast, not something else. Why are you being so unreasonable?" Chu Baoying also rushed over. "Daughter, on such a joyous day, so many people are watching. Whose face are you trying to save? Others might think we're so uncivilized. Hurry up and get up. Go toast the honored guests." Ning Luo felt a chill in her heart. Around her, the crowd whispered among themselves, "Himph, I thought her parents would stand up for her. But I guess it's understandable. How could her parents stand up to someone like Fang Ruodo?" Besides, Ning Luo is already climbing the social ladder. The Fang family is at the top, and they can treat her however they want. This is the pain of marrying into a wealthy family. You have to endure that pain to enjoy the benefits of being in a prominent family. There's no other way. Let's see if Ning Luo can endure it. As long as she can tolerate domestic violence. Chapter 564, Wine Throne. As long as she can endure her husband's infidelity, endure his wild partying outside, and endure the entire Fang family's disdain for her, she can still gain material satisfaction. As the crowd's murmurs grew louder, Ning Luo's despair deepened. "Throw it." Suddenly, Fang Banghao, seeing Ning Luo lost in thought, grew even angrier. He opened a jar of aged wine, broke the clay seal, and then threw the entire jar of wine onto Ning Luo. In an instant, Ning Luo was completely soaked. Her luxurious wedding gown turned into a drenched mess. The already thin, gossamer-like dress, when wet, became semi-transparent, revealing her body faintly. "Mom, Dad, quickly give me a coat to cover up." In her panic, Ning Luo felt that no one around her could help. At this moment, her only thought, her greatest wish, was simply for someone to give her a coat to hide her shame. But her adoptive parents, He Jianan and Chu Baoying, acted as if they hadn't seen anything, standing by with arms crossed, smirking coldly. You didn't even offer us a toast, and now you want us to help you? Once you're in the Fong family, you have to obey your husband. What, do we need to teach you the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Please, just give me a piece of clothing. Ning Luo was on the verge of tears. At this moment, someone in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore and threw a coat over. Ning Luo grabbed it like a lifeline and quickly wrapped it around herself, covering some of her vital areas. Who the hell are you? Fong Banghao was furious. You dare meddle in my family's affairs? Do you want to die? The person who had thrown the coat earlier, out of goodwill, felt a pang of regret after doing so. Would he face retaliation from the Fong family? Unexpectedly, the retaliation came quickly. Fong Banghao was already enraged. The man quickly tried to duck down, hiding among the crowd, hoping Fong Banghao wouldn't find him. But those around him were even more afraid of being mistaken for the culprit, so they quickly moved away from him. In an instant, a vacuum area formed around the man. Huh, so it was you who dared to meddle, huh? Someone, kill him. Swish. In the next moment, a guard appeared behind Fong Banghao, wielding a sharp blade, and leaped down towards the crowd. Spare me. I was just trying to help. I swear I won't do it again. The man panicked, letting out a terrified scream. However, just as the dagger was about to slash across his neck, ding! A pebble struck the dagger, sending a jolt through the guard's hand, making it numb. In the next instant, a dark shadow flew in from the distance. When people finally recognized the rectangular black object, they were horrified. What is that? Am I seeing things? Is that a coffin flying over? As the crowd gasped, the coffin landed steadily on the stage, right beside Fong Banghao. Then, Yi Jing's figure appeared beside the coffin. Fong Banghao, you're really tough, aren't you? Still alive? Yi Jing sneered. He then turned to the guard. If you dare touch a single hair on him, you can forget about your arm. The guard's eye twitched, but seeing Fong Banghao's expression, he resolutely tightened his grip on the dagger and slashed fiercely towards the man who had thrown the coat. He had to complete his master's order. Swish. In the next moment, another figure appeared beside the guard. It was Pu Nan, who casually slapped the guard, killing him instantly. Another graceful figure flew in from midair, this time carrying a woman's coat, which she draped over Ning Luo. Miss Ning Luo, this time, I'll protect you. Seeing familiar faces like Yi Jing and Qing Huang, Ning Luo finally broke down and burst into tears. Finally, someone was here to care for her. So many people had been cold and indifferent, including her adoptive parents, all standing by Fong Ruodo's side. Now, finally, someone was willing to stand up for her. But in the next moment, Ning Luo thought of something and panicked. Run! Yi Jing, run. You're no match for them. Supreme War God, Supreme War God. Ning Luo quickly shared what she knew, hoping to make Yi Jing back down. Oh? Supreme War God? Yi Jing showed a curious expression. No wonder Fong Ruodo dared to show his face. So that's his trump card. Fong Banghao sneered, Yi Jing, you really dare to show up? Do you know why I treated Ning Luo so badly? Why I slapped her in front of so many people? It was to lure you out. You care about her, don't you? As Fong Banghao said this, Ning Luo's face suddenly flushed. So, Yi Jing cared about her too? Even knowing it was a trap, Yi Jing still came to save her. Was this love? In the crowd, Shen Sui's expression was complex. Yi Jing. This was the man she had annulled the marriage with, torn up the marriage contract. Now, he was doing all this for another woman. However, this Yi Jing is done for. Shen Xiaogong sneered. Who does he think he is, standing up to Fong Ruodo? Is he out of his mind? Shen's father and mother nodded. We thought Yi Jing was just troublemaking, but now it seems he's completely brainless. All the trouble he's caused before, someone could still clean up after him. But this time, he's messed with Fong Ruodo, a legendary figure. Who can clean up after him now? Is his luck really that good every time? Shin Sui's gaze was complex, but above all, she felt envious of Ning Luo. She envied the woman who had a man willing to do so much for her. But when she snapped back to reality, she also felt that Yi Jing was beyond saving this time. Messing with the Fong family, especially Fong Ruodo, meant his life was over. On the stage, Fong Banghao frowned. Yi Jing, what's the deal with the coffin? Don't you know this is the grand opening of our Fong business empire and my engagement day? It's a joyous occasion. You bringing a coffin here is just to disgust me, isn't it? Yi Jing calmly replied, oh, sorry, this coffin isn't for you. It's for your uncle, Fong Ruodo. If I'd known you were still alive, I would have prepared one for you too. His words caused an uproar. A coffin for Fong Ruodo? Yi Jing really dared to say that. Was he asking for death? Chapter 565. Sealed in a coffin. Fong Ruodo, such a legendary figure, was so glorious back then when he was fighting on the battlefield. And Yi Jing at that time was just a little kid, wasn't he? How dare he speak so arrogantly to Fong Ruodo? He even wants to send a coffin to Fong Ruodo? I think he's the one who deserves a coffin. While the crowd ridiculed him, Yi Jing walked casually towards Fong Banghao. Fong Ruodo, how important is your nephew to you? Fong Ruodo's eyes darkened. Of course, he's important. That's why I specifically arranged for him to come to Jinling to expand our copyright business. Out of all my core executives, I didn't send anyone else. I specifically sent him here, which shows how important he is to me. Yi Jing smiled faintly. Oh, such an important person. Then I don't mind putting him in a coffin, do I? After saying that, Yi Jing stepped forward and, as if lifting a small chicken, directly lifted Fong Banghao up. Fong Banghao was just an ordinary person. Even a common war king would be too much for him to handle, let alone someone like Yi Jing. So, no matter how much Fong Banghao struggled in Yi Jing's hands, it was futile. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Yi Jing directly threw Fong Banghao into the coffin. How dare you? Fong Ruodo was furious, but he only expressed his anger and didn't take any action. Fong Ruodo will definitely go save his nephew, right? Since he said that this nephew is so important to him, he must go save him. Fong Ruodo himself is a war god level, and there are rumors that he has reached the upper war god level. Although these are just rumors, it's said that this time, he specially hired upper war gods from abroad at high salaries. Whether it's him or his subordinates who make a move, they can easily kill Yi Jing. This Yi Jing dares to be so arrogant in front of Fong Ruodo. He really doesn't know how he's going to die. But as everyone waited, until Yi Jing had sealed Fong Banghao in the coffin and even nailed the lid shut, Fong Ruodo remained motionless. What's going on? Why isn't Fong Ruodo doing anything? Even if he has great self-control, Yi Jing has already humiliated him to this extent. Everyone was both shocked and puzzled. This Yi Jing is really brave. He actually put Fong Ruodo's nephew in a coffin right in front of him. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare. The key point is that Fong Ruodo hasn't made any move, which is quite intriguing. Among the crowd, the Shun family was also stunned. What's happening here? Am I dreaming? Yi Jing is practically shitting on Fong Ruodo's neck, yet Fong Ruodo is doing nothing? Shinfu said in a deep voice, don't speak nonsense. Fong Ruodo must have his reasons for doing this. Shinmu said, do you think there's a possibility that Yi Jing isn't an ordinary person? Maybe his martial skills aren't what they seem, and he can match Fong Ruodo's level? That's why Fong Ruodo doesn't dare to act rashly, afraid of exposing a flaw to Yi Jing? Shin Xiaogong laughed. Mom, you're overthinking. Do you know what level Fong Ruodo is? He's a legendary upper war god level. And it's not just Fong Ruodo. Several of his subordinates are at that level too. No matter how strong Yi Jing is, he's just practiced some martial arts. He's only a bit stronger than me. He can deal with Fong Banghao because Fong Banghao is just an ordinary person, even weaker than me. But facing Fong Ruodo? Ha! He's not even worthy to carry his shoes. Shinsui added, Mom, Fong Ruodo is a man of great stature. How could Yi Jing possibly compare to him? Shinmu also laughed awkwardly. Yes, you're all right. I was just having a moment of confusion earlier. There were many others with the same thoughts as the Shin family, but everyone was even more puzzled. Why is Fong Ruodo doing nothing? Could it be that Fong Banghao is fake? Maybe he's not even his real nephew? Ding ding ding. Yijing took out some copper nails and nailed the coffin lid shut. No matter how much Fong Banghao cried and begged inside, it was useless. F*CKU. Let me out. Let me out. Fong Banghao was terrified inside. Being locked in a dark coffin, who wouldn't be scared? And with the coffin lid nailed shut, how could he get out? Was he going to be buried alive? The more he thought about it, the more terrified and frightened Fong Banghao became. This kind of torture was even more terrifying than being killed directly. The only consolation was that he could faintly hear the noise of the crowd outside, which slightly eased his fear. At least his uncle would save him, right? Yes. His uncle had brought several upper war gods this time, some of whom were even hired from abroad at high salaries, all to kill Yijing in one fell swoop. Being inside here, I'm actually very safe. As an ordinary person, facing the battle of those upper war gods, a stray injury could kill me. But being inside here, I'm actually safe. This Yijing, he did something good with his bad intentions. Does he think I'll be scared? I can sleep peacefully now. Fong Banghao lay down leisurely inside the coffin. Outside, Yijing continued to walk towards Ning Luo. Ning Luo, go to the back. The rest is up to me. How dare you? Fong Ruodo was furious. Ning Luo is already our daughter-in-law. I'd like to see you try to take her away. Yijing sneered. Oh? You're so powerful. Then why don't you make a move against me? Yijing, you can't take my daughter. He Jianan and Chu Baoying stepped forward, shouting angrily at Yijing. Ning Luo is now the daughter-in-law of the Fong family. Who do you think you are? Do you know that by thinking you're saving her, you're actually making a ridiculous mistake? If you take my daughter away, you'll ruin her life. My daughter could have enjoyed wealth and honor, but by taking her away, she'll never have the face to be the Fong family's daughter-in-law again. He Jianan and Chu Baoying were furious, spreading their arms to block Yijing. Move aside. Yijing's expression darkened, showing displeasure. I see. You're just unwilling to give up the wealth and honor, aren't you? The couple sneered. Yes, we can't let go. So what? What does it have to do with you, you lowly bodyguard? That's the wealth and honor my daughter brings us. You wouldn't even get a taste of it. Yijing looked at Ning Luo. These two won't let you go. How should I handle this? Chapter 566. Run for your lives. Ning Luo's heart was filled with despair, and her gaze towards the two of them held no emotion whatsoever. I have no connection with them anymore. Do whatever you want with them, she said, then turned her head away from He Jianan and Chu Baoying. You ungrateful wretch. You have no relationship with us? What a load of nonsense. Weren't you raised by us? Ning Luo retorted angrily. Haven't I bought enough for you over the years? I've more than repaid your so-called kindness 100-fold. But you? All you do is take from me. Her words made the onlookers regard He Jianan and Chu Baoying with disdain. So these foster parents were that despicable. Get out of the way. Yijing simply shook his body, and a burst of energy shot out, knocking the two of them flying and rendering them unconscious. He Jianan and Chu Baoying were mere mortals. How could they withstand Yijing's power? They immediately spat out blood and fell into a coma. Yijing, are you really going to meddle in the affairs of the Fong family? Fong Ruodo's face was ashen. Yijing sneered, Oh, if you can't stand it, feel free to stop me. Fong Ruodo narrowed his eyes and took a step back, ordering the men beside him, Go, kill him. The men took a step forward, unleashing the overwhelming power of upper-tier war gods. In the eyes of the crowd, war gods were already divine beings, completely unstoppable, and these upper-tier war gods, just standing there, exuded a thick aura of blood, making people fearful and unable to approach. 6 upper-tier war gods standing there forced everyone to keep retreating, as if a suffocating aura made it hard to even open their eyes. 6 upper-tier war gods, how terrifying. Yijing said indifferently, But what about you? His words shocked Fong Ruodo. Fong Ruodo panicked instinctively. What do you mean? Yijing said calmly, What do I mean? Fong Ruodo is at least a war god, or even an upper-tier war god. But you? Aside from looking a bit like him and deliberately carving a scar on your face, where else do you resemble him? After speaking, Yijing suddenly moved, slapping the Fong Ruodo across the face. This slap sent the Fong Ruodo spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to get up, his life or death unknown. Everyone was stunned. Fong Ruodo, after all, was a war god-level figure. How could he be so powerless? He was instantly knocked down with just one slap? Could it be that the Fong Ruodo above was not the real person? Yijing sneered, just a stand-in. Yet you dare to blabber with me? The crowd realized. So it was just a decoy. These big shots are indeed cautious, really fond of using decoys. The mastermind behind the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce was like that before, and now even Fong Ruodo is doing the same. Everyone was getting used to it. Inside the coffin, Fong Banghao was shocked. Damn, a decoy? Even I didn't notice. The decoy's appearance and the scar on his face were too similar. Moreover, Fong Banghao was only Fong Ruodo's nephew, not his son. So he only met him once or twice a year at most, and he didn't recognize the decoy. So, this fake uncle of mine has been killed by Yijing? Among the remaining people, who would care about my life? What if I'm really forgotten? Could I really be trapped to death in this coffin? Fong Banghao was terrified. He felt like he had been sold out. Thump, thump, thump. Fong Banghao desperately pounded on the coffin, but at this moment, everyone was preoccupied. Who could hear him? The onlookers were already forced to close their eyes under the pressure of the upper-tier war gods' auras, and they could only flee hastily. The auras of the upper-tier war gods on the scene were like gales, making people extremely uncomfortable. In no time, the entire venue was cleared. Outside, people scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Too terrifying. The might of the upper-tier war gods is too terrifying. Yes, even standing still feels difficult, as if one will be killed at any moment. Run quickly. If a war god-level battle breaks out later, and we get caught in the crossfire, we'll either die or be seriously injured. Right. This level of battle is not something we can watch. Run quickly. Everyone was running outside. Among the crowd, the Shun family members were also panicking and fleeing. This Yijing is definitely going to die. Relying on a bit of strength, he dares to confront an upper-tier war god. What a fool. And he's provoked Fong Ruodo. He's definitely done for. The Shin family members all assumed Yijing was doomed this time. In the crowd, there were also a few other figures who kept looking back. Tang Puyuan, the Tang elder, looked anxious. Such a good divine doctor. How did he get into such a big grudge with Fong Ruodo? This time, Tang Puyuan had intended to use his connections to try and mediate between the two. But after arriving, he found it was clearly impossible. What a pity. Yijing, a very good divine doctor and a decent person, is going to die like this. Tang Puyuan also didn't think Yijing could escape this time. In the previous few times, Yijing had just been lucky, coincidentally saved by someone, and he managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. But how could it be this time? This time, there were 5 or 6 upper-tier war gods. What person or what force could come to save the day? Absolutely none. Even the dragon group wouldn't have that kind of power. Those were upper-tier war gods. And some of them were even specially invited from abroad. Why? Because relying solely on the domestic side, it's impossible to gather that many upper-tier war gods. Alas, this time Yijing is really finished. Tang Puyuan shook his head and hurried to escape as well. At this moment, he could barely take care of his own life. Among the crowd, a figure was fleeing rather slowly, and he kept looking back. The mayor of Jinling City sighed inwardly. I didn't expect Fong Ruodo to set up such a perfect trap this time. Those are upper-tier war gods. It's probably only someone like Fong Ruodo who could invite so many upper-tier war gods at once. Others, even if they have money, probably couldn't invite them. These upper-tier war gods aren't just something you can invite with money. You also need to owe them favors. Run quickly, alas. Chapter 567. The Mystery of Special Physiologies. This Yijing, previously, The enemies he provoked were at least manageable, but this time, the enemy he provoked is simply beyond his ability to handle. The mayor also shook his head and left. Everyone fled far away. In the center of the scene, only Yi Jing, Qing Huang Punan, and the 6 upper-tier war gods remained. There was also a coffin, constantly making noise. Noisy. Yi Jing lightly tapped the coffin lid, and a wave of vibration was transmitted down. Inside, Fang Banghao was instantly knocked unconscious. "You're Yi Jing, right?" The 6 upper-tier war gods looked at Yi Jing as if he were already dead. "It's not easy for you to make us join forces. I wonder why Feng Ruodao values you so much that he pulled us 6 from all over the country." The 6 upper-tier war gods looked down on Yi Jing. They believed that any one of them could easily kill Yi Jing. Why would they need 6? Yi Jing smiled faintly. "You'll find out soon." Immediately, the 6 figures turned into 6 streaks of light, rushing towards Yi Jing. In the next moment, groans and screams followed one after another. Outside, everyone felt that the newly purchased Fengshu financial company was filled with flashes of light and shadow, occasionally flickering with some special glow. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to see several figures suddenly darting out from the middle. That's one of the upper-tier war gods. What's going on? That upper-tier war god looks as if he's bruised and fleeing. Before everyone could react, another figure of an upper-tier war god escaped from the battle and ran towards another direction. It looked like he was fleeing for his life. Gulp! Everyone was stunned. What exactly happened inside? How could it make these upper-tier war gods flee? However, there were 6 upper-tier war gods in total, so why did only 3 escape? Where are the other 3? In everyone's confusion, the battle inside gradually stabilized. For a full half an hour, there was no movement inside. What's going on in there? Should we go in and take a look? Hee, I dare not get close. Who knows what dangers are still there? I don't dare either. Logically speaking, although Yi Jing is a bit stronger, he shouldn't last more than a round under the hands of an upper-tier war god, right? How could it be so disastrous, with even upper-tier war gods fleeing? I don't know. You know, someone suddenly said. Do you think there's a possibility that Yi Jing is too strong, causing all 6 upper-tier war gods to be beaten, with 3 killed and the remaining 3 fleeing? This statement made everyone laugh. What are you thinking? Those are upper-tier war gods. How many upper-tier war gods do we have in our country? Several of them inside are even foreign upper-tier war gods. Who could be their match? Do you really think Yi Jing single-handedly dealt with those 6? Killed 3 and let 3 run away? How is that possible? The person who said this earlier also chuckled awkwardly. I was indeed talking nonsense. How could anyone be that strong? In everyone's mind, upper-tier war gods are invincible beings, unbeatable. What happened inside piqued everyone's curiosity, leading to various speculations. But no one dared to go in and see what exactly had happened. Inside the scene, Yi Jing eliminated 3 upper-tier war gods and accidentally let 3 escape. After all, upper-tier war gods are indeed formidable, and although they couldn't beat him, each had various escape tactics. After dealing with these people, Yi Jing heard a phone ringing from inside the coffin. Yi Jing lightly tapped the coffin lid, and the nailed copper nails rose again. Yi Jing lifted the coffin lid. Inside, Fang Banghao was still unconscious, and in his pocket was a satellite phone. Judging by the model, it was the same as the previous one, only capable of receiving calls, not making them. Moreover, this satellite phone was encrypted and couldn't be cracked. The previous satellite phone Yi Jing had given to Qing Huang to find hackers worldwide capable of cracking it, but after much effort, they discovered that this encryption method was fundamentally untraceable. Yi Jing answered the phone. Nephew, has that Yi Jing been dealt with? Yi Jing said calmly, Feng Ruodao, didn't you say you'd come in person to take my life? Feng Ruodao immediately fell silent. His breathing became heavy, and disbelief was evident in his tone. Impossible, impossible. How could you still be alive? I hired 6 upper-tier war gods to deal with you. How could you still be alive? How could anyone survive under the hands of 6 upper-tier war gods in this world? Even I couldn't do it. This statement revealed two pieces of information. Feng Ruodao's own strength was likely at the upper-tier war god level, or very close to it. But at the same time, his strength wasn't much higher than the other upper-tier war gods, and he couldn't withstand their combined force either. Therefore, his strength was completely overshadowed by Yi Jing. Apparently, the other side also realized this. Yi Jing, it seems my cautious approach was right. Finding a substitute to meet you was the right decision. Yi Jing sneered. Feng Ruodao, a legendary figure in a country, likes to be a cowardly turtle, huh? Feng Ruodao sneered back. Yi Jing, don't think you're so great. Isn't it just that special physique of yours that made you progress so fast? I'll tell you, your body carries a part of my DNA. At this point, Feng Ruodao suddenly stopped talking. Yi Jing frowned. He had Feng Ruodao's DNA? Could it be that he was Feng Ruodao's son? But he had seen his birth certificate, and he was indeed his parents' son, not someone else's. That left only one possibility. This special physique might not have been naturally formed. Initially, it was artificially created, and it was made by mixing the DNA of multiple powerful individuals and injecting it into the embryo of a pregnant woman. That special embryo was Yi Jing. However, after so many years, only Yi Jing survived as a special physique. All the other test subjects had perished. Chapter 568. Unbelievable luck. This might be related to something that Yi Jing's mother once used to counteract the side effects of a special physique. Therefore, including Feng Ruodo, these influential figures have been relentlessly searching for and interrogating people about the secrets of special physiques all these years. The secret they seek is the method to counteract the side effects. Once they possess this method, these powerful individuals could mass-produce people with special physiques. In an instant, Yi Jing figured all of this out. Feng Ruodo, realizing his slip of the tongue, was also aware of his mistake. Today, upon learning that Yi Jing had managed to escape unscathed from facing 6 upper-tier war gods, he had momentarily lost his composure and revealed too much, inadvertently exposing the secret. Yi Jing spoke coldly. Feng Ruodo, regardless of how I obtained this physique, the fact remains that my parents were brutally beaten by the 5 of you. Prepare yourselves. I will come to each of you one by one and make you experience the suffering my parents endured. Feng Ruodo sneered. Yi Jing, I will investigate today's events. Those 6 upper-tier war gods were certainly not defeated by you alone. You must have had help. Even with your special physique, it's impossible for you to have grown strong enough to surpass the upper-tier war gods. That level represents the pinnacle of power. Feng Ruodo was flustered, seemingly unable to believe that Yi Jing had truly grown powerful enough to surpass the upper-tier war gods. Oh fine. I'll be waiting for you. Also, your beloved nephew, Feng Banghao, I've taken the liberty of burying him for you. With a nod from Yi Jing, the servant beside him swiftly ended Feng Banghao's life. This time, it was truly fatal. No. Feng Ruodo was furious, about to say something, but Yi Jing hung up the phone. It was time to send Feng Ruodo to hell. Previously, Feng Banghao had not been dealt with because he was bait to lure out Feng Ruodo. However, after this incident, the usually cautious Feng Ruodo would undoubtedly become even more so, making it unlikely that Feng Banghao could draw him out. So, it was better to eliminate him outright. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Team leader, Qin Fengtian, Gu Zhanhong, and other war gods from the dragon group entered one by one. Upon seeing the destruction caused by the battle, they were shocked. This was the kind of destruction that could only be caused by power beyond that of a war god, the level of an upper-tier war god. Qin Fengtian chuckled wryly. Team leader, your strength is truly unfathomable. Among the entire dragon group, only our former leader, Xue Changlin, and I have reached the level of upper-tier war gods. The others among the 8 war gods are merely ordinary war gods. Yet you alone have defeated and driven away 6 upper-tier war gods. Your abilities are beyond words. Qin Fengtian's face was filled with admiration and helplessness. He felt that no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach Yi Jing's level. This was also why the 8 war gods of the dragon group were willing to accept Yi Jing as their new leader. It was because he was strong. The 8 war gods of the dragon group admired strength above all else. They believed that only someone far stronger than themselves, like Yi Jing, was qualified to be their new leader. Even someone with the strength of an upper-tier war god wouldn't suffice. Judging from the results of this battle, Yi Jing had single-handedly defeated and driven away 6 upper-tier war gods. Yi Jing glanced at them indifferently. Clean up this mess. After killing Fong Banghao, he left directly. The coffin had truly become Fong Banghao's final resting place. Qin Fengtian, Gu Zhanhong, and the others from the dragon group could only smile wryly. Our new team leader is truly formidable. Who would have dared to imagine a confrontation with Fong Ruodo? And even more incredible, he won? Now, countless influential figures are in shock. Anyone who thinks of challenging our new team leader in the future will have to think twice. Gu Zhanhong nodded in agreement. In the past, whenever Yi Jing acted even slightly arrogantly, many people would clamor to teach him a lesson. It was always the former leader, Xue Chonglin, who would suppress these incidents. But after this event, those usually vocal influential figures had gone silent. Simply put, they no longer had the power to suppress Yi Jing. Who would dare claim they could easily suppress someone who had single-handedly faced 6 upper-tier war gods? Soon, the dragon group announced the truth behind this incident to the public. Multiple upper-tier war gods had arrived in Jinling City, including some foreign war gods who had turned traitor on the spot. This led to a clash between foreign and domestic upper-tier war gods. In the end, 3 upper-tier war gods were killed, and 3 others left. This truth quickly calmed the panic that had gripped Jinling City for days. I knew it. Who could have suppressed or dealt with 6 upper-tier war gods? It turns out they were fighting among themselves. Only an upper-tier war god can defeat another upper-tier war god. That's why. Many also noticed that Yi Jing had survived the calamity of the upper-tier war gods. At the Xin family residence, who could have imagined that 6 upper-tier war gods would turn against each other? That damned Yi Jing managed to survive that battle as well. Xin Shaogong grumbled. I bet that at that moment, all 6 were too busy fighting each other. To them, Yi Jing was just an insignificant mouse, naturally ignored. Xin's father said, Yi Jing's luck is truly extraordinary. He managed to survive a situation where he was as good as dead. Xin's mother added, who could have expected those upper-tier war gods to turn against each other? Xin Sui commented, this can be understood. After all, upper-tier war gods are the pinnacle of power in each country. They are naturally enemies. This time, Fong Ruodo hiring them all together was a bit too much to ask. After all, on the battlefield, these upper-tier war gods might have been enemies to each other. This time, they temporarily set aside their grudges to come here. Perhaps after we left, a few words between them reignited their old animosities, leading to a fight. The others nodded in agreement. This explanation made sense. However, even though Yi Jing survived this time, he has provoked Fong Ruodo and the Fong family. How much longer can he last? Xin Shaogong shook his head. No, sister. Fong Banghao is also dead. Everyone was shocked. Fong Banghao is also dead? Xin Shaogong showed them a news article. Look. Chapter 569. Dead-Ode. This news article mentions that Fong Banghao was caught in the aftermath of a conflict between several upper-tier war gods during that incident. He was trapped in a coffin and couldn't escape, so he died. Everyone present was in a state of disbelief. That was Fong Ridao's own nephew, a towering figure of great importance, a member of the noble class. And yet, he had died, something that was hard to believe. That bastard Yi Jing has incredible luck, while the young master Fong Banghao is dead. What a twist of fate. Xin Shaogong sneered. He harbored a deep grudge against Yi Jing. Ever since Yi Jing had snatched the position of his bodyguard captain, he had been looking at Yi Jing with disdain, wishing for Yi Jing to die as soon as possible. Xin Sui also murmured in shock. I can hardly believe it's true. Come to think of it, Fong Banghao was locked in a coffin by Yi Jing. Xin Shaogong narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then Yi Jing is an indirect murderer of Fong Banghao. You know, if I were to report Yijing to Feng Ridao, do you think I would gain Feng Ridao's attention and rise through the ranks? Shen's father spoke gravely. I advise you to avoid doing that. Feng Banghao is Feng Ridao's own nephew, and they have a familial bond. Now that Feng Banghao has suddenly died, Feng Ridao must be furious. If you go now, you might just end up in the line of fire and get killed by Feng Ridao. Shin Shaogong, who had been eager to make a name for himself, was startled by these words. Indeed, in front of such a powerful figure, he, Shin Shaogong, was no more than an ant. He might be killed on the spot as a scapegoat. Such a risky endeavor was best left untouched. Shun's mother continued. And what kind of person is Feng Ridao? He doesn't need you to inform him. He'll figure it out on his own. By then, Yijing will surely be doomed. The group nodded in agreement. Yijing was definitely doomed this time. The mayor of Nanjing City shook his head upon seeing the news released by the Dragon Group. While ordinary people might believe this news, he did not. Those 6 upper-tier war gods might have had their own grudges. But what kind of person is Feng Ridao? If he could temporarily bind these individuals together with mutual interests, they wouldn't turn against each other before completing the task of eliminating Yijing. Most likely, it was Yijing who dealt with them. Others didn't believe Yijing could have dealt with 6 upper-tier war gods, considering it impossible. Thus, they naturally dismissed that possibility. But the mayor had witnessed Yijing in action, able to swiftly annihilate the Su family of the 8 great clans, obliterate the Eastern Association of the Assassins Guild with a single move, and instantly suppress Luo Qiming of the National Special Forces. Such abilities likely placed him on par with those upper-tier war gods. In this entire world, perhaps only I know how formidable Yijing truly is. The mayor trembled in fear. He was merely a small mayor, someone who might be considered an official figure in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of Yijing's true terrifying level, he was insignificant. Yijing's phone rang. It was the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Yi, Feng Ridao of the Feng Business Empire has personally called, wanting to speak directly with you. Would you be available to take the call? Yijing replied indifferently, sure, transfer the call. He pondered for a moment and deliberately altered his voice. Since Feng Ridao was hiding in the shadows with caution, Yijing saw no reason to reveal his true identity. Hello, Yijing spoke in an unfamiliar tone. Feng Ridao quickly responded, I'm terribly sorry. This time, I had originally invited you to Nanjing City to attend the opening ceremony, but unexpected events occurred. As you may have seen in the news, several upper-tier war gods had a falling out at my place, causing utter chaos. Yijing replied coolly, I am indeed disappointed. I have already arrived at the scene in Nanjing City, yet I did not see you, only a scapegoat. How is it that your life is valuable, but mine is not? Yijing's reproach made Feng Ridao even more embarrassed. He had sent a scapegoat in his place, while the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce had gone personally. This was indeed a blatant disregard for others' safety. I sincerely apologize. This time, I will compensate you with a company valued at 3 billion. What do you think? Yijing responded with a simple hum before hanging up on Feng Ridao. He then instructed the head of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce in the capital, go and take over the company Feng Ridao is giving, and continue to list it under the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. After hanging up the phone, Yijing toyed with a latest model smartphone in his hand. This was one he had retrieved from Feng Banghao's possession. It was a high-end smartphone, the latest and most expensive model on the market. Unlike the satellite phone specially equipped by Feng Ridao, this was presumably Feng Banghao's personal phone. However, this phone was equipped with a high-level security firewall, and without Feng Banghao's password, it was impossible to unlock. Yijing summoned Qinghuang. How long will it take your hackers to crack the firewall on this phone? Qinghuang replied, Master, if it's just a regular phone screen lock, my subordinates can crack it in 10 seconds. But this firewall was obviously specially developed by Feng Ridao, quite advanced and complex. It will likely take at least 2 days to fully crack it. Moreover, much of the data inside might be automatically destroyed after cracking, so it's hard to say how much will remain. This firewall has a self-destruct feature for data. Once attempted to crack, this function will activate, and we can only try our best to preserve the data. Yijing nodded, understanding that someone as cautious as Feng Ridao would naturally develop such measures. All right, do your best to crack it, and whatever remains, remains. At the Shin household. Quick, look carefully. Isn't our debt note hidden under this box? Shinsui urged. Brother, hurry up and find it. Whether or not I can open a company depends on this. Shin's father added, counting the time. The debt is due. If we can recover this debt, we'll have the funds to help your sister open a company. Shin's mother smiled. Your sister has always dreamed of opening a company. If we can recover this debt, setting up the company will be much easier. Shin Xiaogong rummaged through the boxes and laughed. Look, isn't this it? A debt note appeared before everyone's eyes. That's the one. A 6 million debt note? Shun's father smiled. This was a sum I earned with the help of a benefactor in the past. Later, that scoundreling Qingjin borrowed it, and now he's made a fortune with that money, while our Shin family has been living in hardship. Chapter 570. The Dream of the Female CEO. With this IOU, plus the agreed interest, over the years, we can recover 9 million yuan. Shin's mother smiled. What do you mean? He borrowed it. You clearly also saw the high interest he offered, and were willing to lend the money. 6 million yuan, in just 2 years, turned into 9 million yuan, with an interest of 3 million yuan. Shin's father laughed heartily. Yes, I also saw the 3 million yuan interest that Qingjin promised me, which is why I lent it to him. Shin Xiaogong said, with this money, our family no longer has to live such a hard life. Shinsui also excitedly said, I can finally start my company. Although this money can't start a big company, it's more than enough to start a small one. I can finally fulfill my dream of being a female CEO. Shin Xiaogong suddenly said, Huh? What's this? He saw an old red hard paper. The others also looked over. Opening it, Shan Xiaogong cursed under his breath. Bad luck. It's the marriage contract between sister and Yijing. Shinsui exclaimed, Ah, so it was real after all? When Yijing came to their house and mentioned the marriage contract, their first reaction was to think it was fake. But it turned out to be true. Shun's father's expression darkened immediately. Quickly tear it up. This unlucky thing. If Feng Ruodo finds out, it might implicate us. Shun's mother also quickly said, Yes, your father is right. Now Yijing is Feng Ruodo's mortal enemy, someone he wants to kill at all costs. If he finds out our family has such a relationship with Yijing, it might bring calamity to our Shin family. Shin Xiaogong was about to tear it up, but Shinsui had a thought. Wait a moment. She took it and carefully examined it. It really is a marriage contract signed by my grandfather and his elder. Exactly the same as the other one he had. She unconsciously put the marriage contract away. Mom, Dad, brother, I think we should keep this marriage contract for now. Shin's father frowned. Why would you keep it? It could become a disaster for us. Shin's mother also spat. That thing is a ticking time bomb. Tear it up quickly. Shinsui said, Mom and Dad, just listen to me. Anyway, it's in my bag, and I won't show it to anyone, so it's fine. Shin's father and mother couldn't argue with her, so they said, then tear it up as soon as possible. Anyway, it can't be kept. The key now is to go finding Qingjin and get back the 9 million yuan debt. Once we get it back, our Shin family can turn things around. The 4 members of the Shun family's eyes gleamed with hope. After enduring such a hard life for so long, they were finally about to see better days. Half an hour later, the 4 members of the Shen family arrived at the company owned by the Ying family. This Ying Qingjin, with my 6 million yuan, really struck it rich. In just 2 years, he probably made tens of millions. That's why he started this company. I'm so envious. Quickly get our money back, and we'll start a company too. Make big money. The family entered the company and directly told the receptionist, We need to see your boss, Ying Qingjin. The beautiful receptionist said, Do you have an appointment? Shin's father frowned. Now you need an appointment to see Ying Qingjin? Is he that big of a deal now? The beautiful receptionist replied, I'm sorry, sir, but you do need an appointment to see our boss. Shun's father said indifferently, I'm a creditor of your boss. Just tell him, the Shun family is here to collect the debt, and he'll understand. Seeing Shun's father so calm and confident, the receptionist didn't think he was lying, so she quickly called upstairs. A moment later, a call came down, and the receptionist quickly said, "Our boss is asking you to go up." See? Shun's father proudly said to the receptionist and the surrounding employees, "I'm a creditor behind your boss. Your current situation is thanks to me." A moment later, the Shun family entered Ing Chungjin's office. "Why are all of you here?" Ing Chungjin greeted them with a smile, offering good tea. "Old Ing, you've really made it big, drinking such good tea." Shun's father took a sip of tea, leaned comfortably back on the sofa, and said, "Being a boss, it's really comfortable." Ing Chungjin laughed. "It is comfortable, isn't it? So, you want to be a boss too? Want me to sponsor you a bit?" Shun's father shook his head. "I don't want to be a boss. I don't want to worry about things, but my daughter wants to be a boss." Ing Chungjin nodded. "That's fine too. You can arrange for your daughter to come to my company. I'll guide her and pass on my experience. In about 3 to 5 years, she'll know everything." Shun's father's face turned cold. "Ing Chungjin, are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes? I'm here to collect the debt, to get my money. Not only are you not giving me the money, but you also want my daughter to work for you for 3 to 5 years. What are you scheming?" Ing Chungjin still had a smile on his face. "Don't say it like that. It's just 6 million yuan, you know? Do you know how much my company's annual turnover is? 20 million yuan. What's 6 million yuan to me? In a few more years, I'll have more than 60 million yuan in my hands. By then, your daughter will have learned so much here." Shun's father was impatient. "Stop feeding me this pie in the sky. Back then, I was fooled by your promises, believing your pie in the sky, which is why I lent you the money. Otherwise, I'd be sitting in that boss's seat now. Now you want to fool my daughter?" Ing Chungjin's face also darkened. "Old Shun, the fact that I'm sitting here talking to you is already giving you face. What? You still want the money? Let me see where the IOU is." Shun's father's heart sank. This Ing Chungjin, now that he's successful, doesn't want to acknowledge the old debt? He immediately said, "Daughter, take out the IOU." The Shun family's expressions were also a bit ugly. Could it be that Ing Chungjin wanted to default on the debt? Fortunately, they still had the IOU. Shinsui quickly took out the IOU and showed it to Ing Chungjin. She was also smart, only showing it herself without handing it over to prevent him from damaging the IOU. "Oh, it really is there," Ing Chungjin said helplessly. "I thought that after so many years, you wouldn't be able to find this old piece of paper." Shun's father sneered. "How could we not find it? This is a piece of paper worth 9 million yuan. Even if I lost everything else, I wouldn't lose this. You'd better give me the money quickly. My Shun family needs it." Ing Chungjin said indifferently, "What if I don't give it? What would you do then?" Chapter 571. Blackmail. The Shun family's faces turned pale. Ing Chungjin's words clearly indicated that he had no intention of repaying the debt. "Old Ing, don't force me to tear off the mask of civility." Shinfu frowned and said, "You have an IOU from me with your name signed in black and white. How can you deny it now? If I report this to the police, you won't be able to get away with it. Even if I don't report it to the police, if I post this IOU online, do you think your company will still have any credibility? Business is all about credibility. If your client and partner companies know you're so untrustworthy, do you think your company will go bankrupt?" Shinfu's words caused Ing Chungjin's face to change. Fine. You're so shameless, huh? You're going to air our dirty laundry online? Since you're being unrighteous, don't blame me for being merciless." Ing Chungjin clapped his hands, and immediately, a dozen figures squeezed in from outside. Ing Chungjin sneered, "You're not going to report it to the police, are you? Not going to post it online? Let's see if you can walk out of my door today. You guys, tear that paper out of his hand. Whoever tears it will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan." The guards immediately became excited. Looking at the paper in Shun Fu's hand, it was as if they were staring at gold. 100,000 yuan. Just tear that paper, and it's like earning 100,000 yuan out of thin air. Who wouldn't want that? Swish, swish, swish. A dozen figures, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, all rushed forward. Shin Shaogong, relying on his muscular training, tried to resist. But even though these dozen people weren't particularly trained, their sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed Shin Shaogong. Shin Fu, holding the IOU, was like a small boat on a stormy sea, on the verge of capsizing. Quick, wife, catch it. Shin Fu quickly crumpled the IOU into a ball and threw it to his wife. Shin Mu soon found herself in trouble as several men pounced on her. Quick, daughter. In a moment of panic, Shin Mu quickly threw it to Shan Suyi. Several more men rushed toward Shan Suyi. Shan Suyi quickly stuffed the paper ball into her small handbag and ran towards the exit. As long as she could get out and onto the street, shouting for help, Ing Qingjin's men wouldn't be able to do anything to her. With her beauty, there would surely be many chivalrous young men willing to help. However, she underestimated the motivation of these money-hungry guards. Seeing the 100,000 yuan about to escape, several men immediately swarmed forward, with one of them moving quickly, snatching Shan Suyi's handbag. Boss here. I got it. The guard, eager to claim credit, quickly handed Shan Suyi's handbag to Ing Chengjin. Well done. Ing Chengjin laughed loudly and immediately opened Shan Suyi's handbag. But instead of finding the paper ball, he found a red hard card. Where's the paper ball? Ing Chengjin's face changed. Shan Suyi sneered. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to really put the IOU in my handbag? It's with me. Shan Suyi held the paper ball and quickly ran downstairs. She didn't dare take the elevator and rushed straight to the fire escape. Damn it, stop her. After giving the order, Ing Chengjin took the elevator and quickly descended. The other dozen guards ran down the stairs. Inside the elevator, Ing Chengjin unfolded the red hard card and looked at it. A marriage certificate? Shan Suyi and Yi Jing? Hmph. Although I don't know who this Yi Jing is, since he's Shan Suyi's fiancé, he can't be a good person. Downstairs, Ing Chengjin arrived at the company entrance. At this moment, the area had been cleared. Ing Chengjin's men had surrounded the place tightly. The 4 members of the Shin family were trapped here. Nearby pedestrians watched from a distance. Help, help. Shan Suyi cried for help, hoping that some young man would rush in. But Ing Chengjin sneered. Help? Help what? Your Shin family owes me 9 million. Repaying debts is a matter of course. How dare you owe money and still have the nerve to ask for help? Hearing this, the pedestrians who had been attracted by Shan Suyi's beauty hesitated. Ing Chengjin's dozen or so strong guards, with their burly builds and fierce looks, were clearly not to be trifled with. This alone made many people hesitate, weighing their abilities and deciding not to intervene. Combined with Ing Chengjin's words, those onlookers completely gave up the idea of helping. Shan Suyi was frantic. What are you talking about? It's you who owe us money. You're twisting the truth. She was so angry her lungs felt like they were about to explode. Ing Chengjin sneered. Oh? Is that so? Then show me the IOU. Shan Suyi didn't dare to take it out. Earlier, Ing Chengjin had almost snatched it away. If she took it out again, those fierce guards would surely rush to take it. Seeing that the Shin family couldn't produce an IOU, the onlookers became even more skeptical. Just then, Yi Jing happened to pass by outside. The Shin family of 4 are trapped here? Yi Jing frowned. He didn't have a good impression of the Shin family, so he didn't plan to help them and was about to leave. But Shin Shaogong, with sharp eyes, spotted Yi Jing immediately. Mr. Ing, keep him here and make him pay you. Shin Shaogong quickly said, his name is Yi Jing, a bodyguard from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. He has money. Don't talk about 9 million, even 900 million. He can earn it by eating soft rice. Ing Chengjin didn't hear the latter half, but the name, Yi Jing, caught his attention. Oh, isn't this the person on the marriage certificate? Ing Chengjin took out the red hard card. Indeed, it's Yi Jing. Hearing the mention of a marriage certificate, Yi Jing frowned and stopped. Marriage certificate? Didn't the Shin family say they couldn't find it? Ing Chengjian waved his hand, and several guards immediately ran over to surround Yijing. Ing Chengjian said coldly, "Kid, since you're Shin Sui's fiancé, you can pay off this 9 million. Your brother-in-law said you can afford it." Yijing slightly frowned and looked at Shan Suyi. "Did your Shin family owe money?" Shin Suyi quickly said, "Don't listen to him. He owes our Shun family 9 million. Now he's slandering and twisting the truth. I still have his IOU. Look." Shin Suyi quickly showed the IOU, then quickly hid it, protecting it tightly. Yijing nodded slightly. Although he didn't have a good impression of Shin Suyi, it was too obvious. Ing Qingjin was trying to swindle this money and even had the audacity to demand another 9 million. Chapter 572. He really is a big shot. "Yijing, did you hear me?" Ing Qingjin said, "The Shin family now owes me 9 million. You have to repay this money, or you won't be leaving today." Yijing looked around at the 4 guards surrounding him, a mocking smile on his face. It seemed that the news about how he had recently defeated 6 upper-tier war gods, killing some and forcing others to flee, hadn't spread far. Perhaps the Dragon Group's information protection was too good, only releasing the false news that people were willing to believe. But with just these 4 minor guards, did they really think they could stop him? However, Yijing wouldn't dirty his hands dealing with someone like Ing Chengjin. He called Long San. "Come over now." Upon seeing Yijing's location, Long San immediately replied, "All right, I'm not far from you. I'll be there right away." Ing Chengjin frowned. "Who are you calling?" Yijing casually replied, "Oh, you're asking me for 9 million, right? I don't have that kind of money on me. I had to call someone to bring it over." Ing Chengjin burst out laughing, revealing his gold teeth. Shin Xiaogong beside him also laughed. "That Yijing must be calling Ning Luo. I've been saying it for a long time. Yijing has been living off Ning Luo's charity. You guys didn't believe me. Otherwise, how could he have become the head of security for the Tianha Chamber of Commerce? Just watch, Ning Luo will definitely come over with the money." In the next moment, Long San walked over from a distance. Seeing Long San, Ing Chengjin was shocked. Recently, this Long San had been wreaking havoc in Jinling, a veritable storm in the underground world, a figure of great influence. It was said that he had 900 war kings under his command, and wherever he went, he was unstoppable. No underground force in Jinling could stand against Long San. Although Long San was an outsider, rumored to have come from Jiang Province and Suzhou, the local tough guys were no match for him. Not to mention, just the sight of those 900 war kings was enough to scare anyone to death. "Mr. Long, why are you here? Just passing by?" Ing Chengjin, forgetting about the Shin family and Yijing, quickly scurried over like a lapdog, respectfully saying, "Mr. Long, this is my turf. Would you like to come up for a cup of tea? I've just gotten some good tea." Ing Chengjin, having spent half his life in the underground world, was all too familiar with Long San's reputation. "Get out of the way. I'm busy. I'll deal with you another day." Ing Chengjin's face stiffened, but he quickly forced an even more obsequious smile. "Mr. Long, I don't want to be swallowed up. How about this? I'll pay a fine. Name your price. No matter how much, I'll agree." Ing Chengjin knew that Mr. Long's organization, the Crimson Dragon, was rapidly expanding, swallowing up countless underground forces in Jinling, and even encroaching on several surrounding cities. With the expansion looming over his turf, how could he not be anxious? Perhaps today, Mr. Long had come to scout the place. Long San impatiently said, "Can't you understand? Get out of my way. I'm really busy today. Don't move, or I'll deal with you right now." Ing Chengjin quickly scrambled to the side in fear. Seeing the guards still blocking the path, he immediately cursed, "Are you idiots? Don't you see Mr. Long coming? Get out of the way. If you delay Mr. Long's business, you'll be in big trouble." Ing Chengjin's voice trailed off as he suddenly saw Mr. Long stride quickly toward Yijing, then respectfully bow. "Mr. Yi, I'm here. What can I do for you?" As Long San spoke, more than 20 people emerged from the crowd, each with the formidable strength of a war king. However, these people all knelt respectfully on one knee before Yijing and Long San, like obedient little rabbits. Yijing casually said, This person says I owe him 9 million. He pointed at Chungjin. I can't quite remember. You ask him, see if there's any truth to this. Long San nodded, immediately understanding the situation. Such a formidable figure as Mr. Yi, with such excellent memory, how could he forget? This must be that despicable Chungjin trying to extort money from Mr. Yi. He really had the guts. Thinking this, Long San viciously approached Chungjin, who was trembling, and kicked him, sending him sprawling. Are you an idiot? Extorting money from Mr. Yi? Long San rained down a series of brutal slaps, quickly turning Chungjin's face into a swollen mess. Spit it out, what's going on? Long San grabbed Chungjin by the collar and lifted him up. Chungjin cried, I was just trying to extort a little. I didn't know he was Mr. Yi. I didn't know he was a big shot. Chungjin was filled with regret. He had thought the Shin family was powerless and could be bullied at will. Who would have expected their fiancé to be so formidable? If he had known, he would never have provoked the Shin family. The Shin family's luck was really good to have found such a powerful fiancé. Thinking this, he looked fearfully toward the Shin family. The Shin family members were also stunned. This Yi Jing, could he really be a big shot? Wasn't he just a security head? How come the recently powerful Mr. Long was bowing to Yi Jing? Could it be that Yi Jing was a big shot? That formidable Mr. Long was actually his subordinate? You better watch yourself. This is my boss. Long San viciously kicked again. If you don't smarten up, I'll deal with you right away. Chungjin was almost peeing his pants, nodding frantically in agreement. Understood. Mr. Long, Mr. Yi will be my master from now on. I definitely won't do anything like today again. Yi Jing glanced at Shinsuyi. Hand over the betrothal document. After hesitating for a moment, Shinsuyi handed the document to Yi Jing. Rip. Yi Jing tore the document in half, severing Shinsuyi's last hope. The Shun family members, seeing Yi Jing tear up the betrothal document, felt a chill in their hearts. They had just learned that Yi Jing was truly a big shot, and the powerful underground figure Mr. Long was actually his subordinate. But with this document torn, it meant their connection with Yi Jing was severed forever. A hint of regret began to surface in the hearts of the Shun family members. Chungjin, bracing himself, came over and handed a card to Shin's father. Old Shun, if I had known you were acquainted with Mr. Yi, would I have treated you like this? Chungjin had also seen Yi Jing tear up the betrothal document, but that was a family matter. Who knew if Yi Jing and Shinsuyi might reconcile in the future? Chapter 573. Quickly go and invite the divine physician. With Long Ye's presence as a deterrent, Chungjin had no choice but to first return the 9 million. After all, he would never dare to provoke the Shin family or Yi Jing ever again. Seeing Chungjin returning the money so readily and decisively, the Shin family members were all in a daze. Just moments ago, relying on their own efforts, Chungjin wouldn't have returned the money. But now, simply out of fear of one of Yi Jing's subordinates, Chungjin returned the money so smoothly. I really feel a bit of regret in my heart. Shinfu said, if Yi Jing really became our son-in-law, how glorious would that be? Yes, just having Long Yi standing there gives off an impressive presence. The Shin family members watched helplessly as Yi Jing and Long San left. With the money in hand, the Shin family returned home. Finally, we have the money to start a company. Once we start the company, there might be some troublemakers who come looking for trouble. If we had Yi Jing as our son-in-law, he would definitely be able to keep things in order, right? The Shin family fell silent. Back then, it was they who actively tore up the betrothal document, thinking Yi Jing was trash and unworthy of their daughter. But now, the entire family was filled with regret. However, Shin Xiaogong suddenly said, actually, tearing up the betrothal document was a good thing. Mom and Dad's sister, you only saw the power of Qi Long, but you didn't see Feng Ruodo. No matter how powerful Qi Long's forces are, they are still just an underground force, not reputable. But what about Feng Ruodo? He is a legendary figure, unique in the entire country. The power he wields is countless. Yi Jing has provoked Feng Ruodo, and his fate is only death. The Shin family members suddenly realized. That's right. No matter how arrogant Yi Jing is, provoking Feng Ruodo means he's doomed. How could we have forgotten this? The atmosphere in the house immediately changed. Feng Ruodo, this is Feng Banghao's body. A group of people knelt on the ground below. Feng Ruodo, seated at the top, had a look of sorrow in his eyes. Feng Ruodo, we found a locator in this coffin earlier, which should have been deliberately placed by Yi Jing. Feng Ruodo nodded. Yi Jing is going to great lengths to find me. You did well in this. No other locators were found, right? The man nodded. On our way back with Feng Banghao's body, we changed locations over a dozen times and used scanners to thoroughly check the body and the coffin to ensure no other locators were present before bringing the body to you. Feng Ruodo nodded slightly and waved his hand. You may leave. The crowd immediately dispersed like a receding tide. My son, my son. An old woman ran out from behind, tears streaming down her face as she leaned over the coffin, her grief-stricken eyes fixed on Feng Banghao's pale countenance. My son, Yaozi. Feng Ruodo also softly called out. This old woman was his wife, and the Feng Banghao in the coffin was not actually his nephew, but his own son. Moreover, he was Feng Ruodo's only son in his entire life. Because he had him late in life, this son was extremely precious, too valuable to risk, so he claimed he was just a nephew to the outside world. Even Feng Ruodo deliberately reduced the number of times he met Feng Banghao, with the old couple seeing their son only once or twice a year. The rest of the time, they could only endure their longing. But in terms of material conditions, the old couple gave Feng Banghao everything they had. This also led to Feng Banghao's arrogant and domineering nature. However, it was all too late now. His son Feng Banghao was dead, and everything was gone. Yi Jing, damnable Yi Jing. Feng Ruodo was furious, his face contorted with rage. The old woman was also furious, hitting Feng Ruodo repeatedly. What were you thinking with that nephew nonsense? Now look, our son was still killed by someone, and we barely saw him all year round. I can hardly remember what he looked like now. It's only after his death that I can finally get close and look at him properly. The old woman gently stroked Feng Banghao's face, but it was ice cold, like touching a block of ice. Alas! Feng Ruodo softly said, it's all my fault. This time, when expanding into Jinling City, I thought I should send the closest and most reliable person. So I sent Yaozi. I never expected this would cost him his life. Don't worry, I will definitely make Yi Jing pay for this blood debt. What good will that do? The old woman angrily retorted. Even if you go for revenge, even if you demand payment, what good will it do? Can Yaozi come back to life? Our Yaozi was supposed to carry on the family line for us. What are we going to do now? He hasn't even married yet. We only had this one son. The old couple had their son late in life, and he was their only child. Feng Ruodo sighed, his eyes filled with confusion. He had struggled for a lifetime, been cautious for a lifetime, and while he had preserved his own life, he had not been able to protect his sons, who would inherit the vast fortune he had built. There was no one left to inherit his legacy. Thinking of this, Feng Ruodo's tears flowed as he gently held Feng Banghao's cold hand in the coffin. What's going on? Feng Ruodo suddenly frowned and quickly stood up, moving Feng Banghao's body to the bed to examine it closely. This isn't right, it's not right. The old woman was anxious. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yaozi is already dead. Why are you disturbing his body? Can't you let him rest in peace? You old fool. Why are you disturbing Yaozi? You didn't let him live well when he was alive, and now you're disturbing him after his death? Get out of the way. Before the old woman could say more, Feng Ruodo roared, Get out of the way. The old woman was stunned for a moment, instinctively moving aside. But the next second she reacted, What are you doing? What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Outside you're Feng Ruodo, but at home, what are you trying to prove? Feng Ruodo shouted, Yaozi still has life signs. What? The old woman exclaimed in shock. quickly reaching to feel his heart. It's not beating. There's no pulse. He's pale and cold. Fang Ruodo said, "Your strength is insufficient. You're only close to the level of a war god, so you can't sense it. I'm at the level of a high-ranking war god, and I can feel it." Yaozi's heart seems to have stopped, but there's still a faint tremor. He still has a spark of life. The old woman was excited. "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly go and invite the divine physician." Chapter 574. The phone is cracked. Fang Ruodo also became excited. "I know Dr. Ouyang from Kyoto. I'll call him right away." Dr. Ouyang is the foremost among the 3 great doctors of China. All the big shots at Fang Ruodo's level seek out Dr. Ouyang. "Then why aren't you calling him already?" The old lady urged Fang Ruodo to hurry. Half an hour later, Dr. Ouyang arrived. After a brief diagnosis, Dr. Ouyang's eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Fang Ruodo, your nephew's vital signs are extremely critical. If it weren't for your high cultivation, it would be difficult to detect them, even with my specialized use of acupuncture. To be frank, if you hadn't told me and prepared me mentally, I might have missed it." Hearing this, Fang Ruodo realized that even Dr. Ouyang had little hope. He murmured, "How could this be? How could this be?" Heaven had given him such a great hope, only to dash it away? Dr. Ouyang was already the best doctor in China. If he said it couldn't be done, then no one in the world could do it. The old lady beside him also slumped back in despair. All their hopes had been dashed. Dr. Ouyang suddenly said, "Fang Ruodo, who exactly beat your nephew like this? I feel it was intentional." Fang Ruodo was stunned. Was Yi Jing intentional? Did he intentionally leave Fang Benghao with a sliver of life, waiting for him to discover it? What did Yi Jing want? What was his intention? Based on the current information, Yi Jing was likely a supreme war god. At that level, such precise control would be possible. He might very well have done it on purpose. However, now was not the time to think about that. The key now was to heal Yaozi first. "Dr. Ouyang, please take a good look. This is my nephew, and no matter what you need, I'll get it for you." Dr. Ouyang shook his head. "To be honest, your nephew is barely alive, no different from being dead. He's essentially in a vegetative state. I can use my ancestral needle technique to keep him alive. But that's all I can do, just keep him alive. I can't do anything else. I can't make him wake up." Fang Ruodo nodded heavily. Dr. Ouyang continued, "He's currently conscious, able to sense the outside world, but can't control his body, which makes him extremely painful. Dr. Ouyang, is there no one in this world who can save my nephew's life?" Fang Ruodo asked with reddened eyes. Dr. Ouyang thought for a moment. "There is actually one person. I'm afraid that in this world, only this one person can save your nephew." "Who?" Fang Ruodo and the old lady's breathing grew heavy, and they straightened up instantly. This was their last hope. Dr. Ouyang let out a bitter laugh. "When I say it, you might be surprised. As far as I know, it was Yi Jing who caused your nephew to fall into this comatose state, right?" Fang Ruodo's face turned slightly awkward. However, he knew that at Dr. Ouyang's top level, he was more than just a doctor. The Ouyang family's influence was no smaller than the Fang family's. So it wasn't surprising that Dr. Ouyang knew about these things. "Yes," Fang Ruodo admitted decisively. Dr. Ouyang said, "And the only one who can treat your nephew is Yi Jing." "What?" Fang Ruodo was shocked. "Is Yi Jing a doctor? How come I didn't know that?" Fang Ruodo had only focused on Yi Jing's special physique. He was only concerned about Yi Jing's combat performance. After all, Fang Ruodo himself was from the National Protection Special Forces, and what he valued most was how much combat power a special physique could bring to a young man. He had never paid attention to Yi Jing's other aspects. "Is Yi Jing really a doctor? Are you joking?" Dr. Ouyang said solemnly, "This Yi Jing once used the Xian Min 7 needles to cure several heads of prominent families in Jiang province. Of course, it wasn't those family heads who told me directly, but I have many disciples in the big hospitals in Jiang province. As the foremost among the 3 great doctors of China, Dr. Ouyang, basically represented the highest level of medical power in China. His disciples were naturally spread all over the world. Jiang Province was no exception. In the major hospitals of Jiang Province, the deans, directors, experts, and professors were either Dr. Ouyang's disciples or his students. Even if they weren't, those experts would go to great lengths to connect with Dr. Ouyang, claiming to be his students even if they had only attended one of his lectures. Under such circumstances, it was incredibly easy for Dr. Ouyang to obtain data from the hospitals. Dr. Ouyang said, "At one point, I noticed that some of the older heads of prominent families in Jiang Province, despite their advanced age, began to suffer from serious illnesses. Originally, the hospital had declared them incurable, but after some time, those old men suddenly became energetic again, returning to the hospital for checkups. And the results were astonishing. They were like completely reborn, with all their major illnesses gone. Such a situation, happening once or twice, wouldn't be too surprising. But when it happened repeatedly in Jiang Province, it caught my attention. It was then that I discovered a mysterious doctor in Jiang Province known as Mr. Yi, whose medical skills were extremely high, often using a long-lost ancient needle technique, the Xian Min 7 needles. I've studied the effects of his Xian Min 7 needles, and if your nephew were treated with that method, he would definitely wake up." Hearing this, Feng Ruodo couldn't help but believe. He nodded heavily. "I understand. So the only person in the world who can treat my nephew is Yi Jing." Dr. Ouyang nodded and said with a bitter smile, "Looks like you can't kill him just yet." In Dr. Ouyang's view, if Feng Ruodo had truly decided to kill Yi Jing, it wouldn't be difficult, given the resources at his disposal. Killing someone wasn't just about physically eliminating them. There were many other methods. Feng Ruodo also nodded. "All right, it seems I can't kill Yi Jing just yet. I need to capture him first. I'll have him treat Yao Zi, and then I'll kill him." "Master, we've cracked Feng Banghao's phone. Most of the data has been self-destructed, but we managed to salvage a few video clips." Yi Jing took it and opened the video, his eyes turning red. It was a few videos about his parents. In the video, besides Feng Ruodo, there were 4 other figures, but due to the distance, they weren't very clear. Chapter 575. Backing. On Feng Banghao's phone, the video continued. "Dad." Feng Banghao appeared, and this address made Yi Jing frown. "So, Feng Banghao is Feng Ruodo's son?" He revealed an interesting expression. "Then things are going to get more and more fun. I wonder if Feng Ruodo realizes that his son hasn't completely died yet." Yi Jing continued watching. In the video, Feng Banghao said, "Dad, 4 uncles. The couple has been captured, and I will definitely torture them to get the information out of them." Feng Ruodo and the other 4 figures nodded. That kind of side effect-free physique, once successfully researched, will be revolutionary for the entire world. "We must extract the information." Feng Banghao nodded heavily. "Understood, Dad." His eyes showed a manic excitement. "My men just found a potent poison from the south, called bone-eating heart-piercing. Once ingested, the person will be tortured to the point of unbearable agony. That couple won't be able to withstand it." Feng Ruodo nodded. "Go ahead. I don't care what methods you use, just get the information out of them." The latter part of the video showed Feng Banghao forcing the poison on Yi Jing's parents. Watching his parents scream in agony on the screen, Yi Jing clenched his fists so hard they creaked. "Feng Ruodo, Feng Banghao, I will capture both of you. I will kill you. And before I kill you, I will make you suffer all the pain my parents endured." In Jinling City, Ing Chengjin was trembling. "Damn, just for trying to embezzle 9 million. I ended up provoking a real dragon. That Shin Sui from the Shin family actually has such a good fiancé like Yi Jing. That's the Red Dragon faction. Now, the entire underground world of Jinling City has to submit to the Red Dragon. It's only a matter of time before the Red Dragon unifies the underground." Ing Chengjin thought, maybe I should go and pledge allegiance to Yi Jing? Join the Red Dragon? Ing Chengjin knew that with his meager strength, it would be difficult to survive. He had to align himself with someone. The Red Dragon, although foreign, was rising rapidly and would be a good choice to join. Just then, Qingjin didn't notice a figure suddenly appear in the room. Hiss! Who are you? How did you get into my office? When did you come in? Qingjin was dumbfounded. How could this person appear like a ghost? When the figure solidified and disdainfully looked at Qingjin, he calmed down instead. You? Who are you? He realized that the person in front of him was so powerful that they could appear before him like a shadow, undetected. Do you know Fong Ruodo? Qingjin was stunned, then said, Of course I know. Who in China doesn't know Fong Ruodo? Yin Xiu said indifferently, I am one of Fong Ruodo's subordinates. I need you to do something for me. If you do it well, you will be my subordinate. Do you understand? Qingjin was overjoyed. That would make him a subordinate of Fong Ruodo. That would be far better than being a subordinate of Long San. Long San might be flourishing now, but he was still an outsider, and ultimately wouldn't amount to much. But if he found Fong Ruodo as his backing, would Long San dare to merge with him? Once his identity was known, Long San would probably kneel down and apologize in fright. Thinking of this, Qingjin almost laughed out loud. The thing he had been most frustrated about in his life was not finding a good backing. This time, he almost found the Red Dragon as his backing, but unexpectedly, a much more powerful backing fell from the sky. This was even more exciting than winning the lottery. I'm willing. I'm very willing. Qingjin said excitedly, What do you need me to do? Do you know that Fong Ruodo is going to deal with Yijing? Yin Xiu said. Qingjin was slightly stunned. Although he didn't fully understand the situation, Fong Ruodo's affairs were his affairs. Isn't it just dealing with Yijing? What do you need me to do? He was determined to cling tightly to Fong Ruodo's thick thigh. Yin Xiu, I have a method that can silently kill Yijing and render all his martial power useless. But the first prerequisite is to lure Yijing here. Do you know who Yijing is closest to? We should first kidnap that person and use them to draw Yijing here. Qingjin thought for a moment and laughed. I know that. Leave it to me. I'm a native of Jinling City. How could I not know? Yin Xiu nodded slightly, showing a relieved expression. The reason he chose Qingjin was precisely because of this. First, he was from Jinling City and knew many things. Second, he had a strong desire to find a backing, which made him easy to manipulate. Once you kidnap the person, come to this address. It's a recently abandoned club, and all the staff have moved out. It's empty, perfect for our plan. Understood. Qingjin was thrilled. He was finally going to turn the tables and become the master. After Yin Xiu left, Qingjin burst into laughter. I'm really turning my luck around. Why did a small family like the Shin family dare to ask me for money before? That so-called Long San also dared to be arrogant? That Yijing is just a dumbass, relying on Long San calling him boss to act all high and mighty. What a show-off. As long as I do this job well, I'll be Fong Ruodo's man. Then I can swagger around, unrestrained. Qingjin quickly drove to the Shun family's residence. He remembered that on the marriage certificate he had seen before, Shin Suyi and Yijing were betrothed. Perhaps the person Yijing cared about the most was Shin Suyi. In a short while, Qingjin arrived at the Shin family's apartment building. The entire Shin family had come downstairs. Sister, do you know why Qingjin suddenly called you? Shin Fu frowned. It's definitely not good. Maybe he's changed his mind about the 9 million. At this, Shun Mu immediately panicked. We can't give it to him again. That's our Shin family's money. We barely got it back last time. How could we give it to him again? Shin Fu sighed. Last time we could get it back because Qingjin was afraid of Yijing. And now, who can we rely on? Shin Xiaogong angrily said, Damn it, if Qingjin causes trouble, I'll fight him to the end. Just then, the whole family saw Qingjin walking towards them from a distance. Chapter 576, Bankrupt? Today, Qingjin no longer wore those garish suits, but a tasteful light blue suit, his shoes gleaming. Everyone, why are you all so tense? What's the matter? Qingjin chuckled, looking completely unlike someone here to cause trouble. Shin Fu, cautious, said, What are you here for? We can't lend you that 9 million again. You absolutely can't take it back? Ing Chungjin laughed heartily. Don't worry. With Yijing protecting you and the Red Dragon faction backing you, who would dare? His words made the Shin family blush. They didn't have Yijing protecting them. Yijing had already torn up the engagement papers. If anything else happened, he certainly wouldn't help them again. However, seeing that Ing Chungjin didn't seem to know this, Shen Fu decided to go along with it. Since you know we have Yijing's protection, why come here to cause trouble? Ing Chungjin chuckled. What trouble? This time, I'm here to talk business. Don't forget, I run a company too, and my company has investment operations. Isn't Shinsuyi planning to start a company? In this regard, I should be qualified to say a few words, right? This time, I want to hear about Shinsuyi's plans for her company and what projects she's considering. If it's good, I'll invest right away. To be honest, how much of that 9 million can you actually invest? Even if you're more aggressive and keep 1 million for yourselves, investing 8 million isn't bad, right? But do you know that in today's investment market, 8 million doesn't mean much? You can't even rent a single floor of office space. The current climate is completely different from when I started my business a few years ago. Ing Chungjin's words left the Shin family feeling troubled. Indeed, the economy had developed too rapidly over the years, with constant changes. A few years ago, 6 million was enough to start a company, but now, 9 million wasn't even enough. Clearly, this money wasn't sufficient to smoothly launch a company. Shinsuyi, who prided herself on being a capable female CEO, remained calm and composed. All right, I've just finished a business plan. Take a look and see if it's worth investing in. They gathered in a nearby community pavilion to review the plan. After a moment, Ing Chungjin nodded slightly. It's not bad, but I have a better plan. Would you like to see it? Shinsuyi, though excited, quickly composed herself. What kind of plan? Similar to yours, no. It's an improved version of your plan. However, that plan is in my company. You'll have to come with me to get it. If you accept it, we can finalize the deal right away, and I'll increase my investment. Shinsuyi could no longer contain her excitement. How much will you invest? Ing Chungjin, calm and composed, said softly, at least this much. He gestured with 2 fingers. 2 million, that's a bit low. Shinsuyi frowned slightly. Heh, you underestimate me. Ing Chungjin said lightly, if you use my plan, the chances of making money are high. I'll invest at least 20 million. But that plan isn't free. You'll have to pay 2 million for it. Of course, you don't have to pay me right away. I'll invest 20 million first, and with your money, we'll set up the company. The first profit you make, you'll give me 2 million as payment for the plan. Shinsuyi was thrilled. What a great deal. This made Ing Chungjin seem like a truly generous person. Shinfu and Shinmu, hearing this, also relaxed their frowns. It seemed Ing Chungjin had really changed for the better. After Ing Chungjin and Shinsui left, Shinmu wondered, what's going on with Ing Chungjin? Not only is he not here to demand money, but he's also offering it. Shinfu laughed. What else could it be? Yijing's deterrence, of course. He doesn't know that Yijing has already fallen out with our Shin family. He still thinks Yijing is our son-in-law. Shinmu hesitated. But this will come out eventually. If Yijing doesn't interact with us for long, Ing Chungjin will definitely find out. The family fell silent, realizing they were still relying on Yijing's lingering influence for protection. Shinfu laughed heartily. Don't worry. By then, Ing Chungjin will have already signed an investment contract with our daughter. It'll be too late to back out. Maybe the money will already be in the account. The Shun family all laughed, imagining countless riches within their grasp. Shinsui got into Ing Chungjin's car. They drove off. Mr. Ing, why this sudden change of heart? Why invest in my company? There are so many companies out there. Why choose mine? Shinsui asked curiously. Ing Chungjin smiled. I know you well. In terms of management and starting a company, you're quite capable. Plus, with my project plan, I'm confident we can make money. Hearing him praise her, Shinsui couldn't help but feel a bit smug. She had always dreamed of being a female CEO, and to receive recognition before even starting made her feel great. Is your project plan really that good? Shinsui asked curiously. Ying Qingjin smiled. Of course. You'll see when we get there.
But
Shin Suyi, looking at the streets outside, frowned. This doesn't seem like the way to your company? Ying Qingjin said, we took a detour. The road we came from was jammed with traffic. Shin Suyi nodded, not thinking much of it. After all, Jinling City had been experiencing frequent traffic jams recently, so it was nothing unusual. After a while, the car suddenly stopped. Mr. Ing, why are we stopping here? We haven't reached your company yet, have we? Shin Suyi saw that they had arrived at a club, and the club seemed to be closed, very desolate, with no one at the entrance. Ying Qingjin, I left the project plan here last time I visited the club. Come with me to get it. Shin Suyi frowned, sensing something was off, but she only became more cautious in her mind, still following him. After all, they were still in the city, and if anything happened, she could just run. They reached the entrance. Ying Qingjin waved at the glass door. The previously dark and closed glass door revealed several figures inside, and then the lock was opened. This club, why does it look like it's gone bankrupt? Shin Suyi noticed more things that didn't seem right. Chapter 577. Seeing clearly. Mr. Ing, are you sure you didn't bring me to the wrong place? This club doesn't seem like it's still open. It looks like it's already closed down, Shin Suyi said with suspicion. Ying Qingjin finally revealed his true nature. Closed down is exactly right. He sneered and waved his hand at the few men. Come over, tie her up, and take her inside. The several figures inside were Ying Qingjin's men, who rushed over in a flurry and immediately bound Shin Suyi. Shin Suyi had thought that since this was still within the urban area, even if something went wrong, she could still run away. But when the moment came, several men quickly rushed out from inside, and how could she possibly outrun them? In just a few seconds, she was caught and subdued by the men. Just as she was about to shout for help, the men were prepared and immediately covered her mouth with their hands. Shut up, or we'll kill you. A few words were enough to intimidate Shin Suyi into not daring to raise her voice. Soon, Shin Suyi, who was bound from head to toe, was taken into the abandoned club. Yin Xiu, seeing Ying Qingjin's efficiency, showed his appreciation. He was setting up a trap here, a net of sorts. As long as Yi Jing stepped into this place, he was certain that Yi Jing would not be able to leave alive. Good, the bait has been caught, let's begin. But, who is this woman to Yi Jing? Ying Qingjin boasted proudly, she's Yi Jing's fiancée. I've seen their marriage certificate. It says Yi Jing and Shin Suyi. Shin Suyi? Yin Xiu frowned as he looked over. As a subordinate of Feng Ruodo, he had been sent here and naturally had done some investigation beforehand. Shin Suyi. Yi Jing doesn't care about this woman at all. Bound and gagged, Shin Suyi could roughly understand what was going on. These two men were clearly targeting Yi Jing. How was it that even though she had nothing to do with Yi Jing anymore, she was still being kidnapped because of him? It was so unjust. Shin Suyi nodded frantically, indicating that she truly had no connection with Yi Jing now. You idiot, can't you even do a simple task properly? Yin Xiu raged. The person Yi Jing truly cares about is Ning Luo. Do you know Ning Luo? Go and capture Ning Luo now. Ying Qingjin's face turned awkward. Is that really the case? Yin Xiu stepped forward, removing the cloth strip from Shin Suyi's mouth. Tell me, what's your relationship with Yi Jing now? Shin Suyi was on the verge of tears. I really have nothing to do with him anymore. That marriage certificate was arranged by the older generation many years ago. Yi Jing tore it up long ago, and the one I had was also torn up last time. Right in front of Ying Qingjin. Ying Qingjin's face turned even more awkward. Well, it seems like that's true. Slap. Yin Xiu slapped Ying Qingjin across the face. What the hell are you doing? The first task you're given for Feng Ruodo, and this is what you do? Shin Suyi, who was beside them, exclaimed in fear, You're people from Feng Ruodo? She finally understood why they were targeting Yi Jing. At the same time, Shin Suyi was terrified. Feng Ruodo was a legendary figure, and if he were to target Yi Jing, it would be with overwhelming force. And being dragged into this, she might not survive. Go now, capture someone else. I want you to bring Ning Luo to me within an hour. She's the woman Yi Jing cares about the most. Ing Qingjin quickly agreed. All right, I'll go right now. Ing Qingjin arrived at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Is your Ning president here? I've come to discuss some business with her. Ing Qingjin said with a smile, using the same tactic as before, as long as he could lure Ning Luo over. However, this time, his plan failed. I'm sorry, our Ning president has gone out and probably won't be back today. You can come back tomorrow, or leave your contact information, and I'll let her know when she returns. Ing Qingjin frowned. Not here? What a coincidence. He knew that Yin Xiao had already set up the trap, a net that was almost complete. It seemed to be some kind of poison. Once Yi Jing stepped into that area, the poison would automatically start to take effect. And if they had to wait until tomorrow, who knew if the poison would have evaporated, reducing its effectiveness? No, we must find Ning Luo today. Ing Qingjin thought for a moment and quickly came up with a new plan. Since he couldn't directly contact Ning Luo, he decided to target her acquaintances instead. Ning Luo's parents, I heard they're in the hospital. The security at the hospital would certainly be weaker. Ing Qingjin, along with a few men, rushed straight to the hospital. Ever since Yi Jing had kicked Ning Luo's parents last time, the two had been vomiting blood and recuperating, and had not yet been discharged from the hospital. In the hospital, He Jianan and Chu Baoying were lying together on a hospital bed. Ouch, it hurts so much. He Jianan kept moaning, while Chu Baoying wasn't faring any better, wincing in pain. That damn Yi Jing, how could he kick us so hard? He has a grudge with Feng Ruodo. Why did he have to kick us? He's really despicable. The two cursed Yi Jing endlessly. Just then, Ing Qingjin arrived. Which one of you is Ning Luo's parents? He Jianan frowned. Who are you? Seeing Ing Qingjin's aggressive demeanor and the few men behind him, who looked fierce and menacing, He Jianan was cautious and did not immediately admit it. Oh, I'm from Feng Ruodo. Ing Qingjin said indifferently. I heard that Yi Jing had attacked Ning Luo's parents, so I came specially to visit and offer some compensation. Compensation? Upon hearing this, He Jianan and Chu Baoying's eyes lit up with greed. He Jianan quickly admitted, I am Ning Luo's father. Absolutely genuine. How much compensation are you giving? Feng Ruodo is really polite, knowing to compensate us after we were beaten. He's a good man. Chu Baoying also quickly said, I'm Ning Luo's mother. Ing Qingjin sneered, Good, now that I've found you, it's easier. Take them both and leave. He waved his hand, and the several men behind him immediately came forward and bound the two with ropes. Outside, the medical staff hurriedly asked, What are you doing? Why are you taking away our patients? Get lost. Ing Qingjin slapped away a nurse with a single slap and quickly left with his men. Soon, Ing Qingjin brought Ning Luo's adoptive parents to the abandoned club. Quick, call your daughter and have her come over. At the same time, Ning Luo was also on her way to the hospital. In her hand, she carried some fruits. This time, consider it my last visit to you too. In Ning Luo's eyes, a resolute glint flashed. After this, we have no more ties. Ning Luo had spent countless amounts of money on the two in the past, but after this incident, she had finally seen them clearly. Chapter 578. You actually dared to come. This time, my foster parents were injured, after all, because of me. Ning Luo's eyes flashed with determination. But this will be the last time. After this, I have no more ties with them. Ning Luo walked into the hospital. Hello. Huh. Where are they? She was surprised to see the empty hospital room. Where had the two people on the bed gone? Just then, a pained voice came from the side. Ouch! The injured nurse, who had been beaten, was struggling to stand up, clutching her wound. What happened to you? Are you okay? Ning Luo quickly went over to support her. Also, where are the two patients in this room? The nurse quickly replied, The patients in this room were kidnapped. Ning Luo was shocked. Her foster parents had been kidnapped? At that moment, her phone rang. Ning Luo answered, and the voice on the other end said, Ning Luo, can you recognize my voice? Ning Luo hesitated. It sounds familiar. May I ask who this is? Ing Qingjin sneered, Chairwoman Ning, you really are forgetful. Can't you recognize my voice? Oh, I'm just a small business owner, while Chairwoman Ning is now a big shot, dealing with investments worth billions in the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce. In your eyes, someone like me is probably insignificant, right? Ning Luo quickly replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Ing, that's not what I meant. She forced a smile. I've just been busy lately. How could I not recognize Mr. Ying's voice? Ning Luo was a practical and down-to-earth person, so even though she had become successful, she didn't let it go to her head like some people do, ignoring small business owners and entrepreneurs. On the contrary, Ning Luo treated these people even better than before. After all, these small businesses were the foundation of a chamber of commerce. Only with more of them could the chamber operate smoothly. Ing Chengjin sneered, Good. So you remember me. Your foster parents are in my hands right now. Ning Luo initially thought this was just a routine business call, but now she realized it was Ing Chengjin who had kidnapped her foster parents. What do you want? Ning Luo frowned but didn't panic. After all, she had come here to say her final goodbyes to her foster parents. Deep down, she had already lost all hope and feelings for them. So even hearing about the kidnapping didn't evoke much emotion. What do I want? I don't want anything. I just want you to come over and save your parents. Ning Luo coldly said, How much do you want? In her mind, kidnappers were after money. But to her surprise, Ing Chengjin said, You can decide how much to give, but you must arrive at the coordinates I send you within half an hour. If you don't make it, you can prepare to bury your foster parents. Beep, beep, beep. Ing Chengjin hung up the phone. What exactly does Ing Chengjin want? Ning Luo was puzzled that the kidnapper hadn't specified a ransom amount. Although Ing Chengjin was involved in some underground activities, he was still a well-known small business owner in Jinling City. Such a person would have plenty of opportunities to make money. Why would he take the risk of kidnapping her parents for ransom? And instead of naming a figure, he wanted her to arrive within half an hour. Ning Luo sensed something was off, but with too little information, she couldn't figure out what Ing Chengjin was planning. I should call Yi Jing. He has more experience in these matters and might be able to figure out what Ing Chengjin is up to. Ning Luo picked up her phone and called Yi Jing. Unfortunately, Yi Jing was currently focused on cracking Fong Banghao's phone with Qing Huang, reviewing the remaining videos on it. Yi Jing's phone was in another room and hadn't been heard. Can't reach him? Ning Luo grew anxious. Time was ticking. If she didn't leave soon, she wouldn't make it to the club within half an hour. I have to go now. Ning Luo thought for a moment and decided to bring all the remaining members of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's security team. She remembered that after Yi Jing joined the security team, he had replaced some of the guards. The previous guards, while not completely useless, were far from impressive in terms of combat ability. The new guards Yi Jing brought in were either elite members of the Qilong organization or people from the Yishan Temple. Several of them were at the War King level. Although Ning Luo didn't know their exact strength, she understood that Yi Jing had chosen them to protect her, so they must be capable. With these guards, Ning Luo hurried toward the club. After saving them this time, it will be a final goodbye. Ning Luo had come here to say her final goodbyes anyway. Since she had encountered this situation, she would treat it as her final farewell to them. Arriving at the club, Ning Luo frowned. This club looks abandoned. The deputy captain of the security team was from the Yishan Temple, though only an outer member with a War King level strength. However, he had extensive combat experience. Seeing the abandoned club, he sensed something was off. Chairwoman Ning, be careful. There must be an ambush inside. Ning Luo said, It must be Ing Chengjin's people. He kidnapped my foster parents and must have set up an ambush. Should I go in first to check the situation, and you can come in after? Ning Luo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, be careful. The deputy captain signaled to the others outside and then went in. After a short while, a muffled groan came from inside. It's safe now, Chairwoman Ning. You can come in. Although Ing Chengjin's men were tough by ordinary standards, they were no match for the deputy captain's strength. He easily dealt with Ing Chengjin's guards. Ning Luo and the remaining members of the security team entered. Why don't I see my foster parents? The deputy captain looked upstairs. They must have been taken upstairs by Ing Chengjin. We need to be careful going up. Ning Luo nodded, and the group headed toward the staircase. Just as they reached the stairs, a mocking voice rang out. Ning Luo, you actually dared to come. Ing Qingjin appeared at the top of the stairs, but behind him, there was no one. Ing Qingjin, where are my foster parents? Ning Luo frowned. Chapter 579. No more relations in the future. Ing Qingjin said indifferently, right behind me. As long as you come up, you'll see them. Ning Luo was about to go up, but the deputy captain frowned and said, be careful. Ing Qingjin sneered. What? So afraid of me? All the guards I brought were taken down by you just now, and you still don't trust me? The deputy captain gave Ing Qingjin a cold smile. Of course I don't trust you. He took out a thermal imaging device and checked upstairs. Only then did he nod. Chairman Ning, apart from Ing Qingjin, there are only your parents and one other person upstairs. It shouldn't be a big problem. Ning Luo and the others all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this time, it was just Ing Qingjin's personal action. However, did Ing Qingjin think he could succeed with just this little manpower? Ning Luo's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. However, considering that besides Ing Qingjin, there was only one other person, presumably his last guard. Not worth worrying about. The few of them went upstairs. Ing Qingjin, release my parents. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Ning Luo took out a bank card. He Jianan and Chu Baoying were overjoyed when they saw Ning Luo arrive. I knew our daughter wouldn't abandon us. Daughter, hurry up and send someone to kill this Ing Qingjin. This damn dog, how dare he kidnap us? Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Doesn't he know that my daughter is Ning Luo, the daughter-in-law favored by Feng Ruodo? The two of them wanted to rely on Ning Luo's name to bluff their way through. But unexpectedly, Ning Luo coldly looked at them. Mom and Dad, this is the last time I'll call you that. After saving you this time, there will be no more relations between us. In the future, don't use my name, especially don't say I'm Feng Ruodo's daughter-in-law. I've told you, I won't be Feng Ruodo's daughter-in-law. When He Jianan and Chu Baoying heard this, both of them were stunned. Ning Luo, who had always been obedient, what was going on with her? Chu Baoying immediately changed her expression. Daughter, have you been stimulated by something? We are your adoptive parents. We raised you all these years. Don't listen to any gossip. He Jianan quickly added, Daughter, even if it's for nothing else, think about how hard it was for us to raise you those years. Enough. Ning Luo shook her head. It's because I've always remembered your nurturing that I've been so good to you. Over the years, how much have you gained from me? Isn't that enough to repay you? After this, we'll be even. After saying this, Ning Luo gave a glance to the security deputy captain beside her. Go, save them, and then we'll leave. The deputy captain nodded. Leave it to me. He said lightly, I guess this Ing Qingjin just wanted to get some money from you. Never expecting you to have someone like me by your side. With a movement of his body, he shot towards Ing Qingjin. But the next moment, Ing Qingjin turned and ran towards the back. Master Yin, save me. Behind him, Yin Xiu didn't even lift an eyelid, just glanced lightly at the scene and casually sprinkled something out. Huh. The deputy captain of the bodyguards was startled. What was this? Colorless, odorless, and nothing could be seen. It seemed like just a handful of air was scattered. But years of combat experience made him vigilant. Moreover, the way Ing Qingjin addressed that person indicated that the other party was clearly not Ing Qingjin's subordinate. This is. The deputy captain of the bodyguards suddenly felt his internal organs burning. This is poison. The deputy captain of the bodyguards said, Quickly report. This is not an ordinary opponent. With a shout, someone outside immediately made a phone call. It turned out that the deputy captain was quite meticulous, not bringing everyone upstairs, but leaving 2 people outside the club. If anything happened inside, they would immediately report to Yijing. However, Yin Xiu inside, hearing this, not only did not stop it, but instead revealed a look of a successful plot. He wanted these people to attract Yijing over. That would be perfect. Swish. Although Yin Xiu was a master of poison, his own combat strength was not weak. In a flash, he easily subdued the remaining people. Ning Luo was also bound and tied next to He Jianan and Chu Baoing. Go, bring Shinsuyi over as well, so that Yi Jing will be caught off guard. Shinsuyi was tied up on a higher floor. Soon, she was carried down by Ying Chengjin. Just then, Shinsuyi's phone rang. It's the Shin family calling, Master Yin. Should we answer? Ying Chengjin asked. Yin Xiu said indifferently, answer it. Ying Chengjin picked up the phone, and Shun's father asked, Daughter, haven't you finished discussing things with Mr. Ying yet? The Shin family thought Shinsuyi was discussing a contract with Ying Chengjin. Why hadn't it been finished for so long? Ying Chengjin sneered, Oh, you're really stupid. Still waiting? Shun's father was stunned for a moment and sensed something was wrong. Mr. Ying, what do you mean? We trusted you and let our daughter go with you. What are you doing now? Ying Chengjin sneered, Of course it's kidnapping your daughter. Do you think that 9 million is so easy to take? Now immediately raise 2 million and send it over. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing your daughter. After saying that, Ying Chengjin directly hung up the phone. The Shin family is really stupid. Having already taken 9 million from me, they still want to give it back to me. Ying Chengjin was overjoyed. This time he was turning misfortune into fortune. Originally, he thought it would be a direct loss of 9 million. In the end, 9 million turned into 2 million, and he even became someone under Feng Ruodo with a backing. Who would dare to provoke him in the future? This time, not only did he get money, but also status and a backing. On the other end of the phone, the Shin family was dumbfounded. That Ying Chengjin, he's changed his mind again. He was saying everything was fine just now. How did it suddenly turn into a kidnapping? Shen Xiaogong angrily said, I always thought he wasn't a good person. Someone who has been involved in underground forces. How could he suddenly turn over a new leaf? I'm going over there right now and beat him half to death. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to leave. Shun's father quickly stopped him. The other party must be fully prepared. They won't be afraid of us going over. He sighed, Let's prepare 2 million first and then go. Chapter 580. This is a huge sum. Shun's mother hesitated. But 2 million is a huge sum for us. And we only have 9 million on hand right now. Where are we going to get the remaining 11 million? Shun's father thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth. If it comes down to it, we'll mortgage our current house. The family immediately panicked. If we mortgage the house, where will we live? This house is our best asset. What if the bank takes it away in the future? Where will we go? Shun's father exclaimed in frustration. So we're just going to watch our daughter die? The most important thing now is to save our daughter first, and then we'll deal with the rest. Shun's mother suddenly suggested, What if we go beg Yi Jing? Last time, when Ying Chengjin caused trouble, it was Yi Jing who stepped in to solve the problem. If Yi Jing is willing to intervene, then Ying Chengjin is nothing but trash. He'll definitely be scared. Shun's father angrily retorted, Don't you think things are already complicated enough? Go beg Yi Jing. Do you want to go beg him? I certainly won't humiliate myself. Shun's mother remained silent. Shin Xiaogong said, There's no need to beg Yi Jing. He already tore up the engagement papers on his own initiative. Even if we go there with our tails between our legs, he probably won't give us any face. Begging would be pointless. It's better to just mortgage the house first and go see what Ying Chengjin is up to. That was the only option left for the family. Soon, they managed to gather a total of 2 million and rushed to the club. Ying Chengjin laughed heartily. Not bad. Exactly 2 million. Not a penny less. He hadn't expected that by casually kidnapping Shinsuyi, he would unexpectedly earn 2 million, even though it didn't meet the requirements of Yin the Great. What a windfall. Ying Chengjin, don't get too cocky. Don't you think about it? Behind us is Yi Jing and the Red Dragon. Aren't you afraid? Although Shun's father knew that Yi Jing certainly wouldn't help them, he could still bluff by relying on Yi Jing's name, as long as Ying Chengjin didn't know. Unexpectedly, Ying Chengjin, whom they thought they could easily intimidate, instead sneered. You're still trying to scare me with a mere red dragon? Even if the Dragon Lord is powerful, can he be more powerful than Feng Ruodo? Feng Ruodo? The Shin family was shocked. Could it be that Ying Chengjin had aligned himself with Feng Ruodo? Ying Chengjin proudly proclaimed, See the great man behind me? This is Yin the Great, a favored subordinate of Feng Ruodo. Now, I am a favored subordinate of Yin the Great. From now on, the exalted dragon lord in your eyes is nothing but a pile of shit in mine. And that Yi Jing is the same, a pile of shit. He'll soon be killed by our Yin the Great. He immediately stepped forward and tied up the 3 members of the Shin family. Stay here obediently. Watch carefully how Yi Jing is killed by my master, Yin the Great. The 3 members of the Shin family, along with Shun Suyi, were bound together. Their eyes were filled with despair. It's over, it's over. How did Ing Changjin get such incredible luck and align himself with Feng Ruodo? Daughter, how did you end up being kidnapped by Ing Changjin? Shun's father quickly asked, realizing that Ing Changjin's motives were not just about money. After all, Feng Ruodo was never short of money. Shun Sui sighed and said, their true target is Yi Jing. They'll lure Yi Jing here soon and kill him here. Shun Xiaogong erupted in anger. So we're being dragged into this again because of that damned Yi Jing. That damned Yi Jing. That damned Yi Jing. He's dragging us down again. I told you to cut ties with Yi Jing, but you wouldn't listen. Shin's father also sighed. It's also my fault. I was still trying to use Yi Jing's name to scare Ing Changjin earlier. I didn't expect it to backfire and get us into even more trouble because of it. Shin's father almost wanted to cry. Why was their luck so bad? I'm on my way. Yi Jing's expression darkened as he received the call. A mere Ing Changjin dared to lay hands on Ning Luo? Besides, Ing Changjin had already been taught a lesson by Long San last time, so he shouldn't be this foolish. That left only one possibility. Ing Changjin had someone else backing him this time. Yi Jing took Qing Huang and Pu Nan with him and headed straight to the club. A moment later, Yi Jing arrived at the club. Yi Jing, you've finally come, Ing Changjin said, still somewhat intimidated upon seeing Yi Jing. After all, this man was the boss of the Dragon Lord, and he might have some real power. A mere mortal like him would be useless, so he could only rely on the master behind him, Yin Xiu. Move aside. With just one word from Yin Xiu, Ing Changjin felt relieved and quickly retreated to the back. Yi Jing, you want to save Ning Luo and Shin Sui? Then come up. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and, in an instant, broke into a bright smile. All right. He immediately started to ascend. Master, don't act rashly. I know this Yin Xiu. He's under Feng Ruodo and is a master of poison. It's said that he can spread a colorless, odorless poison anywhere. Perhaps the stairs you're walking on or something above in the ceiling has been laced with poison. We must be cautious. Qing Huang's expression was incredibly serious. It's rumored that this man's strength is only at the War King level, but his skill with poison has caused many war gods to fall. More than a dozen war gods have died at his hands. Even the rumors say that even a supreme war god has suffered at his hands. We must be extremely careful when dealing with him. Qing Huang's eyes also showed a hint of apprehension. Pu Nan's expression was equally grave. After all, this man's methods were too unpredictable. One could easily fall victim to him. Yi Jing smiled lightly. All right, I understand. He continued to ascend. Up above, Yin Xiu couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Not bad. You have quite the guts. I almost regret not poisoning the handrail of the stairs now. He had been afraid of spooking his prey, so he hadn't poisoned the stairs at the beginning, but he hadn't expected Yi Jing to be so bold. In just a few breaths, Yi Jing had reached the top of the stairs and turned back to Qing Huang and Pu Nan. You two stay down here. Come on, Yin Xiu. Show me your poison skills. Let me see what you've got. Just then, a muffled sound came from behind. Ning Luo struggled violently, managing to spit out the cloth in her mouth. Yi Jing, run. This man is very powerful. He's with Feng Ruodo. I just overheard their conversation. He's going to use some kind of poison to kill you. Run. Chapter 581. Run faster. Next to Ning Luo, her foster parents, He Jianan and Chu Baoying, scolded. Why are you warning him? Let Deputy Yin, under Feng Ruodo, just kill Yi Jing. What benefit does his survival bring to you? Fang Banghao, Fang Ruodo's nephew, is your destined partner. Ning Luo simply ignored her foster parents. At this point, the two still couldn't stop praising Fang Ruodo and Fang Banghao. Didn't they know Fang Banghao was already dead? Or perhaps, even knowing he was dead, they still wanted their daughter to marry that ghost, all for the wealth and glory of the Fang family. Shut up. Ning Luo turned around, her voice filled with anger as she addressed her foster parents. Daughter, you've changed. He Jianan and Chu Baoying were incredulous. The foster daughter who had always been obedient and gentle with them had never spoken to them like this before. Daughter, it's all because of that Yi Jing. He made you think differently. If it weren't for him, you'd already be Fang's daughter-in-law, and we'd have endless wealth and luxury in the Fang family. Enough. Stop talking nonsense, Yin Xiu impatiently interrupted. You'll have plenty of time to sweet-talk each other on the road to hell. All of you today will follow Yi Jing to your graves. He Jianan and Chu Baoying were stunned. No, Deputy Yin. We're not with Yi Jing. You're Fang Ruodo's subordinate, and we've always supported Fang Ruodo. We may be ordinary people, but we have a sincere heart. Seeing this, the Shin family on the other side quickly chimed in. Yes, our Shin family is also willing to pledge allegiance to Fang Ruodo. Shin Xiaogong hurriedly said, We've always disliked Yi Jing. Every time he brings disaster to our family, we want to kill him. Shin's father knew that if he didn't declare his stance now, Deputy Yin might poison them all soon. So he quickly added, Yes, what my son said is right. Our Shin family firmly stands with Fang Ruodo. If we had the power, we would have already killed Yi Jing. Ing Qingjin, Mr. Ing, please speak up for us. You can pledge allegiance to Fang Ruodo. Why can't we? Aren't we all ordinary people? Ing Qingjin, furious, retorted, I have value, do you? Shun's father immediately replied, Of course we do. How can we not? Fang Ruodo has a grudge with Yi Jing, right? We can help. Once Deputy Yin kills Yi Jing, we can help carry his corpse to Fang Ruodo to claim credit. Shin Xiaogong's eyes lit up at this. Good, count me in. I want to carry Yi Jing's corpse too. I've always hated him. Shin Sui said nothing, only letting out a soft sigh. Although her father and brother's words were crude, the logic was there. If it weren't for Yi Jing, their family wouldn't have gone through so much, would they? Listen, Yin Xiaoqiu said, hearing all this, and instead of rushing to kill Yi Jing, he decided to let him suffer betrayal first. It was more satisfying to let someone be abandoned by everyone and feel utterly zhuewang than to simply kill them. Revised translation. It was more satisfying to watch someone be abandoned by everyone and feel utterly zhuewang than to simply kill them. He took out a camera, aimed it at the scene, and recorded everything that had just happened. Fang Ruodo hates you to the core. If he sees that, on the brink of death, you're abandoned by everyone and hated by so many, I'm sure he'll be very happy, very pleased. After saying this, Yi Jing smiled. Me dying? I think Fang Ruodo wouldn't dare let me die, would he? The task he gave you wasn't to kill me, but to capture me alive, using your poison to render me immobile but keep me alive, right? Yin Xiu's face changed. How did Yi Jing know? This was a secret mission Fang Ruodo had given him, known to no one else. You have spies in Fang Ruodo's circle? At this moment, Yin Xiu's face was filled with terror. Fang Ruodo was a man of great caution, perhaps the most cautious in the entire upper echelons of the country. Yet, Yi Jing had managed to plant a spy in Fang Ruodo's inner circle? What kind of ability was that? Yi Jing smiled enigmatically, playing it cool. This shocked Yin Xiu. It seemed it was true. Indeed, none of Fang Ruodo's opponents were to be underestimated. However, the opponent had been too careless, too confident. To say a few words to Ning Luo, he had walked right into Yin Xiu's carefully laid trap. Yi Jing, it's over for you. I have to admit, you're very capable, even able to plant spies in Fang Ruodo's inner circle. But today, you've walked into my trap, and there's no way out for you. I heard Fang Ruodo kept you alive because you're still useful to him. But after that, he'll definitely kill you. So when you stepped into this trap, your fate was already sealed. Yijing smiled confidently. Oh, is that so? Yin Xiu's face darkened, and with a slight movement of his fingers, he pressed a tiny switch hidden in his sleeve. Something immediately scattered beneath Yijing's feet, raising a cloud of dust. This dosage, even with your strength as a top-tier war god, will render you immobile in an instant. This poison is not only colorless and odorless, but also penetrates every pore. Even if you hold your breath, it's useless. It will enter your body through the 36,000 pores of your skin. After saying this, Yin Xiu waited for Yijing to collapse. But after waiting for over 10 seconds, Yijing was still standing there. Yin Xiu's face changed slightly, but soon, he smiled again. Yijing, stop pretending. What can you do now? You're just forcing yourself to stand there. Right now, you're like a dried-up branch, keeping up a facade of strength. I just need to reach out a finger, and you'll collapse. After the dust settled, Yin Xiu slowly approached. But as he got closer, Yijing, who was supposed to be completely immobilized, moved. With a heavy stomp of his foot, countless dust particles were stirred up again. Crap! Seeing the dust, Yin Xiu's face changed drastically. Once these dust particles touched him, he would lose all mobility. Chapter 582, Counterpoisoning. And the most critical point is, the amount of this powder was specifically tailored for Yijing, who was suspected to be a high-ranking war god. In other words, the amount is extremely large. Not to mention a single person, even 10 elephants would instantly faint here. This level of dosage, when inhaled by Yin Xiu, a mere war king, would result in severe poisoning. He simply couldn't withstand it. Yin Xiu, how does it feel to be poisoned by your own concoction? What could Yin Xiu possibly feel? The moment the powder was stirred up, Yin Xiu was already paralyzed, struggling to even speak. I can't believe, how did you do it? How could you be completely unharmed in my meticulously set trap? I spent half a day setting up these powders. It wasn't because the trap needed to be particularly intricate, but because I had to constantly prevent myself from getting contaminated. After half a day, I never expected it to end up all over me, damn it. Yin Xiu was on the verge of tears, even contemplating suicide. He had spent his entire life poisoning others, yet never thought he would fall victim to his own poison. Everyone else was stunned. What was going on? Why was Yijing, who entered first, unharmed, while Yin Xiu collapsed the moment he was exposed? If the powder didn't work, Yin Xiu wouldn't have been paralyzed instantly. But how was Yijing unaffected? This was the biggest question in Yin Xiu's mind right now. Yijing spat out a pill from his mouth. See this? It's a divine medicine I concocted myself. It doesn't have many effects, but for detoxification, prolonging life, and healing injuries, it's incredibly effective. When I learned my opponent was you, Yin Xiu, I had already prepared a divine medicine in my mouth. No matter how well you set your trap, how painstakingly you planned, how ingenious it was, in the end, you're just using poison against me. Yijing sneered, as long as I take the antidote beforehand, your powders are useless to me. Yin Xiu was completely defeated. He was utterly convinced. This Yijing, indeed a worthy opponent of Feng Ruodo, could even prepare antidotes in advance. So many renowned war gods had fallen into his hands, yet in the end, he was outwitted by a war god skilled in medicine. Since I'm in your hands now, do with me as you please. Yin Xiu simply closed his eyes, partly because he had accepted his fate, and partly because he was too weak to keep them open. The poison in his body was taking effect, making it almost impossible for him to speak or even open his eyes. He was well aware that in another minute or so, the poison would intensify to the point where he would lose the strength to breathe or even maintain a heartbeat. At that point, he would die naturally. At that moment, Yijing, please save us. We were completely on your side earlier, afraid that you would be caught by this villain. Ning Luo's adoptive parents, He Jianan and Chu Baoying, seeing the tide turn in Yijing's favor, quickly changed their tune and began shouting loudly. What we said earlier wasn't our true feelings, but we deliberately distracted Yin Xiu to buy you some time. Yes, yes, we've always been on your side. Please come and untie us. Yijing glanced at the two indifferently, noisy. With a single slap, he knocked them both unconscious. Since Ning Luo had completely severed ties with them, Yijing had no qualms about this slap. Yijing, are you all right? Ning Luo, of course, didn't even glance at her adoptive parents. The moment she was untied, she rushed over to check on Yijing. Don't worry, that little poison can't harm me. Yijing's gaze then turned to Ning Changji. Ning Changjian trembled with fear. I'm sorry. He immediately turned and fled. He knew he was already on Feng Ruodo's side, and Yijing would certainly not let him off. The only option was to run. But in the next moment, Yijing flicked a stone, which pierced through Ning Changjian's skull, killing him instantly. Such a person, already aiding Feng Ruodo in his misdeeds, was better off dead sooner rather than later. Now, it's your turn. Yijing turned his gaze to Yin Xiu. Kill me, kill me. Yin Xiu was left in despair. In fact, he knew that even if Yijing didn't kill him, he wouldn't survive. Being poisoned by his own concoction, he would die within 3 minutes. His breathing and heart function would stop on their own. There would be no way to survive. Unexpectedly, Yijing took out the divine medicine, scooped out a bit of powder, and sprinkled it into Yin Xiu's mouth. Yin Xiu, who had been on the verge of drowning in his own poison, now saw a glimmer of hope for life. He mustered all his strength, biting down hard on that bit of powder. Finally, the power of the powder slightly alleviated his poison, allowing him to regain a bit of strength. Huff, huff. I'm alive. Although Yin Xiu still couldn't stand up straight, at least he could breathe normally, his heart was beating, and oxygen was being circulated throughout his body again. Yijing, why did you save me? Yijing replied calmly, I just want to get some information from you. I wonder if you'll cherish this chance to live. Yin Xiu fell silent. He glanced at Ning Luo's family and the Shinsui's family beside him. No matter what decision he made, he didn't want it to be leaked out. Yijing immediately understood his intention. Qing Huang, take everyone downstairs. Qing Huang and the servant led the two families downstairs. Since Ning Luo's adoptive parents were already knocked out, the servant had to carry them down like sacks. Soon, the entire building was left with only Yijing and Yin Xiu, besides Ning Changjian's corpse. Yin Xiu was extremely cautious. After regaining a bit of strength, he personally inspected Ning Changjian's corpse, ensuring there were no communication devices that could spread what he was about to say. Only then did he speak. Yijing, you want to know who the other 4 people besides Feng Ruodo were? The ones who killed your parents, right? Yijing narrowed his eyes. Do you know? The reason he spared Yin Xiu's life was that he was a high-ranking figure under Feng Ruodo and might know more information. Moreover, Yin Xiu was a man who valued his life. Given the chance, he might seize it. Chapter 583. Overjoyed. It seems that Yijing made the right bet. As long as you give me a way to survive, I'll tell you the identity of the other big shot, Yin Xiu said very cautiously. But first, you need to let me recover my body. You have to give me that miraculous medicine and let me slowly recuperate. Give me 3 days, and I'll be fully recovered. By then, I'll have the ability to escape, and I promise to tell you. Yijing replied calmly, all right. This deal was worth making. Even if Yin Xiu tried to renege later, Yijing had plenty of ways to capture him again. Yijing waved his hand, summoning a servant. Over these 3 days, slowly give him the miraculous medicine to restore his health, but keep him confined so he can't leave. The servant nodded. Understood, master. After rescuing Ning Luo, Yijing had her return to the Chamber of Commerce and rest. At this moment, Yijing received a call from Zhang Qingxian. Yigu, how's it going in Jinling? Yijing chuckled. Not bad. I've managed to establish myself. What about you? Thinking of coming over? Although he still had enemies to deal with, he didn't want Zhang Qingxian and the others to come and put themselves in danger. Fortunately, Zhang Qingxian said, No, Yigu, it's Annie. Annie has been talking about you and your sister these past few days. She said she was finally reunited with you after being locked in a dog cage for over a decade, but she still hasn't seen your sister. She wants to go see her. Yijing's heart stirred. It was indeed difficult for Auntie, who hadn't even met her own family. Auntie's only two relatives in her life were him and his sister, Yi. Thinking of this, Yi Jing immediately said, "Tell Auntie that I plan to take her to Hongqing for a trip to meet Yi." Since he had nothing to do these next few days, and Yin Xiu needed 3 days to provide a new lead, this would be a perfect time for some relaxation. Really? That's great. Zhang Qingxian happily jumped up and down. Annie's been feeling a bit down lately. She'll be so happy. After hanging up, Yi Jing found Ning Luo and informed her he would be taking a few days off. In reality, it was more of a notification than a request, as no one could truly control this de facto leader. Ning Luo said, "Be careful out there. Fang Ruodo's people might still try to retaliate." Yi Jing nodded. "I'll leave Qinghuang with you for these few days." Ning Luo suddenly hugged Yi Jing from behind. "I know, but you be careful too." Yi Jing smiled and stroked her hair. "All right, I know." After leaving Jinling, Yi Jing returned to Suzhou. Escaping the oppressive environment of Jinling, Yi Jing felt his mood improve. Suzhou's sunshine was beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. The atmosphere was pleasant, filled with a sense of warmth. Yi Jing visited the company founded by Zheng Qingxian, Huang Yuyin, and Han Siyao. "It's been a while since I last came, and you've already developed the company so well?" Yi Jing was somewhat surprised upon entering this modern company. It wasn't that the development was particularly outstanding, but rather that the combined energy of these 3 women was considerable. In such a short time, they had managed to grow the company to such a scale. "Yi Ge." Seeing Yi Jing, Zhang Qingxian excitedly ran over. Behind her, Huang Yuyin and Han Siyao were equally thrilled. It had been a long time since the 3 women had seen Yi Jing, and they were all deeply missing him. However, Huang Yuyin and Han Siyao's joy was more restrained. In front of Zhang Qingxian, the official fiancé, they both held back their emotions. "Yi Jing, you're back?" Auntie Lu Qiuming appeared behind them, delighted. Her best years had been spent in a dog cage, and now her only concerns were Yi Jing and Yi. She had only spent a few happy days with Yi Jing before, but recently, not seeing him had made her mood drop again. Seeing Yi Jing now, she was once again excited and happy. "Auntie, pack up. We're going to Hongqing," Yi Jing said with a smile. "Really? Are you sure it's not too much trouble for you?" "I don't want to delay you," Lu Qiuming said hesitantly after a moment of joy. "I know people nowadays are very busy with work and life. Don't let my matters interfere with yours." She leaned in and whispered softly, "I've been observing, and your fiancée Zheng Qingxian is really great. She hasn't been around any other men recently and is very loyal to you. You have to hold on to her. She's the president of a big company." Even now, Lu Qiuming didn't know that Yi Jing was actually a big shot. She still thought he was just an ordinary worker, at most a department head. Yi Jing couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I understand. So, once you're packed, we'll head out?" "Yay." Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyin, and Han Siyao had been working hard in Suzhou, finally getting their new company on track. Now, they could finally relax. "Everything in Jiangsu has been arranged," Zhang Qingxian said happily. "I've already booked the plane tickets." "Yi Gu, am I a good girl?" Yi Jing smiled. "Yes, very good." Zhang Qingxian was instantly satisfied and overjoyed. She had missed Yi Jing deeply during these days apart, and hearing his praise made her extremely happy. Later, Yi Jing took Auntie Lu Qiuming and the 3 women to Hongqing. Brother! Yi Yi was already waiting at the airport. This time, her presence was even more impressive, as her fame had grown with the airing of several dramas she had filmed. Even Zhang Qingxian had become a little fan of Yi. "Yi, your acting in those dramas was so good. If I were the male lead, I'd fall for you." Huang Yuyin, not knowing where she found it, took out a notebook. "Hurry, Yi, sign this for me. By the time you get even more famous, this autograph will be worth a fortune." Seeing Yi surrounded by admiration, Lu Qiuming almost didn't recognize her. "Auntie." It was Yi who gracefully approached, caressing Lu Qiuming's cheek. "Auntie, your skin is so good, so smooth." She knew Annie had been locked in a dog cage for over a decade and wanted to say something sympathetic. but upon touching her skin, it was incredibly smooth. This was mainly due to the special medicine Yi Jing had prepared, so Lu Qiuming's skin had been getting better and better recently. Every time she went out, she attracted the attention of many men. Ah! Lu Qiuming chuckled awkwardly. Is it really that good? She felt a surge of joy in her heart. Chapter 584, Near-Death State. Let's go quickly. This is the airport. There are too many people. It seems some fans have already recognized you. Beside her, an assistant quickly whispered a reminder. Yi also snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, Brother, auntie, and all the sisters, my identity is not convenient now. Everyone should leave the airport quickly. Everyone understood that Yi was now a rising star and couldn't expose herself in public for too long, or else the crowd would become overwhelming, making it difficult to leave. The group quickly left while the crowd was still sparse. After exiting the airport, Yi led everyone on a tour around Hengqin. This time, Yi directly used her connections to smooth the way, allowing them to pass through many key areas of Hengqin without any issues. Lu Qiuming was also satisfied, mainly because she saw that Yi could now support herself and was doing so well in her work and life. She felt at ease. By the way, Yi, Lu Qiuming deliberately avoided the staff and whispered, Are there many hidden rules in the entertainment industry? If you can't bear it, we don't have to do this. If it really doesn't work out, come back. Auntie will work to support you. Yi smiled. Auntie, don't worry about that. With my brother's connections, it's fine. Lu Qiuming was stunned. Yi Jing's connections? Yi Jing, just an ordinary employee. What kind of connections could he have? Yi continued, By the way, I've also arranged a meeting with producer Wang and director Zhang later. You'll see then. Lu Qiuming was shocked. Yi Jing, do you know the producer and director? Yi Jing smiled faintly. It's all right. Just happen to know a few people. As they spoke, they entered a private room in a high-end restaurant. Inside, the chief producer Wang Chong and top director Zhang were waiting respectfully. As soon as they saw Yi Jing enter, they immediately stood up nervously and greeted him. Mr. Yi. Yi Jing nodded slightly but didn't engage much with them. Behind him, Lu Qiuming was stunned. These were the so-called producer Wang and director Zhang? You didn't mention they were the top producer and director in the country. Lu Qiuming then looked at Yi Jing with a shocked expression. These two were undoubtedly the top forces in the entertainment industry, weren't they? Even she, who had just returned to normal life and had only been scrolling through her phone for a short while, knew that these two practically held the entire industry in their hands. And they were Yi Jing's connections? Could it be that Yi Jing wasn't just an ordinary supervisor but had another identity? That made sense. If Yi Jing was just a small supervisor, how could he make CEO Zhang Qingxian willingly submit? Moreover, as a woman, she could tell that the other two beautiful female CEOs, Han Xiao and Huang Yuyan, looked at Yi Jing with nothing but admiration. Was this something a small supervisor could possess? So Yi Jing must have another identity, just that no one knew what it was. After having a meal together with producer Wang and director Zhang, Yi smiled. Auntie brother, I'll invite you to watch my latest movie. It's not out yet. It's very interesting. It's director Zhang's latest masterpiece. Director Zhang also stood by with his hands folded, shyly saying, Mr. Yi, please give your guidance. Yi Jing casually replied, Guidance is not necessary. You don't need to be so polite. In this field, you're top-notch. I can only appreciate your work. Each field has its experts. Although Yi Jing excelled in other areas, when it came to creating movies, he was far behind these professionals. During the movie screening, when a certain scene featuring Yi appeared, Lu Qiuming suddenly lost control. Yi Jing, I have something important to tell you. Seeing Lu Qiuming so excited, Yi Jing paused the movie. After all, this private cinema only had them watching. What is it? I just suddenly figured something out. Your mother might still be alive. What? Yi Jing was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. Really? The other women were also startled. They all knew that Yi Jing had become an orphan at a young age, and in the following years, he had never had the chance to see his parents again. Unexpectedly, now there was a possibility that Yi Jing's mother might still be alive. Lu Qiuming said, I'm just speculating. There's a possibility. Before, I always thought she was probably already dead, which is why I felt so lifeless and even accepted being locked in a dog cage by that bad man. But just now, watching a scene in the movie, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that your mother might still have a chance of survival. Yijing was also excited. As long as there was even a slight chance that his mother was still alive, he would do everything to save her. With that, Yijing lost interest in continuing to watch the movie. He directly took Annie and the others back to the hotel. Auntie, tell me in detail what happened. Lu Qiuming said, your mother was forcibly taken away by someone back then, and the situation was very dire. As she recalled, her eyes filled with fear. Huang Yuyan, beside her, gently soothed her, helping her calm down. At that time, your father and mother and I were almost beaten to death. Especially your mother, who had been abused and whipped for years. Her body was on the verge of collapse. For several days, she didn't make a sound, and I even felt like she wasn't breathing. It felt like she was in a near-death state. Then, someone came and suddenly took your mother away. At that time, your father and I both thought your mother was as good as dead. After all, in that state, just a few more lashes would have killed her. Your father and I felt that your mother must have died, and that person came to take her away to bury her. But just now, watching the movie, I suddenly felt something was off. Your mother wasn't confirmed dead in front of us, so it's possible that after taking her away, the other person managed to revive her and continued to interrogate her. Yijing's gaze darkened. His mother had already been pushed to the extreme by those people back then, yet they still didn't let her go. Perhaps his mother continued to live, enduring even more suffering and torment. Those people, I will catch each and every one of them and make them suffer 1,000 cuts. When Yijing said this, he sent the other women, except for Huang Yuyan who was in the know, to another room. He asked, Auntie, who was the one who took my mother away? If he could find that person, he could determine whether his mother had survived back then. Was she dead? Or had she lived until now? Lu Qiuming said, that person is the current commander, Huang Xiaobang. Chapter 585. It was you. Boom. Huang Yuyan was stunned. She covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. However, Yijing only thought that Huang Yuyan was shocked by the importance of this person's identity, so he didn't think much of it. Huang Xiaobang, the commander of the military affairs of the Huagua, was responsible for all external military affairs of the country. In comparison, Feng Ruodo, though a legend, was an old-timer who had already retired from the front lines. He was now basically retired. But Huang Xiaobang was a vital force of the middle generation at the prime of his life. He was at the pinnacle of his career. Just hearing the title of commander gave an idea of how high his status was. He could be described as being at the zenith of his power. My mother was taken away by Commander Huang Xiaobang? Yijing's eyes narrowed deeply. It seemed that among the 5 major figures, aside from Feng Ruodo, the other one must be this Huang Xiaobang. Auntie, leave this to me. You should rest now. I have a lot of things to do. Dealing with Feng Ruodo was manageable for Yijing. Although Feng Ruodo was also formidable, he was already retired and didn't have much power left, except for his influence in the business world. Yijing, with the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, could hold his own against him. But Huang Xiaobang was a more challenging opponent. He was at the peak of his life, in the prime of his youth, and was already a highly accomplished upper-tier war god, with a plethora of powerful subordinates. Taking him on wouldn't be easy. Yijing had a busy time ahead. Auntie also regretted revealing the name. Yijing, that's Commander Huang Xiaobang. We shouldn't pick a fight with him. We're not a match for him. Lu Qiuming said fearfully, we're no match for him. We have no chance against someone like that. Yijing, let's go back. We won't seek revenge. Auntie, don't worry. I won't act unless I'm confident. After calming Annie down, Yijing called Huang Yuyan over. Huang Yuyan, you're very smart. Keeping Annie calm and fabricating some stories to deal with Zheng Qingxian and Han Siyao is up to you. For girls like Zheng Qingxian and Han Siyao, who were innocent and sweet, Yijing didn't want to involve them in all this, preferring they keep their innocence. But Huang Yuyan was different. From the murder case at the Longxi group to every time Yi Jing faced these difficult situations, Huang Yuyan was always by his side, trying various methods to help him. She was the only woman who could see the darker side of Yi Jing. You go back to Sucheng. I'm heading straight to Nanjing. With this news, Yi Jing had no mood to continue his vacation in Hengqin. This time, Huang Yuyan hesitated. Yi Jing, maybe I should go help you? Previously, when she said she would help Yi Jing, she was always unwavering and fearless. But this time, she hesitated. Yi Jing didn't catch the subtext. He just thought that the opponent was too strong, and it had scared Huang Yuyan as well. After all, the strongest commander was considered the most powerful person in Huagua, and the title was indeed intimidating. Not for now, just stay here and take care of them. After that, Yi Jing took a flight directly to Nanjing City. As soon as he arrived in Nanjing, Pu Nan came to report. Master, Yin Xiu has confessed. He said the other major figure he knows is the current commander, Huang Xiaobang. After saying that, he found a chance to escape. Normally, with Pu Nan's strength, he could have fought Yin Xiu to the death. But before leaving, Yi Jing had specifically instructed him. Once Yin Xiu's strength returned to normal, Pu Nan should not engage him head-on, nor should he risk his life. Although Yin Xiu's strength wasn't particularly strong, his skill with poisons was too high. If it weren't for Yi Jing himself, anyone else could have died at Yin Xiu's hands. Yi Jing didn't want to lose Pu Nan here for nothing. Yi Jing nodded slightly, saying indifferently, "This was my agreement with him. Let him go. His life for Huang Xiaobang's life, it's worth it. Your next task is to thoroughly investigate Huang Xiaobang. I want all the information on him." Understood, Master. Half a day later, Pu Nan returned, kneeling before Yi Jing. Master, I've investigated thoroughly. This Huang Xiaobang, the current commander, frequently interacts with the Huang family in the capital. The Huang family of the capital. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he hadn't been to the capital much, he had heard of the Huang family, knowing it was a very powerful and influential family. Master, the Huang Yuyan by your side. We've investigated, and she's from the Huang family of the capital. This time, Yi Jing was moved. Huang Yuyan was from the Huang family of the capital? He had never heard her mention this. And Master, according to our investigation, Huang Yuyan once had a betrothal with you. It's one of your 7 betrothal letters. Yi Jing was shocked. Huang Yuyan was one of his betrothal partners? The old man had dug a hole for him all the way to the Huang family of the capital? And it just happened to be Huang Yuyan? We speculate that Huang Yuyan might have that betrothal letter with her. However, Master, Huang Yuyan's position in the Huang family of the capital isn't good. Among the younger generation of the Huang family, there are over a dozen outstanding talents, and Huang Yuyan isn't among the top. So she had to go abroad to seek opportunities. After developing abroad for a while, she returned to the country and, by chance, entered her friend Zhang Qingxuan's company. Yi Jing nodded slightly upon hearing this. Huang Yuyan hadn't intentionally approached him to enter Yi Jing's circle. It was only later that she discovered Yi Jing was the one in her betrothal letter. At this moment, Yi Jing finally understood the many times Huang Yuyan had those hesitant looks. She knew she was the one in the betrothal letter, but couldn't bring it up. It seems Huang Yuyan cares a lot about her friend's feelings. Yi Jing looked at Pu Nan. Any more information? Pu Nan replied, regarding Commander Huang Xiaobang, aside from his connection with the Huang family of the capital, we suspect he might actually be a member of the Huang family of the capital, though this relationship is quite secretive, and we haven't been able to confirm it yet. Yi Jing murmured, Huang Xiaobang, the Huang family, Huang Yuyan, all surnamed Huang, the possibility is high. Yi Jing now also understood why, when they parted in Hengqin, Huang Yuyan had been so shocked upon hearing the name Huang Xiaobang. Chapter 586, Flushed Cheeks. Master, we've uncovered a major piece of news about Commander Huang Xiaobang. Yi Jing replied indifferently, speak. The servant continued, we've discovered that Commander Huang Xiaobang has a secret daughter. She's been living in Jinling City. After consolidating multiple intelligence sources, we believe this secret daughter is likely Ning Luo, the president of the association. What? Even Yi Jing was momentarily stunned. Commander Huang Xiaobang, who is from the same family as Huang Yuyan, is actually Ning Luo's biological father? Do you have any evidence? The servant replied, we found that although Ning Luo has been raised by adoptive parents, He Jianan and Chu Baoying, these two have always been lazy and never worked a day in their lives. Yi Jing chuckled. So, the story they've been telling about how hard it was to raise Ning Luo was all a lie. The servant continued, over the years, someone has been secretly depositing money into Ning Luo's foster care account. That money was specifically for He Jianan and Chu Baoying to raise Ning Luo. However, these two were extremely greedy. They squandered most of the money themselves, leaving only a small portion for Ning Luo's upbringing. Yi Jing asked calmly, the person who has been sending money to Ning Luo all these years is Commander Huang Xiaobang? The servant nodded. Although he used several intermediary accounts, our hackers tracked it down to the final account, which belongs to Huang Xiaobang. Yi Jing nodded faintly. All right, I understand. You can leave now. This is getting more and more interesting. One of the 5 major figures who had his parents killed, Commander Huang Xiaobang, is not only from the same family as Huang Yuyan, but also happens to be Ning Luo's biological father. After pondering for a moment, Yi Jing picked up his phone. Huang Yuyan, come to Jinling City. Huang Yuyan, thinking something might have happened to Yi Jing, became anxious and quickly asked, Yi Jing, is something wrong? Should I confess to my family and ask for help? Hearing Huang Yuyan's usual concern, Yi Jing smiled faintly. It's nothing. Just come over. Relieved by Yi Jing's calm tone, Huang Yuyan agreed, all right, I'll be there soon. If she were to ask for help from the Huang family in the capital, she could do it. But that would come at a significant cost. She would have to return to the Huang family in the capital. She had only just managed to get out, so how could she be willing to go back? Unless it was for Yi Jing, and there was no other choice. Soon, Huang Yuyan boarded the latest flight and quickly arrived in Jinling City. Yi Jing, I'm here. In Yi Jing's private villa, Huang Yuyan finally saw Yi Jing. After checking him from head to toe, she finally relaxed. The environment here in Jinling City isn't as good as our villa in the mountains of Daiwan, Jiang Province. Huang Yuyan said with concern, you must be suffering. Yi Jing replied indifferently, I didn't plan to stay in Jinling City for long, so I just got a mediocre villa. He came to Jinling City for one reason only, revenge. He intended to settle the score with thunderous force and then leave. However, the events surrounding his parents turned out to be far more complicated than he expected, involving increasingly influential figures. It seems he'll have to stay in Jinling City a bit longer. Huang Yuyan. Yi Jing's gaze fell on her. What's in your bag? Huang Yuyan was momentarily stunned. Just my phone, wallet, cards, tissues, oh, and makeup, for touch-ups, and sanitary pads. Why do you ask? As she spoke, she began taking things out of her bag. Yi Jing was speechless. I'm not asking about those. I meant, do you have a red paper in there? Huang Yuyan's face instantly turned pale, then flushed bright red. How did Yi Jing know? That was their marriage certificate. She had been carrying it with her all this time, only taking it out to look at it in the quiet of the night. She had often dreamed of the day she could be with Yi Jing. But every morning, seeing the pure and kind Zhang Qingxian, Huang Yuyan would carefully hide those thoughts. Yet now, Yi Jing had brought it up right in front of her. This is... Huang Yuyan didn't know what to say. Her face was flushed, and she hesitated before finally taking out the marriage certificate. This is our marriage certificate. How did you know? Yi Jing examined it. Indeed, it was identical to the one in his own bag. It was the certificate signed by the old man and the Huang family in the capital. Oh, right. With Qing Huang and Poon working for you. It's no wonder you found out. I was overthinking, Huang Yuyan reasoned, coming up with an explanation for how Yi Jing knew. Yi Jing, how do you feel about this marriage certificate? Huang Yuyan was flustered. She suddenly didn't know how to face Yi Jing. Before revealing the marriage certificate, she could interact with Yi Jing freely, helping him decisively. But now that it was out in the open, she suddenly felt shy and awkward. She couldn't even bring herself to look Yi Jing in the eye. Yi Jing, however, was also looking at Huang Yuyan. Since Huang Yuyan had this marriage certificate, It meant she had the same complementary physique as Shun Suyi. That means her uncle, Huang Xiaobang, must know about Huang Yuyan's complementary physique. Yi Jing thought to himself. Yi Jing. Seeing that Yi Jing hadn't spoken, Huang Yuyan became even more flustered. Yi Jing, I know you really like Zheng Qingxian, and I won't interfere in your life with her. She was on the verge of tears as she spoke. Yi Jing couldn't help but smile. Yi Jing. Huang Yuyan finally made up her mind. I don't want to give up. I want to compete fairly with Zheng Qingxian. Is that okay? I also want to have you. Huang Yuyan looked at Yi Jing earnestly. After saying this, her face turned beet red. She had always kept this thought hidden in her heart. This was the first time she had ever said it out loud to Yi Jing. All right, Yi Jing wasn't too concerned about the matter. Marriage? First, he needed to take revenge. He had to settle the matters surrounding his parents and resolve his unique physique issues before considering marriage. By then, without the constraints of his special physique, he could choose whoever he wanted to marry. He could choose the complimentary Huang Yuyan, the sweet and lovely Zheng Qingxian, or the obedient and sensible Ning Luo. The choice would be entirely up to him. Chapter 587. Let him choose. The mayor of Jinling City was sadly looking in the mirror. What sin have I committed? The previous mayor mostly passed his term peacefully. Why is it so troublesome for me? First, the National Protection War God, then the Su family of the 8 great families, the Assassin Association. Then there's Fang Ruodo and his nephew Fang Benghao. The mayor was on the verge of tears. These incidents, though, were in the past. But this morning, he suddenly learned Huang Xiaobang, the highest commander of foreign military affairs in the Huagua, had sent his daughter, Huang Linghan, one of the commanders of the southeast region, to Jinling City. Early in the morning, the mayor personally went to the outskirts of the city to welcome Huang Linghan, who arrived with a large entourage. The mayor respectfully said, Commander Huang. Huang Linghan, with a large group of soldiers, looked coldly at the mayor from his jeep. Gulp. The mayor swallowed hard, feeling quite nervous. He had no idea what this high-ranking commander Huang Linghan had come to Jinling City for. Not to mention the supreme status of Huang Xiaobang. Just Huang Linghan's identity alone was enough to make him take it very seriously. As one of the commanders of the southeast region, this title alone was enough to dominate the entire Jinling City, making it tremble beneath his feet. Your Excellency, may I ask what brings you to Jinling City? Normally, these commanders were not allowed to enter the city and had to stay in the garrison area. If they entered the city, it was never for anything good. It's nothing major. Just to find my sister. Your sister? The mayor was shocked. Your sister? Wouldn't that be the daughter of Huang Xiaobang? But he had never heard that Huang Xiaobang had a daughter. Wasn't Huang Linghan his only child? Moreover, if such a significant figure as Huang Xiaobang's daughter existed in Jinling City, and he, as the mayor, was unaware of it, that was a dereliction of duty. If anything happened to that woman, he could kiss his mayoral position goodbye. The mayor trembled even more and said, Your Excellency, who is your sister? I will immediately bring her here. Huang Linghan said indifferently, No need. I will enter the city and hold a banquet at the Jinling Grand Hotel. At that time, you just need to call them over. The mayor shivered and quickly replied, Yes, yes. Half an hour later, the mayor respectfully asked, Your Excellency, may I know the identity of your sister? I will send someone to find her. Huang Linghan, holding a wine glass, stood on the highest floor of Jinling City, overlooking the river scenery below. Staying in the garrison area, either practicing martial arts or training subordinates, is really exhausting. It's nice to relax in the city occasionally. Behind him, the mayor was trembling in his heart, hoping that Huang Linghan would just relax and not cause trouble in Jinling City. He had heard that a powerful young master once came to the city to relax and, unable to control himself, had shot and killed many civilians. Hopefully, this Huang young master would be different and could control himself. After all, the southeast region troops outside had dark, menacing guns, which was truly terrifying. If anything happened, the mayor had no power to resist them. Go find my sister. First, find two people named He Jianan and Chu Baoying. They are my sister's foster parents. At this mention, the mayor immediately recalled, aren't they the foster parents of Ning Luo, the president of the association? Could it be that Ning Luo is the daughter of Commander Huang Xiaobang? Huang Linghan said indifferently, yes, it's Ning Luo, or more accurately, Huang Ying. The mayor was startled and quickly said, yes, I will go get them right away. Shortly after, a bewildered He Jianan, Chu Baoying, and Ning Luo were summoned by the mayor. After all, the mayor was a significant figure in Jinling City, and everyone had to give him some face. Mayor, may I ask why you called us here? Ning Luo was puzzled. She had been busy with her association lately and hadn't done anything wrong, right? The mayor, who used to dare call her President Ning, now didn't have the guts to do so. After all, this was the daughter of Huang Xiaobang, the highest commander of foreign military affairs in Huaguo. Miss Ning, no, Miss Huang, you're too kind to me. How could I dare to summon you? It's your brother who called you here. Ning Luo was dumbfounded. She had a brother? Her first thought was that her foster parents had adopted another child besides her. But looking at He Jianan and Chu Baoying, they were also confused. My brother? Mayor, may I ask what you mean by that? At this moment, Huang Linghan walked out from behind. Are you Commander Huang Linghan of the Southeast region? He Jianan and Chu Baoying were shocked. This great man's photo was on the internet, easily searchable. Who would have thought he would appear here? Huang Linghan said indifferently, these years, thank you for taking care of my sister. Upon hearing this, He Jianan and Chu Baoying understood. They stammered, could it be that the one who has been sending the foster care money all these years is your father, Commander Huang Xiaobang? Huang Linghan said indifferently, yes. The two of them collapsed to their knees. They only knew that this daughter was not adopted by them, but was placed with them intentionally. Over the years, money had been sent regularly and in large amounts. But if they had known it was Commander Huang Xiaobang who was sending the money, they would never have dared to embezzle it. All these years, they had spent the money on themselves, and only a tiny fraction had been used to raise Ning Luo. Fortunately, Huang Linghan didn't seem to intend to pursue this. Perhaps in his and Huang Xiaobang's eyes, as long as Ning Luo could live normally, that was enough. This illegitimate daughter didn't need particularly luxurious conditions. Ning Luo, as the saying goes, a brother is like a father. Now that I stand before you, even if you don't call me brother, you should at least respectfully offer me a drink, right? Huang Linghan's tone was calm and composed, naturally carrying an air of authority. Ning Luo was still in shock. Are you really my brother? Is my father really Commander Huang Xiaobang? Her mind couldn't process it. Her background was this incredible? But why had her father and brother never visited her all these years? And why had they suddenly appeared today? Huang Ying. Huang Linghan said, do you think someone like me would lie to you? What benefit would I gain from deceiving a businesswoman? Chapter 588. Have you come to your senses? In the eyes of these people of noble status, Ning Luo was merely a small figure. Ning Luo frowned. Could you please provide evidence of the alimony payments made to my parents over the years? Huang Linghan chuckled. You still need this evidence? You really are a business person. Father hasn't given you a proper education over the years. Huang Linghan shook his head and slapped down a stack of documents. Take a look for yourself. Ning Luo glanced at them, and her expression immediately changed. These documents were indeed proof of Huang Xiaobang's alimony payments to He Jianan and his wife. I really am Huang Xiaobang's daughter. At this moment, Ning Luo felt utterly absurd. Her mind went blank. She didn't know how to react. Huang Ying, Huang Linghan said sternly, now you know I am your elder brother, don't you? As your elder brother, shouldn't you listen to me? Ning Luo remained silent for a moment. She wasn't used to this new identity yet, but she still nodded slightly. If what you say makes sense. I'm not saying. She had grown up as an adopted child, never experiencing the warmth of family. Now that family was suddenly within reach, she secretly yearned for that sense of belonging. But she hadn't expected Huang Linghan to speak so harshly. What do you mean? if it makes sense. Even if it doesn't make sense, shouldn't you listen? An elder brother is like a father. What I say is an order, and you should obey. Ning Luo frowned slightly. This wasn't how she had imagined meeting her family, or what family should be like. Huang Ying, do you know that as a mere merchant in Jinling City, you've been betrothed to Fong Banghao, the nephew of Fong Ruodo? What kind of status does he have? What kind of status do you have? Do you think it's because of your position as a spokesperson for the Dragon Nation's Chamber of Commerce? How laughable. Huang Linghan sneered. Who is Fong Ruodo? He's a legend in the Dragon Nation. A mere business empire is just one of his many domains. Don't even mention that your spokesperson position isn't even secure. Even if you were the head of the Dragon Nation's Chamber of Commerce, you wouldn't be worthy of Fong Banghao. Ning Luo suddenly understood. So, it was you? It was my father who pushed this behind the scenes? Huang Linghan said indifferently. Yes, father spoke with Fong Ruodo for a long time to make him agree. And what did you do in return? Huang Linghan raged. You wasted father's efforts. You repeatedly rejected Fong Banghao. Do you know how much trouble that caused father? Let me tell you, you must marry Fong Banghao. There is no other option. I'm here today to give you the final ultimatum. Ning Luo was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that her first meeting with her newly discovered family would be to force her into marriage with a dead man. Ning Luo shouted, Fong Banghao is dead? This time, he's really dead. Huang Linghan shook his head. No, you don't know. Fong Banghao was just turned into a vegetable. He's still alive, barely. Ning Luo felt a wave of nausea. Her adoptive parents had only wanted her to marry into the Fong family. Even a ghost marriage would have been acceptable. And now, thinking her family had come to support her, they were still forcing her to marry into the Fong family, even if it meant marrying a vegetable. Are you really my brother? Are you forcing me like this? Tears streamed down Ning Luo's face. She thought to herself that she'd rather be the orphan she once was, with no one to care for her, than to have someone stand up and force her so arrogantly. Huang Linghan said coldly, I am your brother. And precisely because an elder brother is like a father, you must listen to me. As a member of the Huang family, whose arrangements should you follow if not father's? All these years, although it was your adoptive parents who raised you in name, it was actually father who helped you in secret. Do you really think that by running a small chamber of commerce, those business owners would give you face? That they would just happen to help you out when you were on the brink of collapse? Ning Luo was shocked. So, it was father who was helping me in secret? Huang Linghan sneered, that's right. But who would have thought that father's help would produce an ingrate like you? Ning Luo remained silent. If that were true, then this debt of gratitude still needed to be repaid. But she really didn't want to marry Fong Banghao, or that vegetable. The city mayor, who had been watching quietly, had already slipped out. He realized that the situation had escalated beyond what he should know. Huang Ying, after all this, I don't know if you've come to your senses. Here are your two choices. Either listen to me and father, and marry Fong Banghao obediently, completing the marriage alliance between the Huang and Fong families. Or, he didn't finish. Ning Luo thought carefully and finally shook her head. No, I refuse. First of all, I have no familial feelings for you or my biological father. Even if we share blood, I have no emotional connection to you. Why should I listen to you? Secondly, my own marriage is my decision. I have someone I love, and I will never marry Fong Banghao. Humph. Huang Linghan snorted coldly. Stubborn. In the face of a great family, there is no choice. Even I, when the time comes, will be arranged to marry into another great family by father. Do you think you can escape? Guards. After saying this, several members of the guard squad stepped forward. Tie up Huang Ying and hang her at the entrance of this restaurant. Let everyone see her pitiful state. Let her hang there and come to her senses. When she's ready, we'll let her down. After Huang Linghan finished speaking, the men responded loudly, yes. Immediately, they grabbed Ning Luo and dragged her toward the entrance of the restaurant. At this moment, The entrance of the restaurant was bustling with people. Isn't that Ning Luo, the president? Yes, ever since she became the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation's Chamber of Commerce, she's been quite famous. What's going on? It looks like she's about to be hung up. SSS. She really is being hung up? What did she do to provoke someone? Ning Luo felt so ashamed and miserable that she wanted to die. In front of so many people, Huang Linghan was going to hang her up like this? Was it just to humiliate her? Was it to use her sense of shame to force her to comply? Huang Linghan walked up with a military whip, smiling coldly. Huang Ying now, have you come to your senses? Ning Luo, hanging there, soon felt her wrists turn red and sore. Chapter 589. Pull the trigger immediately. The physical pain, however, was nothing compared to the emotional torment. Being watched by so many people in her pitiful state, a woman like herself, being hung high and whipped. It was too humiliating. Look, what's wrong with President Ning Luo? That person whipping her seems to be Huang Linghan, the esteemed Mr. Huang. What has President Ning Luo done wrong? She must have done something wrong. Mr. Huang represents the commander of the Southeast District. Anyone he hangs up must have committed a crime. Maybe she even betrayed the country. That's right, nowadays, none of these merchants are clean. Maybe President Ning Luo was selling state secrets. Hit her well, whip her hard. The crowd, always eager for more drama, turned Ning Luo into a heinous criminal with their discussions. Huang Linghan, hearing these accusations and curses, not only did not stop them but seemed rather pleased. It seemed to be his goal, because among the crowd, there were people he had arranged to stir up the situation. Hear that, Huang Ying? If you submit, I will immediately reveal your true identity to the public, making you so Ren Jingyang. But if you don't, not only will your body be tortured by me, but you will also be despised by thousands, becoming a traitor to the country. Ning Luo shouted angrily, Huang Linghan, I've thought it through. Oh, thinking it through is good. Huang Linghan thought that his stubborn sister had finally given in. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Huang Linghan, listen carefully. I will never acknowledge you or Huang Xiaobang as my family in this lifetime. People like you are no different from my foster parents. You only want to exploit me. Ning Luo said, I might as well consider myself born from a rock. I have no relatives. As for the grace of giving birth and raising me, I will repay it in other ways, but don't even think about me agreeing to marry that dead ghost Fong Banghao. Don't even think about me marrying into the Fong family. Ning Luo roared, finally feeling a sense of relief from the pent-up anger in her chest. These days, she had been pressured by her foster parents, then by her biological father and brother. There was always a resentment in her heart. Now that she had shouted it out, she finally released that anger. Well said. The next moment, Yijing appeared with people, quickly surrounding the entire area and dispersing the onlookers. Whoosh! A pebble shot towards the rope holding Ning Luo, and Qing Huang flew over to catch her as she fell. Seeing Ning Luo's battered body, with blood from the whipping, Yijing was furious. You are Yijing? The one who has repeatedly stopped my sister from marrying Fong Banghao? Huang Linggan's gaze at Yijing was very hostile. You damn bastard! My sister failed to marry into the Fong family because of your interference. You are at least 80% responsible for this. Angered, Huang Linggan's aura suddenly surged, and the air around him seemed to freeze, making everyone nearby shiver. Oh, what do you want to do? Yijing narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Huang Linghan dared to whip Ning Luo like this. Yijing would not let him off easily. You, a mere security team leader, dare to challenge Mr. Huang? Ning Luo's parents, seeing this, mocked, Aren't you just lucky, always managing to escape danger? Let's see who you can rely on this time, with Mr. Huang here. A trash, always blocking our daughter from marrying into a wealthy family. You have ulterior motives. Yijing coldly glanced at the two. He casually picked up a pebble and flicked it towards He Jiannan's mouth. He Jiannan was scared out of his wits. He was just being a bit mouthy, but he knew that Yijing's strength was high, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. But the next moment, The pebble that should have hit He Jiannan's mouth was blocked by a hand that suddenly appeared in midair. That hand easily caught the pebble, then crushed it into powder and threw it to the ground. Is this all the strength you have? I don't even know how you managed to stop my sister so many times. It seems the people Fong Benghao brought were all useless. Huang Linghan said indifferently. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at Huang Linghan. This man seemed to have some strength. The pebble he threw earlier, though only using about a tenth of his strength, wasn't something an ordinary war god could catch. It seemed Huang Linghan, trained by Commander Huang Xiaobang, had been given a lot of resources, and being able to sit in the position of Southeast District Commander, he couldn't be underestimated. If he encountered an ordinary war god, Huang Linghan could easily defeat them. But today, encountering Yi Jing, he was destined to suffer a miserable fate. Not bad at catching pebbles. Since you're so good at catching pebbles, catch another one. Yi Jing casually picked up another pebble from the ground, flicked his wrist, and threw it out seemingly casually. But this pebble's speed in midair increased rapidly, becoming almost invisible in an instant. Pfft, another pebble? How childish. Huang Linghan sneered. Indeed, a country bumpkin. When practicing martial arts, you probably didn't even have a proper weapon, so you had to pick up pebbles to hit people? He reached out, just like before, wanting to catch the pebble. What he didn't know was that Yi Jing had only used a tenth of his strength earlier, but this time he used 4/10. For times the strength, a world of difference. The pebble shot through Huang Linghan's palm like a bolt of lightning, splattering blood. Then, without losing any momentum, it slammed into the ranks behind Huang Linghan, knocking over many of the soldiers he had brought. Ah! Huang Linghan didn't react immediately, only realizing the hole in his hand when he saw it, and then he cried out in pain. How long had it been since he last got injured? In his entire life, he had only been injured during his father's training. After entering the Southeast District, who dared to fight him with real weapons? Your pebble is problematic. Huang Linghan was shocked. His palm, which could supposedly catch bullets, was pierced by a single pebble. Oh, now it's the pebble's problem? Yi Jing chuckled. He found that he had overestimated Huang Linghan's strength. Now it seemed he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary war god, far from being an upper-level war god. You all, hurry up and attack, kill him. Huang Linghan cursed. Are you all blind? Can't you see he attacked me? Pull the trigger immediately. Chapter 590, Afraid of Friendly Fire. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless dark muzzle barrels were aimed at Yi Jing's head. Stunned now, huh? Still acting tough? Huang Linghan, despite the pain, allowed the accompanying beautiful female doctor to bandage his wound, then sneered, no matter how strong or amazing you are, you're still just flesh and blood. So many guns and cannons, enough to fight a small-scale war. Do you really think you can withstand all this firepower by yourself? Any single bullet that penetrates your defenses could take your life. Huang Linghan regained his arrogance, disdainfully saying, and you think you can stop my sister from marrying into the prestigious Fong family of the Huaguo elite? Don't you know your place? Behind him, Ning Luo hurriedly said, Yi Jing, don't worry about me, just run. The sight of those guns terrified her. No one can stand against an army. This is the power of modern weapons. Even a war god wouldn't dare to face them head-on. On the battlefield, war gods are more effective in assassinations rather than direct confrontations. In direct confrontations, no one can match the might of firearms, especially not with artillery, missiles, or even nuclear weapons. My sister's right, you better run, like a stray dog. Ha ha ha. Huang Linghan sneered coldly. However, as soon as you run, my sister will lose her last glimmer of hope and have to listen to me. Huang Linghan had figured it out. His sister Huang Ying, who had been so defiant earlier, had dared to refuse his and his father's decision. But that defiance was only possible because of Yi Jing's presence. Now that Yi Jing was in trouble, Huang Ying immediately panicked. Huang Linghan had finally found his sister's weak point. At this moment, Huang Linghan didn't even feel like directly killing Yi Jing anymore. Keeping Yi Jing alive, threatening his sister Huang Ying and making her do things. Now that would be interesting. However, just as Huang Lingan's fantasy began, he heard Yi Jing say calmly, "You think you're the only one with underlings?" Huang Linghan was stunned. "Aren't you just a country bumpkin? Where would you get underlings from?" He was the legitimate commander of the southeast region. The troops he brought naturally had all these firearms and ammunition. Yi Jing had never been heard of as the leader of any unit, so how could he possibly have a force? But then Yi Jing casually waved his hand, and from the distance, a dark mass of people appeared. At the same time, Long San of the Red Dragon also appeared behind Yi Jing. "Mr. Yi, my men are assembled." Huang Linghan looked at He Jiannan and Chu Baoying beside him. "What's the background of this group?" He frowned slightly. This group didn't seem like regular troops. Not to mention, where were their weapons? They didn't even bring their gear? And these people looked undisciplined, with no military bearing. Instead, they had a distinct street thug vibe. Long San's men had only recently had their combat abilities forcibly boosted by Yi Jing's magical medicine. Fundamentally, they were still street thugs. Ning Luo's adoptive parents, He Jiannan, immediately responded, "Your Excellency Huang, these are a recently emerged underground force in Jinling City. That Long San calls himself Dragon Lord, a thug of the underground world, and he's been rapidly absorbing other factions in Jinling City." Upon hearing this, Huang Linghan couldn't hold back his laughter. "Yi Jing, you're really hilarious. You actually think you can use a bunch of underground scum to fight against my regular army? Did you get hit on the head by a donkey? Or was your mother careless and let the door squeeze your head when you were born? Ha ha ha." Huang Linghan laughed non-stop, and many of the soldiers behind him joined in. In the eyes of these regular troops, underground thugs were the lowest of the low, not even worth a single hair on their legs. Even irregulars were trash in their eyes. And these people were far below even irregulars. What could they possibly achieve? Yi Jing was completely here to make a fool of himself. Trying to use a bunch of underground thugs to fight against a regular army? Wasn't that just plain stupid? He Jiannan, who was beside him, also realized this and burst into laughter. "Yi Jing, Long San, you can scare ordinary people in the city, sure. Ordinary people might be afraid of you, but you shouldn't have come out here to confront a regular army. You're just asking for death." Chu Baoying also sneered, "Yi Jing, Long San, you're just a bunch of rabble. How can you compare to Commander Huang's regular troops? I advise you to kneel down and surrender, kowtow, and apologize to Commander Huang. Maybe, out of pity, Commander Huang will give you a quick death. Otherwise, you're just asking for it." Seeing everyone belittle the Red Dragon, Long San behind Yi Jing was filled with anger. Yi Jing said calmly, "Long San, they all look down on your men. Go on, let your guys show some activity." Long San said fiercely, "All right, brothers, let's get moving." The men behind them were already furious, and upon hearing this, they immediately charged forward. Rat-a-tat-tat. At the same time, the troops brought by Huang Linghan also began to fire wildly. But the next moment, they were shocked. "Commander Huang, these people are all warlords. Their movements are unpredictable, and our firepower cannot cover all of them." Although countless bullets were fired, many of the Red Dragon's men were knocked down. But more warlords rushed forward, swarming like a tide. After all, these troops were just ordinary people, relying solely on their firearms. But when the warlords, fearless, charged forward, they panicked. They could kill 1, 2, or even 3 warlords. But when thousands of warlords charged at once, they couldn't kill them all. Moreover, the warlords were extremely fast. At the cost of dozens of warlords, the rest had already rushed forward. Then, it was like wolves among sheep, starting a brutal massacre. Once they entered close combat, the Red Dragon's men took complete control. At this point, firing a gun could easily result in friendly fire, given the close proximity. Who could guarantee a perfect aim? The battlefield was a chaotic mix of friend and foe, and no one knew who a bullet would hit. Afraid of friendly fire. Chapter 591. Mob? After mingling together, Long San's face showed a smug expression. "See that? Who now dares to say that my team is a disorganized mob? Ordinary soldiers were no match for these war kings. Although these war kings hadn't undergone systematic training, their physical fitness was excellent, their speed was fast, and their strength was formidable. A casual punch could easily explode your head, overpowering skill with brute force. In a matter of moments, Huang Lingan's team was scattered like leaves in the wind. How is this possible? How could you have so many war kings? Nearly 1,000 war kings. How is that possible? Huang Linghan finally understood where Yi Jing's confidence came from. With over 1,000 war kings, once deployed on the battlefield, what kind of force could stand against them? Generally speaking, war kings and war gods were vulnerable to modern weapons. But that was when a large group faced a single war king or war god. If a swarm of war kings and war gods charged fearlessly, once they closed the distance, it would be like a wolf among sheep, unstoppable. So now, Huang Lingan's morale was shattered. His greatest card this time was this team, but he never expected that Yi Jing would have a force of nearly 1,000 war kings. That was simply brutal. Finally, after the battle ended, Long San counted the remaining troops and then came over, his expression bitter. Mr. Yi, our losses are still quite significant. Out of the 1,000 war kings, we lost 100 in previous battles and another 100 in this one, leaving only 800 now. Hearing this, Huang Linghan, He Jianan, and Chu Baoying's hearts sank. 1,000 war kings. What a terrifying force. This Yi Jing wasn't even a high-ranking official, so how did he command such a force? However, losing 200 war kings in succession would surely be painful, right? Even someone like Fang Ruodo, if he lost 200 war kings at once, would definitely feel the pinch. But to their surprise, Yi Jing just smiled calmly. Just 200 war kings? That's nothing to me. It's a matter of minutes. Go pick another 1,000 people. Remember, loyalty is key. Strength doesn't matter. Bring them to me, and I can create another 1,000 war kings overnight. With these words, Long San's spirits lifted. He happily went to select new recruits. Losing 200 war kings in exchange for 1,000 new ones. Mr. Yi was truly amazing. Huang Linghan and the others, however, were dumbfounded. Those were war kings. In an ordinary force, a single war king could easily become a middle-level commander. And yet, you could casually create 1,000 war kings overnight? Huang Linggan's gaze at Yi Jing now was like looking at a god. Perhaps only a god could perform such a miracle. He suddenly felt a pang of panic. Had he been wrong from the beginning to oppose someone like this? Afterwards, Yi Jing's gaze turned calmly toward Huang Linghan. Do you want to live? Huang Linggan's extinguished hope was reignited at these words. Yes, I want to live. Who wouldn't want to live? Huang Linghan had tasted the joys of life and naturally wanted to survive. Yi Jing said calmly, call your father, Huang Xiaobang, and have him come here, and I'll let you live. Huang Linghan hesitated. At this hesitation, Yi Jing immediately said, come, hang these people up. Whatever he did to Ning Luo, do the same to him now. Instantly, several people rushed over and hung Huang Linghan, He Jianan, and Chu Baoying up. Qing Huang picked up the whip that Huang Linghan had dropped earlier. Then, soaking it in water and salt, she began to lash out with loud cracks. In no time, the three were howling in pain. Their bodies were crisscrossed with red lines, each one tearing their flesh apart, blood flowing freely. I'll call right now. Huang Linghan couldn't endure such brutal punishment and could no longer hold back. Qing Huang took his phone and dialed the number. Dad, come save me. Before Huang Linghan could say much, Qing Huang handed the phone to Yi Jing. General Huang, did you hear your son's cries just now? Yi Jing, came the deep voice of General Huang from the other end. I sent my son over to find my daughter. If you dare to touch a single hair on my son or daughter. Before he could finish, a scream from Huang Linghan echoed from the phone, followed by the sound of a whip cracking. Qing Huang continued to mercilessly lash Huang Linghan. Yi Jing, sorry, what were you saying? About a single hair? General Huang, having been a commander for a lifetime, could clearly recognize the sound of a whip. Each scream from his son was like a hammer, pounding heavily on his chest. "Stop!" General Huang roared. "Do you know who I am? If I get angry and bring an unstoppable force to Jinling City, it will attract global attention. At that time, you, Yi Jing, will be a sinner of the nation. Countless people will have their lives altered because of you." Before General Huang could spout more rhetoric, Yi Jing hung up the phone. On the other end, General Huang was about to continue when he heard only the dial tone. This Yi Jing, damn him, damn him. Unable to do anything, General Huang called again. This time, Yi Jing picked up, and General Huang dared not speak carelessly. "Yi Jing, tell me, what conditions must be met to let my son go?" Yi Jing said calmly, "You're in the capital, right? I'll give you 3 hours. If you can't fly over within that time, your son will be whipped to death." "All right." General Huang agreed immediately. "I'll be there within 3 hours. If you dare to harm my son within these 3 hours..." Do. Yi Jing hung up the phone again. This old man, does he always talk so arrogantly? Seems like being a commander has gone to his head, always used to using authority to oppress others. Yi Jing then turned off his phone, so even if General Huang wanted to call back, he couldn't. "Qing Huang." Yi Jing waved, calling Qing Huang over. "Take Ning Luo to Huang Yuyin and have her take care of her." Yi Jing currently trusted Huang Yuyin quite a bit. That woman was not only meticulous but also good at taking care of others, possessing many qualities that combined the best of both men and women. Qing Huang nodded and, with Ning Luo, quickly left. As for this Huang Linghan, Yi Jing smiled faintly. "Keep him hanging. We'll consider letting him down when his father arrives. Come, bring me a chair." Chapter 592, Embarrassment and Shame. Yi Jing leisurely sat at the entrance of the inn, laughing. Reopened the road that was blocked. It's a good opportunity for everyone to see what Huang Linghan, the esteemed Mr. Huang, is really like. I hear many people admire Mr. Huang but have never seen his true face. This is a perfect chance for everyone to get a glimpse. The hanging Huang Linghan was almost overwhelmed with embarrassment and shame. At this moment, many passers-by had already gathered around. "Is that Mr. Huang Linghan? I never thought that after being hung up, he looks just like any ordinary person. I heard he's the son of the commander and also a leader himself, very formidable. But now, he doesn't seem that special." The crowd dared not speak loudly, fearing Huang Linghan might hear them. Even these whispers could reach Huang Linghan's ears. After all, with his status as a war god, how could he not hear them? "Shut up, all of you, shut up." Hearing the crowd's discussions, Huang Linghan almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. As the son of the great Huang Xiaobang, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Listening to these words, he nearly fainted. The passers-by, hearing this, had a flicker of fear in their eyes. A famous person casts a long shadow. Even though Huang Linghan was currently hung up, with his beaten body showing bruises and his clothes torn, he was still the leader of the Southeast District, a war god-level figure. Retaliating against Yi Jing was out of the question, but would he not dare to retaliate against them? So for a moment, everyone dared only to look but not to speak. Yi Jing frowned. "This won't do. Huang Linghan, before your father arrives, this is the only entertainment I have left. You can't take that away from me, can you? Someone, seal Huang Linghan's eyes and mouth. Let him not be able to curse or see others to take revenge." Soon, someone went up and sealed Huang Linghan's eyes and mouth. The passers-by immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Haha, now I'm not afraid of being seen. We can speak without restraint. This Huang Linghan, wasn't he arrogant? Never thought he'd have such a day, haha. I heard this Huang Linghan was reckless and domineering in the Southeast Command Zone, often capturing young and beautiful girls from nearby cities to comfort, simply inhuman. I even heard that young and handsome men fell victim to him as well." Everyone gasped, shocked, and looked at the hanging Huang Linghan. Poor Huang Linghan, though his eyes and mouth were sealed, his ears were not. These words naturally reached his ears in their entirety. "Woo woo. Huang Linghan struggled hard, wanting to say something, but could only make muffled sounds. He wanted to open his eyes wide to see who was speaking, but could see nothing, only feeling miserable and making muffled sounds. Seeing him like this, the crowd spoke even more enthusiastically. This Huang Linghan is not a good person, completely a spoiled second generation, too arrogant and domineering. I heard that once a family offended him, he went to their house and wiped them out. Yijing listened with interest, making the waiting time less boring. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Luo was sent to Huang Yuyin. Ah, what happened? Who is this? She looked puzzled at Qing Huang. Qing Huang quickly explained. She is Ning Luo, maybe also called Huang Ying. The master said to let you take care of her for now. Ning Luo? Huang Yuyin immediately understood. She is actually my cousin. Huang Yuyin carefully looked at Ning Luo, the beautiful face somewhat resembling her own. However, Ning Luo's clothes were torn from being whipped, looking very miserable. Huang Yuyin quickly called for someone to change Ning Luo's clothes. Watching Ning Luo's back, Huang Yuyin's thoughts were complicated. There's another competitor? On the way to Jinling City, Huang Yuyin had already gotten a clear picture of the situation there. Naturally, she also knew that during this period, the woman Yijing interacted with the most in Jinling City, besides Ning Luo, was Shun Suyi. Judging by Yijing's attitude, that Shun Suyi didn't need to be considered. Yijing didn't place her in the proper position at all, but this Ning Luo was different. Ning Luo had helped Yijing several times, just like how she herself had once done. And from Ning Luo's eyes, Huang Yuyin could see that Ning Luo had deep feelings for Yijing. This is another competitor for me. Zhang Qingxian is obedient and sensible. Ning Luo is understanding and can endure hardship. What do I have as an advantage? Huang Yuyin only felt that there were too many competitive women on the path to marrying Yijing. No, I have an advantage. Huang Yuyin suddenly smiled. I should be the only woman among them all with a marriage contract, right? Before, Zhang Qingxuan's sister Zhang Liyue had a marriage contract, and this Shan Suyi had a marriage contract. But Yijing hated them both. I, Huang Yuyin, should be the only one so far who is not disliked by Yijing and still has a marriage contract. Perhaps, this is my greatest competitive edge. At the inn, after 2 leisurely hours, Yijing finally moved. He looked up at the distant sky. It seems your father values you quite a bit. I gave him half a day, and he's here in just 2 hours. As he spoke, a sound of breaking air came from the distance. What is that? The crowd was shocked. A fighter jet flew over the city's sky. It wasn't a helicopter but a fighter jet. From the distance, armored vehicles rumbled over. Mommy, is war coming? All the passers-by panicked and ran. They now understood that this was Huang Lingan's rescue team, likely the current commander, Huang Xiaobang. Everyone quickly ran far away, fearing to be implicated. They all hid back in their homes, trembling, not daring to look outside. The current commander, Huang Xiaobang. He was the military commander of China's external affairs, with such great prestige. Yijing also stood up, seeing the heavily armed troops pouring in from all directions, surrounding the area. This is the gold medal army that rules the southern border. How did they get here? This must be Huang Xiaobang, the commander himself, coming. Otherwise, who could mobilize the gold medal army? The gold medal army is one of the top elite forces in our country. Only Huang Xiaobang, the commander, could mobilize them so freely, right? Dong dong. At this moment, the fighter jets overhead suddenly dropped a lot of tear gas, sealing off this area. It was as if they were using tear gas to directly lock down this area. Chapter 593, Not Enough to Die. Finally, several figures descended from a helicopter. One of them strode forward. Yijing, you dare to hang my Yaozi up and beat him? Who gave you the guts? Huang Xiaobang, as the commander-in-chief, who in the entire Huagua wouldn't give him face. Perhaps only Yijing would dare to treat his Yaozi like this. In the Southeast Command Zone, when practicing martial arts, no one would dare to lay a heavy hand on his Yaozi. How could Yijing dare to do this? Did he eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Dad, hurry and save me. Huang Linghan saw Huang Xiaobang and immediately struggled fiercely. Dad, I'm about to be whipped to death. You have to stand up for me. You have to get justice for me. Huang Xiaobang's eyes turned cold. Don't worry, Yaozi. Although Yi Jing's life is still useful, it's just his body. Dad will first capture him, let you toy with him until he's mentally broken, and then take him back for research. With a flash, Huang Xiaobang arrived beside Huang Linghan and rescued him. Dad, Werwu, you're finally here. Huang Linghan felt that the past 2 hours had been the greatest grievance he had ever suffered. Being hung up and whipped, the heart-wrenching pain would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Most importantly, those damned onlookers had dug up all his old secrets, exposing them like scars. Damn it, they're truly damned. Don't worry, Yaozi. Dad is here. Someone will avenge you. At this moment, He Jianan and Chu bowing beside them also quickly called for help. They too were hung up. Commander Huang, please also set us free. We too have suffered inhumane beatings from Yi Jing. We were also pointed at by onlookers. Just like your Yaozi, we were framed by Yi Jing and forced to be hung up and beaten. You also have to uphold justice for us. After a while of crying and shouting, Commander Huang frowned. Noisy. It felt like 2 flies were buzzing around his ears.
Smack.
Huang Xiaobang directly slapped them, and the 2 were sent flying. They were just ordinary people, and as the martial affairs commander of Huagua, Huang Xiaobang's strength was immense. He directly knocked them unconscious. Yi Jing looked at Huang Xiaobang, ignoring the heavily armed troops surrounding them. Commander Huang, was it you who took my mother away back then? Huang Xiaobang narrowed his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to have investigated this far. It seems we underestimated your capabilities. Originally, we thought that relying on your special physique, your strength would only progress a bit faster. Unexpectedly, your ability to cultivate subordinates and organize forces is also excellent. You actually managed to uncover some clues. Finally, Huang Xiaobang nodded. Yes, it was me who took your mother away. Yi Jing's heart settled. Since Huang Xiaobang admitted it, things would be easier. Is my mother still alive? Yi Jing couldn't help but ask. Huang Xiaobang sneered. Do you think I would tell you? You're not qualified to hear these. I'll soon capture you, let my Yaozi toy with you, and then send you to the old guys for research. Your mission ends here, just like your mother, merely providing a research subject for us. You should know, a research subject is not entitled to anything else. As he finished speaking, Huang Xiaobang's clothes suddenly began to rip apart inch by inch. It was as if there were surging qi vibrations inside. Eventually, the large overcoat he wore outside was completely torn apart, revealing his bulging muscles underneath, which were covered with specially made armor. Swoosh! In the next moment, Huang Xiaobang stomped heavily on the ground, and his entire body charged forward like a train. SSS. Huang Xiaobang's signature move. No one can withstand that collision. It's said that on the battlefield, not only did Commander Huang kill anyone who stood in his way, he even charged through the leader's formation and could directly knock over tanks. Too fierce. That's why Huang Xiaobang is our commander-in-chief. So brave. There are few people in the world who can withstand Commander Huang's charge. Everyone was shocked to see Huang Xiaobang use his signature move. To see Commander Huang in action once in a lifetime, it's worth dying for. We're so lucky. When we go back, we'll have something to brag about. I've seen Commander Huang use his signature move. That Yi Jing, being killed by Commander Huang's ultimate move, is also his fortune. Yes, that Yi Jing is definitely dead. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Jing was enveloped by a strong force and was hit with a loud bang. What was that? Something was knocked out. Look, there's a shadow flying out. Everyone hurriedly widened their eyes to look closely, but when they saw clearly, they were all stunned. Huang Linghan instantly froze. How is it my dad? Why was my dad knocked out? Could it be that Yi Jing is harder than a tank? The gold medal army was all wide-eyed. They had seen Commander Huang use this move before, whether on the battlefield or elsewhere, and he had never failed. This was the first time Commander Huang had failed. That man. Was he really that terrifying? The core members of the Gold Medal Army looked at Yi Jing with fear. What kind of identity did that man have? Not only did Commander Huang have to personally deal with him, but even after using his ultimate move, he still failed. In Jinling City, countless eyes watching the scene were all shocked. Commander Huang lost. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Is there anyone in this world stronger than Commander Huang? That Yi Jing. How could he be so powerful? Why? In the dust, Huang Xiaobang coughed a few times, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly stood up. He looked at Yi Jing with shock in his eyes. His collision just now felt like hitting a mountain, and the opponent had directly knocked him back with a hard counter. Huang Xiaobang's eyes flashed with seriousness. This Yi Jing was not easy to deal with. However, even if he was difficult to deal with, it didn't matter. No matter how strong he was just a single individual. The Gold Medal Army he brought was equipped with the world's most advanced weapons. Among them, there were several types of weapons specifically designed to deal with war gods and higher-level war gods. Yi Jing, even with 10 lives, wouldn't be enough to survive today. Chapter 594. Not something you can handle. Yi Jing, now you know the regret, right? Being pointed at by my Gold Medal Army's guns. Does it feel like you're about to die? Yi Jing's expression was calm, but in Huang Xiaobang's eyes, he believed Yi Jing was afraid. Now you're scared? It's too late. My Gold Medal Army was specially formed to hunt down war gods. People like you, who possess the strength of a war god, can still show off in front of ordinary martial artists, but in front of my Gold Medal Army, you're just trash that can be crushed at will. Huang Xiaobang said smugly. Do you know why I've been able to rise to the top and become the supreme commander all these years? It's all thanks to the support of this Gold Medal Army. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Yi Jing looked at him as if he were a fool. Supreme Commander Huang, you're really self-important, aren't you? Is this so-called Gold Medal Army your greatest confidence? Huang Xiaobang sneered. You have a big mouth, don't you? This Gold Medal Army? Humph. Today this Gold Medal Army will take your life. Yi Jing said indifferently. Oh? Then take a look and see if your Gold Medal Army is still under your control. Huang Xiaobang's face changed, and an ominous feeling flashed through his mind. He quickly turned his head to look. Upon seeing the situation, his face almost turned black. The people in charge of several special weapons had bitter expressions. This was because several shadowy figures had appeared beside them. Those were all from the Yi God Temple. Within the Yi God Temple, Yi Jing had specially trained dozens of shadow operatives who rarely showed themselves, focusing solely on the most advanced stealth techniques. While they might be slightly weaker in direct combat, they were unmatched in sneak attacks and assassinations. These operatives could approach the staff operating the special weapons without being noticed. Your greatest trump card is now under my control. Huang Xiaobang was both furious and shocked. Yi Jing, don't think that just because you've taken control of a few of my men, you can be so bold. Those few people might pose some threat to me, but you've only controlled a handful. Yi Jing casually said, Oh? What if my subordinates controlling those staff members aren't aiming to deal with you? What do you mean? Huang Xiaobang's face darkened as he frowned and asked. Yi Jing sneered, Your heavy firepower has been hijacked. If the orders I give them aren't to use the heavy firepower against you, but to turn it against your Gold Medal Army, causing them to fight among themselves and detonate those large-scale destructive weapons, then we'll all die together. Your Gold Medal Army will vanish from this world, and you and I might be taken out as well. Huang Xiaobang's face was extremely grim. Because he knew that the possibility Yi Jing mentioned could really happen, those large-scale destructive weapons, designed to be effective against war gods, each had immense power. If they were all fired at once, it might really mean the end for everyone. You're insane, absolutely insane. Huang Xiaobang was furious. He himself was a madman, but he never expected Yi Jing to be even crazier than him. As Huang Xiaobang was in this state of mind, Yi Jing suddenly said, "Act now." In the next moment, Qing Huang, Pu Nan, and others hidden in the shadows all surged out. In an instant, they engulfed the Gold Medal Army. Several key firepower points within the Gold Medal Army had already been hijacked by the shadow operatives from the Yi God Temple, making them cautious. Combined with the fact that Supreme Commander Huang Xiaobang had no clear orders due to being held back by Yi Jing, within just a few minutes, all the key firepower points of the entire Gold Medal Army were controlled by Qing Huang, Pu Nan, and the others. Although the Gold Medal Army was powerful, they mainly relied on their devastating weapons, which were specifically designed to deal with war gods. But now, with their weapons unusable, they could only watch as the Yi God Temple operatives, with their superior individual strength, took over. In the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Yi Jing sneered, "Supreme Commander Huang, as you said, the Gold Medal Army was specially formed to hunt down war gods. Now, all the heavy firepower weapons of the Gold Medal Army are in the hands of my people. Why don't you come and try the power of these weapons first?" Huang Xiaobang's face was also somewhat grim, but he remained calm. He said coldly, "Yi Jing, do you know the consequences if I die here? Not to mention my death, just my sudden withdrawal from the front lines today has caused a huge stir internationally, resulting in countless irrecoverable losses. Countless regions and countries, seeing my absence, have become restless. The pressure on the domestic front has also suddenly increased. All of this is your responsibility." Faced with Huang Xiaobang's grand accusation, Yi Jing sneered. "Oh, so it's all my fault. Was it also my fault when you took my mother away? Was it my fault when you sent Yao Zi to force Ning Luo and kill me? Supreme Commander Huang, you really have a great plan. You started the war, and now that the war has come to you, you're trying to use your power to suppress me?" Huang Xiaobang said coldly, "No need to say more. You just need to know that once you really make a move against me, you'll become a public enemy, and countless people will come after you. Countless big shots from above will immediately come down, imprisoning you, your family, and everyone connected to you. All of you will be charged with treason." "Oh, I'm so scared." Yi Jing sneered, "Seeing that you can't beat me, you're now trying to use this to pressure me? You can't disappear, can you? You can't die, can you? You're of great importance, aren't you?" Faced with Yi Jing's questioning, Huang Xiaobang was unfazed, proudly raising his head. "Yes, my safety is tied to the safety of millions of people, and I can't afford to have any accidents. If anything happens to me here, countless people from above will come after you, and I want to see if you're afraid then?" Yi Jing nodded. "Oh, I really want to see that." He said calmly, "Come, tie up Huang Xiaobang, and let's see just how much power he has behind him." "You're insane." Huang Xiaobang was stunned. This Yi Jing, was he really daring to do it? Where did he get the courage to stand against the entire upper echelons of the country? Didn't he know what kind of responsibility he was carrying? Wasn't he afraid of causing a huge uproar? "Yi Jing, let me advise you one last time. Don't let personal vengeance lead to chaos. This is not something you can handle." Chapter 595. What are you thinking? If any negative international repercussions arise, you and all your friends and family will be dead. Facing Huang Xiaobang's threat, Yi Jing sneered, "Oh, then I'm even more curious to see what will happen to this world without you, General Huang. Take him away." With a wave of his hand, Yi Jing ordered Punyang to take the bound Huang Xiaobang away. But before that, Yi Jing swiftly shot a few needles, sealing several acupoints on Huang Xiaobang's body. Against an opponent of this caliber, relying solely on Punyang's watch was no longer reliable. Just like the last time with Yin Xiao, once he regained his strength, even Punyang couldn't hold him. This Huang Xiaobang was even stronger than Yin Xiao, with formidable combat abilities. If Yi Jing hadn't personally suppressed him, only acupuncture could control him. Otherwise, Punyang and the others wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. "Huang Xiaobang, I'm not giving you a chance," Yi Jing said. "As long as you tell me where you took my mother all those years ago, I'll let you go immediately." Huang Xiaobang snorted coldly, "Dream on. Once you capture me within an hour, your phone will be flooded with calls. and the pressure will come crashing down. You won't last an hour. Huang Xiaobang's words were spot on. Within just 10 minutes, Yi Jing's phone was already blowing up. First was the leader of the dragon group, Xue Changlin. Yi Jing, what are you thinking? Xue Changlin sighed heavily. You dealt with Feng Ruodo before, and that was fine. Sure, he was a legendary figure, one of the top brass, but that was in the past. Even now, Feng Ruodo still holds some power and resources, but he's no longer a major threat. The higher-ups turned a blind eye to your actions. But this is different with General Huang. He's the highest military commander of the country, crucial for maintaining order at the border. If you imprison him, do you know what could happen at the border? If anything goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Yi Jing, do you understand this? Yi Jing replied calmly, Xue Changlin, don't get worked up. Let me ask you, is Huang Xiaobang's position really that critical? Xue Changlin was furious. Of course it's important. Is there anything more important in the world than that position? If you imprison him, it's going to cause a huge mess. Yi Jing said calmly, so, is it Huang Xiaobang himself who's important, or the position of the highest military commander? This question left Xue Changlin, the leader of the dragon group, momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Yi Jing chuckled, nothing. He hung up the phone. On the other end, Xue Changlin was left deep in thought. Was Huang Xiaobang truly irreplaceable? No, it was the immense responsibility that came with his position, the unparalleled power he wielded while bearing a heavy burden, that made him indispensable. After hanging up on Xue Changlin, Yi Jing's phone rang again, this time with an encrypted number. Seeing this unique encrypted number, Yi Jing smiled. This must be Feng Ruodo's doing. He's always so cautious. Feng Ruodo, what do you want from me? Aren't you supposed to hate me now? On the other end, Feng Ruodo was stunned. This is an encrypted satellite call. How did you know it was me? Yi Jing scoffed. Is there anyone in the world more paranoid about dying than you, Feng Ruodo? The only one who would call me with an encrypted number is you. Feng Ruodo's face reddened on the other end of the line. Cut the nonsense, Yi Jing. Do you know the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? My phone is almost exploding with calls. Countless people are coming to me, asking about your actions. Beep, beep, beep. Before Feng Ruodo could say more, Yi Jing hung up. Feng Ruodo was furious. Damn it, Yi Jing. How dare he hang up on me? He immediately dialed again. Another encrypted number appeared on Yi Jing's phone. It's Feng Ruodo again. Yi Jing hung up again. Feng Ruodo was on the verge of exploding. How dare Yi Jing hang up on him repeatedly? Finally, after the 10th attempt, when Feng Ruodo had given up hope, Yi Jing actually picked up. At that moment, Feng Ruodo couldn't believe it. What is it? Yi Jing said nonchalantly, if you're going to spout nonsense again, I'm hanging up. Feng Ruodo was about to burst out with some curses, but thought better of it. Patience is crucial for a grand plan. Yi Jing, the situation with you imprisoning General Huang Xiaobang is extremely serious. The country cannot function without him. Do you think I want to call you? You turned my Yao into a vegetable, and I wish you were dead right now. But many high-ranking officials know I can reach you, and they're pressuring me to get you to release him immediately. Do you know that every second you keep Huang Xiaobang imprisoned could lead to immeasurable losses? Yi Jing chuckled. Oh, are they pressuring you? Are you in a hurry? But what does that have to do with me? Don't you remember? The more anxious you are, the happier I am. Feng Ruodo was so furious that his head was pounding. Are you really that clueless? Calling you now is the best outcome. This is called first with courtesy, then with force. It's the final goodwill gesture from the higher-ups. If you still don't respect authority, there will be consequences. Yi Jing casually replied, oh, then hurry up and bring me those consequences. He hung up the phone. Today, unless Huang Xiaobang tells him where his mother was taken, not even the Emperor of Heaven could take him away. Feng Ruodo was so angry that his lungs felt like they were about to burst. His head was spinning, and he felt like his blood pressure was skyrocketing. This Yi Jing, he's driving me crazy, absolutely crazy. Why did the higher-ups even ask me to make this call? They should just go and kill him. Kill him? Fong Ruodo was furious. Soon, Yi Jing's phone started receiving more calls from high-ranking officials. Many of these figures were people Yi Jing had never even interacted with before. But somehow, they had gotten hold of Yi Jing's number, and as soon as the call connected, they unleashed a torrent of curses at him. The ultimate goal was the same: to urge Yi Jing to act rationally and release General Huang Xiaobang immediately. However, Yi Jing's response was simple. He hung up the phone. Chapter 596. Directly hanging up the phone. After Yi Jing had hung up countless calls from influential figures, he simply turned off his phone. This caused everyone at the top to become restless. Yi Jing was playing with fire. He was defying the decisions of all the influential figures. Immediately, the higher-ups sent Xue Chonglin down. As the leader of the Dragon Group, Xue Chonglin was also one of the core upper echelon members of the country. Of course, among the core upper echelon, he was only considered an edge figure. He was not even comparable to Fong Ruodo, let alone Huang Xiaobang. However, since Xue Chonglin was acquainted with Yi Jing, and this relationship might facilitate smoother communication, the higher-ups decided to send Xue Chonglin down. Yi Jing, you're giving me a tough problem to solve. After rushing to Jinling City in a hurry, Xue Chonglin sighed helplessly. He chain-smoked cigarette after cigarette, showing his deep worries. Yi Jing, please release the person now. The pressure on me is enormous, and countless people are waiting for my reply. I'm not scolding you, but if something happens to General Huang, you really can't bear the responsibility, and neither can I. Yi Jing sneered. You were sent here by them? Where's your backbone? Xue Chonglin forced a smile. Do you think I wanted to come? My position as the leader of the Dragon Group is far inferior to Huang Xiaobang's. Although I'm called the leader of the Dragon Group, it sounds nice, but a single word from General Huang can easily command me. To put it bluntly, I'm just the commander of a special forces unit. Now, you and I are on the same rope. If you, Yi Jing, fall, I, Xue Chonglin, won't be faring any better. Even if you don't consider anything else, just consider me, and release General Huang, won't you? Seeing how pitiful he sounded, Yi Jing looked at him with disdain. Old Xue, based on your understanding of me, do you think I would release him? Xue Chonglin's face changed. He knew that Yi Jing was extremely stubborn, and no one could make him let go. This had once been the quality he most admired, but now it had caused a stir among the entire upper echelons of the country. How about this, Yi Jing? Set a condition. What do you need to release him? I can represent you and negotiate with the real higher-ups behind the scenes. Yi Jing said indifferently, it's simple. There are two ways. Any one of them achieved, and I will release him immediately. Xue Chonglin became excited. There were actually two ways? However, when Yi Jing mentioned the first one, Xue Chonglin's face was left with only bitterness. Immediately expose and arrest the 5 big figures who harmed me back then. Xue Chonglin said helplessly, Yi Jing, don't you think this is an impossible task? Not to mention others, just the 2 among the 5 you know. One is Fong Ruodo, and the other is Huang Xiaobang. Which one of these 2 isn't of utmost importance? Fong Ruodo is better. He's basically retired. But every minute and second General Huang disappears on the front line is a huge risk. It's very likely that other countries have already noticed General Huang's disappearance and have started taking actions. Yi Jing sneered, all right, since the first method doesn't work, then there's the second one. Go ahead. Xue Chonglin straightened his body and showed a serious expression. Yi Jing said, as long as Huang Xiaobang admits where he took my mother back then, I will let him go. Xue Chonglin exhaled. This seems unlikely too. Xue Chonglin said with a troubled expression, Yi Jing, you know as well as I do that the incident from back then involved many complex factors. I don't think Huang Xiaobang will easily reveal anything. Yi Jing casually said, then let him stay here until he can't hold back and speaks up. Xue Chonglin sighed. It seemed today he wouldn't be able to take General Huang away. He didn't know how great the storm would be when he brought this news back. Whether he could withstand it was uncertain. Just as Xue Chonglin was about to leave, Yi Jing called out to him. Xue Chonglin, didn't you want to quit being the leader of the Dragon Group a long time ago? Shui Chonglin was stunned. Are you saying you agreed? But with the current situation, Shui Chonglin let out a bitter smile. Yijing, you've already opposed the core bigwigs like this. Do you think you can be the leader of the dragon group? I'm afraid the higher-ups won't agree. Yijing smiled. No, I won't be the leader of the dragon group either. Shui Chonglin was puzzled. He knew Yijing wouldn't speak without a purpose. Then what do you mean? Yijing said indifferently. It seems you didn't think carefully about what I said to you over the phone earlier. Is Huang Xiaobang important, or is his position as the military commander important? Shui Chonglin's face changed, and he somewhat understood what Yijing was getting at. He said, of course, the position is important. Yijing said, what if I plan to let you take that military commander position? Shui Chonglin's face suddenly changed. Then, he quickly looked around carefully outside to make sure no one was paying attention, and then said with lingering fear, Yijing, do you know what this means? Yijing casually said, of course. But in my opinion, your strength is no less than Huang Xiaobang's, and your connections at the top are no less than his. The only thing you're lacking is an opportunity. Huang Xiaobang has been sitting in that military commander position for years. It's time for someone else to take over. Shui Chonglin's eyes were complex. Did he desire that position? Of course. Who wouldn't want to be in that position? But it wasn't something anyone could just take. Yijing, that's not up to me. Even if I start moving now, it's not something I can easily achieve. Yijing said, I'll help you with that. Shui Chonglin's face suddenly changed. How will you help? Did you place someone among the core Galcong? But that's impossible. The core Galcong are all old guys, some older than your father. No matter how early you plan, you can't reach that level. The core leaders are all seasoned veterans, some even older than your father. No matter how far ahead you plan, you can't infiltrate that level. Yijing smiled. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to know that I intend to place you within the real core of the upper echelons to assist me in investigating the circumstances surrounding my parents from that time. That's the condition for me to help you get there. Shui Chonglin smiled bitterly. But eventually, the light in his eyes gathered. He was going to do it. This opportunity was too precious for him. All right, I agree. I'll go back now and start moving. He knew that with Huang Xiaobang being held captive by Yijing, his chances of success were even higher than usual. Chapter 597. More than one. After all, the border couldn't be left without leadership. It was essential to have someone there to maintain order. At this moment, with Huang Xiaobang unable to take the position, there was an urgent need for someone to step in and take charge. Shui Chonglin was an excellent choice for this role. Shui Chonglin immediately returned to the capital and began his operations. He mobilized all the connections he had built over the years. Soon, one by one, the obstacles were cleared and the relationships were secured. But there's still Feng Ruodo. Feng Ruodo has been around for years. If he doesn't agree, it'll be very difficult for me to get the position. Shui Chonglin was worried. Now, it all depends on how Yijing can handle this. Meanwhile, Yijing picked up his phone and called Shui Chonglin. Lao Shui, how's it going? Shui Chonglin, with a bitter face, recounted the situation of his operations. We're just missing Feng Ruodo, right? Have him call me. I'll take care of him. Shui Chonglin was shocked. You'll handle Feng Ruodo? How? Aren't you two mortal enemies? Don't you both wish for each other's deaths? Yijing calmly said, Feng Ruodo is too cautious. I can't contact him directly, so he needs to contact me. Hurry and have him call me. I have a way. Shui Chonglin didn't know what Yijing had in mind but followed through. Soon, Feng Ruodo called. However, Feng Ruodo's tone was harsh. Yijing, what do you want? I don't have time for you. It wasn't surprising that Feng Ruodo's tone was unkind. If he had a way to directly deal with Yijing right now. But the next sentence immediately piqued Feng Ruodo's interest. Feng Ruodo, you know what I want from you, don't you? Feng Ruodo sneered. What is it? I really don't know. Yijing got straight to the point. Although I made your Feng Bangao a vegetable, that doesn't mean we can't cooperate. Feng Ruodo was furious, jumping up and down. You know? My Feng Bangao. No. How do you know Feng Bangao is my Feng Bangao? Yijing casually said, That's none of your business. I need you to help Xue Chonglin operate, so he can replace Huang Xiaobang and become the new commander. Fang Ruodo sneered, Yi Jing, listen to yourself. What kind of nonsense is that? Why would I help you? Right now, I want to kill you and eat your bones. You want me to help you? Dream on. Yi Jing remained calm and composed. Fang Ruodo, you've always wanted to study my special physique, haven't you? I can offer you some of the research results on my special physique as a condition. As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Ruodo's breathing immediately quickened. Why had he done all those things over the years? Why had he interrogated Yi Jing's parents? Why had he constantly pressured Yi Jing? It was all for this special physique. Now, Yi Jing was offering to exchange this secret. How could Fang Ruodo not be tempted? Wait. Fang Ruodo came to his senses. That special physique is so mysterious and extraordinary. Even with all the resources we've mobilized, we still haven't come up with a definitive result. How could you possibly have figured it out? Yi Jing calmly said, You can't figure it out, but that doesn't mean I can't. Moreover, I am the special physique itself. No one knows it better than me. Over the years, I've been searching for a way to counteract the side effects of this special physique, and I've actually found some solutions. Yi Jing's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. He had indeed found some treatments, but they hadn't been fully tested yet, so their effectiveness was uncertain. And even if they worked, it was only a temporary solution. Whether it could be completely successful was still up in the air. However, this was enough to confuse Fang Ruodo and make him interested. You really found something? Fang Ruodo's breathing accelerated. If it were true, it would certainly be very helpful for studying the special physique. Any research related to the special physique, no matter what it was, Fang Ruodo wanted it. After all, this had been his only obsession for so many years. All right, I'll help you. Fang Ruodo was too tempted by this research. He couldn't refuse. Even if the research results from the special physique's owner were all fake, he would still be willing to take the risk. Thus, the two reached an agreement. Yi Jing would provide a deliberately misleading document to confuse Fang Ruodo's backers, leading them astray. In return, Fang Ruodo agreed to help Xue Chonglin secure the position. Not long after, Xue Chonglin excitedly called Yi Jing. Yi Jing, how did you do it? Fang Ruodo agreed to help me. He's already taken action. It's going to be announced. It's done. Yi Jing, it's done. I've really become the new commander. Xue Chonglin was overjoyed. To think he could reach this position in his lifetime, something he had never even dared to dream of before. However, my position in the Dragon Group is now vacant. Yi Jing, are you interested? Xue Chonglin inquired with a smile. In truth, he was also quite troubled by this issue. The Dragon Group was a rather special entity. It not only had the 8 war gods but also an upper war god, whose combat prowess was formidable and who didn't submit to anyone. It wasn't just anyone who could take over as the leader of the Dragon Group. This was why Xue Chonglin had been submitting resignation requests for years, but the higher-ups had never approved them. Even this time, the higher-ups had directly stated that if Xue Chonglin couldn't find a new leader for the Dragon Group, he would have to continue serving as its leader. Yi Jing said, I'm not interested, but I can recommend someone. Pu Nan, my servant, you've met him. His skills are second only to mine. He's more than capable of leading the Dragon Group. Pu Nan? After a moment of thought, Xue Chonglin's eyes lit up. He's quite good with excellent skills. He should be able to suppress the members of the Dragon Group. Plus, with your name behind him, he can leverage that to make them listen. However, Pu Nan is one of your trusted aides, isn't he? Are you willing to let him go? Yi Jing calmly said, Of course I'm willing. My ability to train people is far better than yours. Over the years, you've only trained one upper war god, Qin Feng Tian. As for me, besides Pu Nan, I have many others. Xue Chonglin's heart trembled. This was the first time Yi Jing had openly admitted to the extent of his strength and influence. Although there had been vague speculations before, knowing that there might be more than one upper war god in the Yi God Hall, hearing Yi Jing admit it himself was truly shocking. Chapter 598. Has the world turned upside down? More importantly, Yijing had claimed that he could easily train someone into a high-ranking war god. That was the most terrifying part. Xue Changlin sighed with a bitter smile. It's a pity you're not taking over as the leader of the dragon group. If Yi Jing were to lead the dragon group, how many high-quality, high-ranking war gods could he cultivate for the nation? Wouldn't that make China invincible? Shortly after, Xue Changlin was appointed as the commander and sent to the border to take charge. With a commander in place, the previously restless and anxious higher-ups finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Pu Nen also took up his new position at the Dragon Group. Dragon Group headquarters. Qin Fengtian, Gu Zhanhong, and others all looked grim. Damn it, now that Brother Xue is gone, none of us will submit to anyone. Exactly, no one will submit. Unless it's Mr. Yi taking over as our leader. Do you think it will be Mr. Yi? Everyone exchanged glances, especially the 8 war gods. I doubt it. It's unlikely. Mr. Yi is currently at odds with the higher-ups, so it probably won't be him. Gu Zhanhong snorted angrily. Then I absolutely won't submit to the new leader. The others among the 8 war gods also voiced their discontent loudly. Qin Fengtian, however, spoke calmly. Enough, all of you. Her words carried weight, as she was the only high-ranking war god among them. Don't worry, if it's not Mr. Yi, whoever comes won't be able to keep that position for long. Gu Zhanhong cheered. Great, we'll help you drive him out together. Just then, Qin Fengtian's expression turned serious. All right, stop talking. Someone's coming, and judging by the footsteps, it's a strong one. Everyone saw a figure enter through the door. The figure was clearly not Yijing. Disappointment spread across their faces. Of course, it wasn't Mr. Yi. What were they waiting for? They should just kick him out. Gu Zhanhong instantly shot forward like a cannonball. Qin Fengtian flipped her wrist and flicked a playing card, which, despite being made of paper, now seemed as sharp as steel. The newcomer sneered at the attacks. Is this your way of welcoming me? As expected, the master was right. You try something like this. Pu Nan effortlessly raised his hand and caught the card, then flicked it back toward Gu Zhanhong. Gu Zhanhong, who had been charging with full force, suddenly stopped himself, his scalp tingling. He knew that Qin Fengtian had coated the card with a deadly poison. Once it touched him, not only would it cut him, but he would collapse from the poison in mere seconds. Gu Zhanhong's heart raced as he dodged mid-air, barely avoiding the card, and cold sweat broke out. He looked at Pu Nan in terror. How could this man react so quickly? Not only did he instantly detect their 2 attacks, but he also used one to counter the other. This man's strength was at least on par with Qin Fengtian's, a high-ranking war god. When everyone saw the man who had entered, they felt a strange sense of familiarity. This guy, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. But his presence is so weak. Where have I seen him before? Pu Nan spoke calmly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a servant of Master Yijing, and my name is Pu Nan. Everyone suddenly realized. So it was him. In the past, they had seen Pu Nan many times. Almost wherever Yijing appeared, this figure would follow behind. However, Pu Nan's stealth skills, or rather, his disguise skills, were exceptionally advanced. He could often blend into the crowd, hide in the shadows, or even disguise himself as an inanimate object to minimize his presence. He would also alter his appearance to look ordinary. In short, Pu Nan's presence was extremely low. When they heard that he was someone from Yijing's side, the resistance in their hearts diminished somewhat. Well, Pu Nan isn't so unacceptable, I guess. Just looking at his strength, he's at least a high-ranking war god, and he has a strong connection with Mr. Yi. If we really provoke him and he calls Mr. Yi, we'd be in big trouble. The resistance and restlessness in the hearts of the Dragon Group members gradually subsided. Pu Nan, seeing that everyone had calmed down, spoke again. Let me first establish a principle. Your previous combat methods were too direct and too flashy. As a special unit, the Dragon Group's primary goal is to complete missions and achieve objectives. The means used are secondary. Therefore, I want you to gradually shift your mindset and learn to conceal yourselves, just like me. As long as the mission is accomplished, there's no need to be too exposed. Pu Nan began to subtly change their perspectives. From this moment on, the Dragon Group, which had previously been active in the public eye, began to transform into something akin to the Yi Shindian, operating in the shadows. At the same time, the number of missions they completed soared, turning them into a sharp blade. The overall strength of the Dragon Group also underwent a qualitative leap compared to before. Of course, these were matters for later. For Yi Jing, placing Pu Nan in the Dragon Group not only solved a problem for Xue Chonglin by replacing his position, but also ensured that one of his own people was now in place. Thus, within the core leadership, Yi Jing now had two of his own, Xue Chonglin and Pu Nan. Master, the person replacing Pu Nan has arrived. Qing Huang reported behind Yi Jing. Yi Jing looked toward the door. He always needed two close aides by his side, Qing Huang and Pu Nan. Now that Pu Nan was gone, another needed to be selected. This person needed to be highly skilled and loyal. As they spoke, a thin man walked in from outside. He had a similar appearance to Pu Nan, but moved even more stealthily, like a shadow. Master, he is Pu Nan's younger brother, who has been trained by Pu Nan. It was Pu Nan's recommendation before he left. Yi Jing glanced at Pu Di and immediately saw through his cultivation. Not bad. You can stay by my side from now on. Pu Di respectfully knelt on one knee. Yes, master. Pu Nan had spent the first half of his life teaching him, constantly instilling in him the greatness of Yi Jing. Now, he finally had the opportunity to receive direct guidance from Yi Jing himself. Yi Jing arrived at the place where Huang Xiaobang was being held. As soon as he entered, he heard Huang Xiaobang's angry rants. How dare you imprison me? You're asking for trouble. Out there, things must be in complete chaos by now, right? Chapter 599, Not a Match. I reckon you're already surrounded by a large army now, and the higher-ups are putting pressure on you from all sides, aren't they? You're feeling the pressure, aren't you? Huang Xiaobang sneered repeatedly. He was well aware of how important he was. The higher-ups certainly wouldn't let him be imprisoned like this, and they must have already applied pressure through various channels to Yi Jing, and possibly, a military force had already been mobilized. At this moment, Yi Jing walked in. See? Your boss, Yi Jing, is here. Huang Xiaobang scoffed. Yi Jing, I bet you can't sit still either, huh? I told you before, imprisoning me is the worst option, yet you still went with it. Now you're regretting it, aren't you? Let me tell you, you don't give me an explanation, I'm not leaving. He even started acting arrogantly. Yi Jing simply turned around and left without a word. Oh, then stay here. Huang Xiaobang was stunned, then grew anxious. Yi Jing, aren't you worried at all? Come back. Yi Jing turned his head, puzzled. Aren't you in no hurry to leave? Then stay here a bit longer. I'm not in a hurry. Huang Xiaobang looked at the sewage pit below him. No. I'm in a hurry. First get me out of here, and then we can talk. Yi Jing couldn't stand the stench either, so he had someone move Huang Xiaobang to a cleaner place nearby. Tell me, who from the higher-ups is pressuring you this time? Huang Xiaobang said slowly, not in a hurry. Yi Jing scoffed. Do you still think you're a big shot? No one up there is willing to deal with you anymore. Huang Xiaobang was stunned. This can't be. Yi Jing directly took out his phone. Here's the latest news. Take a look. Huang Xiaobang took the phone and just glanced at it, feeling dizzy. How is this possible? Xue Chonglin has replaced me and become the new commander? Now, I'm all alone? Huang Xiaobang was dumbfounded. He had always thought himself very important, believing that Yi Jing wouldn't dare to imprison him for too long, and that someone would definitely come to rescue him. His biggest reliance was his position. But now, that position had been stripped away, and who would care about Huang Xiaobang? Apart from a few loyal subordinates, no one would care about him, right? Yi Jing had someone bring over a recliner for him, and he comfortably leaned back. Now, can you tell me? Where did you take my mother back then? As soon as Yi Jing said this, he saw Huang Xiaobang's face filled with reluctance. No, you must be lying to me. I can't just be abandoned by the higher-ups like this. Yi Jing casually tossed Huang Xiaobang's own phone to him. Ask yourself. Huang Xiaobang immediately called his most loyal subordinate. Commander Huang? The other side was extremely excited. Commander Huang had been out of contact for so many days, and finally, he was calling them. Commander Huang, where are you now? We'll come to rescue you. Hearing this, Commander Huang glanced triumphantly at Yi Jing. See? The news you just showed me was fake, wasn't it? Pure fabrication. Trying to trick me with some crude tactics? You're still too young. But the next moment, his face changed. Commander Huang, but the number of people I can mobilize is very limited. Probably only a few old brothers who are willing to follow me. Huang Xiaobang's face changed drastically, and he had an ominous premonition. What do you mean by that? The loyal subordinate sighed. The times have changed, Commander. The new commander, Mr. Shui, is about to take over, and many people have already been ordered to go and welcome him. I can't mobilize more people. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Huang Xiaobang's head, making a buzzing sound. I actually have been abandoned? Huang Xiaobang finally believed it completely and slumped to the ground. He, the commander, had been abandoned like this? Yi Jing scoffed. What's wrong, Commander? Weren't you still acting all high and mighty just now? Why the sudden change? Huang Xiaobang looked at Yi Jing with resentment. Is this all you're doing? Yi Jing was surprised. Commander, that's slander, isn't it? Do you think I can manipulate the will of the higher-ups? Huang Xiaobang pondered. True, Yi Jing was powerful, but that was only in terms of personal strength, thanks to his special physique. But moving up to the higher echelons, even the core level, wasn't something you could achieve just by being powerful. In other words, at that level, who wasn't powerful? What was being compared was no longer strength. But this newly appointed Shui Changlin is close to you. Can you say it has nothing to do with you? Yi Jing smiled but didn't respond. All right, Commander, I just want to hear about the topic I'm interested in. If you tell me. Before Yi Jing could finish, Huang Xiaobang immediately said, Can you let me leave alive? Yi Jing nodded. Yes, I let Yin Xiu, one of Feng Ruodo's subordinates, go, just because he revealed your involvement. As long as you can tell me where you took my mother and who you handed her over to, you can leave too. Yi Jing casually said, After all, my goal isn't to kill. Huang Xiaobang's eyes darkened. All right, I'll tell you. First, remove the silver needle restrictions. Yi Jing pointed his finger, and the silver needles fell off one by one. Huang Xiaobang then said, Back then, I sent your mother to the Medical Immortal Hall. However, this wasn't my idea. It was the collective decision of all the big shots. Back then, we wanted to study the special physique. After torturing your mother and not getting any answers, we had no choice but to take this step and send her to the Medical Immortal Hall for research. Medical Immortal Hall? Yi Jing frowned slightly. He had vaguely heard of this force, but it was said to be very secretive, difficult for ordinary people to contact. It seemed to gather all the world's top doctors to secretly research something, in a state of seclusion. It seemed to be an organization dedicated to studying the human body. Yi Jing took a few deep breaths. Is my mother still alive all these years? Huang Xiaobang shook his head. That, I don't know. However, since the mission of the Medical Immortal Hall was to study the essence of the special physique from your mother, she certainly wouldn't die before they figured it out. The Medical Immortal Hall possesses the best medical skills in the world, and they definitely wouldn't let her die. Yi Jing nodded slightly, noting down this name. Swish. Taking advantage of Yi Jing's inattention, Huang Xiaobang shot out explosively. And how could the guards at the door possibly be a match for Huang Xiaobang, who was completely free of restraints and no longer restricted by the silver needles? Chapter 600. A decade-long obsession. In Kyoto. Yao Zi, what's wrong with you? The old lady, seeing the sudden change in Feng Banghao's condition, cried out in panic. Feng Ruodo, feeling annoyed by the noise, snapped, Can you stop making a fuss? Go to the side. The old lady, in a hurry, said, Isn't this your Yao Zi? Yao Zi has become a vegetable, and you need to find a divine doctor right away. Why haven't you found one yet? Feng Ruodo replied, How haven't I looked? I've already contacted the Divine Medical Hall. They'll be here soon. The old lady felt somewhat relieved and said, That's good, that's good. The Divine Medical Hall is the most prestigious medical organization in the country. I've heard their top experts, the Yun Sir, are the best of the best. But why did Yao Zi suddenly start to rot all over? What's going on? Feng Ruodo also frowned. How would I know? We'll find out when the divine doctors arrive. Shortly after, footsteps echoed from outside. A dozen people in white coats filed in. Feng Ruodo. Feng Ruodo. Everyone greeted him. Feng Ruodo nodded. Please, divine doctors from the Divine Medical Hall, take a look at my Yao Zi. He asked skeptically, Why isn't your Zhang, the head of the medical department, here? The most skilled doctor at the Divine Medical Hall was Director Zhang, but he was not present. Vice President Liu explained, Our President Zhang is currently engaged in a closed-door project and cannot leave at the moment. But don't worry, no matter what illness your nephew has, I can handle it. The other doctors chimed in, Feng Ruodo, you can be at ease. Vice President Liu's medical expertise is only surpassed by President Zhang within the entire Divine Medical Hall. He has successfully treated numerous challenging cases. Feng Ruodo nodded slightly, urging them to start the treatment. Excuse me, why did my nephew Feng Banghao suddenly start rotting all over? After examining Feng Banghao, Vice President Liu frowned and said, The situation is actually quite simple. Previously, your nephew was beaten into a vegetative state, but this vegetative state is different from others. Feng Ruodo felt a sense of foreboding and asked uncertainly, How so? Vice President Liu explained, Other vegetative patients, although their limbs are immobile, their hearts and lungs still function normally. That's why they can maintain normal bodily functions for decades. But your nephew is different. When he was injured, he was already on the verge of death, with almost non-functional heart and lung functions. In other words, his blood flow and oxygen levels have never reached normal standards. At first, it wasn't noticeable, but over time, the drawbacks became evident. His body began to rot like a corpse, eventually leaving only bones. Feng Ruodo and the old lady were immediately anxious. What should we do? Vice President Liu, you must save him quickly. Otherwise, my nephew will rot before he even wakes up. They both understood. It was because the body wasn't getting enough nutrients, causing the rotting. It was all that damn Yijing's fault for beating Yaozi so severely. Vice President Liu frowned. I can only think of a temporary solution. I'll bring in a nutrient tank to supply your nephew with nutrients as much as possible. This will slow down the rotting of his body, but it won't solve the root problem. To address the root cause, either completely cure his illness or at least get his heart and lungs functioning normally, not in this half-dead state. Feng Ruodo nodded. Soon, Vice President Liu used his authority to bring in a nutrient tank for Feng Banghao. Feng Banghao's body was placed inside the nutrient tank. Vice President Liu said, Feng Ruodo, you need to think of other solutions or wait for Director Zhang to come out. Otherwise, your nephew's body will eventually collapse. Understood. Feng Ruodo sighed. Looking at Yao Zi in the nutrient tank, he felt deep sorrow. Yao Zi, why is your life so unfortunate? This time, when I made the exchange with Yijing, why did I forget about Yao Zi and only think of that secret of the special physique? Feng Ruodo felt a tinge of regret. This time, when he made the exchange with Yijing, he could have had Yijing treat Yao Zi first. If he had done that, Feng Banghao might have been cured by now. But he was greedy. The matter of the special physique had been an obsession of his for over a decade, almost becoming an obsession. It was also an obsession for several other influential figures. So when Yijing proposed that condition, they couldn't resist and immediately agreed to the exchange. There's no other way. We can only wait for Director Zhang to come out and see what happens then. In Jinling City, Yijing, Huang Yashuan said, My aunt mentioned she wants to come over for a visit. Yijing was puzzled. Didn't I tell her to rest more? Why does she want to come over? Huang Yashuan explained, Auntie said she's feeling better after resting for a while. Especially after visiting her sister Yi Yi in Hengqing. her mood improved. So she wants to come to Jinling City to find something to do. Yijing chuckled. It's good that Auntie is recovering, but why does she have to come to Jinling City? You and Zheng Qingxian could have found her something to do in Suzhou, right? At that moment, Huang Yinyan's phone rang, and she smiled wryly. You'd better hear it from her directly. Yijing took the phone and heard Aunt Lu Qiaomian say, Yijing, this request came from your aunt. I'm very grateful to you for letting me enjoy life again and feel the warmth of the world. My heart is slowly returning to normal, and I need to find something to do. That's why I asked Huang Yinyan to talk to you about this. Yijing smiled. Auntie, Zheng Qingxian definitely needs close people to help her with her work. You could help her in Suzhou or manage business back in Jiang Province. Lu Qiaomian said, No, Yijing, there's a company in Jinling City. Back then, when your father and I came to Jinling City to look for your mother, we couldn't find her right away. So, to make some income, your father and I started a cosmetics company. Your father had a good cosmetics formula, and I had experience as a senior executive. We each used our strengths to gradually build up the company. But later, we were both captured by those powerful figures, and the company couldn't be managed anymore. I thought the company had gone bankrupt. Chapter 601. An uproar. Lu Qiaomian said, but I recently checked online and found that the company is still alive and well in Jinling City. I want to go back and take a look. Yijing pondered for a moment before nodding. That company was probably the last fond memory of Jinling City for his father's sister-in-law after his father's death. All right, I'll arrange your flight. Once you arrive, I'll have Huang Yuyan accompany you to take over the company. Lu Qiaomian excitedly replied, That's great. Thank you, Yijing. I wonder how the company has been doing after all these years. One day later, Lu Qiaomian returned to Jinling City. This city held a complex mix of emotions for her. Most of her time here was spent living in dog cages at a breeding farm, so she harbored some fear and apprehension towards the place. However, her best and most cherished memory was also tied to that company. And after all these years, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the company was still in operation. She wondered if the old employees were still there. If they knew she was back, would they even recognize her? For Lu Qiaomian, the only surviving relatives and friends in the world, besides Yijing and Yi, were those few old subordinates. Yijing arranged for Huang Yuyan to accompany Lu Qiaomian to take over the company. As they approached the company, Lu Qiaomian began to feel nervous. Huang Yuyan, do you think there are still some of my old subordinates inside? Would they still recognize me? Huang Yuyan smiled. Of course they would recognize you. I checked online for you, and the company has been doing quite well over the years. Lu Qiaomian was delighted. Really? She quickly took out her phone to look at the information together. Huang Yuyan said, however, the company's best product is still the old one from over a decade ago, the one you and Yijing's father launched. Lu Qiaomian felt a bit disappointed. So it seems the company has been relying on its past success. Hasn't there been any innovation over the years? My old subordinates were quite capable, so it's hard to believe there hasn't been any innovation all these years. Huang Yuyan chuckled. This actually shows how strong you and Yijing's father were back then. The company relying on past successes just proves that the rules you, as a senior executive, set down are still in use today. Following your rules allows the company to make profits. It also shows that the cosmetic formula Yijing's father wrote back then was truly profitable in the market. So just relying on past successes, the company has been making a killing. Lu Qiaomian felt a bit consoled. All right then. As they talked, they arrived at the company building. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist was a soft-spoken young girl. Lu Qiaomian, seeing this was an unfamiliar face, greeted her. Hello. I'm Lu Qiaomian. I wonder if you've heard of me. The girl thought carefully and then politely shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Who are you? Lu Qiaomian frowned and looked at Huang Yuyan beside her. That's odd. Yijing and I were depicted as the company founders and had our portraits displayed in the lobby. How could people not have seen them? Huang Yuyan consoled her. Don't worry, Auntie. It's probably been too long, and people have forgotten. Why don't you just find the general manager here? He should know you. Lu Qiang nodded and said to the receptionist, I'm here to see your Mr. Xiao. By the way, is Mr. Xiao still in charge? The girl nodded. Yes, Mr. Xiao is in charge. Lu Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was Mr. Xiao. Xiao Hongming, or Mr. Xiao, was one of her old subordinates and the most suitable for management. The other old subordinates were better suited for research, so they were placed in the R&D department rather than management positions. But do you have an appointment? The girl asked curiously. Lu Qiang shook her head. I'm an old friend of Mr. Zhao's. Just call him down and tell him Lu Qiang is here. I'm one of the company's founders. Hearing this, the receptionist quickly reported it up. Mr. Xiao, someone is here to see you, but they don't have an appointment. In the boss's office, Xiao Hongming frowned. Why are you calling me for someone without an appointment? Tell them to make an appointment. But the person says her name is Lu Qiang and that she's a company founder. What? Xiao Hongming suddenly stood up. How could this be possible? The two founders weren't both missing? There were rumors at the time that they were arrested. Could they have been released? Xiao Hongming's brow furrowed deeply. Back then, he was just one of the company's managers, with many layers of leadership above him. Now, he was the supreme boss of the company, with everyone under him. This sense of power had made him intoxicated. But now, Lu Qiang's return shattered his idyllic state. No, this person cannot return. Damn it! Xiao Hongming's face darkened. Why come out if you were just going to stay inside? Xiao Hongming went downstairs and indeed saw the familiar figure from before. However, after all these years, that figure seemed even younger. Who are you? Xiao Hongming approached, pretending not to recognize her. Many company employees curiously looked over. Who is that? I don't know. It seems Mr. Xiao is quite angry. Never seen that person before. How come they can directly see our big boss? Lu Qiang patiently said, Mr. Xiao, have I changed too much over the years? You didn't recognize me? I'm Lu Qiang, your former direct superior. Whoosh! All the employees were in an uproar. This was the former direct superior of their boss? What position was that? Many of the employees present were young people who had joined the company in recent years. When they joined, Xiao Hongming was already the boss, so they couldn't imagine what position the boss's direct superior held. But some older, long-term employees subtly changed expressions, recalling some past rumors. Could it be that the original founders had returned? Xiao Hongming coldly said, I don't know you. No matter who you are, please leave immediately, or I'll have to call the authorities. Lu Qiang grew anxious. Xiao Hongming, it's me, Lu Qiang, one of the company's founders, don't you remember? The position of president was one I promoted you to. The crowd was even more in an uproar. Chapter 602, Defounderization. This is actually our founder? Even Xiao was promoted by her? The crowd was astonished. Some older employees even recalled, I remember there used to be pictures of two founders on the walls of our company. But later, Xiao said it didn't look good and would affect the company's new image, so they were taken down. It seems one of those founders was indeed Lu Qiangming. Yes, I remember that name. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. It seems it's true. Many curious eyes were now sizing up Lu Qiangming, wanting to see what the founder looked like. Xiao Hongming's face turned darker than coal. He had meticulously fired all the old employees to minimize the influence of the founders on the company. He wanted all the newer employees to mistakenly believe that he, Xiao Hongming, was the sole owner of the company. Yet now, there were still some older employees with these memories. Xiao Hongming, no longer able to feign ignorance, could only say, Lu Qiangming, the fact that I'm not directly throwing you out right now is the greatest mercy I can offer you. Lu Qiangming was puzzled. What? Why would you throw me out? Xiao Hongming, why? How would he know why? He only said that to distance the company from Lu Qiangming. But his mind worked quickly, and he soon came up with an idea. Why? How dare you ask? I'm too ashamed to even mention what happened back then. The employees were once again in an uproar. It seemed there were things they didn't know about. Everyone had a curious heart, and hearing the current boss and the former boss clash, their curiosity was piqued. Lu Xiaoming, however, was confused and stunned. What happened? I don't know anything about it. Huang Yuyin beside her also sensed something was off. Based on her understanding of Lu Xiaoming over the past few days, she knew this woman was straightforward and spoke her mind. If she reacted like this, it was likely that Xiao Hongming was making things up. Xiao Hongming sneered. Back then, although you two founders had the merit of starting the company, what happened later? You started fighting like dogs over uneven profits. You almost destroyed the company. Eventually, you even sent the other founder to prison with your own hands. And then, seeing the company on the verge of collapse, you absconded with all the remaining funds. It was only thanks to my hard work that the company managed to survive. And it's been developing ever since. All these years, I've tried to contact you. But what did you do? After sending the other founder to prison, you disappeared without a trace. Now, you want to come back and take over the company for free? What kind of dream are you living in? Do you think these employees will still follow you, Lu Xiaoming? The employees were shocked. So, that's what happened back then. Their gazes toward Lu Xiaoming were now filled with suspicion. What a wicked old woman. Not only did she send the other founder to prison, but she also drained the company of all its cash. What a despicable person. Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoming with extreme anger. Lu Xiaoming panicked. No, you're slandering me. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not like that. She quickly turned to Huang Yuyin beside her. It's not like that. He's lying. Huang Yuyin also nodded slightly. I can see that he's lying. After all, Lu Xiaoming had been arrested along with Yijing's father. So how could Xiao Hongming's accusations be true? Xiao Hongming pressed on. Lu Xiaoming, if I were you, I wouldn't have the face to stand here. Get out of here right now, or I'll call the security officers. Let them arrest you and properly judge what happened back then. Lu Xiaoming retorted loudly. Go ahead, call them. The security officers will naturally clear my name. I have nothing to fear if I'm innocent. Xiao Hongming frowned. This Lu Xiaoming was indeed stubborn, refusing to back down. Didn't she realize that the company had nothing to do with her anymore? What was she doing coming back? Xiao Hongming naturally wouldn't really call the security officers, as that wouldn't work in his favor. He could only order the company's security guards. What are you all standing around for? Aren't you all just eating up the company's rice? This Lu Xiaoming is spouting nonsense and causing trouble. Can't you just throw her out? A group of security guards immediately came forward menacingly to drive them out. Lu Xiaoming and Huang Yuyin, being only two women, and with the security guards following Xiao Hongming's orders, ignored their protests. After several attempts to drive them out, the two women were eventually forced out of the company. How could this be? Lu Xiaoming was on the verge of tears. This was a company she had worked so hard to start. How could it not recognize her? Xiao Hongming was someone she had once highly regarded. How could he suddenly turn his back on her? Huang Yuyin could only comfort her. Auntie, don't be sad. This is just how people are. That Xiao Hongming is purely driven by profit. But I think he's just a good-for-nothing. All these years, the most profitable product he has is still the one you and Yijing's father created, which just shows he has no real abilities. He's just living off your old work. Don't worry, I'll call Yijing right now. He'll help us. Huang Yuyin dialed Yijing's number. Meanwhile, inside the company, the founder was that vicious? Yes, she did such things, and our boss didn't call the security officers. He really gave her enough face. Exactly. If it were me, I would have called the security officers long ago. No wonder the boss wanted to take down the founder's portraits. Having someone like that on the wall is an insult to the company. The employees were all whispering about the founder, Lu Xiaoming. But soon, Xiao Hongming issued a strict order. No one was allowed to discuss the founder within the company. He was paranoid, and his greatest wish was for the company to completely defounderize, for everyone to only know him, the current boss, and not the founders. So reducing the presence of the founders was the right thing to do. However, this order was interpreted differently by the employees. Chapter 603. The Return of the Old Employees. Our CEO, Xiao Hongming, actually banned us from discussing the founder. He's so magnanimous. He's afraid we might curse Lu Qiongming. Our boss is just too good, too humane, Werwo. Even though that female founder treated him so badly, our boss still maintains her last shred of dignity. Everyone in the company was filled with admiration for Xiao Hongming. Outside, Yijing arrived at the company building. Auntie, was it not going smoothly? Lu Qiongming's eyes were red, not very smooth. My former subordinate betrayed me. Yijing frowned. Come with me inside. The three of them re-entered the building. As soon as they stepped in, the employees were furious. That shameless woman is back again. That founder, she really deserves to die. How did she get in again? Probably still thinking about embezzling our company's money, huh? Quick, go inform CEO Xiao. Several people went to report the news, while others stared with wide, angry eyes. Soon, Xiao Hongming came down again, furious. Lu Qiongming, I've given you enough face. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Before Lu Qiongming could say anything, Yijing stepped in front of her, giving her a reassuring look. You're Xiao Hongming, right? Yijing said calmly. Has the equity of this company been transferred yet? Without my aunt's consent, the main equity of the company is still under her name, right? Not under your name, Xiao Hongming, right? Huang Yuyan also immediately understood and said, right? Didn't you just say that the founder initially embezzled funds and escaped, taking away all the cash and liquidating all the equity? Why don't you immediately disclose the equity structure and let everyone see for themselves? The employees whispered among themselves. No wonder CEO shall never disclose the equity. It's because of this? So, we just now misunderstood the founder Lu Qiongming? Seems like there's more to this story. Xiao Hongming's face changed slightly. How did these people catch on to the loophole so quickly? Over the years, although the equity was under Lu Qiongming's name, all the dividend distributions had been embezzled by him, Xiao Hongming, turning into his private assets. But how could he possibly disclose this to others? That would expose everything. Stop causing trouble. Xiao Hongming sneered, even if you claim to be the founder, after what you did to the company, you've already been disassociated from it. And the equity structure you mentioned is our company's internal secret. Do you really think I'd disclose such a secret to an outsider like you? Exactly. The employees all reacted again. They looked down on Lu Qiongming and Yijing with disdain. An outsider like you, why should we show you anything? And not only are you an outsider, but you're also someone who did bad things to the company in the past. If we show you the company's secrets, what if you use them to do more harm? Yijing said calmly, oh, since you refuse to disclose it, I have my ways too. Yijing took a few steps forward, ready to casually grab Xiao Hongming by the neck. This kind of person, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, would likely confess if given a little pressure. Huang Yuyan's expression changed slightly. Yijing, don't act yet. After all, we're law-abiding citizens. I still have a way. She said to Lu Qiongming, Auntie, didn't you say that there were several capable subordinates who followed you at the time? Why don't you call them out? Lu Qiongming's eyes lit up. That's right. Xiao Hongming, on the other hand, sneered coldly in his heart. Those old employees have all been fired by me. Lu Qiongming took out the new phone Zhang Qingxuan had bought for her and dialed a few numbers she remembered. Hello, this is Lu Qiongming. Is this Xiali's number? Lu Zong? Is that really you? Xiali on the other end was incredulous. It's really me. I'm back. Where are you in the company? Xiali excitedly said, Lu Zong, it's really you. I'm so happy, so excited. At that time, CEO Xiao said that you and another founder had gone to jail, but I didn't believe it. Now that you're back, the truth can finally be revealed. I'm not in the company anymore. CEO Xiao fired me, but I'm coming right now. Xiali hung up the phone and rushed over. Lu Zong is back. He must come. Lu Qiongming then made another call. Xia Wang. Xia Zheng. After making 7 or 8 calls in a row, Lu Qiongming became more and more shocked. She exclaimed in disbelief, Xiao Hongming, you actually fired all my old employees? On what grounds? She finally understood why the company had not produced any new products over the years. These old employees, apart from Xiao Hongming, who was good at management, were all skilled in research and development, working in the R&D department. If these old employees had been kept, the company would not still be relying on products from over a decade ago. There would have been new products launched in recent years. In a short while, 7 or 8 old employees all arrived at the company. Lu Zong, it's really you. Everyone was incredibly excited. You're finally back. Lu Xiaoming also asked everyone about their well-being. How have you all been? At this, everyone fell silent. Xiali said, We've not been doing very well. Previously, we were all in the R&D department, but CEO Xiao not only fired us but also fabricated many false charges against us, prohibiting us from working in R&D outside the company, citing non-compete clauses. So, all of us have been doing odd jobs like delivering takeout. Our lives haven't been good. Everyone's eyes were dim. Lu Xiaoming felt heartbroken. These people, if placed in R&D positions, were undoubtedly talents. But they were all fired by Xiao Hongming, with false charges imposed on them, preventing them from continuing their R&D work and forcing them into menial jobs with no requirements. It's so pitiful. Don't worry, I'm back, and I'll fight for justice for you. Lu Xiaoming angrily said to Xiao Hongming, Now, you immediately revoke their charges. Xiao Hongming sneered. On what grounds? At this moment, the 7 or 8 old employees all stepped forward. I testify that Lu Zong is not what you said. She was forced to leave the company due to circumstances and did nothing wrong to the company. Another old employee also said, Exactly, it's all lies from you, Xiao Hongming. Chapter 604. Self-destructing without attack. The weight of the veteran employees was still considerable. After all, although they had left the company, many of the current new employees were once mentored by these veteran employees. They were still addressed as master by many. Now that these veteran employees spoke up, the other employees were gradually starting to believe the truth. So, it was CEO Xiao who was deceiving us all along. There never was a story of the founders killing each other, nor was there a story of embezzlement and escape. All of it was fabricated by CEO Xiao himself. I recognize these veteran employees. They once taught me too. They taught me as well. It's impossible for so many people to be lying, right? The new employees began to fully side with Lu Xiaoming, and their gazes toward Xiao Hongming became increasingly distrustful. As a boss, to deceive others in such a manner. This lack of integrity made it impossible for anyone to respect him. Heh, calling for backup, are we? Xiao Hongming, at this point, was like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. To be honest, ever since he took power, he had always anticipated such a situation. After all, his rise to the position of CEO was dubious, so he had long since laid out his plans. Even if Lu Xiaoming exposed him, what could she do? He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Hongming directly took out his phone. Hello, is this the mayor? There are a few people causing trouble here. I'd appreciate it if you could come over and resolve the situation. Yes, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Hongming laughed heartily. Lu Xiaoming, the mayor is on his way. What are you going to do now? Even if what you said is true, so what? It's been over a decade. Times have changed, and this is no longer your era, Lu Xiaoming. This is my era now. Lu Xiaoming was immediately flustered. The mayor of Nanjing City. That was a figure she held in high esteem, someone she could never hope to reach. We should leave now. The common folk can't compete with the authorities. We can't win against Xiao Hongming. Lu Xiaoming instinctively backed down. Yijing casually chuckled. The mayor? Even if the mayor comes, it doesn't mean he'll side with him. Xiao Hongming laughed out loud. Seems like you don't understand how things work here. Do you really think, as a law-abiding citizen, that the mayor will side with you over me? You're seriously underestimating the mayor. Lu Xiaoming was terrified. Yijing, let's leave. There's no rush. If it comes down to it, I don't even want this company anymore. It's been over a decade anyway. She was truly scared, especially of being thrown into prison. After being locked in a dog cage for over a decade, the mere mention of prison made her tremble with fear, a conditioned reflex. Don't be afraid. When the mayor arrives, he'll definitely side with you. You have the truth on your side. So what are you afraid of? Huang Yuyin quickly consoled her. Xiao Hongming, on the other hand, burst out laughing. You're all so naive. The truth? There are plenty of people who've been locked up despite being in the right. When the mayor arrives, you'll see. Yijing also took out his phone. He called Ning Luo. Ning Luo, there's a company here. Help me deal with it. Ning Luo's Tianhe Chamber of Commerce had already grown into a major force in Nanjing City. With the support of the Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce's trillion-dollar plan, its influence was immense. A single chamber of commerce dealing with a small company was a textbook example of overkill. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Ning Luo didn't ask any questions. If Yijing had ordered it, it must be the right thing to do. There were countless ways a chamber of commerce could deal with a company. Yijing then called Qing Huang. Find a hacker to compile evidence of Xiao Hongming embezzling my aunt's assets over the years. After making these 2 calls, Yijing simply sat comfortably on the sofa in the lobby, waiting. As Huang Yuyin had said, sometimes it wasn't necessary to rely on force. Using other means not only made things easier but also left no loose ends to clean up, allowing for a more permanent and thorough resolution. Yijing, are we really not leaving? Lu Qiongming, unaware of the power behind Yijing's 2 phone calls, was preoccupied with thoughts of the mayor. She was terrified that once the mayor arrived, he would bring a swarm of enforcers and lock her up. It's fine. When the mayor arrives, we'll have a nice chat with him. Yijing casually chuckled. Xiao Hongming sneered upon hearing this. You think you're going to chat with the mayor? He's a big shot, and he doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense. When the mayor arrives, he'll simply convict you and throw you in jail. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Hongming's phone rang. Bad news, CEO Xiao. There's a problem with our business loan approval. Xiao Hongming was taken aback. What's going on? The approval was passed last week, wasn't it? Why is there a problem now? I don't know. It's said that a Chamber of Commerce intervened. Chamber of Commerce intervention? Xiao Hongming's face changed slightly as he recalled Yijing making those phone calls earlier. Did you do something to the business loan? Xiao Hongming's face darkened. Yijing smiled but didn't respond. Immediately after, Xiao Hongming's phone rang again. Oh no, CEO Xiao. Our product warehouse is about to be sealed off, citing non-compliance with many requirements. Xiao Hongming raged. What's going on? Didn't I just smooth things over with connections? Why would they suddenly seal it? His warehouse certainly had many issues, but he had used his connections to keep things under control. This warehouse was a critical location. If it were sealed, the inability to rotate the stored goods would cost him over $1 million in daily profits. I don't know. They said it'll be sealed for at least 7 days. Xiao Hongming felt dizzy. What was happening? First, the loan approval went awry, and now the warehouse was being sealed. Just as he hung up the phone, his secretary rushed down. CEO Xiao, our production materials have been cut off. Someone else offered a higher price and bought all the materials meant for us. What? Xiao Hongming was dumbfounded. He was well aware that all of this was likely orchestrated by Yijing. But how could he have pulled off so much in such a short time? Raw materials, loan approvals, warehouse sealing. Each of these involved countless connections and resources. Who exactly was he? How could he mobilize so much power in such a short span? Yijing, is it? Xiao Hongming took a few deep breaths to force himself to calm down. What you've done is just a few petty tricks. Blocking my loan approval, sealing my warehouse, buying up my raw materials. These are all minor pranks, just unfair competition. As soon as the mayor arrives and exposes your tricks, throwing you in jail, these pranks will naturally fall apart on their own. Chapter 605. Truly a big shot. Xiao Hongming scoffed. Your petty tricks are laughable in my eyes. They may seem to hurt me, but in reality, what can they affect? When the mayor arrives, you'll have to kneel and beg for mercy. In the face of true power, all your little schemes will be withdrawn. With the mayor as his backing, Xiao Hongming felt extremely confident. The many employees behind him, despite their changed expressions and knowing about his shady dealings and his slander of the founder, still sighed when they heard he had the mayor as his backer. It seems the founder is done for. Yes, No matter how strong or how much evidence they have, it can't compare to having a powerful backer. Once the mayor arrives, the founder and the few people they brought will probably have to kneel and beg. Yi Jing. Aunt Lu Qiuming quietly tugged at Yi Jing's sleeve. Maybe we should leave. She was truly afraid of dealing with such big shots. In her experience, big shots were never good. Especially since it was a so-called big shot who had locked her in a dog cage for over a decade. Yi Jing reassured her, "Don't worry, the mayor will help us too." "Ha, still stubborn?" Xiao Hongming sneered. "You're one to wait until the last moment. When the mayor arrives, you'll see that all the so-called evidence you have is useless in the face of connections." At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside. The mayor, accompanied by a large group of people, walked in. Xiao Hongming quickly stepped forward. "Mayor, please, take a seat inside." The mayor said indifferently, "Mr. Xiao, I'm very busy. Get to the point." Xiao Hongming hurriedly said, "There are a few people here causing trouble, using underhanded tactics to try and ruin my company. Can I tolerate such bad behavior? That's why I called you over, to ask for justice." The mayor frowned upon hearing this. Is there someone in my Jinling city who dares to be so arrogant? Bad behavior, crooked ways, cannot exist in my Jinling city. Tell me what tactics he used, and I'll eliminate them all. In Jinling city, I want him to know that no tactic is more effective than my order. Who did you say was so arrogant? Xiao Hongming quickly pointed at Yi Jing. It's him. In the next moment, Xiao Hongming was shocked to see the mayor's body tremble and his face change. Mr. Yi. The mayor was almost going crazy. Who was Mr. Yi? He was a super figure who could stand up to Feng Ruodo, a top-tier figure who could go head-to-head with someone like Huang Xiaobang, a commander-level individual. Compared to them, what was the mayor? Just a small fry. There was no comparison. Now, Xiao Hongming was asking him to deal with Yi Jing? Was he joking? Slap. The mayor turned around and slapped Xiao Hongming. What did you say Mr. Yi used? As Xiao Hongming was about to speak, the mayor roared, "Those are all legitimate tactics, based on facts and evidence. You, Xiao Hongming, used despicable methods, and now you don't want them exposed." Xiao Hongming was instantly dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the mayor hitting him? Shouldn't he be hitting Yi Jing? Mayor, did you hit the wrong person? Yi Jing is over there, Xiao Hongming said pitifully, covering his face. I hit you, that's right, the mayor shouted. Look at what you've done. After the founder left, you took over the company, and you secretly took all the founder's shares for yourself. I should have dealt with you long ago. Xiao Hongming was completely dumbfounded. How did the mayor know all the things he had done? This was all over now. Even more shocked was Aunt Lu Qiuming beside them. Yi Jing had been right. After the mayor arrived, he was actually helping them, not Xiao Hongming. Having seen much of the world, Lu Qiuming didn't think this was the mayor having a change of heart out of mercy. She knew this must have been Yi Jing's doing. Sure enough, after reprimanding Xiao Hongming, the mayor came over respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, Xiao Hongming made a fortune by illegally taking the founder's shares. I'll arrange for all the founder's shares to be transferred back. Yi Jing looked at him with a half-smile. Didn't you just say my tactics were crooked and you were going to crack down on them? The mayor's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Was he someone Yi Jing could afford to offend? Yi Jing could easily destroy him. Even if not physically, there were countless ways to torment him. I didn't know it was you. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared, not even with 100 guts. The mayor wiped the sweat from his forehead, trembling. Yi Jing said indifferently, all these years, since you knew Xiao Hongming was stealing the founder's shares, why didn't you stop him? The mayor stammered, unable to answer. It wasn't entirely his fault. The stealing of Lu Qiuming's founder's shares wasn't something Xiao Hongming had the guts to do. It was the work of those big shots back then. In the end, Xiao Hongming just took advantage of Lu Qiuming being taken away by those big shots and became bolder, daring to steal them. And his little actions were of no concern to those big shots, because such small profits were beneath their notice. Xiao Hongming had just taken advantage of a gap between the big shots. These matters, involving big shots, the mayor didn't dare to interfere with, So it had dragged on until now. The mayor let out a bitter laugh. I was indeed wrong. Yijing casually said, apologize to my aunt, and transfer all the money that belongs to her, down to the last cent, into her account. If even 1 cent is missing, you won't need to be mayor anymore. The mayor shuddered, realizing this was his last chance, and quickly said, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Turning to Lu Qiongming, he said, Ms. Lu, I was wrong before, and I didn't investigate properly. I will thoroughly investigate Xiao Hongming from top to bottom. I will make sure all your losses are returned by Xiao Hongming. After that, I will strictly investigate Xiao Hongming. Whatever crimes he has committed, he won't escape justice. Lu Qiongming nodded, her heart filled with astonishment. So, Yijing was truly a big shot. Even the mayor of Jinling City, such a high and mighty figure, had to apologize to her because of him. Chapter 606, You're Useless. Xiao Hongming was completely dumbfounded. He now understood that this Mr. Yi was someone he couldn't afford to offend, and it was possible that even the city mayor couldn't afford to cross him, which was why he was being treated this way. Thud. Xiao Hongming knelt down abruptly. Mr. Yi, please forgive me. It was all my fault before. I will definitely return all the equity benefits. Ms. Lu, no, General Manager Lu, I was bewitched by greed. I was momentarily greedy. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Mr. Yi, I beg for mercy. I am guilty. Please spare me. He was pleading repeatedly, not because he truly realized his mistake, but because he was terrified. With someone like Yijing around, the city mayor certainly wouldn't let him off, would definitely lock him up, and for many years at that. He didn't know if he'd ever get out in his lifetime. Xiao Hongming knew that if he didn't beg for mercy now, his entire life would be over. Yijing sneered. Now you know to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Take him away. With just one word from him, the staff behind the city mayor, under the mayor's instruction, immediately came forward to take Xiao Hongming away. All that awaited him was an endless sentence. Any pleading would be useless. The city mayor respectfully said, Ms. Lu, the procedures for this company have already been restored by my people. Now, you are still the owner of this company, and everything about Xiao Hongming has been erased. You now fully and exclusively control this company. Lu Qiongming was overjoyed. This meant she could lead the company again? The old employees who had followed Lu Qiongming from the beginning were all excited and tearful with joy. Finally, they had been waiting for this day. General Manager Lu had not abandoned them, but had returned to them. After the city mayor left, Lu Qiongming reassigned these old subordinates to the R&D department. This is where you belong. You can shine here. The old subordinates, looking at this familiar place, touching the scientific instruments, were all filled with emotion. Who would have thought they could return here in their lifetime? General Manager Lu, we can finally fight side by side again. Shinsuyi, are you interested in making a deal? Someone approached Shinsuyi and handed her a note across the street from the coffee shop. Shinsuyi looked across the street at the person who handed her the note. He wore a hood, hiding his face in shadow, only vaguely visible with pockmarked cheeks, as if disfigured by some chemical substance. Shinsuyi felt fear in her heart and quickly stood up. Instinctively, she felt the man across from her was dangerous, and the hidden face in the shadow seemed to be sneering all the time. I'm sorry, I don't want to make any deals. Shinsuyi stood up and was about to leave. But the next moment, she suddenly saw the hooded man flick his sleeve, and a pleasant fragrance wafted over. Immediately, Shinsuyi felt the world spin, and she fainted. When she woke up again, Shinsuyi found herself bound tightly. I gave you a chance, but you're useless, forcing me to use this method? A voice came from behind the shadow. Shinsuyi was almost scared to tears. Let me go. I know nothing. I don't understand anything. You must have the wrong person. The man behind the shadow stepped forward, removed his hood, revealing a scarred, hideous face. Shinsuyi, I didn't get the wrong person. Upon hearing her name directly from the man, Shinsuyi's heart sank. It seemed the man really was here for her, but what could she possibly have that would interest him? She was just a small figure, having just started her own company, which had been deceived and was on the verge of collapse. Her Shin family had nothing noteworthy, not even enough for ransom. What do you want to capture me for? Shin Sui asked. The hooded man said, I need you to get close to Yi Jing. Yi Jing. It was always about this Yi Jing. Shin Sui angrily said, if you want to cause trouble for Yi Jing, just go directly to him? Why do you keep targeting me? I've already said, I have no relationship with him, just a betrothal document that has been torn up. Shin Sui was truly furious. How many times had she been captured because of Yi Jing? Why did these people keep targeting her? What had she done to deserve this? She had no idea that it was her complementary special physique that made these important figures' subordinates come specifically for her. Shin Sui, you are the only one in Jinling City who can get close to Yi Jing and be willing to do this for me. Shin Sui was puzzled. Was she the only one? What about Ning Luo, Huang Yuyan? The next moment, the hooded man took out a glass test tube. I need you to draw a tube of blood from Yi Jing. Can you do it? Shin Sui rolled her eyes, now understanding why the hooded man had come to her. Ning Luo and Huang Yuyan, who were said to be very close to Yi Jing, how could they possibly help the hooded man draw Yi Jing's blood? They would definitely refuse at all costs. But she, Shin Sui, had no feelings for Yi Jing, so she could do it. However, she had no opportunity to get close to him. Esteemed sir, I'll be honest with you. If you had come to me a month ago, I could have helped you. Back then, Yi Jing often came to my house, and I had the chance, but now, there's no contact between me and Yi Jing. I can see from his eyes that he somewhat dislikes me. I certainly can't help you. Hearing this, the hooded man's eyes also revealed a hint of regret. Is that so? You're so useless? It's truly disappointing. Shin Sui didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Losing her value as a tool for Yi Jing, was that useless? If that's the case, the hooded man's eyes darted, and he had a new idea. Now, call Yi Jing and have him come over. Before Shin Sui could say anything, the hooded man said, don't say he won't come. I'll give you a piece of information. As long as you mention this information, Yi Jing will definitely come. Shin Sui was puzzled, but decided to try after hearing the hooded man's words. Soon, the phone was connected. Hello? Yi Jing's voice came from the other end. Shin Sui quickly said, Yi Jing, I want to meet you. There's something I want to talk to you about. Yi Jing's voice was cold. Between you and me? What is there to talk about? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Shin Sui hurriedly said, No, I have information for you. Chapter 607. On the Verge of Death. I have some information here that you'll be very interested in. Yi Jing furrowed his brows. Go ahead. As soon as Shin Sui uttered 3 words, Yi Jing fell silent. The medical immortal hall. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Jing said, send me the location. Shin Sui's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't understand why those 3 words would cause Yi Jing to change his attitude so drastically and immediately decide to come over. She had no idea what those 3 words signified. After sending the coordinates, the hooded man spoke coldly, Shin Sui, you're of no use anymore. Get lost. With a flick of his sleeve, he once again knocked Shin Sui unconscious and threw her outside. Not long after, Yi Jing arrived at the location. Master, that's Shin Sui up ahead. Qing Huang darted over to check. It seems she's been knocked out and thrown out. Yi Jing frowned and looked inside. The people from the medical immortal hall used her to lure me here. Take her to one of the servants and send her home. In this situation, Shin Sui was completely manipulated by the people from the medical immortal hall and hadn't done anything wrong to Yi Jing, so he didn't hold anything against her. After Qing Huang handed Shin Sui over to a female subordinate, she quickly returned. Master, this place might be a trap set by the medical immortal hall specifically for you. Should we still go in? Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. Of course we should go in. I want to ask them myself where my mother is now. Huang Xiaobang, the commander, had taken his mother and sent her to the medical immortal hall. Yi Jing was already looking for trouble with the medical immortal hall, and now they had come to him. Yi Jing stormed in. As soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. This is poison. Both Qing Huang and Yi Jing's expressions changed. This poison is far too potent compared to Yin Xiu's. If Yin Xiu, the so-called expert in poison, was at a kindergarten level, then this hooded man's use of poison was at a university level. After all, he was from the Medical Immortal Hall, representing the pinnacle of medical and poison expertise in China. Qing Huang exclaimed urgently, "Master, be careful." But before she could say anything more, she drifted into unconsciousness, her body collapsing limply. Yi Jing also pretended to faint. In reality, the moment he came into contact with the fragrant poison, he had already activated the internal energy in his body, forming ethereal silver needles that circulated within him. These silver needles sealed off the fragrant poison, preventing it from entering his bloodstream. So, although it appeared that Yi Jing had been poisoned, the poison remained trapped on the surface of his skin, not affecting his internal circulation. Therefore, he wasn't actually poisoned. However, Yi Jing still pretended to faint, just like Qing Huang. Himph, is it really necessary to go through so much trouble just for a blood sample? Isn't this done already? The hooded man approached, removing his hood to reveal a hideous face. A blood sample? That's just the most basic experiment. I'm going to extract bone marrow. After all, your mother's bone marrow was directly extracted. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing's nerves tensed. He almost erupted in fury, but he held himself back, continuing to feign unconsciousness, hoping to gather more information. He heard the hooded man take out a test tube and a syringe, seemingly adjusting something. Even someone as powerful as Commander Huang couldn't subdue you, Feng Ruodo. Isn't it just because they were too straightforward? To deal with someone like you, one needs methods like mine, underhanded ones, Your mother, wasn't she also fiercely resistant back then? But she was still knocked out by my poison. After being poisoned, we extracted her bone marrow every day for research, and she still behaved, didn't she? Yi Jing seethed with anger, feeling a fire ignite within his chest. Extracting bone marrow every day? How could his mother endure that? Over the years, she must have suffered unimaginable treatment. Yi Jing really wanted to erupt right now and kill this hooded man, but he restrained himself, because the Medical Immortal Hall was too mysterious. So mysterious that very little information ever leaked out. Few people even knew where the Medical Immortal Hall was located. So Yi Jing needed to gather more information about the Medical Immortal Hall, ideally finding out its exact location and where his mother was being held. Yi Jing, come here. I'll extract a sample of your bone marrow and study it alongside your mother's. It should provide valuable comparative data. Yi Jing felt the hooded man approaching, ready to pierce his body at any moment. I was hoping to get more information out of you. But it seems you're in such a hurry to die. Yi Jing suddenly erupted, moving lightning fast to grab the hooded man by the neck. The hooded man was shocked. You weren't knocked out? My poison should have rendered you unconscious. He instinctively glanced at Qing Huang. She was still asleep, like a baby. Yi Jing sneered, "Is that all the poison you've got?" With a flick of his finger, the fragrant poison dripped out like green liquid from the gaps in his fingernails. You can expel poison from your body? The hooded man was stunned. Such a person was naturally immune to his poisons. How could he ever be poisoned? It seemed impossible. Isn't that simple? Yi Jing casually said, "Let me show you what real poison looks like." He took out a small vial of powder from his pocket. As someone who could cure diseases, he also knew how to create poisons. And the poisons he created were unbreakable except by him. Just a small sprinkle, and the hooded man felt an intense heat surge through his body, as if a fiery dragon was raging inside. This is the fire poison? Who are you? The hooded man was shocked. Fire poison was the ultimate poison, supposedly lost to time. How could Yi Jing know how to create it? Yi Jing said calmly, "You don't need to know that. Just understand that I'm the only one in the world who can cure this fire poison. Now, you need to tell me where the Medical Immortal Hall is, where my mother is, and what condition she's in right now." This was what he urgently needed to know. Your mother. Under pressure, The hooded man had no choice but to reveal the truth. When your mother was first captured, her bone marrow was extracted every day. We needed her bone marrow to study her unique constitution, but we soon discovered that after just a few days, your mother was on the verge of death. Chapter 608, Endless Howls. So, we came up with a solution, the hooded man said slowly. We gave your mother the best tonics from the medical immortal hall. The purpose was to help her recover quickly after having her bone marrow extracted, so she could regenerate it and be ready for the next extraction the following day. By the end, your mother was in so much pain that she couldn't even scream anymore. She could only open her mouth and let out a silent cry. Her throat had already been torn apart from screaming. Yi Jing's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Damn it! These people from the medical immortal hall deserved to die. How could they treat his mother like that? Did they think extracting bone marrow was too slow? Afraid her marrow wouldn't recover in time, they actually gave her the best tonics? What kind of tonics were those? They were nothing but death sentences, torture drugs. The only purpose of those drugs was to make his mother regenerate bone marrow faster. It was like raising a pig, and the product was bone marrow. Bang! Yi Jing slammed his fist down hard, creating a large hole in the ground. Gulp. The hooded man beside him couldn't help but gulp nervously, fearfully watching Yi Jing. This Yi Jing was terrifyingly powerful. No wonder even someone like Feng Ruodo or General Huang Xiaobang had fallen at his hands. Yi Jing's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the hooded man. What role did you play in all this? I just heard you say you were the one who extracted my mother's bone marrow, right? The hooded man shrank back, feeling an overwhelming fear from those blood-red eyes. I was just the one extracting the bone marrow. I was just an executor. The higher-ups gave the orders, and I had no choice but to follow them. The hooded man cried out in terror. The research part wasn't my job. That was handled by other senior disciples, and by Dean Zhang, Vice Dean Liu. In his panic, the hooded man spilled everything. Yi Jing's voice was cold. Where is the medical immortal hall? The hooded man was about to speak but hesitated, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. He could reveal everything else, but this seemed to trigger some kind of taboo. It felt like if he said it, he would be doomed. He still had relatives and friends in the medical immortal hall. If he revealed this top-secret information, all of them would be implicated. This, I really can't say, the hooded man forced a bitter smile. Crack. Yi Jing snapped the hooded man's arm. Really can't say? The hooded man wanted to curse, but managed to hold it in, his face contorted in pain. I really can't. If I say it, it's all over. Everything will be over. Yi Jing's gaze was murderous. If you don't tell me, you're finished right now. The hooded man screamed in agony. I can't say. If I don't say it, at least I'll die alone. If I do, not only will I die, but my parents, brothers, wife, and friends will all die too. The medical immortal hall isn't a kind place. They're ruthless and won't spare my loved ones. Yi Jing's gaze was as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Fine, then I'll make you suffer until you wish you were dead. With a flick of his finger, some powder landed on the hooded man. This powder activated the previous powder, causing the hooded man to convulse in unbearable heat and pain. The hooded man endured unimaginable agony, feeling as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his body every moment. Then, Yi Jing went to Qing Huang's side, and with a silver needle, Qing Huang slowly regained consciousness. Qing Huang immediately went on high alert, but quickly realized that Yi Jing had already taken control of the situation. Sweat poured down Qing Huang's face, knowing that if not for Yi Jing, she would have died today. Master, it's all my fault. Not only did I fail to help you, but I also caused you trouble. Yi Jing casually replied, it's fine. This kind of poison is something only a few people in the world can withstand. This hooded man is yours now. Just make sure he's guarded. This heart-piercing poison will torment him 24/7, making him wish for death. When he finally confesses, come find me for the antidote. Qing Huang hesitated. What if he never confesses? Yi Jing, then let him slowly die in pain and suffering. This hooded man had tortured his mother, making her endure day after day of pain and suffering. Treating the hooded man this way was already lenient. Understood, master. Qinghuang took the order and left. With the howls gone, Yijing's surroundings grew quiet again. Medical Immortal Hall, Dinzhong, Vice Dean Liu. These names came out one by one from Yijing's mouth. Don't let me find out where the Medical Immortal Hall is, or I'll storm it and wreak havoc. I'll make sure you're all in chaos. Mother. Not only was his mother still alive, but she had endured over a decade of torture and suffering at the hands of the Medical Immortal Hall. Yijing vowed to find his mother as soon as possible and rescue her. Feng Ruodo paced back and forth in a hurry. How is it? How's my son? My nephew's condition? Is the nutrient chamber working? Although Vice Dean Liu had placed him in a nutrient chamber, it was still uncertain whether it would truly work. The staff below checked the readings and exclaimed in surprise, "It's working! Feng Ruodo, your nephew's body functions are gradually recovering. Though he still can't wake up, at least his heart is starting to beat again, supplying nutrients to his brain. That's great." Hearing this good news, Feng Ruodo excitedly punched the air. Yao's life could finally be saved. Earlier, he had watched as Feng Banghao's body slowly rotted and decayed, and he had been frantic, wishing he could die in Yao's place. After all, Yao was the only heir of the Feng family. Feng Ruodo, having been injured in battle, was unable to have children, so he could only rely on Feng Banghao to carry on the family line in the future. If Feng Banghao really died, Feng Ruodo would have no face to meet his ancestors in the afterlife. The Feng family would be doomed. Thankfully, everything could still be saved. This nutrient chamber was indeed effective. It was no wonder it was a major invention of the Medical Immortal Hall. It was said to contain countless miraculous medicinal liquids. However, before he could celebrate for long, he heard a heart-wrenching scream. The sound came from the nutrient chamber. "It hurts, it hurts. I'm dying of pain. Dad, save me, save me." Feng Ruodo was first filled with joy upon hearing this voice. Yao had come back to life, and he could even speak. But the endless howls made him even more heartbroken and anxious. Chapter 609, Developing the Serum. "Dad, Dad, please save me. I'm in so much pain, so much pain." Feng Banghao felt like he was on the brink of death, crying out incessantly. Feng Ruodo rushed over immediately. At this moment, he no longer cared about the strange looks from the staff. The word "dad" had already given him away. If it was revealed, so be it. With Yaozi in this state, he couldn't be bothered about that anymore. "Yaozi, how are you feeling?" Feng Ruodo asked urgently. Feng Banghao groaned in pain. "I'm dying. I feel like my whole body is rotting and hurting. I'm dying." Feng Ruodo turned to the staff in a panic. "You, quickly, what's going on here?" The staff quickly explained, "Feng Ruodo, this is due to your Yaozi's nutrient supply issue. The nutrient supply has allowed his brain to regain consciousness, but it's only enough to sustain the brain. The rest of his body is still in a state of nutrient deficiency. This has led to his brain being able to perceive clearly, but his body continues to deteriorate, and this pain naturally reaches his brain." Hearing Yaozi's cries of pain, Feng Ruodo's heart was breaking. Is there no way to fix this? The staff could only sigh, "There is a way, but no matter what it takes, use it immediately." The staff replied, "I'll administer an anesthetic to make your Yaozi feel better for now." Through the nutrient chamber's injection port, he injected the anesthetic, and Feng Banghao fell asleep. "You mentioned there's a method, but it's problematic?" Feng Ruodo, no longer hearing Yaozi's painful cries, felt a bit more at ease and quickly inquired. The staff explained, "Yes, the anesthetic, after all, has a time limit. For someone in his condition with irreversible body decay, it can only last about 6 hours. So, in 6 hours, my Yaozi will wake up in pain again?" Feng Ruodo's face darkened. "That damned Yijing. How dare he torture my Yaozi like this? Yes, he will wake up in pain, and that's not all. The anesthetic can't be used indefinitely, but your Yaozi's body will continue to decay. Eventually, the anesthetic may no longer work on him, and he'll have to endure the pain, which could cause irreversible damage to his nervous system. After hearing this, Feng Ruodo fell silent, but inside, he grew even more resentful towards Yijing. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in quickly. Feng Ruodo, good news, good news. Director Zhang's closed project research has finally concluded, and Director Zhang will be coming out soon. Feng Ruodo was overjoyed. He quickly said, hurry and invite Director Zhang to come and treat my Yaozi. At this point, he no longer bothered to hide it, openly admitting that Feng Banghao was his Yaozi. Oh, and tell him I have information about a special physique. Fearing that Director Zhang might not come, Feng Ruodo quickly revealed his strongest card. Soon, Director Zhang arrived in a hurry. Feng Ruodo, how is your Yaozi? Director Zhang immediately looked at Feng Banghao inside the nutrient chamber. This situation is very serious. This is practically on the verge of death. What kind of skill is this? Not only not killing him but also maintaining that last bit of life. Is this Yi Jing's doing? Feng Ruodo's face darkened. Yes, it's him. That special physique. Director Zhang said, your Yaozi's condition is quite difficult. Feng Ruodo grew anxious. Is there no way even for you, Director Zhang? Director Zhang slowly replied, there is a way, but it's not easy. Feng Ruodo quickly said, tell me, Director Zhang. No matter the cost, no matter what's needed, I'm willing to pay. He immediately took out the document Yi Jing had given him. Director Zhang, this document was obtained from Yi Jing. It's about his special physique. If you can cure my Yaozi, this document is yours. Director Zhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly took it to examine. After a moment, he was both excited and shaking his head. This document, it's a mix of truth and falsehood, hard to discern. Feng Ruodo grew anxious. Did Yi Jing dare to give me fake information? Director Zhang shook his head. I don't think it's necessarily Yi Jing's intention. This kind of special physique is extremely rare and complex. Even with the top medical research power of the Medical Immortal Palace, after studying for over a decade, we haven't been able to fully crack it. What qualifications does Yi Jing, an outsider, have to research it? All his advantages are merely due to his special physique, giving him some subjective experiences. But scientific research doesn't care about subjective experiences. So, the reason Yi Jing's document is a mix of truth and falsehood is likely because he himself is unclear about many things. Director Zhang shook his head. And your Yaozi's illness isn't about whether you're willing or not. The key here is to crack the special physique. Once the secret of the special physique is cracked, I can develop a special serum. Once injected into your Yaozi, not only will his body recover, but he'll also gain a strong physique, eventually reaching Yi Jing's level. Feng Ruodo's eyes lit up. So, my Yaozi could become as strong as Yi Jing?
Yes.
Director Zhang nodded firmly. In theory, that's possible. What are we waiting for? Feng Ruodo was eager to proceed. Not only could his Yaozi be saved, but his Feng family could also gain another upper-tier war god level expert. That would be fantastic. However, this serum, after my recent closed project research, is still missing the most critical component. That is, Yi Jing's serum, or preferably his bone marrow. Earlier, I sent out my apprentice to extract a sample of Yi Jing's blood for research. But my apprentice, considering the time, it's likely he failed. Otherwise, he would have already brought back the blood. Feng Ruodo recalled. Is that your disfigured apprentice who always wears a hood? Director Zhang nodded. Yes, that's him. Then what do we do? At this moment, Feng Ruodo was frantic. Normally cautious and shrewd, he was now thrown off by his concern. Director Zhang said seriously, the best solution is to capture Yi Jing and bring him here for live experimentation. Extract Yi Jing's bone marrow, along with his mother's, and study them together. This would yield the most direct results, and I could develop the serum within about a week. Chapter 6:10. Can you get to the core now? A week? Feng Ruodo pondered for a moment. If Yaozi continues to receive such large doses of anesthetic daily, she will become completely immune to it within about a week. This timing is perfect. That means we need to bring Yi Jing here immediately. But how is that possible? Previously, whether it was him, Feng Ruodo, or Commander Huang Xiaobang, they had all tried. Yet, without exception, all had failed. Including Zhang, the young apprentice of the head of the Medical Immortal Hall, who, by now, should have also failed. Feng Ruodo glanced at Yaozi in the nutrient chamber and directly took out a satellite phone, dialing a number. Yi Jing. The call was encrypted, with the address automatically changing each time, so there was no fear of being traced by Yi Jing. I'm giving you a chance. Come here right now and provide me with bone marrow. I only need you to donate bone marrow for 7 days, plus your mother's, and that will be enough for our research. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Feng Ruodo said gravely, if you agree, you won't lose anything. But I promise to wipe the slate clean for everything that happened before. I won't pursue the matter of you hurting Yaozi anymore. As for Commander Huang and the grievances with the hooded man, I'll take care of it and help you settle everything. How about it? Feng Ruodo believed that by making these concessions, he had already given Yi Jing a lot of face. After all, this was equivalent to eliminating all of Yi Jing's worries. In the future, Yi Jing could continue to live in broad daylight without fearing retribution from all sides. However, how could Yi Jing possibly agree? Feng Ruodo, I'm giving you a chance to release my mother immediately, resurrect my father, and let me return all the beatings they endured to you and Zhang. I've made so many concessions, don't be ungrateful. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Yi Jing returned Feng Ruodo's words verbatim. You. Feng Ruodo was furious, shouting, Yi Jing, you deserve to die. Next to him, Zhang coldly said, Yi Jing, you might not know how much benefit your special constitution could bring to humanity. As long as you agree to come, you won't die, will you? You and your mother, your father, have no sense of the bigger picture. Can't you sacrifice the individual for the greater good? Yi Jing sneered. Benefiting humanity? I think it's benefiting only a few people, isn't it? From your research on special constitutions, you must have discovered some things useful to ordinary people, right? But over the years, have you promoted them? No, you haven't. As far as I know, you've only distributed those special medications to a few elite guard units. And those guards are all protecting people like you, the big shots. Yi Jing sneered, you people really have the nerve to justify your selfishness so grandly, so pompously. As for you, Zhang, it was you who ordered the extraction of my mother's bone marrow and subjected her to daily torture, wasn't it? Don't worry, the moment I find you, the moment I find the Medical Immortal Hall, I'll repay everything you've done to my mother 100-fold, 1,000-fold. After Yi Jing finished speaking, he heard the other side hang up the phone. Zhang's lungs were about to burst with anger. This Yi Jing is simply unreasonable. Giving him a chance to contribute to all humanity, and he doesn't even know how to cherish it? If this Yi Jing doesn't cooperate, I wouldn't mind taking matters into my own hands. As Zhang's words fell, his entire body suddenly erupted with an astonishing aura. Everyone around was shocked. Even Feng Ruodo subconsciously took a few steps back. This fierce aura was terrifying. Zhang was a divine physician, but also the strongest assassin. Those who can be divine physicians often not only know how to regulate their bodies to peak condition, but also understand the most effective ways to kill. Just like Yi Jing, having learned medicine, he also learned the art of killing. Zhang was the same. As the strongest divine physician, he also possessed the strongest killing technique. Feng Ruodo, we need to formulate a plan together to deal with Yi Jing. Feng Ruodo nodded. All right. With Zhang's help, Feng Ruodo felt much more confident. Dealing with a mere Yi Jing would be a piece of cake. Yi Jing's phone rang. Yi Jing, I have something I need to discuss with you. It was Xue Chonglin calling. Yi Jing smiled. Congratulations, Xue Group Leader. No, Xue Commander. Now, Huang Xiaobang was no longer the highest military commander of the country, and the position had been taken over by Xue Changlin. These past few days, Xue Changlin must have been riding high on the wind. Xue Changlin chuckled a few times. Thank you, thank you. I can have my current achievements and status thanks to you. Yijing, if it weren't for you convincing Feng Ruodo, I definitely wouldn't have been able to take this position. I wonder what kind of good stuff you showed him that made Feng Ruodo speak up for me at the high-level meeting. Yijing casually laughed. Definitely some good stuff, that's all. In his heart, he chuckled. Those real and fake, seemingly real documents, professionals would probably spot the fakes at a glance. But they would still have to endure the disgust and continue studying the materials. After all, there might be genuine information among them, and it was up to them to distinguish the truth. Xue Changlin said, this time, there's something I need to ask you. Yijing directly said, go ahead. Xue Changlin said, it seems that what was presented didn't fully satisfy Feng Ruodo, as he's been wavering again recently. With his indecision, my votes have also started to sway. I don't want to be voted out in the next election. I've heard that Huang Xiaobang is back. He might replace me in the next election. So, I was wondering if you could think of a way to persuade Feng Ruodo again. Yijing pondered for a moment. Old Xue, Feng Ruodo is an ungrateful wolf. I don't plan to make any more deals with him. Xue Changlin's heart sank. It seems that he just wasn't destined for this position after all. The position of commander was extremely difficult to obtain, and being able to hold it for a while was already satisfying enough. Well, if that's the case, then forget it. Xue Changlin himself was ready to give up. But Yijing casually laughed. Don't be in a hurry, old Xue. I still have a plan. Although I don't want to deal with Feng Ruodo anymore, but now that you're already the commander, you should be able to get to the real core, right? Chapter 611. Too much to handle. Xue Changlin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? His heart began to pound furiously. What Yijing referred to as the true core was the core of the nation, not something comparable to the so-called high-ranking officials like Feng Ruodo or Huang Xiaobang. Previously, Xue Changlin was merely the leader of the Dragon Group, which sounded impressive, but in reality, he was just the captain of a special forces team. At most, he could only interact with high-ranking officials, but not the true core figures. Now, as a commander, he naturally had access to the higher echelons of the nation. I can, you say. Xue Changlin was excited. Could it be that Yijing had direct dealings with the highest echelons of the nation? Yijing said, I've developed a prescription based on my unique constitution. Xue Changlin's heart trembled. Had Yijing really come up with something? However, Yijing smiled. My prescription is probably different from what Dean Zhang of the Medical Immortal Hall has been researching. Although I'm not very clear about his research direction, I can guess that someone as selfish as him is likely researching a divine medicine to enhance peak combat power, especially to create the strength of a high-ranking war god. Xue Changlin couldn't help but nod in agreement. He had to admit that Yijing was spot on. Yijing calmly said, but my research direction is different. I've refined a divine medicine based on my unique constitution. This divine medicine is only effective for ordinary people, and even more specifically, for children under the age of 10. Ordinary children who take my divine medicine will have a very weak version of my unique constitution. In the future, although they may not reach my level, they will at least have stronger bodies. Lao Xue, think about it. If all the children in our country were to take this divine medicine from a young age, wouldn't the overall physical fitness of our people in the future be greatly improved? Xue Changlin's breathing became rapid. This divine medicine, while seemingly somewhat redundant, couldn't produce any high-level warriors, not even a war king. However, it could significantly improve the physical fitness of the younger generation, making ordinary people generally stronger than those in other parts of the world. This overall improvement, although not much from an individual perspective, would be incredibly significant when scaled up and applied to everyone. I need to discuss this with the higher-ups. And Yijing, are you sure you can make such a miraculous divine medicine? In Xue Changlin's view, this was simply too extraordinary. It was like raising the overall quality of the nation's people, and without any side effects. Yijing casually said, if the core figures don't believe me, You can show them the data from when I turned 1,000 members of the Chi Dragon faction into War Kings overnight. Those people, although they became War Kings, paid the price of never being able to progress further. This time, the effect of my medicine is even weaker. Ordinary children who take it will only experience a slight improvement in physical fitness, not even reaching the level of a War King, just that of an ordinary warrior. However, there are no side effects, and their future potential is limitless. Xue Changlin immediately understood. Just the absence of side effects alone would be enough to make the higher-ups interested. All right, I'll contact the higher-ups right away. Soon, Xue Changlin called the core figures. Commander Xue, what is it? As soon as the call connected, several figures appeared on the other end, seemingly in the midst of a core meeting. Xue Changlin respectfully said, Gentlemen, I have some news from Yi Jing. One of the higher-ups smiled faintly. I hear that Yi Jing has a poor relationship with some of the high-ranking officials, but he has a good relationship with you, Commander Xue. He's practically on your side. So, what news does he have? Xue Changlin quickly replied, Yi Jing has some information to submit. He says that with this prescription, the divine medicine can comprehensively improve the physical fitness of all our citizens. After repeating Yi Jing's words, he saw the expressions of the core figures change collectively. If this divine medicine can really be realized, it would be a major boost to our people. The significance of this is too great. It's even more significant than enhancing a handful of high-ranking war gods. If this divine medicine can be made, Yi Jing will have made a great contribution. The core figures were very excited. But Commander Xue, this divine medicine, sounds too incredible. Can it really be realized? Because this divine medicine seemed to elevate the overall quality of humanity by an entire generation. Everyone was hesitant to believe it. Of course. Xue Changlin immediately submitted another piece of information. Please take a look. This is the data from when Yi Jing turned 1,000 members of the Chi Dragon faction into War Kings overnight. After everyone reviewed the data, their breathing quickened. Yi Jing's research capabilities seem even stronger than the medical immortal hall. Yes, the efficacy of his divine medicine is nothing short of a miracle. With this data, the possibility of achieving a very weak version of his unique constitution seems real. Then came the stage of expressing opinions. I agree to adopt Yi Jing's proposal. I agree too. Since you all agree, if this data doesn't work, that's fine. But if it does, it would be a great contribution to our nation. And with such clear evidence, I agree too. After the core figures expressed their agreement, Xue Changlin became excited. This meant that the higher-ups had approved Yi Jing's proposal. It also meant that they had approved Xue Changlin's continued position as commander. After all, the core figures had already said that Yi Jing was practically on Xue Changlin's side. Naturally, he was in opposition to the other high-ranking officials. The data in Yi Jing's possession is equivalent to a national treasure. We must send someone to protect it. Don't let any malicious individuals get their hands on it, especially not foreigners. The expressions of the core figures turned serious. Xue Changlin, apart from securing your position, does Yi Jing have any other requests for offering this? Xue Changlin immediately replied, Yi Jing does have a request. He needs the Tianhan Ziansiko. As soon as he said this, the line went silent. After a long pause, a voice spoke, clearly in pain. Yi Jing. He's really not one to give away benefits easily. What he's asking for is simply too much to handle. Chapter 612. Establishing footing. Heavenly cold silken grass. That was a legendary medicinal herb that had once made headlines. About 7 or 8 years ago, it was accidentally discovered on a small island in the South China Sea. The Huagua government had paid a hefty price to obtain it. It was said that the herb was unparalleled in the world, sparking fierce competition among nations. When Huagua finally secured it, the news made headlines. However, the government had been reluctant to use it and had sealed it away. Unexpectedly, it was this Yi Jing who had set his sights on it. He's asking for the heavenly cold silken grass, to exchange for a formula that can strengthen every newborn in Huagua. It's indeed a fair trade, one of the core leaders mused. Then, let's give it to him. After some deliberation, the decision was made to exchange the herb. Xue Changlin, visibly excited, said, "All right, I'll convey your decision immediately." He knew that his position as the commander was finally secure. Deep down, he was immensely grateful to Yi Jing. Since Yi Jing's information is so crucial, let's send the National Protection Special Forces to protect him, another leader suggested. Additionally, bring the heavenly cold silken grass to him. Xue Changlin quickly responded, "Understood." After hanging up, Xue Changlin promptly relayed the good news to Yi Jing. They agreed. Yi Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. The heavenly cold silken grass was incredibly precious and vital to him. He hadn't expected to secure it through this opportunity. Through his recent research on special physiques, Yi Jing had increasingly realized the need for a top-tier, naturally cold medicinal herb to counteract the effects of his unique constitution. If successful, the side effects of his constitution could be reduced by at least half. The heavenly cold silken grass, which had made headlines, was the perfect choice. Unfortunately, it had only appeared once in the news, and despite his efforts, Yi Jing had never been able to locate it. Even the Yi God Temple's attempts to search secretly had failed, as the Huagua government had protected it too well. There was only one such herb in the world, and it was heavily guarded. To his surprise, they had agreed to exchange it for him. Yi Jing received a call. It was from the new captain of the National Protection Special Forces. The previous captain, a pawn of Feng Ruodo, had been killed by Yi Jing. The new captain, however, was under Xue Changlin's command. In other words, the National Protection Special Forces were now aligned with Yi Jing's faction. "Mr. Yi, I expect to arrive at your location this afternoon," the captain said. "I'll personally deliver the heavenly cold silken grass to you. Also, the higher-ups are very eager for your formula, and it's crucial for my old boss, Commander Xue, to maintain his position." "So?" Yi Jing chuckled casually, "Don't worry, I've already prepared it. Just come and pick it up." The captain happily replied, "Great, great. I'll head straight to you this afternoon." In the afternoon, Lu Qiuming left the company. Yi Jing smiled and asked, "How did it go? Did the city mayor follow through with transferring all the shares and assets back to your name as promised?" Lu Qiuming nodded, still looking at Yi Jing with a mixture of disbelief and awe. The smooth takeover of the company was entirely thanks to Yi Jing. She couldn't fathom how Yi Jing knew such powerful figures. That was the mayor of Jinling City. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qiuming refocused her thoughts. It's done. The only real problem in the company was Xiao Hongming. The rest of the staff were mostly new hires he brought in recently, clueless about his shady dealings. So, the takeover was pretty smooth, especially with the help of a few old subordinates. They quickly helped me regain control, firmly taking over the company's core departments. Even if something happens now, the company won't suddenly change hands. Lu Qiuming sighed. If anything, it's our fault for trusting too much. We left too many loopholes, allowing Xiao Hongming to easily seize our shares. Oh, and Yi Jing, these shares aren't just mine. The majority actually belong to your father. Now that your father is gone, these shares should be inherited by you. When you have time, let's go through the notarization and transfer process. It's quite a sum of money. Yi Jing couldn't help but laugh. Even in this situation, his aunt was still thinking about him? How much was that money anyway? Even if they sold the entire company, it wouldn't amount to much in Yi Jing's eyes. If his aunt knew that the entire Dragon Nation Chamber of Commerce, the most profitable in all of Huagua, was under his control, she'd probably be in shock. Yi Jing chuckled casually. "Don't worry about it, aunt. Just keep it for yourself." Lu Qiuming shot him a glare. "You're just a kid who has no concept of money. I admit, you're doing better than me, with powerful connections. But connections can't pay the bills, can they? And you haven't even gotten married yet. You'll need money to marry." Yi Jing couldn't help but laugh. "Aunt, actually, I have money." Lu Qiuming nodded. "I know you have money. You're a department head at Zhang Qingshuan's company, right? But how much can that be? For an ordinary person, it's decent, but you're aiming to marry Zhang Qingxian. She's a top-tier CEO, a woman of great stature. Just the wedding alone will cost at least several million. How many years would it take you as a department head to save that much? Luckily, your father left you these shares. It should be enough to marry Zhang Qingxian. Yijing couldn't stop smiling inside. His aunt's words, though amusing, were a testament to her care for him. All right, Aunt, I understand, Yijing said, accepting her concern and deciding not to explain for now. He would reveal his true circumstances gradually, allowing her to adjust step by step. For instance, the National Protection Special Forces were about to arrive. It was the perfect opportunity to let his aunt see a glimpse of his true power, helping her slowly accept the reality of his situation. Come on, Aunt, let's go for a walk, Yijing suggested with a smile. Since you've finished taking over the company, just leave it to your old subordinates to manage. You should relax a bit. With this company under her belt, Lu Xiaoming had firmly established herself in Jinling City. Chapter 613. It's my favorite. With a steady stream of income and daily tasks to keep her busy, my aunt's mood should be much better than before. Lu Xiaoming nodded and smiled. All right, let's go for a walk. Come to think of it, ever since over a decade ago when your father and I came to Jinling, we've been busy searching for your mother. And then, after that, we kept those big shots locked up in cages for over 10 years. Listening to Lu Xiaoming speak of these experiences so calmly, it was clear that my aunt's mindset had indeed changed significantly and that she had adjusted her attitude. So even though I've been in Jinling for so many years, it was either in a rush or confined to one place. In reality, this city is completely unfamiliar and new to me. Lu Xiaoming smiled. I've never been able to stroll around so leisurely and relaxed like today. I smiled back. Auntie, let's do nothing else this afternoon but walk? Okay. Lu Xiaoming and I strolled along the streets of Jinling. Let's not go over there. Let's take a detour. When Lu Xiaoming saw the villa area ahead, fear flickered in her eyes. What's wrong? I asked, puzzled. Was there something special about this place? It's nothing. I just don't like this place. Let's hurry and go around it, Lu Xiaoming said, already moving to avoid it. I frowned. Auntie, is there some bad memory here for you? Fear and dread were evident in her eyes. It's nothing, nothing. Yijing, let's go. Those big shots inside. We can't afford to mess with them. Seeing my aunt like this, my heart sank. Just moments ago, I had been relieved. I thought that after this period of recuperation, my aunt's mindset had finally improved. But as soon as we approached this villa area, she seemed to revert to her old self, and it was clear she was struggling again. No, Auntie, I have to help you overcome this psychological shadow today. Otherwise, you'll be miserable for the rest of your life. For someone with a psychological disorder, the best solution is to completely eradicate the root of their psychological shadow. No, we can't afford to provoke them. Lu Xiaoming's eyes were filled with fear. I encouraged her, Auntie, don't be afraid. Haven't you realized? I know people like the mayor of Jinling. No matter how powerful the people inside are, they can't be more powerful than the mayor, right? To my surprise, this statement did not comfort Lu Xiaoming at all. Instead, it made her even more frightened. Don't, Yijing. That mayor must be a big shot you've gone through a lot of trouble to get to know. If you jeopardize your connections because of this, it won't be worth it. And the people inside, they really have higher status than the mayor. I casually laughed. People inside with higher status than the mayor? Don't worry, Auntie, even so, it's no big deal. Such status in my eyes is nothing much. Hearing me say this, Lu Xiaoming grew even more anxious. Yijing, this society is far more complex than you imagine. Many people have deep backgrounds that we, as ordinary folks, can't compare to. The main reason was the memory of being locked up in a dog cage by those big shots, which left her traumatized and terrified of such powerful figures. I said, Auntie, tell me in detail. What kind of big shots are in there? Lu Xiaoming replied, the largest villa there is home to one of the commanders of Jiangnan, Hu Rukue, and his son, Hu Mao. Back then, After your father and I were captured by those big shots, we were moved around to several places. We were also held here for a period. This Humao not only tortured me, but also harbored evil intentions towards my body. That Humao was an old lecher who kept trying to find an opportunity to violate me. It was only later, when those big shots arrived and questioned me, whipping me until I was unrecognizable and in a pitiful state, that he lost his evil desires and let me go. Upon hearing this, my expression darkened instantly. The Sui living inside was one of the masterminds behind the past incidents. Even if he was just a small fry, he couldn't be let off. My voice was as cold as ice. Auntie, so back then, this Humao hurt you and my father, right? Lu Qiongming nodded, her face filled with sorrow. But she quickly snapped out of it and hurriedly said, Yi Jing, that's all in the past. Now I'm doing much better, so let's not talk about those unpleasant things anymore. As we spoke, a few jeeps suddenly pulled out from the gate. Seeing these cars, Lu Qiongming trembled all over. When the cars reached Lu Qiongming, they suddenly stopped. Huh? This beauty is stunning. The car window rolled down, revealing Humao's face. After several treatments from me, Lu Qiongming's skin had become even smoother and more delicate, and her face had become more refined. She no longer looked like a woman in her 30s, but more like a 20-something. So Humao, who had spent a few nights here years ago, whipping the woman who was now unrecognizable, had completely forgotten her. But Humao's taste was impeccable, and he particularly liked Lu Qiongming's appearance. What a beauty! She's exactly my type. Humao was astounded by Lu Qiongming. Little sister, why don't you come out and play with me? Lu Qiongming reflexively hid behind me in fear. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'm not a bad guy. Humao couldn't tell Lu Qiongming's age from her figure, dress, and smooth skin, assuming she was just in her early 20s. So he kept calling her little sister. Come on, get in the car. You're exactly the type I like the most. Ha ha. Humao laughed loudly. Today's my lucky day. As soon as I stepped out, I met my favorite type. Humao got out of the car, accompanied by several bodyguards, and surrounded Yi Jing and Lu Qiongming. Oh no, Yi Jing, we should have run. Lu Qiongming was terrified. She had wanted to run earlier, but it was too late. Yi Jing, what should we do? Hearing Humao's familiar voice brought back memories of that traumatic period over a decade ago that Lu Qiongming wanted to forget. Humao looked at Yi Jing and frowned. Who are you? Get out of the way. Don't block me from admiring the beauty. Yi Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as he soothed his aunt behind him. Chapter 6:14. How have you become even more beautiful? Auntie, is it him? The one who bullied you back then? Lu Qiongming's voice was soft, but her eyes burned with resentment. Yes, it's him. Apart from those big shots who whipped me, he was the one who hit me the hardest. Oh, and his father, Hu Rukue. Back then, his father did everything to curry favor with those big shots, and he didn't spare me or your father either. Yi Jing's expression darkened immediately. Humao, go call your father. Humao was taken aback. What did you say? How dare you address me by my name? And you want to see my father? Who do you think you are? Humao scrutinized Yi Jing carefully but found that he was unfamiliar. Yi Jing casually replied, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to call your father over so we can have a nice chat as a family. Humao's eyes narrowed. Kid, where do you work? As the son of a district commander, Humao wasn't exactly a nobody. He knew to first inquire about Yi Jing's background. If Yi Jing was someone he couldn't afford to offend, he wouldn't be foolish enough to pick a fight. Instead, he would immediately grovel and try to curry favor. But if Yi Jing had no significant backing, then Humao would have no qualms about tormenting him. Me? Just a small supervisor at a company. Humao's face immediately turned grim. A mere supervisor at a company dared to address him by his name? Didn't he know that Humao was the son of Hu Rukue, the commander of the Jiangnan district? Even a company owner would treat him with the utmost respect, practically groveling at his feet. Every businessman would go to great lengths to curry favor with him. Damn it! You, a lowly supervisor, dare to order me around? Do you know how many people like you I dispose of every year? Enraged, Hu Mao turned to his men behind him. Kill him. Immediately, 7 or 8 bodyguards charged forward, only to be swiftly and effortlessly taken down by Yi Jing. These men couldn't even get close to Yi Jing. They were far too weak. Compared to Huang Xiaobang, they were practically trash. How is this possible? Hu Mao was shocked. In the next moment, he turned and fled, frantically dialing a number on his phone. Dad, hurry up and come save me. There's someone here who suddenly showed up to mess with me, and all my bodyguards have been taken out. Dad, hurry. Yi Jing watched him make the call without interfering. He wanted to wait for Hu Mao's father, Hu Rukue, to arrive so they could deal with him together. Yi Jing, let's take this chance to leave quickly. Lu Qiuming was a bit startled by Yi Jing's skills. She had never known that Yi Jing had such formidable abilities. But what good was being able to fight? The Hu family was backed by the commander of the Jiangnan district, capable of mobilizing an entire army. No matter how strong Yi Jing was, sheer numbers would overwhelm him. Not to mention, they would be armed with modern weapons. A single bullet from those guns could end his life. Their background is too powerful for us to handle. I know you're trying to avenge me, and Auntie is already very grateful to you. But this will only bring you trouble. Let's hurry and run. If Hu Rukue returns with his troops, it will be too late. Auntie pleaded earnestly. Hu Mao, who had run far enough to feel safe, stopped, panting and sneering coldly. Yes, the pretty woman is right. You may seem strong now, but you're digging your own grave. Once my father gets here, it will be easy to kill you. My Hu family is not to be trifled with. You, a mere supervisor, can't protect yourself. Yi Jing casually asked, when will your father be back? Hu Mao was momentarily stunned, then became furious. I'm talking to you, and all you care about is when my father will return? You should be more concerned about when you're going to die. Swish. In the next instant, Yi Jing's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Hu Mao. With one hand, he effortlessly lifted Hu Mao into the air. You thought you were safe, didn't you? Feeling bold enough to talk back again? Crack. Yi Jing easily dislocated Hu Mao's arm, which now dangled limply. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Hu Mao howled in pain, his face contorted. How can you be so fast? Are you human or a ghost? Hu Mao was once again shocked by Yi Jing's skills. He had to admit that this man's abilities far surpassed those of all his bodyguards. But so what? This was the modern age, the era of firearms. Once his father returned, all it would take was a single shot to end this guy. And then, his female companion would be his. Lu Qiuming, seeing Yi Jing dislocate Hu Mao's arm, gasped in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. This was truly courting disaster. As someone who had been personally tormented by Hu Mao and Hu Rukue, Lu Qiuming knew all too well how powerful the Hu family was. An entire army coming their way was practically unstoppable. Yi Jing. Lu Qiuming was about to say something when her face suddenly turned pale. A distant rumbling sound could be heard, as if armored vehicles were approaching. It's Hu Rukue, returning with his troops. It's over. It's over. Lu Qiuming's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. She felt as if she were reliving the nightmare of being captured by the Hu family all those years ago. Would history repeat itself? Finally, the face that often haunted her dreams appeared before her eyes. Hu Rukue, one of the commanders of the Jiangnan district. Accompanied by a group of soldiers, Hu Rukue arrived at Hu Mao's side. Mao, is it this guy causing trouble? Hu Rukue frowned as he looked at Yi Jing. He was also puzzled. His son had brought along 5 warlords as bodyguards, yet all of them had been taken out by a single person? Where did this expert come from? Release my son. Hu Rukue barked coldly. Yi Jing replied indifferently, Oh? So you're Hu Rukue? He turned to Lu Qiuming. Auntie, was it this father and son who tormented and whipped you back then? Lu Qiuming nodded subconsciously. Yi Jing narrowed his eyes. All right, today I'll avenge you. Hu Mao and Hu Rukue, hearing this exchange, looked closely at Lu Qiuming. Memories of the past began to surface. Oh, I remember now. You're that woman from back then. But now, You've become even more beautiful. Your skin is even better. Chapter 6:15. Feeling like falling into an ice cave. Hu Mao couldn't figure it out. More than a decade ago, Lu Qiangming looked even older than she did now, but that charm and unique quality of hers immediately captivated him. Now, after all these years, Lu Qiangming's skin had become even more smooth and delicate, making her look younger and more beautiful. This reverse aging not only stirred Hu Mao's heart, but also made Hu Rukuei's eyes light up. If only they could keep such a woman hidden away and enjoy her. Hu Rukuei and his son had always thought that women like Lu Qiangming were playthings for those core big shots back then. If they could also play with a woman who had been toyed with by such powerful figures, wouldn't that elevate their own status? Yao, you've really given me a big gift today, Hu Rukuei laughed heartily. If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy such a wonderful woman. She's even aging in reverse. And back then, those big shots were interested in her for sure because she had some kind of value. After we've had our fun with her, we can continue to interrogate her and see if there's any more value left to squeeze out of her. Hu Mao sneered, "Great, Dad. You go first, and when you're done, pass her on to me." The blatant conversation between the father and son made Lu Qiangming feel as if she were falling into an ice cave. It seemed that the tragedy from the past was about to happen again. With this heavily armed squad surrounding them, she had completely given up on the idea of escaping. Lu Qiangming was overcome with sorrow and saw a big tree nearby. Suddenly, she stood up and rushed toward the tree, intending to crash into it. Even if she died, she didn't want to relive the horrors of the past. "Auntie!" Yi Jing was startled, and his body moved quickly to block Lu Qiangming's attempt to end her life. Yi Jing. Seeing Yi Jing, Lu Qiangming suddenly lost her resolve to die. Just moments ago, she had been reminded of the horrors from more than a decade ago, afraid of repeating the same fate, and in her despair, she had impulsively acted. But now, seeing Yi Jing, she regained her determination to live. "No, for your sake, I have to live." Lu Qiangming made up her mind. "Yi Jing, you run ahead. I'll hold them off." Lu Qiangming stood in front, shielding Yi Jing from the others. Yi Jing was deeply moved. Even after being faced with the same situation from more than a decade ago, where she even considered death, she still wanted to protect him. Today, he was determined to help his aunt get rid of this psychological shadow. "Auntie, open your eyes, don't be afraid. Watch me avenge you." Yi Jing whispered softly in Lu Qiangming's ear, and she gradually gathered her courage and opened her eyes. "Yi Jing, is this really possible? Of course, isn't it just Hu Rukuei? I can easily take care of him, and I don't even need to lift a finger. I can just call a helper to deal with him." Lu Qiangming was momentarily stunned. Is it really that simple? If it were that simple, why had she and Yi Jing's father been dragged into that situation and beaten up more than a decade ago? The commotion here had attracted the attention of many passers-by, as the villa was located near a main road. What is Commander Hu doing? It seems someone has offended Commander Hu's son, and that's why they've been surrounded. Listen to what the surrounded person is saying. They claim they can easily deal with Commander Hu. Isn't that ridiculous? Haha, pure nonsense. The young are fearless, but they probably don't realize how powerful Commander Hu is in Nanjing City. He's even more powerful than the mayor. Hu Rukuei, leading his men, approached Yi Jing and Lu Qiangming step by step. "Hear that, kid? Everyone knows how terrifying I, Hu Rukuei, am. Only you, a naive fool, haven't heard of me." He sneered, "Leave the woman here, and I might let you walk away. Otherwise, you'll never walk again." Yi Jing chuckled. "Oh? I'm so scared. I'd like to see how you'll stop me from walking." Hu Mao laughed loudly. "Kid, don't you get it? My father is here now. What are you relying on? Just your little bit of martial arts skills and strength? What good is that? Haven't you seen the dozens of black muzzles pointing at you? A single bullet from any of those guns is enough to take your life. I advise you to obediently hand over the woman, and you might save your own life. Next time you see someone with a gun, remember, don't go picking fights, got it?" Yi Jing nodded slightly. "Got it." Lu Qiangmingsh was stunned. Huh, is he giving up already? Didn't he say he was going to help me and avenge me? Hu Rukue and Hu Mao sneered. Such a coward, trying to play the hero. What a fool. But in the next moment, a rumbling sound came from a distance. The sky was filled with the sounds of helicopters and fighter jets. In a short while, over 100 paratroopers descended from the helicopters. Special forces swiftly surrounded and protected Yijing. The National Protection Special Forces. My God, those uniforms. It's the National Protection Special Forces. And it seems they're protecting that man and woman. The onlookers were stunned. What was going on with the sudden arrival of the National Protection Special Forces? Could it be that the man and woman were actually of noble status? No wonder they dared to provoke the Hu father and son. Yijing smiled faintly. You're right. It's true that you shouldn't provoke those with guns. But I advise you even more not to provoke those with cannons. As his words fell, countless cannon muzzles from the National Protection Special Forces were aimed at the Hu father and son. No, we're wrong. Hu Rukue knew very well how formidable the National Protection Special Forces were. Compared to them, his own team in Jiangnan District was nothing but trash. His team was just an ordinary local force, while the National Protection Special Forces were not only part of the core forces of the country, but also on par with the Dragon Group in terms of rank. This was something he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. He was also filled with fear and confusion. How could this man and woman attract the National Protection Special Forces to come to their rescue? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the National Protection Special Forces are here specifically to save that man and woman? This is the National Protection Special Forces. We might never see them in our lifetime. And yet, here they are. Lu Qiangmingsh was shocked. Yijing, what's going on? Why are the National Protection Special Forces helping us? She couldn't understand how a force that clearly belonged to the big shots could possibly take orders from Yijing. Then she saw the captain of the National Protection Special Forces suddenly walk toward Yijing. Chapter 616. All petrified. Why is the captain of the National Protection Special Forces heading towards Yijing? Could it be that the captain actually knows that Yijing? The Hu family father and son were dumbfounded. Is Yijing's background really that big? Even someone from the National Protection Special Forces, who can reach the highest levels of government, has to go over to curry favor? Impossible, right? Lu Qiongming also felt her heart tremble. She had long known that Yijing seemed to have some of his own connections, perhaps even hidden identities. But to reach the level of the mayor of Nanjing City was already quite unexpected for her. But she never expected that Yijing could know someone of the level of the National Protection Special Forces. Mr. Yi. The captain of the National Protection Special Forces respectfully bowed down and pleaded for forgiveness. I'm late. Almost letting trash like Hu Rukue ruin your mood. Yijing casually waved his hand. It's fine. This trash isn't enough to affect me. Behind him, Hu Rukue and Hu Mao, the father and son duo, felt their hearts tighten upon hearing this. They had thought themselves to be big shots, bullying Yijing, a mere passerby, as if it were nothing. Little did they know, in the eyes of the other party, they were the trash. Indeed, someone who even the National Protection Special Forces have to curry favor with would naturally consider them trash. Yijing, am I dreaming? Lu Qiongming was still in shock, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Do you know the captain of the National Protection Special Forces? Yijing casually replied, no. Lu Qiongming and the Hu family father and son were shocked. You don't know him? Then why is he so respectful towards you? Yijing calmly said, I know his superior. Everyone was left speechless, all petrified. The superior of the captain of the National Protection Special Forces? What kind of level would that be? Could it possibly be the level of a core figure? Everyone trembled all over. The looks they gave Yijing were filled with fear. So this person was the hidden big shot. Too terrifying. Lu Qiongming's gaze also subtly changed. It seemed she had greatly underestimated Yijing. His network of connections reached the highest levels. She even felt a bit of regret, her face turning red. How could she have said those words before? that having good connections was not as good as having some money in hand. Those words only applied to ordinary connections. But for connections that reached the highest levels, that kind of network was undoubtedly much stronger than mere wealth. After all, with such connections, obtaining money was incredibly easy. On the contrary, those with wealth could not obtain such connections. Mr. Yi, this is the Tianhan Zyansico for you. The captain of the National Protection Special Forces handed over a box to Yi Jing with great care. Yi Jing took it, opened the box to inspect the contents, nodded slightly, and smiled. Thank you for your trouble. With this national treasure-level medicinal herb, it would greatly aid his research into his special physique. When everyone heard the name of the herb, they were once again shocked. Could that herb be the national treasure that made the news? It seems so. Tianhan Zyansico. It said that many countries were fighting over it back then, and our country spent a lot of effort to acquire it. Later, it was treated as a national treasure. I never expected that this national treasure would be given to Yi Jing. The looks everyone gave Yi Jing were different. For the country to give such a precious treasure to him was enough to show the weight of his identity. Lu Qiuming was also shocked. She regretted her previous words even more. What's the importance of money? This national treasure, Tianhan Zyansico, was worth thousands, even tens of thousands of billions. Why? Because it was something that couldn't be bought at any price. If you really needed money, selling this national treasure to the country, or even selling it abroad with malicious intent, the country would definitely pay such a huge sum to acquire it. This was something that money couldn't buy. Now Lu Qiuming didn't dare to speak. The goods are fine. Yi Jing casually put away the medicinal herb and then handed a prescription to the captain. The captain carefully received the prescription, knowing it was the one that could change the physique of the entire Chinese population. The higher-ups didn't know how much they valued this prescription. Mr. Yi, it seems the Hu family has offended you and this lady earlier. Should I take care of them for you? The captain looked at Hu Rukue and Hu Mao with a murderous gaze. Yi Jing looked at his aunt. Auntie, what do you think? Lu Qiuming's eyes flashed with resentment, but her inherently kind nature made her unable to say anything. Yi Jing said, All right, I'll make the decision for my aunt. From Lu Qiuming's eyes, he already knew the answer. Wipe out the entire Hu family. As soon as Yi Jing's words fell, Hu Rukue and Hu Mao immediately fell to the ground, their bodies like limp mud. They knew that being dealt with by the National Protection Special Forces meant they were completely finished. Not only would they, the father and son duo, suffer, but even the entire Hu family would be implicated. Mr. Yi. Hu Rukue quickly crawled over like a dog. Please spare our Hu family. I didn't know you were such a big shot before. Yi Jing coldly glanced at him. Oh, so if I weren't a big shot, you could bully me as you please. Hu Rukue was sweating profusely, drenched in sweat. No, that's not what I meant. He slapped himself. I was wrong. Even if you were an ordinary person, I shouldn't have treated you that way. Yi Jing sneered. Now you realize? It's too late. For the past decade, you and your son have been acting like scoundrels. Eliminating you is essentially doing the public a favor. He gave the captain a look, and the captain immediately called for his men, who rushed over with menacing glares. Help, help. We're sorry. Spare us this once. In the cries for help from Hu Rukue and his son, the National Protection Special Forces knocked the two out and then wiped out the entire Hu family, taking them all away. All the bystanders were trembling. They looked at Yi Jing with fear. Just because of Yi Jing's one sentence, the lawless Hu family was wiped out. Was this the power of a big shot? Lu Qiuming was also shocked. The Hu family that had once captured and hung her up to beat her had disappeared just like that. All because of Yi Jing's one sentence. After the National Protection Special Forces left, Lu Qiuming still couldn't quite believe it. Looking at the now empty villa, she was still in a daze. The Hu family is really gone? Yi Jing said seriously, Yes, Auntie, the Hu family is gone. The psychological shadow from back then is gone too, right? After a moment of reaction, Lu Qiuming finally said, It seems, it's gone? Chapter 6:17. Only one marriage contract. Yijing smiled faintly and said, "How about I accompany you to whose villa to see the place where you were whipped back then? That place used to be your nightmare, but now, you can come and go as you please. Perhaps the psychological shadow is gone." Lu Qiongming pondered for a moment, then shook her head, her expression easing. "No, there's no need. Now that I know the Hu family has lost their influence and been arrested, that's enough for me. The psychological trauma is gone. That place is just a dead end now. What truly gave me a psychological scar was the Hu family." Yijing nodded with a smile. It seemed that after the Hu family's downfall, it had indeed had a significant impact on his aunt. At the same time, the National Protection Special Forces, carrying the prescription Yijing had given them, returned to the capital. "Is this the prescription? Quick, call the experts to evaluate it." Several key figures paced nervously back and forth. "Do you think this prescription can really achieve the effects Yijing mentioned?" "Probably, can it?" They were eager to see those effects realized. It represented the rise of a new China. After a short wait, the expert evaluation results came out. "How is it?" The key figures couldn't wait to ask. The experts were a bit surprised. They had never seen these usually composed leaders so out of control. However, thinking about the contents of the prescription, they too grew excited. "Leaders, the prescription should be fine. We evaluated the effects, and theoretically, it can fully achieve the heights he mentioned." The core leaders stood up abruptly. Their breathing grew heavy. "Really? Will every child in our country, from a young age, have improved physicality? Will they be stronger than children from other countries?" The experts nodded. "Yes, the enhancement effect of this prescription is low, but it has absolutely no side effects. Most importantly, it lays a solid foundation. It will make their future training twice as effective. Even if they don't take the path of martial arts, doing other things, they will have a strong physique and won't get sick often." The core leader's eyes lit up. "What a treasure, what a treasure. A single Tianhan Xuanzi grass in exchange for the strong physiques of all newborns in our country, priceless. Go, tell Shui Changlin that his position is secure." "Oh, right. Wasn't Huang Xiaobang applying to return to his position as commander? Tell him that due to his unauthorized departure from the border and disobeying orders, he is banned from holding any position for 2 years." This was the punishment for Huang Xiaobang, being banned from holding any position for 2 years, and by the time those 2 years were up, Shui Changlin would have firmly secured his position as commander. By then, with the changing tides, perhaps a new position would open up. At that point, they could simply assign Huang Xiaobang to some insignificant role and be done with it. After settling his aunt down, Huang Yuyin came to find Yijing. "Why are you closing the door?" Yijing was puzzled. As soon as Huang Yuyin came to see him, she acted like a thief, closing the door immediately, even going to the window to carefully check outside and pulling the curtains shut. "What are you doing?" Yijing was shocked. Hadn't Huang Yuyin just confronted him about the marriage contract? Was she so impatient that she was ready to take things to the next level? Huang Yuyin, after confirming no one was eavesdropping outside, finally approached Yijing. "Yijing, I want to apologize to you. I'm apologizing on behalf of my uncle." Only then did Yijing understand that Huang Yuyin was referring to Huang Xiaobang. Commander Huang Xiaobang was from the Huang family, and so was Huang Yuyin. However, the Huang family in the capital was too large. Including the outer families that had aligned with them, the entire Huang family numbered in the tens of thousands. Huang Xiaobang and Huang Yuyin rarely saw each other, meeting only occasionally during large family gatherings during the new year, without even a chance to speak. The conflict between Huang Xiaobang and Yijing left Huang Yuyin caught in the middle, but in reality, she had no right to intervene, because neither side was someone she could influence. Yijing said indifferently, "It's not your fault. Let's talk about the marriage contract instead." Huang Yuyin's face instantly turned red. She had been most afraid that the conflict between Huang Xiaobang and Yijing would lead to a rift between her and Yijing. To her surprise, Yijing didn't care at all. This made her secretly happy, and this mention of the marriage contract made Huang Yuyin blush even more. Since the revelation of the marriage contract, the last barrier between Huang Yuyin and Yijing had disappeared. These past few days, Huang Yuyan had been unsure how to handle this relationship and had started to avoid it. She kept thinking about how her best friend, Zhang Qingxian, would feel. Before the relationship was exposed, Huang Yuyan was very open with Yijing. But after it was revealed, every time she faced Yijing, her mind would be in chaos, and she couldn't even look him in the eye. I don't know. I leave it to you to decide. Huang Yuyan's face turned red, and her gaze became even more evasive, unable to face Yijing. Seeing the usually strong, world-class corporate executive Huang Yuyan, the rational and intelligent Huang Yuyan, become so shy and awkward, Yijing couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge. He stood up with a mischievous smile and moved closer to Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan's face grew even redder. Her breathing became rapid, unsure of what Yijing was about to do. The next step, Yijing stood right in front of her, their bodies almost touching. Huang Yuyan. Yijing called softly, then lifted Huang Yuyan's chin with his finger. Huang Yuyan panicked. Her mind was completely in chaos. Her usually sharp mind seemed to have gone offline, leaving her at a loss, as if floating in the clouds, not knowing what year it was. She subconsciously raised her head in a daze, as if this was the moment to close her eyes. Huang Yuyan quickly closed her eyes, her trembling eyelashes revealing her inner turmoil. Then she lifted her face slightly, as if waiting for Yijing's lips to descend. Seeing Huang Yuyan like this, Yijing almost burst out laughing. He had 7 marriage contracts, so he wasn't particularly concerned about this matter. But Huang Yuyan was different. For her, there was only this one marriage contract in her life. Chapter 6:18. Creating Fate. That meant, if nothing unexpected happened, Huang Yuyan would be married to Yijing for the rest of her life. Now, about to be kissed by her theoretical fiancé, who was also the man she loved, Huang Yuyan was still very nervous. Yijing had originally just wanted to tease her, but he didn't expect Huang Yuyan to be so serious. Just then, Huang Yuyan's phone suddenly rang. It immediately broke the atmosphere. Huang Yuyan also panicked for a moment, breaking out of her previous state. I wasn't being proactive just now. Huang Yuyan quickly explained. I just didn't know how to react at that moment, so I acted like that. I'm not the kind of woman who is easy. Yijing smiled faintly and nodded. I know. You should take the call first. Huang Yuyan was helpless, but there was nothing more she could say, so she picked up the phone. Huang Yuyan, I heard you're in Jinling City. Just so happens, a few of our college classmates are also developing here. Want to get together? Huang Yuyan recognized the voice. Kang Yaqiong? You're also developing in Jinling City? Kang Yaqiong laughed. Yes. After graduating from college, I moved around a few places, and then I heard you went abroad to develop. For a while, I even considered going abroad to join you. But then, I found an opportunity in Jinling City, so I settled down here. Our college classmates in Jinling City heard that you, the big executive from an international company, are here, so they quickly contacted you, wanting to treat you to dinner and experience the executive vibe you brought back from abroad. Huang Yuyan laughed modestly. What kind of executive vibe could there be? Where are you guys? I haven't really been in touch with my college classmates for a long time. After Kang Yaqiong gave an address, Huang Yuyan agreed. Yijing, I have to go out now for a college reunion. Why don't you come with me? Huang Yuyan suddenly blurted out. If it were in Jiang Province or Suzhou, where Zhang Qingxian was, Huang Yuyan definitely wouldn't have said that, because she had to avoid suspicion and consider her best friend's feelings. But now, with Zhang Qingxian not around, and her betrothal to Yijing being exposed, Huang Yuyan, on a whim, added that sentence. After saying it, Huang Yuyan also felt a bit embarrassed. Was she seducing Yijing? Seducing her best friend's fiancé? Forget it. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, Zhang Qingxian hadn't married Yijing yet, so she should still have a chance, right? If Zhang Qingxian ever found out, it would just be fair competition. Yijing thought for a moment. Sure. He was currently free anyway. The leads on the medical immortal palace had temporarily stalled, and the research on special physiques couldn't be rushed. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well accompany Huang Yuyan. Soon, the two arrived at a restaurant in Jinling City. Huang Yuyan's here. A female voice inside, and several people came to the private room door to greet her. Quick, take a look at our overseas executive. A group of people subtly treated Huang Yuyan as the center. After all, Huang Yuyan had been the most successful in class since college. Not only did she have the best grades and win scholarships every year, but she was also the student council president and could secure high sponsorship from outside the school during every school event. Later, after going abroad, Huang Yuyan became the best among many people's stories. So today, everyone still treated her like a star. Who's this? Seeing Yi Jing following behind Huang Yuyan, the group asked. Several male classmates subtly showed hostile looks. They had all heard that Huang Yuyan was still single, which meant they still had a chance. And Yi Jing, this eligible and somewhat handsome man following Huang Yuyan, immediately aroused their hostility. Huang Yuyan introduced, "This is Yi Jing, a friend." In that moment, she really wanted to say boyfriend, but thinking of Zhang Qingxian, she could only say friend, just a friend. The hostility in the male classmates' eyes lessened a bit. Since Huang Yuyan didn't call him her boyfriend, they still had a chance. At most, this Yi Jing was also pursuing Huang Yuyan, but he hadn't been accepted by her yet. Just then, a voice came from inside. "Huang Yuyan, happy birthday." In an instant, a man in a light blue suit pushed out a cake cart with a 5-tiered cake on it, lit with 24 candles. "Huang Yuyan, today is your 24th birthday. Lu Shixiang wishes you a happy birthday. I also just returned from abroad. I didn't expect to meet you back from abroad as well. We really are fated." Lu Shixiang had often pursued Huang Yuyan during college. However, Huang Yuyan had never agreed. Later, when Huang Yuyan went abroad to develop, Lu Shixiang also went abroad. Recently, hearing that Huang Yuyan had returned, Lu Shixiang quickly followed back, all to create this fate. "Huang Yuyan, our life experiences are really similar. You've returned, and I've returned. And we've just happened to meet in Jinling City. Isn't this fate?" Lu Shixiang chuckled. The other male classmates, seeing Lu Shixiang's blatant confession, first felt some resistance and hostility, but eventually, thinking of Lu Shixiang's wealth, they could only sigh helplessly. They could compare with the newly arrived Yi Jing, since besides being a bit handsome, Yi Jing's clothes looked ordinary. He seemed just an ordinary person, not much better than them. But Lu Shixiang, he had already done well abroad, and after returning, he inherited his family's business, now directly at the level of a president. There was no way to compare. The female classmates' eyes lit up. Kang Yaqiong exclaimed, "Huang Yuyan, make a wish and blow out the candles." Lu Shixiang is really thoughtful. Knowing it's your 24th birthday, he even put in 24 candles. Yi Jing, from behind, was also slightly surprised. Today was Huang Yuyan's 24th birthday? He hadn't known that. There were quite a few women around him, and Yi Jing hadn't deliberately remembered each of their birthdays. Even Zhang Qingshuan's birthday, his aunt's, and Ning Luo's birthdays were unknown to him. Huang Yuyan turned back, not blaming Yi Jing, but instead smiling, "Yi Jing, today is my birthday. Remember it next time. Okay?" Chapter 619. Your blessing. Yi Jing casually smiled and said, "Sure. Happy birthday to you," he sincerely added. Huang Yuyan gave a sweet smile in return. "Your blessing means more than anything else." "Huang Yuyan, go ahead and blow out the candles," someone urged. Lu Shixiang felt a twinge of displeasure when Huang Yuyan ignored him and turned to chat with Yi Jing instead. He had gone to great lengths, even custom ordering a large cake with 24 candles, yet it seemed to pale in comparison to Yi Jing's simple words of blessing. Smiling, Lu Shixiang said, "Huang Yuyan, by the way, I don't know where you've been working since you returned to the country." Huang Yuyan replied with a smile, "I'm currently working at Zhengshi Flagship Group." Zhengshi Flagship Group? None of the others had ever heard of it. The company was only somewhat well known in Jiang Province and had recently expanded to Suzhou, setting up a new branch. But in the bustling city of Nanjing, no one had ever heard of Zhengshi Flagship Group. Lu Shixiang, feeling quite proud, said, I work at Lutu Corporation. Wow. Isn't that the company ranked in the top 80 of the national top 500? I heard their headquarters is in Jiangnan District, and they're really impressive. The best part is that Lutu Corporation is part of the Fong commercial empire. Everyone was stunned. Really, Lu Shixiang? Your company is under the Fong commercial empire? The group was in shock. While the fact that Lutu Corporation was part of the national top 500 and headquartered in Jiangnan District had already made them a bit envious, the Fong commercial empire connection was a game changer. This meant Lu Shixiang's future was limitless. Being part of such a prestigious company in China was like boarding a rocket, instantly setting him apart from the rest of them. Lu Shixiang smiled modestly. Let's keep it low-key. Yes, our Lutu Corporation is fully funded by the Fong commercial empire. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. Lu Shixiang truly seemed to be living the dream. Several female classmates teased, Lu Shixiang, you're really making a name for yourself now. Can you take us along for the ride? Yeah, Lu Shixiang. Now that you're the president of a company under the Fong commercial empire, can you arrange for us to be some small managers or something? Many of the female classmates began to gravitate toward Lu Shixiang. However, he skillfully avoided them. Smiling, he said, I came here today specifically for Huang Yuyan. If anyone can help me make Huang Yuyan's birthday truly special, I'll be deeply grateful. Everyone's eyes lit up. Initially, only the bolder female classmates had dared to approach Lu Shixiang. Now, both male and female classmates were eager to do whatever it took to pair Lu Shixiang with Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan, I think Lu Shixiang has put a lot of effort into this. Why don't you go ahead and blow out the candles and make a wish? I think we should ask the hotel to turn on the karaoke system. Let's have Lu Shixiang and Huang Yuyan dance together. Yes, that's a great idea. Since it's her birthday, turning it into a birthday dance party would be perfect. Lu Shixiang's eyes gleamed with mischief. This plan was perfect. He could use the dance as an excuse to get a little closer to Huang Yuyan. Huang Yuyan, however, frowned slightly. She already disliked Lu Shixiang, and with her favorite person, Yijing, right beside her, there was no way she would accept his dance invitation. Huang Yuyan, let's dance together. Look at how enthusiastic the classmates are. The music and the venue are all set. It would be a shame not to dance. The classmates all chimed in, urging her on. After all, helping Lu Shixiang win over Huang Yuyan could mean a bright future for them all. It was an opportunity to latch onto a powerful patron. Yes, Huang Yuyan, accept Lu Shixiang's invitation. You two are a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. The dance would be stunning. I'll take pictures for you. In the midst of the classmates cheering, Lu Shixiang felt as if he had truly become a Prince Charming. From college to studying abroad and now back in the country, throughout these stages, he had always been overshadowed by Huang Yuyan. In college, he couldn't compare to her, and even abroad, she had outshone him. Finally, upon returning to the country, the company Huang Yuyan worked for was no longer on par with his. He had finally risen to the occasion. His confidence surged, and today, he was determined to win over Huang Yuyan. Surely, with her current situation, she wouldn't reject him, would she? To his surprise, before Huang Yuyan could even speak, Yijing stepped forward. Go ahead and blow out the candles, he said. With that, he led Huang Yuyan over and together they blew out the candles in one breath. Let's eat now. We're all hungry, Yijing added, as he and Huang Yuyan took their seats at the dining table. All eyes turned to Lu Shixiang. His eye twitched, and his hatred for Yijing grew even stronger. This guy was just an ordinary friend, wasn't he? Huang Yuyan clearly didn't have any feelings for him. What was he trying to prove? However, since the main character had already taken her seat, Lu Shixiang couldn't make too much of a scene. After all, he was trying to maintain a gentlemanly image. All right, let's eat then. I also have something I'd like to discuss with Huang Yuyan during the meal, Lu Shixiang said, his eyes revealing a hint of flirtation. The classmates all laughed along. Looks like Lu Shixiang came prepared today. Lu Shixiang seems determined to take the beauty home tonight. Come on, Lu Shixiang, show us what you've got. We can't wait to witness it. Smiling, Lu Shixiang pulled out a scroll from his bag. Everyone, take a look at this. This is a painting titled Fish, Water, and Shrimp by Master Chi, created 140 years ago. Wow! As soon as the painting was unveiled, everyone gasped in amazement. Master Chi's fish, water, and shrimp paintings are legendary. I heard that most of these paintings have been bought by foreign tycoons, and very few remain on the market. Each one is worth over 5 million yuan. In the midst of the exclamations, Lu Shixiang smiled calmly and said, "This painting isn't just any ordinary fish, water, and shrimp. It's one of Master Chi's 10 masterpieces. Its market value isn't very high, just around 20 million yuan. SSS. Everyone gasped, their faces filled with shock. Lu Shixiang was truly doing well for himself. A painting worth 20 million yuan, and he casually dismissed it as not very high. Clearly, Lu Shixiang's status was now on a completely different level from theirs. He had entered the realm of the wealthy. With this realization, the classmates' flattery grew even more fervent. Chapter 620. A Leap to the Top. Lu Ji's success is truly enviable. Just to catch a glimpse of Master Chi's painting is enough to make my life worthwhile, yet Lu Gu carries it around casually. Exactly, a painting worth 20 million, and he treats it like nothing. Lu Gu is truly an idol of ours. I wonder if I'll ever reach Lu Ji's level in this lifetime. The male classmates all showed expressions of admiration. The female classmates, on the other hand, were sparkling with excitement in their eyes, frequently throwing flirtatious glances at Lu Shixiang. Lu Gu, look at us. Our looks aren't any worse than Huang Yuyan's. Yes, Lu Gu, do you need any secretaries? We're all available. Lu Shixiang casually showed off, saying lightly, I can give you whatever you want, but have you forgotten the most important task of tonight? Everyone recalled. It was to play along and help win over Huang Yuyan. Thinking of this, they began to egg on even more. Huang Yuyan, it's hard for Lu Gu to treat you so well. What are you waiting for? Accept this birthday gift already? I suggest we play a candy-eating game, with Lu Gu and Huang Yuyan participating. It's where the man and woman stand on opposite sides and share a piece of candy. Huang Yuyan frowned. If they really played that game, wouldn't it be the same as kissing? Did these people really have no shame, all for the sake of their future? Lu Shixiang's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice upon hearing the suggestion. Huang Yuyan had been his goddess since college, and over time, his longing for her had only intensified. After learning that Huang Yuyan had returned to the country recently, this longing had reached its peak. If he could seize the opportunity tonight and win over his goddess, he might not be able to sleep all night. Just as Lu Shixiang was excited, Huang Yuyan directly said, I'm sorry, I don't like this painting. She said calmly, isn't it just a painting worth 20 million? With my current salary, I could buy it myself. It was then that everyone remembered Huang Yuyan worked at Sumzheng flagship group. Although her salary and prospects might not be as good as Lu Shixiang's, it was likely not bad either. It seemed that the money approach wasn't working. Unexpectedly, Lu Shixiang remained calm. Huang Yuyan, this isn't just an ordinary painting. You should know that in this world, there exists some martial artists who are superior to others, right? Those who are a bit more skilled can reach the level of a war king, and the truly exceptional can become war gods. Some can even reach the pinnacle, becoming supreme war gods. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing became heavier. Among them, some with higher social status and better connections had naturally come into contact with this level. But others, who were from the lower strata of society, widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Lu Shixiang said, and the painting in front of us is said to contain a certain observation method. It's rumored that Master Chi had hidden the essence of becoming a supreme war god within this painting. It's said that by observing this painting day and night, one can comprehend one of the paths to becoming a supreme war god. After saying this, everyone became excited. Many classmates hurriedly widened their eyes and stared intently at the painting, desperate to glimpse something from it. That was a supreme war god. If they could have the opportunity to become such a great figure, wouldn't that be a leap to the top? Huang Yuyan also looked curiously at the painting. Her uncle, Huang Xiaobang, was a supreme war god. but she had never heard that he had become one by looking at a painting. However, the path to becoming a supreme war god through martial arts was achieved through various means, and perhaps looking at a painting was one of them. Seeing that everyone, including Huang Yuyan, was engrossed in the painting, Lu Shixiang couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Only one person seemed completely uninterested in the painting, which made him frown. "Kid, what's your deal? You don't understand this painting, do you?" Lu Shixiang's target turned to Yi Jing. Yi Jing said indifferently, "I'm indeed not interested in this painting." Lu Shixiang sneered, "This is a painting that can lead to becoming a supreme war god. I bet you can't even understand it, can you?" At this moment, the male classmates beside them also chimed in. "Haha, he probably can't understand it at all. I can see some special line movements in Master Chi's painting. It's indeed quite profound. It must require high comprehension. Ordinary people would see it as incomprehensible." In reality, they couldn't see anything special about the painting at all. Otherwise, Lu Shixiang, who had previously owned the painting, wouldn't have remained an ordinary person. Perhaps when he first got the painting, he had stared at it all night. Yi Jing smiled casually. "The reason I don't care to look at this painting isn't a matter of comprehension, but because this painting is fake." "What?" Everyone was furious. "We've all seen the meaning within it, and you say it's fake? How is that possible?" "Haha, just an amateur spouting nonsense. I can see the profound brushwork of Master Chi, and after looking at it a few times, it seems like I even have some martial talent. This guy is just talking nonsense, trying to smear Lu Ge." Lu Shixiang laughed coldly. "Are you slandering me? Look at this." He directly took out an appraisal certificate from his bag. "This is an appraisal certificate from Wangyue Tower. Say it's fake again, and you'll be slapping Wangyue Tower in the face." Everyone gasped. Wangyue Tower? That was a gem in the world of appraisal. Who didn't know the prestige and status of Wangyue Tower in the appraisal world? With this appraisal certificate, the painting was undoubtedly genuine. Thinking of this, the classmates looked even more disdainfully at Yi Jing. "You're speechless now, aren't you? Stunned? Could you possibly say that Wangyue Tower made a mistake? This guy just wanted to stand out and show off, but in reality, he knows nothing." Among the mocking voices, Huang Yuyan also frowned slightly. "Yi Jing, don't talk nonsense. The appraisal certificate from Wangyue Tower can't be fake." It seemed Huang Yuyan was well aware of Wangyue Tower's status in the antique appraisal world, so she quickly reminded Yi Jing. A few female classmates over there also spoke in a teasing tone. "Such a precious painting, certified by Wangyue Tower. If someone gave it to me, I'd marry them on the spot." "I'd marry them too." Lu Shixiang, seeing the hints from the female classmates, remained expressionless but inwardly sneered. Chapter 621. This could save your life. Lu Shixiang thought to himself, "You think you're good enough to marry me, Lu Shixiang? Don't you even look in the mirror?" His gaze remained fixed on Huang Yuyan, the only goddess in his eyes. Yi Jing spoke calmly. "Even with an appraisal certificate, it doesn't necessarily mean this is an authentic piece. In my opinion, even the Wangyue Tower must have made a mistake this time." As soon as he finished, the room fell into a brief silence before erupting into even louder laughter. "Haha, is this guy crazy? How laughable, daring to question the Wangyue Tower. Who does he think he is? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant fool." Luckily, there are no die-hard fans of the Wangyue Tower here, or they probably beat him to death. "Yeah, he's just lucky." The crowd mocked him relentlessly. Lu Shixiang's expression was equally derisive. "Yi Jing, huh? You think you're showing off in front of your goddess, trying to look cool? But do you know what happens when you try to act tough and fail? You end up looking like a fool. Even the appraisal certificate from the Wangyue Tower, and you still dare to question it? Aren't you just a fool?" Yi Jing pointed to several details of the painting and said, "You should know that Master Chi lived 200 years ago. The brushstrokes popular in his time, and the ones he was accustomed to, were heavier at the top and lighter at the bottom. But look at this painting. It's the opposite." Lu Shixiang sneered. "So what? Couldn't it be that Master Chi just felt like changing his style on a whim? How can you just base your judgment on that? The other classmates chimed in, exactly, it's just the brushstrokes. Master Chi's mood changes every day, so naturally, his style varies. How can you say he's not allowed to change his style occasionally? Lu Shixiang continued to sneer. And do you even understand that appraising a painting involves examining the paper, the ink, and various other aspects, as well as the special meanings hidden within? And what do? Just rely on a habit of brushstrokes? Who knows where you picked up that little bit of knowledge online and decided to show off with it? You're quite something, aren't you? Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into another round of laughter. Yijing simply shook his head. He was, after all, a true upper-tier war god. Naturally, he was highly sensitive to the subtleties and brushstrokes hidden within. That's why he had pointed it out without hesitation. To his surprise, these people not only didn't appreciate it, but also refuted him. If it had been someone Yijing was familiar with, he wouldn't have minded explaining things to them, to prevent them from being deceived. After all, it was a $2 million item, and the loss from being scammed would be significant. But these people were unrelated to Yijing, and even wanted to mock and ridicule him. Yijing had no obligation to warn them. Let them suffer in silence. When they finally realize their mistake and regret it, it'll be too late. However, Yijing's silence didn't mean Lu Shixiang was going to let him off the hook. Seeing that Yijing wasn't speaking, Lu Shixiang assumed he had won and that Yijing had backed down. Not saying anything now? Lu Shixiang sneered. Didn't you come in with Huang Yuyin? So, I guess you're close to the goddess too. Today is her 24th birthday, and even though I haven't seen her in years, I brought such a precious painting as a birthday gift. What about you? What did you give the goddess? By doing this, Lu Shixiang aimed to completely eliminate Yijing from the list of potential romantic rivals. If he could make Huang Yuyin feel dissatisfied with Yijing today, his goal would be achieved. Then, without any competition, he could finally win the heart of his goddess. When the topic of Yijing's gift came up, everyone turned their attention to him. You just said the other guy's gift was fake, didn't you? What about yours? Don't tell me you don't even have a fake one? Even Huang Yuyin felt a bit of anticipation. Would Yijing give her a gift? However, being understanding, she quickly laughed and tried to defuse the situation. It's okay. Yijing's blessing is more than enough. She understood that Yijing probably didn't even know it was her birthday, so how could he have prepared a gift in advance? To prevent Yijing from feeling embarrassed, Huang Yuyin took the initiative to help him out. Yijing smiled. No, a gift is still necessary. Today, I actually brought something suitable. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and started searching. He really brought a gift? Huang Yuyin was delighted. Her eyes filled with joy. No matter what it was, she would be over the moon. Even if Yijing had just pulled out something worth a few cents, she vowed to take it home and cherish it. After all, this was a gift from Yijing. Even Zheng Qingxian hadn't received many gifts from Yijing. This was incredibly meaningful. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yijing pulled out a black, lumpy pill. What's more, the pill wasn't even in a small container but was wrapped in a disposable plastic bag. Here, this divine medicine is for you. Yijing smiled as he handed the pill to Huang Yuyin. The expressions on everyone's faces turned sour. After all, the black pill didn't look particularly appealing. It looked so unremarkable that someone might even believe it was a lump of dirt he had just scraped off his armpit. What kind of thing was this? Could this even be considered a birthday gift? Many of the boys looked at Yijing with admiration. You're amazing. Yijing, giving the goddess a gift like this? Are you trying to completely sever ties with her today? The female classmates, on the other hand, showed clear disgust. Is this it? Is this it? They had thought he might bring something impressive, something that could stand up to the $2 million painting. At the very least, it should be worth a few million to have the courage to present it, right? But instead, it was just a little mudball? Are you kidding? Lu Shixiang sneered even more. Yijing, didn't you prepare any decent gift, so you had to pull this out as a last resort? He said with a smirk. If you really don't have anything presentable, you don't have to force it. Sometimes, trying too hard to give a gift can just make the other person unhappy. His words were meant as sincere advice. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned by Huang Yuyan's reaction. SSS. Yi Jing, you're really giving this to me? Huang Yuyan had spent some time in Jiang province. During that time, Yi Jing's divine medicine had become incredibly popular among the upper echelons of Jiang province's elite families. It was said that someone had offered 200 million for a single pill, but no one was willing to sell. After all, this was something that could save a life. Chapter 622. This garbage thing. So, it can be imagined how excited Huang Yuyan was when she saw this divine medicine. Even Zheng Qingxian doesn't have this divine medicine. Could it be that in Yi Jing's heart, I have already surpassed Zheng Qingxian? Huang Yuyan secretly rejoiced in her heart. And it seems that Ning Luo, Shen Suyi, and others here also don't have this divine medicine, right? It seems that among the women around Yi Jing, only I received the divine medicine personally given by Yi Jing. Thinking of this, Huang Yuyan exclaimed with joy and happiness, Yi Jing, thank you so much. Such a precious thing, I don't know what to say. The classmates were all puzzled. Just now, that painting worth 20 million, which also contained the cultivation system of an upper-level war god, and yet you weren't tempted. This garbage thing, you're tempted by it? It looks black and dirty, clearly not valuable at all. And it even looks disgusting. Huang Yuyan, are you deliberately protecting him? What exactly is your relationship with him? Lu Shixiang was unhappy and asked with a dark face. The classmates also noticed that Huang Yuyan was clearly playing favorites. No matter what Lu Shixiang gave, Huang Yuyan wouldn't be happy. But Yi Jing casually gives a piece of garbage, and Huang Yuyan is so excited and happy. This clearly shows that the goddess already has her heart set on someone. In their hearts, everyone mourned for Lu Shixiang for a minute. Huang Yuyan chuckled. You don't understand the value of this divine medicine. She treated the divine medicine with extreme care, placing it close to her body. This action made Lu Shixiang feel even more uncomfortable. That close position was the one he had been dreaming of. Seeing Huang Yuyan speak so earnestly, some classmates showed doubt, wondering if it really was some treasure. But most of them didn't believe it. Huang Yuyan, could that really be some treasure? Aren't you lying to us? Huang Yuyan quickly said, It really isn't. You might not have been to Jiang province and Suzhou, so you don't know the value of this divine medicine. Locally, it's priceless. Someone once offered 200 million, but no one was willing to sell it. Whoosh! The classmates were all in an uproar. This thing is worth 200 million, and yet it's still unavailable? Is this true or false? It just looks like a black mud ball. Could it really be worth 200 million? Huang Yuyan said, Anyway, if you go to Jiang province and Suzhou, you can ask around as it's not a secret. Many people in Jiang province and Suzhou know about this divine medicine. The local clans and noble families are all crazy for this medicine. This divine medicine not only prolongs life, but can also save a life when seriously ill. There was an old man in our area who was almost at the end of his life, but after eating one of these divine medicines, his life was extended by 20 years. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Is there really such a divine medicine in the world? Is it true or false? Huang Yuyan, aren't you being fooled? Yeah, it sounds fake, doesn't it? Is there really such a miraculous medicine in the world? Lu Shixiang even sneered, Huang Yuyan, you can fool others with that, but we're all educated people here. Who would believe it? Huang Yuyan was anxious. You shouldn't disbelieve it. I heard that the Longxi group in western Sichuan has already started mass production of this medicine. Of course, it's said to be mass production, but it's actually limited production, with only a small amount produced each year, exclusively for high-ranking dignitaries. I don't know if you have the qualifications to buy it. Everyone's faces changed slightly. Why are you insulting us here? What do you mean by that? Isn't it because our status is too low that we don't know about this divine medicine? But just because we're trash doesn't mean Brother Lu is trash. Brother Lu is the president of a company under the Fong commercial empire. His status is high enough, right? Does he not deserve to know? Yes, we don't know, but Brother Lu is a high-ranking executive. Huang Yuyin shook her head. I don't know about that. Yijing casually smiled. I know this. Because Lu Shixiang is just rising, and this divine medicine is currently only sold to those with deep-rooted, old families. In other words, Lu Shixiang is being looked down upon as a nouveau riche. Hearing this, Lu Shixiang's face turned ugly. Is this guy his enemy? Not only did he interrupt him repeatedly upon entering, but now he's also belittling him. How can this be tolerated? So, Lu Shixiang said coldly, enough said, this medicine is definitely fake. You and Yi Jing are just conspiring to deceive us. As long as this so-called divine medicine is forcibly defined as fake, then everything Huang Yuyin said naturally doesn't hold up. And just at this moment, an old man with white hair and beard entered. Professor Sun, you're here? Everyone hurriedly greeted him. Their university professor, also one of the most accomplished among their former teachers, Professor Sun. Professor Sun chuckled. I heard you were having a gathering today, and since Lu Shixiang invited me, and I happened to be nearby, I thought I'd drop by. Lu Shixiang quickly said, Professor Sun, please come in. As soon as Professor Sun entered, Huang Yuyin also quickly greeted him with respect. After all, Professor Sun held a high position in the academic world, and even Huang Yuyin, who came from the prestigious Huang family of the capital, had to show him respect. Professor Sun nodded with a smile. As soon as he saw the painting spread out on the table, his spirits were roused. Isn't this a famous painting by Master Qi? Lu Shixiang boasted. That's right, Professor Sun. This is Master Qi's painting. Oh, look at me. I forgot. Professor Sun is a master of Chinese studies and has even won international awards. You must be an expert. Professor Sun stroked his beard with a chuckle. Just a little reputation? Lu Shixiang hinted. But some people deliberately claim this masterpiece is fake, which truly pains me. Professor Sun frowned and stepped forward to take a closer look. The brushstrokes do seem a bit different from Master Qi's usual style. However, this is of little consequence. Master Qi's habits changed slightly between his early and late periods, and it's normal for him to occasionally switch styles. Lu Shixiang chuckled. Exactly. Professor Sun is right. Do you hear that? Professor Sun is the authority, isn't he? Everyone quickly nodded. Only Yi Jing still shook his head. Lu Shixiang could no longer hold back and directly said, Professor Sun, the one who said this painting is fake is him. Moreover, not only have you confirmed it's real, but even Wangyue Tower has issued an appraisal certificate. Professor Sun glanced at the appraisal certificate and nodded slightly, adjusting his glasses. Wangyue Tower's standards are decent. This painting is definitely a genuine masterpiece. Chapter 623. What more do you have to say? Professor Sun glanced at Yi Jing and said indifferently, some people should stop spouting nonsense and stop lying with their eyes wide open. This painting is not only considered a genuine masterpiece by me, but even Wang Yuelu has issued an appraisal certificate, which is enough to prove its authenticity. Lu Shixiang said triumphantly, did you all hear that? Our Professor Sun is a master of Chinese studies, and his appraisal skills are beyond doubt, right? Lu Shixiang looked at Yi Jing with a sneer. What more do you have to say now? Are you still going to insist that my painting is fake? Let me tell you, being stubborn is not a good thing. Oh, by the way, Professor Sun, he even took out some black medicine, claiming it was some kind of divine medicine worth 200 million yuan. Professor Sun's spirits were immediately roused. Medicine worth 200 million yuan? Let me take a look at it quickly. Lu Shixiang immediately urged, Huang Yuyin, what are you afraid of? Professor Sun is a master of Chinese studies, and he's seen everything. Hurry up and let him take a look, to see if it's really worth 200 million yuan. Although Huang Yuyin was unwilling in her heart, she still took it out. She said cautiously, Professor Sun, please be careful. This medicine is too precious. Don't damage it. Professor Sun glared at Huang Yuyin. Are you worried about me? I've appraised everything, even national treasures worth 1 billion yuan. But your medicine... Professor Sun frowned. Your medicine has nothing, no brand, and it has no smell. Just looking at it, there's nothing special about it. In fact, his words were already quite polite to Huang Yuyin. To be honest, this medicine was no different from some mud grabbed from the ground outside, rolled into a mud ball. Could this really be worth 200 million yuan? Professor Sun shook his head, feeling that Huang Yuyan was deliberately joking. Seeing Professor Sun's expression, Lu Shixiang's pride grew even more. Everyone, Professor Sun, please appraise the two gifts we've brought today and tell us which one is more valuable. Professor Sun chuckled. Of course, the painting is more valuable. This painting is a treasure, and you must keep it well. If it were in my hands, I wouldn't dare to take it out so casually. Lu Shixiang smiled. Professor Sun, I came in a hurry this time, but next time, I will definitely bring you something of equal value. Professor Sun chuckled. That would be too kind of you. As for that so-called divine medicine, I can't see anything special about it, but it probably isn't worth much. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Yuyan immediately became anxious. Professor Sun, this is the divine medicine that has been popular in Jiang Province and Suzhou. She immediately repeated what she had said earlier. Professor Sun hesitated. Is it really that miraculous? Can it extend a person's life and save the seriously ill? Huang Yuyan said firmly, yes. This is beyond doubt. I have even personally seen some patients recover. Professor Sun frowned and looked at Yi Jing. Did you bring out this medicine? Yi Jing nodded casually, yes. Professor Sun questioned, do you have an appraisal certificate for this medicine? Yi Jing couldn't help but sneer. So your appraisal is based entirely on certificates? If the certificate says it's real, you believe it's real? If there's no certificate, you say it's fake? It seems your appraisal skills aren't all that great. These words made Professor Sun's face turn extremely awkward and embarrassed. Lu Shixiang immediately retorted, what are you talking about? Professor Sun is a master of Chinese studies. His expertise in this area is profound. How could he rely solely on someone else's appraisal certificate?